Check, check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check. Mic check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. 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 Check, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1. Check, 1, 2. Check, check. Check, 1, 2. 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 Check, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2.
Good morning. We will convene this public hearing of the Education Committee. Thank you all for being with us today. I know that this is an issue deeply personal for everyone in attendance. I want to begin just by touching on a couple of themes we've been hearing and offer some clarification. First and most importantly, I want to start this by saying that no one blames homeschoolers for the atrocities that happened to Mr. S. in Waterbury or for the atrocity that happened to Mimi Torres Garcia in New Britain. We have learned is that our state laws here in Connecticut do not differentiate from the families who are pouring their everything into educating their children and those who are claiming to homeschool to hide neglect and abuse. Currently, they can all claim to be homeschooling, and the law offers no distinction. We have been working on this proposal since July. We've been working with other states, researchers, our state agencies, superintendents, and home educators. This was not haphazardly thrown together. This was thoughtfully crafted to balance both the rights and responsibilities of parents, as well as the rights of children. This proposal is very slowly and methodically phased in to give everyone from our families to our districts and agencies time to adjust. Nowhere in this proposal are we mandating certain curriculums or even academic standards. We have included the existing definition from our current state law of equivalent instruction, which requires parents or guardians to, quote, instruct children or cause them to be instructed in reading, writing, spelling, English grammar, geography, arithmetic, and United States history and citizenship, including a study of the town, state, and federal governments, end quote. And that each parent or guardian, quote, is able to show that the child is receiving equivalent instruction in the studies taught in the public schools, end quote. If you are doing much better and much more than the public schools, even better. We have offered multiple pathways for families to demonstrate their child is receiving equivalent instruction and empowered SDE to provide even more guidance for families. This will begin to phase in starting in 2028-29. For our superintendents who have concerns, we are not asking you to analyze every portfolio review. We are simply asking for you to receive them. We also know you will need resources to do this additional work. We cannot budget money in 2026 for work that isn't required until 2028-29, but we know you need these resources. We recognize we are one of few states that require nothing, and we are trying to thoughtfully shift to some parameters and some basic expectations. Everything we have included in this proposal exists in other states, places where families continue to have the freedom and flexibility to homeschool. Homeschooling did not become legal across the country until the 1980s and was not legal in every state until 1993. Our child welfare system was created on the premise that children are in schools being seen by other adults on a daily basis. When that piece is missing, the child welfare system loses its ability to ensure those children are safe. Children have the right to an education, and it is reasonable that there be some accountability ensuring children have access to that right. We are grateful that you are here with us today and hope you will provide us feedback on the specifics that are in this proposal so that we can improve it. We have 288 people signed up, and each person will get their 3 minutes. We ask members to keep their questions to a minimum so that we can hear from the public. Thank you very much, and let's begin. Does my co-chair have something to share?
Thank you. I just want to go over I know everyone's excited. It could be some of your first times addressing this committee, but we have some rules and regulations that we have to guide ourselves by. Like my co-chair said, everyone will get 3 minutes. So what will happen is this. At 3 minutes, you will hear this bell go off, and it's going to sound like this. Sometimes it sounds like that. It was there it is. So when you hear that, the words that the next words come out your mouth should be something like, therefore, in conclusion, and as I summarize, and I like to finally say, those should be the next words coming out your mouth. Because, like I said, we have 288 people signed up to speak, and everyone gonna get their opportunity to speak. And we don't care what time it ends. So please be mindful of that and respect the time for everyone. And let's have a great, great public hearing. And I'm gonna pass the torch over to my other colleagues. They have a couple words to say also. Thank you, and let's enjoy the day.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. First of all, welcome to everyone who is here today. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to be here. It's great to see so many young people in the room, students presumably, that are here to share your opinions. This day is about, and your concerns and about all of what is in the legislation that is technically being heard today. This day is about you. This day is not for us to sit behind this desk and pontificate or give long speeches. And I just want to put on record that, because I think that it had a negative effect for today, that originally the announcement for this hearing included a cap of 24 hours of total debate, which would mean that we would be wrapping up around this time tomorrow. That message got out very loud and clear, I know, because many of you have reached out to me and some of my other colleagues. That cap has been lifted because if you do the math very quickly, 288 times 3 minutes divided by 60 gets us about 14, 15 hours of conversation today, not 24. But I think this had a very terrible chilling effect on the people that want to testify. And our rules very clearly dictate that if a committee is going to limit debate, it has to be discussed with the committee and it has to be voted upon. And that did not happen. So I'm glad that the cap was lifted, but the cap was lifted because we didn't need it, not because we were following procedure today. Second to that is this. I would ask you, when you are testifying, stay to your 3 minutes. Senator McCrory is a stickler with that. If I never hear that beep go off again after the meeting today, it'll be too soon. So, but please be articulate, be respectful. I don't know that I need to actually say that to any of you, but just share how you feel. Get your comments out in 3 minutes. We have more than 2,500 written pieces of testimony that were submitted. That's posted online that you can see. So if you've also done that, thank you. And I'm going to yield my time to Representative Zupkis, my House rank.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. It's great to see you and standing up for your children. I just echo the words of my ranking senator next to me about the effects that the 24-hour had on people. People have reached out to me also and did not sign up because of that. So I'm glad for all of the testimony that came forward. I just want to be very clear that this did not come from our side. This bill did not come from us. I was not included on any of the meetings, so I'm anxious to hear also. I do appreciate it. And when we talk about equivalent instruction, it's not just homeschoolers, it's Catholic schools, it's private schools, it's charter schools. So it affects the definition of equivalent instruction is any non-public school. So it affects a lot of people. And as we saw from the testimony of so many people, when I think about equivalent instruction, what it is, equivalent is the reality that less than 50% of our kids on third grade level read on a third grade level. Equivalent is a student that testified before us at our last hearing that he had no science teacher for 4 years and 4 different principals. Equivalent to a senior who graduated and could not read. Equivalent to what? To Prospects Education, Bethany, Waterbury, Bridgeport, Darien, Greenwich, equivalent to what? So I look at our public schools and say, is that equivalent instruction? I don't think so, because we need to work on that as well. So again, thank you. And I appreciate you being here. With that said, I do have all three of my committees in a public hearing today. One is vaccines that has 550 people to testify. So I will be in and out, but I will spend the majority of my time with you. So thank you for coming.
Okay, lastly, for you guys who might be the first time, you might see some of my colleagues up and leave. They are involved in other committees, so they're not getting up because they're disrespectful or don't want to hear what you have to say. We have a number of other committees going on at the same time, so be aware of that. Okay, see, right now, they have to run. We're gonna get started?
Get started. So first in our speaker order today is the child advocate, Christina Gio.
Good morning, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, and Representative Zupkis, and other distinguished members of the committee. My name is Christina Gio, and I am the acting child advocate at the Office of the Child Advocate. The Office of the Child Advocate is an independent state agency charged with overseeing all state-funded services to children, and we are charged with evaluating and investigating state services for children. I'm here today to support Raise Bill 5468 and act concerning the provision of equivalent instruction. First, I want to thank the committee for raising the bill and grappling with this very difficult issue. I want to acknowledge that the bill is the result of a great deal of work by legislators and by legislative staff. And the bill would create a framework for ensuring that all of Connecticut's children are educated. Before I go further, I do want to make sure, I know there are a lot of children in the room. I want parents to be aware that my testimony does include information and details about child abuse and neglect. And so I just want to share that in advance. So we are all aware of the two most recent tragic cases that have triggered these conversations. Both cases remain under investigation by my office. And I'm not going to comment on the specific facts of those cases today for that reason. Today, I am going to share what we've learned through other investigations. And before I do that, I want to be clear that this testimony and our investigations is not a general criticism of homeschooling. Homeschooling, when done properly, can be a wonderful experience for children and families. And there are many, many, many parents who do an amazing job homeschooling their children. I'm sure you will hear from many of them today. And many parents who withdraw their children from public school with the best interests of their children front and center. Nonetheless, not every parent who withdraws their child from school for the stated purpose of homeschooling is in fact providing education to their child. And worse, some take advantage of the fact that we have no requirements for follow-up to isolate their children and abuse them or neglect them. And that is where the greatest risk comes. And we believe that the state must put into place a framework to prevent that from happening whenever possible, and to ensure that every child that's withdrawn or who is homeschooled is in fact receiving an education. So our office first began to look at this issue following the death of Matthew Tirado, who was a 17-year-old boy with autism and intellectual disability who died due to chronic abuse, dehydration, and starvation. While Matthew was not homeschooled, he was chronically absent. His mother was previously substantiated for physical abuse of her daughter, and she was placed on the DCF Central Registry. There were numerous reports filed by the school alleging neglect of Matthew. In July of 2016, DCF filed neglect petitions regarding both children, and in October of 2016, the court adjudicated the children neglected and ordered protective supervision. Earlier that same month, DCF had contacted the school to confirm that Matthew's sister was attending school, and at that time, she was. 1 month later, just 3 months before Matthew died, his mother filed a notice of intent to provide instruction at home and withdrew his sister from school. The documentation was accepted and processed with no questions asked and no notification to DCF. In 2023, a 10-year-old child for whom we've used the pseudonym William, was found in a room with a deadbolt on the exterior of the door. He described to police being locked in a 4x5 closet for approximately 1 month, being kicked and stomped repeatedly, and being hogtied. Upon medical examination, they found he had multiple trauma throughout his body, a broken finger, and cauliflower ear, which is a deformity of a child's ear based on physical abuse. He was also malnourished. The warrant alleges that his mother removed him to be homeschooled and that he had not been receiving education, and his mother corroborated to police that she removed him from school to hide evidence of his injuries. His mother had previously had her parental rights terminated to older children and was on the DCF Central Registry. When he was removed from school, there was no information in the educational record that would have suggested abuse and neglect. He was withdrawn and for the purpose of isolating him and abusing him. And the reason that their parents are able to do this is because we have no system for looking at who's withdrawing their children from school, what the circumstances of that are, and we have no system for verifying that children are actually receiving education once they have been removed from school. We, as many of you know, conducted an investigation in 2025, and what that investigation tells us in part is that the children that I just described are not the only ones removed with concerning histories or under circumstances that should be of concern. And I'm just going to highlight a couple of details with regard to that investigation. When we looked at statewide data over a 3-year period, we found that 30% of all children under the age of 12 who were withdrawn for the purpose of homeschooling were chronically absent prior to that withdrawal. We also found there's additional findings from our report, and I'm going to move along because I know we have limited time. What I do want to say is that in that same group of children that we looked at, 3.8%, so 30 children over that 3 years, 30 children were living with caregivers who were on the DCF Central Registry. And I want to be clear about the registry. Not everybody who is substantiated is placed on the registry. So DCF gets, last year was over 30,000 reports. They substantiated a little over 4,000 of them. Some people get put on the registry. And in order to be put on the registry, DCF has to determine that you are an identified perpetrator and that you pose a risk to the health, safety, and well-being of children. So 30 children between the ages of 7 and 11 were withdrawn to be homeschooled, and they were living in a home with a caregiver.
Commissioner, will you please summarize?
I will. We do have several recommendations to for modification to the existing language that's been drafted. And I just, in summary, will say Connecticut is one of only a dozen states that has no regulation. This would bring us, this bill would bring us more in line with our neighbor states, and we think it's critically important that the bill pass.
Thank you. Thank you. And because you were the commissioner, I did allow you a few extra minutes. That won't happen going forward. Any questions for the commissioner? Rep. Biggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Christina, if you could tell me, like, so I'm a mandated reporter as an educator. And one of the things that I had asked in May was like if mandating reporting was a good step in this regard. But I just was curious, mandating reporting law, like as a teacher, when I'm at school, I'm a mandated reporter. How does that work if I'm at the grocery store, if I'm here? If you could please talk about that.
Thank you, Representative. So we have a long list of mandated reporters, teachers, coaches, doctors, right? All of those people are mandated reporters in their professional capacity. What that means is that if you are working and you encounter reasonable suspicion of abuse and neglect, you are legally required to report that to the Department of Children and Families. In your personal life, you are not legally obligated to report. You are in your personal capacity. And so anybody can make a report to DCF, but a person who is a mandated reporter who comes across something in their private personal life is not legally obligated to report that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative? Oh, I'm sorry. Good. Well,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Thank you for being here and thank you for all of the insight that you provided today and throughout the process. I was wondering if you would be able to summarize the suggestions of expansion of the language that you had included, just so we all have that foremost in mind as we continue to the discussion.
Thank you, Representative. We recommended 3 changes to the bill. One, we believe that it's necessary for the annual demonstration to include an interview with the child or an assessment by a qualified educator. So currently, as the bill is written, the parent is required to submit some documentation, and that results in a paper review. And we do not think a paper review is adequate to verify that the child is in fact being educated. So what we suggested with regard to that is there are several options for the annual assessment or evaluation in the bill. So we suggested that for the option that is a standardized test, that be done by a qualified educator. And then that qualified educator could certify they performed the test, they did it in accordance with the standardized instructions, and provide a certification that the parent could then provide to the district or whatever office is receiving those. For the portfolio review and the online classes, we included language that would include a conversation with the child to confirm that they're in fact receiving the education that is demonstrated in the paperwork. And then I believe you also have the community college in the bill, so we modified that to just proof of attendance to ensure that the child is in fact receiving education. The goal there is to ensure that the child is receiving education consistent with whatever's provided in the paperwork, and that's it. The second recommendation that we made is that an individual who is on the DCF Central Registry should not be permitted to homeschool. Those, again, as I said earlier, are people who have been identified as a known safety risk to children, and we think that they should be prohibited from homeschooling their child. The third is that at the time of withdrawal, and this would only apply to students who are enrolled in school and then withdraw from public school, at the time of withdrawal that the parent provide documentation from a medical provider that the child is in good health and that the child had been seen within 7 days. And so those are the 3 recommendations that we made. So thank you.
thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, really quick.
Excuse me?
If I may have a quick follow-up?
Yes, you can have one more.
Thank you, sir. I know that there's a lot of concern about putting any new recommendations in. And I want to assure everyone who's listening that everything that we are talking about today has been very carefully considered. With that in mind, I also understand that there is this concern that no matter what we do, there will be some child that is still hurt in some process, because you can't stop bad people from doing bad things everywhere, no matter what we do. That's the unfortunate rule of this, of the world. But in your opinion, having looked at so many cases, do you believe that if this proposal moves forward, and perhaps if some of the recommendations that you just suggested were added in, would that have saved some of the children that we've lost recently, that we've been talking about today, that have saved Mimi, for example?
So I want to be cautious about speaking about open investigations. So I don't want to comment on those particular cases. What I can say is that, we as a state create a safety net for kids, right? And I sort of think of that as woven fabric, right? We have people who are mandated reporters. There are threads in that fabric. We have many different things that we do to try to keep children safe, right? We require background checks of school employees. We require background checks for people who work in daycare centers. So those are all, in the way I think of it, they're all threads in that safety net. And so no safety net is going to be 100% foolproof. But what this would do is add to that fabric and close some of the holes that we currently have. And in that way, I do believe that it will protect children. One of the difficulties in prevention, our office does a lot of prevention work because we house the Child Fatality Review Panel. You can't 100% know when you prevent things, right? There's some things we have data for, we can collect it, we can measure whether we've decreased. For example, sudden unexplained infant death, we can look at that over time and see whether that has changed. There are other things where it's much more difficult to know if you have prevented something, but we certainly believe that by adding to that fabric of the safety net, we will protect children.
Thank you so much for your answer. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today. I think I have more comments than I do questions, but I wanted to start it off by reiterating what our ranking member said. The Republicans had no seat at the table developing this bill, none. We have nothing to do with it, and it's unfortunate because you wouldn't be looking at the bill you're looking at today if we did. We wouldn't be here today if they didn't want to manage you. This is about control and management of all of you who withdraw your children from public school. Keep the tabs and keep Big Brother all over you. You talked about mandated reporters, and I will tell you, I'm a nurse by career. I know hundreds of mandated reporters. We take it very seriously. Whether we're practicing in our career or not practicing in our career, we continue to be mandated reporters. I have not run into one homeschool family who doesn't think it was tragic what happened to the children that we know that passed away or were harmed by being withheld and captive in their homes. And if any of them had witnessed that, they would have been reported, I am 100% sure. So I will say that we have all kinds of problems in the public school. We have children sexually assaulted. We have children bullied. We have children shot at. We have poor, failing academics, people who can't read in 3rd grade, people who are not graduating from high school, people who are absent. And you're going after homeschoolers who, by every record and statistic, supersede all of that. This is really, really, really a sad day for all of us. And thank you all for being here. But I just wanted to mention, you talked about Matthew Tirado and you talked about the Waterbury case. This bill would do nothing to have saved them, nothing. And those were the examples you gave. I will tell you that the Waterbury case was in school 5 years with oversight by mandated reporters. Several reports were put in that said that he was looking for food in the garbages. Matthew Tirado was under the care of DCF, tied to a chair in the kitchen, starved to death, dismissed by a judge 2 weeks before his death. Imagine.
Do you have a question?
I guess I would finish with this. Children aren't watched at 3 p.m. when they go home. They're not watched during the summer. There's no oversight, or during vacations. This is a complete overreach and oversight of government. I'm sorry for all of you today. I know you'll do a good job testifying. I just wanted to say that I don't agree with anything that was just reported. She reported about some statistics that have been debunked by UConn. Please all look at that, because I saw the UConn report. And so please look at that. Thank you.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is unfortunate. We have 2 meetings going on. I do have a quick question, but I need to be in a public health committee meeting to make a vote right now. But I do have a question for you, Commissioner. I just want to be clear. I'm reading through your testimony and listening to what you said today. is it your testimony that you're saying that nothing is being done in our public schools currently as to reporting and following up? I just want to be clear, I'm understanding your testimony.
Thank you for the question. So the law currently requires that parents be able to demonstrate that they're providing equivalent instruction elsewhere. The districts, when we did an investigation in 2018 and we requested documentation from 6 districts, none of them were able to show that they were seeking out parents once they were withdrawn to verify education. There is a guidance from the State Department of Education from 1996, I believe, which provides guidance that districts should conduct portfolio reviews. But many parents refuse to conduct those portfolio reviews. And in fact, there's a national organization that instructs them that they're not required to. And because it's not clearly defined in the statute, most districts are not conducting those portfolio reviews. And we think that's a problem.
Thank you. And I just will note, because I'm looking at this from the districts I represent, and there is no shall. And shall is the key legal word. It's not shall. Parents should, highly recommended, but it does not say that parents shall. And I just want to talk about Connecticut general statutes that are currently in effect. And it is section 10-184, duties of parents, section 10-220, duties of boards of education. As I look through all of this that my districts do, they are effectively working with parents. But parents, if they do choose to withdraw, they don't have to. There's no shall in any of this language. So I feel like we're overstepping, as the good representative said. We're really overstepping. Parents are cooperating to the ability that they choose to, would be what I see. And I really feel, I don't see how this bill changes anything that is currently doing. We have statutes on the books, and it's up to our parents. And I trust that our parents are doing the best. I know many homeschooling parents that are amazing parents. Kids that are going to, I have kids in my district that have gone to Ivy League schools that are homeschoolers.
Representative Kennedy,
Sorry,
to your question.
my question is, you answered it. I appreciate that. I just want to say, I appreciate you being here, but I do not think that we need this piece of legislation today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Any other questions? You can
May I?
summarize your response.
If I could, I just need to correct something that was said. The case that I described earlier of the 10-year-old boy found in the 4x5 room is not the Waterbury case.
Okay.
It is another case of a child who was abused. And so I want to clarify that and also just say that we stand by the findings in our report. Our report's very clear and specific about what we found.
Thank you. Any other question? What was it? Representative Poulos, wait, stay there. You still have a question. Representative Poulos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, I appreciate your work in the Office of the Child Advocate. I'm a high school teacher. I think it's important that we keep kids safe, first and foremost, in education. I do have a question, though. You mentioned about portfolios and assessment, making sure kids are learning. And from your standpoint as a child advocate, what happens if the portfolio is submitted to the district and it's determined that it's unacceptable? Like, what happens to that child?
Yeah. Thank you for the question, Representative. You know, the way the language is drafted does not really speak to that. I think that what we would expect from educators is that they then talk with the parent about what grade level looks like, provide resources, provide guidance. And we'd like to see that be a piece of what happens, right? I think that ultimately, if there is educational neglect, in other words, if there is no education being provided, that is something that should result in a report to DCF. Parents do not have unfettered discretion to simply not educate. And there's a difference between performing below grade level and a child who's just not receiving education. And so I think if we're talking about a child who is maybe behind, right, they're not on target for what, we would expect based on public school curriculum, that should be a conversation with the parent to provide resources and support for them so that they can ensure that their child is making progress. I don't think parents who are in fact homeschooling are trying to not educate their child, right? Parents who are in fact homeschooling are doing their very best. There's a variety of skill levels. There are people who homeschool who have teaching degrees and do an amazing job, and their kids do go to Ivy League schools. But there are varied skill sets among parents, and we should be offering some support and guidance if the child is not making progress in an appropriate way.
Mhm. I guess a follow-up to that would be, I got a lot of things going on in my head, but if this is turned over, if the failure to educate is turned over to DCF, what would be the recourse to the family? Like, then what would happen? So now I'm a parent, and then I get sent over to DCF because there's a failure to educate. What would happen there? So that's part A. And part B is, like, in a public school, if a student's not being educated, we don't report that student to DCF. So, I'm just trying to draw a parallel to an understanding there.
So I think, in the public school setting, if a child is chronically absent and they're not attending school, they're enrolled, but they're not attending, right? The district has obligations to follow up, reach out to the parent, try to engage that family, bring that child back to school. Ultimately, when children are chronically absent and it's not remedied, that may result in a report to DCF, right? Because the child is not being educated. And I think that's where the line is. Certainly, all of our public schools have different challenges. Many of them have challenges in providing what the kids need. We as a state need to address that. There's no question. But those children are receiving an education. And I think that's the difference from our perspective, right? It's just like it is a form of neglect to deprive your child of education, just like it is a form of neglect to deprive your child of food or water. Those are forms of neglect. If there's reasonable suspicion of neglect, that's reported to DCF. And if they have sufficient information, they accept that report and investigate it. Most of those cases, low-level neglect would actually go on the family assessment review route, which is not an investigation, does not result in a substantiation, but provides supports to the family.
Mhm. I thank you for your testimony and helping me to understand how these proposed procedures would be enacted. And again, I just will conclude again how I started. I think it's the number one thing we need to do is make sure kids are safe as a public school educator. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Manapace.
Thank you. I just first of all said I want to apologize for some of the old rancor you've had to experience here today. I think we should all be on the same side in trying to do this, but I do have an actual question, which is, it would seem to me from this that one of the issues that's happening here is that there is a lot of confusion about what schools can essentially do right now. In some of the cases you're pointing to, it's like, oh, well, they could have technically done this, but the school essentially isn't aware of that. I can tell you as a teacher that there is a lot of confusion from teachers about what is able to happen for this. I think everyone up here who's an educator has had issues where the lack of clarity around homeschooling has caused problems and really concerns for us for students who have withdrawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that is an issue, right? So we have a statute that says parents shall cause their children to attend school or be able to show they're providing equivalent instruction elsewhere. We have a statute that requires districts to ensure that children are enrolled. But the problem comes with, in large part, the lack of clarity as to what happens if the district receives notification that the parent is being homeschooled and what they have the ability to do to follow up. And this would really provide a clarity and a framework. And we see it as simply a process for verifying that children are in fact receiving education. Because if we have 30% of the children who were removed over that 3-year period, 30% were chronically absent before they're removed. So what happens is they're chronically absent, and if that continues, that might result in a DCF report. But if you remove your child, they're no longer chronically absent, they're now homeschooled, and we have no way of knowing whether that child is in fact receiving an education after that point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a brief question. Thank you for being here today. DCF's guidance of educational neglect is based off of what statute? Thank you.
It's an excellent question, Representative. So our statute defines neglect. I'm not going to remember the exact language. It's denied proper care, educationally, morally. There's a couple other words there, right? Physically. And so that's all we have in statute. And so what DCF does is they have a policy where they create operational definitions. I don't have the operational definition in front of me, but it requires that children attend school. The difficulty, I think, for DCF when there's an educational neglect case that involves homeschooling is how do they assess whether or not the child's actually being educated, right? So if it's a public school issue, that's easy. They can say they're not attending, your child needs to attend, and usually the parents will then ensure their child's attending. In a homeschool situation, they will, we've read lots of those investigations, they will ask the parent, they will ask the child if they're receiving education, but they really have no way of verifying those answers. And that creates, I think, significant challenges in how they can assess whether or not there is educational neglect. Again, the difference between providing an education that maybe is resulting in the child being a little bit below grade level versus not providing education, I think is where the distinction is there.
Thank you for your response.
Thank you.
Representative Bielinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Child Advocate, you might have said this while I was in another meeting, but how many school children in the state of Connecticut are chronically absent?
I don't know the total number of chronic absence. I know the chronic absenteeism rate.
Somewhere between 83 and 88,000.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big number. I'll also point out to you that DCF doesn't know where more than half of these children are. So, you know, before we go ahead and throw the hypothetical baby out with the bathwater and assume that law-abiding people that care enough to educate their children themselves are guilty, perhaps we should fix the dysfunctionality of the very agency that left a child in Waterbury through adulthood unvisited. Was not a homeschooling issue. It was purely a custodial issue, and it was a child abuse issue. He eventually had to set the house on fire because every other avenue was sort of exhausted. But the point is, you're crediting DCF with having the ability to be the arbiter and the investigator of who's missing and who's not. They're not doing it. So I have a really difficult time explaining to any of these people in this room that they are, in fact, somebody said it before me, guilty before proven innocent. That's just not right. That's not the America I was born in. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Would you like that child advocate to respond, or are you okay, Representative Bielinski? All right, brief response,
I will be
please.
brief. I just want to say there's no question that our public education system has a lot of work to do, and the Department of Children and Families has a lot of work to do. I'm not going to comment on the Waterbury facts. Again, it's under investigation by our office. Once we complete our report on that, I'd be happy to come back and talk about where the systemic issues were in relation to that case. But I think that by suggesting that we need to address the fact that we don't have a framework and that there are people who use our lack of regulation to withdraw their children under the false pretense of homeschooling, By suggesting that we need to do that, doesn't mean we don't also need to do work in those other areas. So I just want to be clear about that.
I completely agree with you, and I apologize for being a little bit more direct than I might have otherwise been. But the fact of the matter is, until we address our own custodial obligations, I think we're misplacing the authority to report law-abiding parents to DCF because they've withdrawn from school. When somebody withdraws from school, they do state, I do believe, that they're withdrawing to go to a Catholic school. They're a Montessori school. We have lots of Montessori students in the state. Or homeschooling, which is growing by 1,800 families every year because of fundamental deficiencies in what we do. So before we cast stones, we should stop living in a glass house. So, and I apologize, but I can't shake that feeling.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. For the second to say last time, Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just a really brief question. As an educator, I know what typically happens when a student has been deemed inadequately educated, and I think we all know what that process is like, even when it comes to the public school system, which is often why I think families do homeschool. What happens when a homeschool child is deemed inadequately educated?
So, I think it's sort of similar to the question I was asked earlier, but thank you, Representative. I think, so there's nothing in this legislation that requires that the parent demonstrate performance on a particular grade level. It is a demonstration that the child is receiving instruction in the studies taught in public school. And so if a child, let's say you have a 10th grader and they're coming in, or they do a standardized evaluation and they're on an 8th grade level, that is not, in my mind, adequate for a report to DCF. That is something where we would hope that the public school or whoever is doing that, reviewing that documentation, would provide guidance to the parent to say, hey, here are some resources that you can utilize. But that would be it, right? In our public school, if a child is underperforming, we might evaluate them to determine if they have special education needs. We might provide tier 1 support, tier 2 supports. When a child is being homeschooled, that'll be up to the parent to address if the standardized test shows the child's not achieving at a certain level. It would be up to the parent to address that. But if below grade level doesn't result in any consequence based on the language that's in the bill. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Representative Leeper.
Thank you to my co-chair. Thank you for being here. Thank you for answering all of our questions. I know you are very much in the hot seat, and thank you for being the person in our state whose job it is to look out for all children. Do we currently require any notice if you were to exit your child from public school for equivalent instruction?
Any notice to
the public schools?
Well, currently, if your child is enrolled in a public school and the child's going to withdraw for any reason, the parent has to notify the district. They can do that by phone call, by email. We do have a notice of intent to educate form that was created by the Department of Education, again, based on that guidance from '96. But that is not, there's nothing that states that that form is required to be provided to the district.
So it's a recommendation, but not a requirement.
Correct.
So if you exit your child without filling in that form, would that child then be one of the quote missing children in Connecticut?
No, they would be considered a homeschool child. If you withdraw,
if you do not fill out the form.
Well, if you're talking about the notice of intent to educate elsewhere, If you don't fill out that form, but you send an email to your district saying, I'm now going to homeschool my child, that child's going to be registered, is going to be listed as a child who's been withdrawn for the purpose of homeschooling by and the State Department of Education data, even though you haven't filled out the notice of intent form because it's not required. You have to simply notify the district.
Okay, that's helpful. And then I just wanted to add, this isn't for you to respond to. In creating a framework to clarify what the expectations are for our homeschoolers, there's no intent to presume any crime or guilt. And just trying to have clarity on what is required, because currently, actually, in the very first sentence of 10-184, it is a shall statement. And then a little bit below, in line 10, also a shall statement on what the expectations are, but there is no parameters to collect any of that. There's no guidance for family on what they are expected to do. And it is our intent today to provide that clarity and framework. So thank you again for being here with us and answering all of our questions.
One thing, thank you very much, Christina. You did a great job answering all our questions to the best of your ability. And thank my colleagues for asking very insightful questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're off the seat. Next up, Mayor Bobby Sanchez of hard-hitting New Britain.
I think it's afternoon, right? No, it's morning. Okay, well, good morning, and thank you to co-chair Senator McCrory, co-chair Representative Leeper, ranking member Senator Berthel, and ranking member Representative Supkis, and members of the committee and the opportunity for giving me an opportunity to speak today. I have here with me Jacqueline Mimi Torres' father, and some of his family members, the grandmother, and some of the aunts are also in the audience. The city of New Britain continues to mourn the tragic loss of Jacqueline Mimi Torres Garcia, a young girl who once attended school in our community. Mimi's death has taken our city and left a deep sense of grief among residents, educators, and families alike. When a tragedy like this happens, our first response is heartbreak. But the responsibility that follows is to ask how something like this could happen and what we must do to ensure that this never happens again. Mimi's death raised painful questions about how the system is designed to protect children, communicate with one another, and how a vulnerable child can become invisible to those systems. We know that there had been prior involvement with the Department of Children and Families. The fact that this tragedy still occurred should compel all of us to look closely at where gaps may exist and how we can close them. House Bill 5468 raises important issues related to the homeschooling and equivalent instruction. I recognize that there are many perspectives on these issues, and the specific policy decisions before this committee are complex. My purpose today is not to weigh in on every provision of this bill. I instead urge the legislature to ensure that whatever framework ultimately emerges establishes one fundamental safeguard, that no child in Connecticut can disappear from the view without someone asking questions. At a minimum, there should be a clear and consistent process when a parent chooses to remove a child from a traditional school setting for homeschooling. A simple registration with a local school district would help ensure that school systems know where children are being educated and allow the appropriate coordination with state agencies when necessary. Equally important is communication. When educators or school administrators raise concerns about the well-being of child, those concerns must be taken seriously and acted upon quickly. Teachers and schools officials are often the first people to notice when something may be wrong, and their voices should never be ignored when a child's safety may be at risk. This legislation represents an opportunity to strengthen the lines of communication between families, school districts, and state agencies so that warning signs are not missed and vulnerable children remain visible to the systems designed to protect them. No law can undo what happened to Mimi, but we have an obligation to learn from this tragedy If the result of this process is a stronger system, one where children cannot slip through the gaps between agencies or institutions, then they will have taken some important steps toward honoring Mimi's memory. Our community will never forget Mimi, and we owe it to her and to every child in Connecticut to do everything in our power to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Mayor. Any questions for Mayor Sanchez? Seeing none, thank you again, Bobby. And of course,
Victor
condolences
Torres.
to family.
Thank you.
Next up, Michael Chris. Michael Chris from Town of Harwinton. No, Michael. Kevin Smith, Wilton Public Schools. Kevin Smith.
Good morning, Senator McCrory. I'm here online. Good morning, Representative Leeper. Good morning, Representative Constantine from Wilton, who's also online today, and members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dr. Kevin Smith. I serve as the superintendent of Wilton Public Schools. Let me first begin by acknowledging the goal behind this proposal. Ensuring that children receiving home-based instruction are safe and meaningfully educated is a critically important objective, and I support the intent behind the bill. That being said, I respectfully oppose the legislation as written. First, the bill fundamentally alters the traditional relationship between parents and public schools. In Connecticut, parents have the right to choose how their children are educated, whether in public schools, private schools, or through home-based instruction. Public schools exist as a public good to support families who choose them. This bill would place local school districts in the position of regulating and monitoring educational programs that they do not operate, which represents a significant shift in responsibility. Second, the bill creates a new unfunded administrative mandate for local school districts. Under the proposal, districts would be responsible for processing intent to educate forms, tracking continued documentation, conducting outreach when paperwork is not submitted, coordinating with the Connecticut Department of Children and Families when students withdraw, and receiving demonstrations of equivalent instruction. While the number of homeschooled students in any given district may be small, the administrative requirements are real and ongoing. For years, the legislature has expressed a commitment to reducing unfunded mandates on school districts. This bill moves us in the opposite direction. Third, the bill introduces significant equity and accountability concerns. It requires districts to allow homeschooled students to take up to 2 public school classes and participate in extracurricular activities, including athletics. Allowing selective participation risks creating a pick and choose model where some students access the most desirable programs without the full set of obligations. Full-time students are subject to a comprehensive set of district policies regarding attendance, grading, conduct, and eligibility. It would be extremely difficult to ensure that students participating part-time are held to the same breadth of expectations, creating an inherent inequity between full-time students and part-time students. Finally, participation in interscholastic athletics raises fairness concerns. Public school athletics are designed as an extension of the school's academic program. Participation is tied to academic eligibility, attendance, and behavioral expectations that districts can verify because students are enrolled in school. When students are educated outside that system, it becomes difficult to ensure those same standards are applied consistently. In addition, many programs have limited roster spots and expanding
Kevin, will you
eligibility
please
to
summarize?
non-students. You got it. So I'll just shorten up with 3 recommendations for you. Number 1, assign responsibility for homeschooled student oversight to the State Department of Education. The state created CT SEDS. The state can create a central registry to track students not enrolled in public schools. 2, if the legislature decides this is not possible and follows through on the provision to task the rest with this responsibility, assign additional funding to districts to cover the cost of the work. Number 3, if the legislature feels compelled to open up school districts to homeschooled students, give local boards of education the discretion to opt in or opt out of this policy. Thank you for your time and your commitment to Connecticut students.
Thank you, Kevin. Any questions for Mr. Smith? Seeing none, Thank you again for your testimony. Next up, I'm gonna butcher your last name, Jacob Tumskit. Jacob Tomasite.
I'm 13 years old and I oppose HB 5468. It's just a very bad idea to add regulations to homeschooling families. It's not just neutral, you're scapegoating homeschooling families and casting suspicion on them. In almost all the other states, the trend is to get rid of unnecessary regulations on homeschoolers, because by now people can see those regulations are pointless and just create paperwork for no reason. Homeschooling is great. The statistics show that it's great and that it produces competent, balanced children who tend to be engaged citizens. I really suspect that something else is going on here besides what's on the surface. The tragedies that people link to homeschooling are not homeschooling. Those people are just locking their children up. There's a term for that, child abuse. Now, if regulating actual homeschoolers could help even one child like that, I would be all for it. But it won't. The Department of Children and Families already knew about those children who were in trouble, but they did not help them. I'm sure it must be a hard job to work at DCF, so maybe we should not blame them for not figuring out what was going on. They shouldn't start to blame us either. They should not make excuses. They should not say that in tragic cases, if a child is taken out of public school for the purpose of hiding child abuse, that they are now going to call that homeschooling. If someone evil is lying and calling it that, that doesn't mean that we should start regulating homeschoolers. You can't claim you aren't lumping us together, but you're constantly talking about a child falling through the cracks. Starting to create lists of parents who choose to homeschool would be a terrible intrusion on family privacy. We must assume that families are innocent, and we cannot build trust in our society if we start with suspicion and surveillance. Parents are the ones most responsible for their children, and they have the right, secured by the Connecticut Constitution, to decide what method of education is in the child's best interest. And I think that most parents in Connecticut are to be trusted and that those parents have their children's best interest at heart. The few sad cases where parents don't love their children have nothing to do with homeschooling, and you already know about them. If you care about those children, follow up on them. Stop targeting homeschoolers. Please vote no on HB 5468.
Thank you, Jacob, and thank you for your testimony. You did a great job, young man. Any questions for Jacob? Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jacob, thank you for coming to testify. What equivalent grade are you in?
I am in 7th grade.
7th grader, okay. Have you ever testified in public before?
No, I don't think so.
I understand. It's okay to say no. There's a first time for everything. I want to just say that you were wonderful. You were articulate. You made good points. You had good poise. From a public speaking perspective, you've done good. So thank you very much for your testimony today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next up, we have Margene Dugas. Online. Oh, I'm sorry. You had a question? Oh, come back, Jacob. Right over here.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Rep Corp is online.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Jacob, I just wanted to thank you for coming here and testifying today. You have participated in our democracy in a very real way, even one of the best ways, and I wanted to thank you for doing that. And I wanted to highlight something you said, which was, if you're worried about those children, follow up on them. And I think that's a very, very important point here. What is the job of DCF and what is the job of our educational system? So I wanted to put that on the record. Thank you again for coming.
Thank you. Now you're good. Margine Dugas.
To the distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Margine Dugas. I'm 16 years old and I've been homeschooled my entire life. My family moved to Connecticut in 2022 and I was, sorry.
Doing a good job. Take your time. You got this. Family moved here in 2022. Take it from there.
I was really excited to see I was really excited when I saw all the field trips, classes, and adventures able here through our local homeschool groups. But I never thought one of my field trips would include being here at the Capitol to speak my truth and fight for my rights as a homeschooler. I want to tell you a little bit about my story. When I was younger, I was extremely sick for several years. My parents were driving me 2 hours to a specialist, and I was on medications a lot. Because of that, learning was extremely difficult for me. Reading was really hard, and focusing was even harder. I was just a little kid trying to get better. Homeschooling allowed me to go at my own pace. It allowed me to learn what I needed to learn when I was able to learn it. It allowed me to take the time I needed to rest and heal as well. And it worked. Today, I am a fast reader and excellent speller, and I earn good grades. I'm a dancer and artist, and most importantly, the young woman sitting here today speaking up for my community. When I think about this bill, I can't help but wonder where I would be if my parents hadn't had the freedom to homeschool me the way that worked best for me when I was sick. Would I have been punished for not understanding something fast enough? Would I have been labeled as behind, then forced to go back to school? Would they have forced me to complete school their way? Homeschooling gave me the space to recover, catch up at my own pace, and grow into the person I am today. That's why this matters to me. Not every child learns the same way. Not every family situation is the same, and sometimes the best thing for a child is the ability to learn differently. I'm not here just for my family. I'm here for the students who are still learning at their own pace. I'm here for the homeschooled children who are faced with health concerns like I was. I'm here for my fellow homeschoolers learning to find their confidence the same way I did at their own pace. Public school works for some students, homeschooling works for others. And the reason so many families succeed is because they have the freedom to choose what works best for them. I may only be 16, but I know this much. Regardless of what happens with this bill, I will go to sleep tonight knowing I sat here and fought for my education and my rights. How many Margines will hurt if we pass this? Thank you.
Thank you, Margine. Margine, you did a great job. You're composed. So any questions for Margine? Seeing none. Oh, wait. Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to stop being repetitive. Margine, you finished strong,
Thank
right?
you.
The first time I spoke in public, I was 13 years old, and it was a room with 400 people in it. And my friends thought it would be funny if they put a bucket underneath the podium where I was speaking, because I was so terrified. I finished strong too. So the first time for everything. You did great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And congratulations on being a dancer and having an education that fits your needs,
Thank you.
because that's what you deserve. Thank you, young lady.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also have to remind those in the audience that we do not do applauses after our people speak. But one way, if you want to let us know, just go like this. Just wave your hands. We will get your attention. Click. Some people fake click. All those things work. But applauding, we don't do that here in a public hearing. Next up, we have Child, me, followed by Olivia Tessamash. Thomasite. Mars Thomasite followed. I mean, Olivia, Child, then Olivia. No child? No child? Okay, Olivia, come represent for the family.
Hello, Mr. Chair, Madam Chairman, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you so much for listening to me today. My name is Olivia Tomashite, and I'm from West Hartford. I'm here to ask you all to vote no on HB 5468. HB 5468 strikes at Connecticut's historic educational freedoms, targeting homeschoolers in particular with unconstitutional government surveillance. Studies about homeschooling and child abuse, such as the one by Ray and Shaquille cited in my written testimony, show that demographics such as family instability are predictive of child abuse and neglect. Educational choice is not. HB 5468 ignores data-based evidence, singling out homeschooling parents as inherently suspect rather than presumably innocent. In abuse cases such as that of Mimi Torres Garcia, DCF had an open case with the family for years and did not need further information. If DCF has no previous history with the family, reviewing their files is an unwarranted intrusion on the family's educational decisions. Connecticut's educational freedom means so much to me. I've grown up in Connecticut and I've been homeschooled here almost my whole life. Now, as a student at CT State Capitol, I'm so grateful to be a part of Connecticut's amazing heritage and community. This is my home. I'm here today because I see Connecticut's freedom of education being threatened by HB 5468. The requirements target homeschoolers in particular and parental rights in general. The Connecticut State Constitution grants the primary responsibility for education of children to the parents, allowing them to undertake that responsibility personally or to delegate it to a school. The roots of this law go back to the 1600s. Now, HB 5468 seeks to overturn our heritage of educational freedom by essentially granting the state primary authority over every child's education. What I love most about Connecticut is the way that you, our legislators, balance liberty and compassion. You strive to protect and care for all citizens while not infringing on the liberties we fought for since the time of the Charter Oak. Please demonstrate that compassion by making more effective use of DCF's open cases on children who are at risk. HB 5468 does nothing but distract from the problem by targeting innocent homeschooling parents with unconstitutional requirements. I want to work and live in Connecticut my whole life, and I hope to raise a family here one day. I want to homeschool my children here and teach them to love Connecticut's heritage and community as much as I do. I'll bring them here to the Capitol and teach them that democracy means they have a voice in their own government. I want to tell them that when they speak up for freedom, their voices will be heard, because when I spoke up for freedom, you listened. Please make that true. Protect our freedom and future and vote no on HB 5468. Thank you.
Thank you. And you nailed it right on time. You 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Perfect. Any questions for Olivia Thomasite? Thank you again. Next up, Cole Owens by then Claire Thomasite.
Members of the committee, hi, my name is Cody. I live in Northwest Connecticut. I am a homeschooler. I oppose HB 5468 because it will change how homeschool looks like to me. I've never been to public school, and I'm okay with that. I enjoy learning at home. Connecticut General Statute 10-184 has been in existence in Connecticut since 1650. That is 376 years. No change is needed. I am taught the Bible, math, spelling, reading, writing, cursive, civics, English grammar, world geography, United States history, citizenship, and the study of my town, state, and federal governments. I learn all of these subjects right here in my home from my parents. We do not need equivalent education with the public school. Some of your public school students don't even graduate high school knowing how to write cursive or read. I have been reading since I was 3 years old. I'm 9 now and I love reading. I love learning. I love doing it at a time when I want to. I do not have to get up at 6 a.m. to catch the bus. I do not have to raise my hand for a bathroom break or wait for the bell to ring to know when to eat. But the main thing is I do not have to deal with bullies or live in fear at home, but I would at public school. I do not need you ruining what I have at home. My parents are doing a great job and do not need your help. These are reasons why I oppose HB 5468. Thank you for your time. Have a blessed day.
See, I can enjoy it. Great job. Any questions for Cody? I have one question, Cody. Where you get the hat from? I like that one.
Amazon.
Amazon. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Claire. Thomas. Oh, you got it. Ooh, your two siblings knocked it out, Claire. I ain't trying to. I'm just saying.
My name is Clara Tomascheit. About 8 years ago, I sat here talking to you about the same subject I've come to talk to you about today. I'm holding up the same replica coin I brought then. It was the first officially sanctioned U.S. federal coinage minted in 1787 and called the Fugio cent. The motto fits for today's discussion: mind your business. This motto was a great motto for our first coin and is a foundational part of how our society flourishes: mind your own business. As U.S. citizens, we're not into surveillance. We're not into checking up on the private lives of citizens. Our society and our democracy are founded on liberty and trust and privacy. We are innocent until proven guilty, and we don't go about suspecting people and making insinuations about people who do things differently from the way we do. The French political philosopher Alexis de Tocqueville, who in the 1830s wrote a book called Democracy in America, said that we need all sorts of entities that are separate from the government in order for democracy to thrive. That includes families, clubs, religious institutions, neighborhood organizations, charities, civic groups. All these organizations serve, as Tocqueville said, as buffers between individuals and the government. We do not need a paternalistic government that manages all of society for us. We, the people, can do that for ourselves. We do not need the government peering into families to check up on them. We do not need the government using any kind of surveillance on families. The government is by the people and for the people. The families do not exist for the government's sake. Families are not there for the government to control, and they are certainly not there for the government to suspect. In every case of tragedies that are cited as support for this new bill, the Department of Children and Families knew about the child and had an open case on the child long before the tragedy. I hate to sound harsh, but it sounds to me like DCF is incompetent. They have open cases on children, but they do not help those children. If we truly care about every child, what about using a little more surveillance on the DCF to find out what is going wrong there? May I suggest that trying to create more lists of random other children in Connecticut does not seem like a good strategy for fixing the problem. I suspect that the people putting forward HB 5468 have a strange prejudice against homeschoolers that they are going to pursue no matter what, and that they are using whatever tragedies that occur as an excuse, hoping no one will examine the evidence too closely. But I do hope there will be enough reasonable people to recognize that educational freedom supports civic life, supports democracy, and supports the diversity that is so foundational in our life together. I love living in Connecticut. I love homeschooling. I'm thrilled that my parents didn't need to waste precious hours of our life together jumping through bureaucratic hoops like the ones that HB 5468 is trying to establish. Please vote no on HB 5468 And please, let everybody mind their own business. Thank you for listening. Please feel free to ask me questions.
Great job, great job. Any questions for Claire? Representative Belinsky.
Mr. Chair, you'll be very happy that, thank you, by the way, you'll be very happy. I do have a question this time. So you've been here before.
I have.
Welcome back, first of all. Second of all, in between the time that you first came to see us and today, we had this sort of interruption in conventional schooling called the pandemic. Did you miss school during the pandemic?
No?
That's exactly the point. So I just want to note for the record that homeschoolers didn't fall behind during the pandemic because their school was available to them just as it was the day before it happened. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, wait, you're not done. You're not done. Senator Faza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank you for your testimony and say that hearing some of the homeschool students so far today, it does not appear like you're getting equivalent instruction. It appears that you're getting superior instruction, and would like to congratulate you on your intellect. You know, many more Americans should read Alexis de Tocqueville and Democracy in America, which is probably the greatest book ever written about American democracy, and it was not even written by an American. And I think in the Constitution state, we would do very well to take lessons from him about the importance of freedom and civil society rather than concentration of power, which he warned against. So thank you very much for your testimony. I could imagine you years from now being on the other side of this dais.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Claire, my last question. How old are you?
I'm 15.
Okay. Thank you. Next up, Peter Estrada, followed by Abigail Manion.
Thank you to the chairman, ranking members, and everyone on the Education Committee. My name is Peter Estrada Jr. I am here to ask everyone to oppose HB 5468. I would like to begin by sharing my story that led me to be homeschooled. My parents noticed that in 4th grade, I was lacking knowledge, and that was not okay. That I didn't know simple things because it is not usual for me, because they know I'm an intelligent kid. My parents would notice that I would come home with classwork that would take me 1 minute to complete because it would have simple questions on the worksheet. Examples like 10 plus 8 or how much it is a nickel worth. We had to ask for extra work so I could feel like I was learning. The reason my parents put me in homeschool is because my original school was holding me back from my full potential. Previously, in the 3rd grade, my teacher was always pushing me to do better. All my teachers were great to me, but that teacher really stood out. I also won awards in the 3rd grade, including Superintendent of the Month, and I was the winner of Martin Luther King Jr. Writing Essay Contest. I was my 3rd grade teacher's personal assistant that I helped him in class. Mr. Berry was the best, but 4th grade was another story. At a parent-teacher meeting, I remember one of the teachers saying that it was the school district making them teach this new way. So after I finished the 4th grade, during the summer, we received the results of my assessment. It was not good. I was barely meeting expectations. The school was barely meeting expectations, and the district was barely meeting expectations. So that's when my parents decided to homeschool me. At first, I was a little nervous about it because I wasn't sure what to expect, and I wouldn't be able to see my friends. But I am happy to say this school year, I am doing well again. I am doing an online homeschool program that I really like. Also, I made new homeschool friends that I've met at get-togethers. We started September with a not going back to school beach day that our new friend Elise helped us put together. I have been to museums, Grey Flage, the Great American Outdoor Show in Pennsylvania, snowboarding, homeschool library days, homeschool meetups at parks, ice skating, and roller skating, and so much more. This has been so much fun, and I have made so many new friends. The thing my father likes best about these trips is that a lot of them are free and cheap. And he likes free and cheap. So he saves money because these trips are mostly during regular school days. So I'm learning and having fun at the same time. So again, I would like to ask every member to please vote no on HB 5468. I do not want my name to ever be on a report on DCF for any reason. Also, the teachers at public schools are great. It's the school districts who you should focus on to fix the issue and bring back high standards. Thank you all for your time, and God bless the homeschool community.
Perfect landing. Any questions for Peter? Great job, Peter.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Abigail.
Hello,
Good
chairs
morning.
and school committee. First and foremost, I am not Abby. I'm Abby's mom. And I am going to do the best I can to hold it together and testify on her behalf this morning. And I thank you for the opportunity to do that against HB 5468. And it's the first time I've ever not had something written. And also, I don't think I've ever been as nervous, no matter what I've been testifying for. So this is for her. My Abby is not here today because anxiety and panic attacks drove us to make the decision to remove her from the public school. It was mentioned earlier that a lot of the children that are homeschooled, I'm not sure where they got the statistic, but have extreme amount of absences. I actually will concur that. 47 to be exact last year alone, and one of them for a hospitalization. I would love to pretend that there was some other reasons, but there weren't. My daughter was actually sexually assaulted in the Enfield Public Middle School. The school was aware of this. The principal was aware of this. The school officer was aware of this. The school board was aware of this. The school superintendent was aware of this. And nothing happened other than to tell my daughter that she wasn't coming back to the best of their knowledge, so she need not worry. When she did show up 2 weeks before school was over, the suggestion was maybe that my daughter didn't need to come back to school if that would be better for her. I say this to say that what I'm hearing today is a lot about safety. And believe me, as a mother of 4, 5, actually, 1 in heaven, I care a great deal about children's safety. I would jump in front of a train for my child. Frankly, I commend every single one of these homeschooling parents because Lord help me, I didn't want to be one. I'll be honest, okay? I'll be honest. I didn't feel called. I didn't feel equipped. I didn't feel able. But you know what? The public school pushed me into a corner to have to make a decision for the safety, which is what you all are talking about, and general education of my incredibly brilliant child who's failing. She wanted to also tell you how many times she saw ambulances coming to pick up children from said public elementary school for mental health purposes. When I was in the emergency room with my daughter on one random occasion, 3 other students from the same school were there at the same time. Please, for the love of God, this is not a homeschool problem. These are wonderful human beings. A lot of them, sadly, might have made the choice that I made for those very reasons. If you want to help children, clean up DCF. Clean up DCF. I used to want to be a DCF worker. I was going to school for social work. I swear to you, my heart is with you all. I want to believe that you want is what is best. It has nothing to do with this. Those children that were harmed because DCF failed. And I know they don't want to own up to it. Fine. If you want to help children, clean up our schools. For the love of God. You don't need to come for these parents. I know where I'm at. I think it's disingenuous. I really do. I want to believe, like I said, that you have children's best interest in mind.
Abigail, Mom, will you please summarize?
Sure. I will summarize by saying I hope I did my daughter well, and I hope that you listen to these people because you can help, but this isn't the way. This isn't the way. Thank you for your time.
And I'm sorry to hear what happened to your child. And you represented your child very well.
Thank you, sir.
This morning. Any questions? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your courageous and powerful testimony. I think what I feel and that just kind of echoed from you and probably reflects the voice of a lot of specifically women is a mom. And so I'm sorry that happened to Abby. And like I said earlier today, as an educator, I see a lot in the public and magnet school system. A lot of violence, a lot of challenge, a lot of, different experiences, and a lack of equipping to really handle the trauma or experiences of children. When you made the decision to withdraw Abby, which I'm sorry that you even had to do that, right? Because as taxpayers, our public school system should be doing a lot better for us. And it used to be that certain public schools within certain spaces probably like exemplified or edified what a school should look like. I mean, I don't think anyone would think that is how an Enfield school would look, right? So my question is, what was your process in withdrawing Abby from the school system? And what was and then this part two to that is, what was your life like transitioning into homeschool? Were you able to access resource?
Thank you for your questions, and I appreciate your sympathy. And in case it wasn't clear, the anxiety, she has done, so to the first part of your question, Representative McGee, it was a simple process, I will say. You're not wrong. And frankly, I was quite grateful because it was not an easy decision to make. Her younger sister is still there, which is also challenging because I'm leaving her in the same environment that I felt I needed to pull her older sister from, because different children have different dynamics. And I'm just kind of doing the best I can day by day, trusting in God, trusting that I put one foot in front of the other, and I have been able to get resources. Some of these homeschool parents, some of them who don't even know me have stepped in to support me, to encourage me, because like I said, the only other time I was a homeschool mom was during COVID, and I would joke COVID made me do it. I just didn't. God bless them. Seriously, it's not easy. The sacrifice, the financial strain. So all of that, to answer your question again, Representative McGee, had to come into play. We're in a situation with our family where I needed to go back into the workforce. And I had to have a talk with Abby that she was going to need to be pretty responsible in doing this. What she wanted to tell you was that since she has been home, her mental health has been much better. I just got her involved in wrestling, which we kind of worked through some anxiety with that. But she was quite grateful to be able to come home and frankly reset. And it was easy, I will say. And frankly, I'm quite grateful, because I'll tell you what, if on top of trying to help my traumatized daughter deal with everything that she's had to deal with, and her bravely going back to JFK again, feeling like I can do this, Mom, I can do this, because she wants to get an education. She does. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to get her into the art school. So if anyone has any pull, please. So I'm not anti-public school even, which I know is probably counter to a lot of the people here. And I'm not anti-government either, which I know is probably counter. What I think is that parents know best about their children, and we don't need the government stepping in and trying to help when the system is already broken. Everything that you're worried about is why I had to pull my daughter just a month ago. So it was simple, Representative McGee. I just had to fill out some forms. I did have someone from the superintendent's office, call and check in on me. But like other people have said, there are things that are in place that I think are reasonable. And I don't think this is necessary. And in addition to that, I think it's putting an undue burden on a system that's already failing.
Thank you. I appreciate that, the response. And just really quickly, what I appreciate from your testimony is it did seem as though you understood that the intent of where the committee was coming from was a positive one. And then secondly, clearly, maybe there can be some sort of benefit to a parent who decides to obviously go through the appropriate process to withdraw their child, to have resource to homeschool, because I see increasing numbers even in Black and Brown communities. So I thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. It's a lot to handle, and kudos to you. So my question is, 'cause I just want to be clear. So your daughter Abby is still being homeschooled, is that correct?
Yeah.
But you have 4 other children, and they are
I
3
call
of
them,
them.
I call them my bigs and my little.
Okay. Are
So
your other
my
children?
son is 30.
Oh, okay.
He just got his master's degree. My oldest daughter is 23. She's in nursing school. And then Abby is 14 and her sister is 12. She's going to be 13.
And the 12-year-old is still in the school system?
Yeah.
Okay, and with,
And struggling and constantly calling me to pick her up.
okay, so then just with Abby then, because you do have one daughter still in the school district, do you stay in touch with the school district with her curriculum, how you're proceeding? I know you went through something horrible and it can't be easy.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering, do you stay in contact?
I will say that the school social worker is amazing. I want to make sure that I put that on record. Melissa Bashan is incredible, and she has walked with my daughter through all of this. You know, her hands were a bit tied, but she's been wonderful, and she has actually called and checked in to see how Abby is doing. But as far as the curriculum goes, you know, no, there isn't. And also, I just kind of want to point out that even in hearing the testimonies today, especially from that first woman, I feel like she really wasn't able, that this bill doesn't seem to adequately explain how it is that you're helping. I got to be honest. I mean, I'm not hearing anything about it. And then honestly, I'm actually even further concerned that not only is it not explaining how you're helping with the academic part of it, which is what supposedly this is about, but then there was also no explanation for what would happen if said education was deemed not appropriate. That seems to be a really dangerous, gray, massive area. So no, the school isn't asking me how I'm schooling her. Khan, by the way, because again, I'm no professional homeschooler. So she is using Khan, which is absolutely amazing. I would have actually done a different program, but I couldn't afford it, which is another part that comes into a lot of this, is that making this decision was not easy for me. And I would bet that I am not alone in that. So to pre-assume that the parents who are pulling their children are somehow doing something nefarious, frankly, it just, again, it's so disingenuous. And frankly, like a little young man had said, it's backwards to the way that we run this whole country. You're innocent until proven guilty, and I don't understand why homeschoolers need to prove anything in the first place at all.
I appreciate your responses. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Bielanski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I've never gotten so many questions. This is exciting. I'm calm now.
Mrs.
Much calmer.
Mrs. Mannion, have you and I been corresponding?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Because,
But I would love to. I loved everything you've said.
no, that's, the reason I ask is because, I've been corresponding with folks and I don't ask names and numbers and I don't ask for anybody's papers or any of that kind of other stuff. But, I had somebody, that I corresponded with, who had the same exact issue.
Yeah.
With their child and
Yeah.
the anxiety and the ridicule that came with it. So
It's rampant.
what you're doing is like superhero-ish and you sacrificed your career. You put yourself on hold to take care of something that basically the system could not. And that's like the ultimate act of love. You know, when you get home, please ask Abby for an extra hug for you, for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Look,
much.
Before you leave, I don't know if we got your name. I keep calling you Abby Mom.
It's okay.
What's your real name?
Good child. Melissa
Melissa.
Mannion.
Melissa, I don't have a horse in this fight. I just say there's two things that you said that I said last year, and you repeat again. Parents know what's best for their children, and parents want what's best for their children.
Yeah.
So thank you for coming up there and communicating that today. Thank you for
so
your
much.
testimony.
I really appreciate the time.
All right. Next up, Philip. Man, listen, Philip, I saw 3 Thomasites before you. You got a tough record here, buddy. Bring it.
Hello, my name is Philip Thomasites. I'm 17 years old and I'm from West Hartford. HB 5468 should not be passed. I could not have accomplished anything that I've accomplished without homeschooling. I'm a musician and I play the violin, piano, and pipe organ. Because of homeschooling, I've been able to study pipe organ during the week with Christopher Houlihan at Trinity College here in Hartford. Because of homeschooling, I've been able to compete successfully this year in multiple national pipe organ competitions. Because of homeschooling, I've been able to dedicate extra time to mathematics, my favorite subject in school, and I learn math at a level that is not offered at my public high school. Do you want to hinder families who decide that there is something that would work better for their children than sending them to school? Why do you want to hinder them? Don't you trust parents? Of course, there are some evil parents, but there are also evil school teachers and evil government workers. That's not a problem you're going to get rid of with regulation. I hope that nobody here in Hartford at the state capitol would vote for a bill that proposes to single out certain citizens for special surveillance, but that's exactly what HB 5468 does. Would it be insignificant to any of you if your own family were put on a list that was given to the Department of Children and Families? We all know what that means. I'll bet even the people proposing the bill would be really upset if their own families got on any list given to DCF. It would be very unjust, but it would also be pointless to collect names of homeschooling families and submit them to DCF, or to require that parents get permission to decide how to educate their own children. Statistics show that children are safer as homeschoolers, and I'm not just thinking of a Sandy Hook situation. Statistics also show that homeschooled children have academic and social outcomes that match or exceed those of publicly schooled children. Please find something better and more sensible to do with your resources than to go after homeschoolers. Vote no on HB 5468.
Thank you. Thank you, Philip.
I would like to just add really quickly, if any of you have questions, please ask them. I would like tough questions from people who support the bill, particularly, and that's a challenge.
Any tough questions for Philip? I seen, listen, any more Thomas sites out there?
No, I'm
Raise your
last,
hand,
sorry.
please.
We're exhausted.
You're exhausted. That's it. All right, Thomas site family, you guys represent. No. I can tell where you get it from. Okay. Any questions for Thomas site and the family? Seeing none, thank you and continue your work in all the extracurricular activities that you're taking part in, and continue that math work. We need more scientists and mathematics.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you. Next up, we have Thomas, is Lydia, and then followed by Brittany Telebom.
Good afternoon, members and representatives of the Education Committee. My name is Lydia Caleb and I'm 12 years old. I strongly oppose HB 5468. I want you all to know that I could have been pleasure reading in my free time the past few days. It's been one of my favorite things to do since I was 4 years old. Instead, I chose to write this testimony and prepare to share it with you because I wanted you all to know just how strongly I'm opposed to this bill. I'm the second born of 10 children. Every single one of us has been homeschooled since the very beginning. I love homeschooling because of the freedom and the flexibility that comes with it. I love homeschooling as it is, without the additional regulations, tests, and oversight this bill will bring if it's passed. Section 2 in HB 5468 stood out to me. If this bill passes and my parents have to provide a demonstration of equivalent instruction, who is going to review my academic work? How are they to know if I'm being educated properly? They don't know me. They don't know if I do well under pressure when I'm taking a test. They don't know if I'm a fast or slow student, and they don't need to know. It's nobody's business except my parents. My mom and dad know how to educate me because they know me better than anyone else. They know what kind of education I need based on how I learn, and they care about me, so they want to make sure I get the best education possible. The government shouldn't be getting involved. Not the local school board, nor the Commissioner of Education, and certainly not DCF. It's my parents' job, and every parent's job, to take care of their children and ensure they're providing a good education. Homeschoolers are not one of Connecticut's problems, and they should not be treated as such. Please, do not let this bill make it out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Lydia? Great job. All right, next up, we're gonna go back to Michael Chris from the town of Harlem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I apologize, stuck up in judiciary for quite some time, so I appreciate the opportunity.
You're busy today, huh?
It's busy.
Yeah.
It is busy down here today. My name is Michael Chris. I'm first selectman for the town of Harwinton, and I'm here because I'm in opposition to Bill 5468. We have a very large homeschool community in our town, and they have not asked for any help from the town, and they have not asked for any help from the state. And it's not because they're anti-government, it's because they know better than we do on how to teach their children. Connecticut has a long history of respecting the fundamental right of parents to direct the upbringing, education of their students for decades. Raise Bill 5468 would significantly change the longstanding relationship by introducing new layers of government monitoring over homeschool families. The bill would require parents to submit intent forms, file annual continuation documentation, maintain records of potential review, and demonstrate educational progress to the local school system. While the requirement may appear administrative on the surface, in practice, they create a formal monitoring structure that treats homeschool families as though they require oversight simply for choosing a different path of education. Another concern is the provision that would involve the Department of Children and Families. When parents withdraw a child from public school to homeschool or parochial school or private school, the Department of Children and Families plays a critical role in protecting the vulnerable children. However, involving the child welfare system in routine educational decisions risks placing responsibility on families on unnecessary scrutiny. Additionally, I will say this, that Connecticut's child welfare system already faces significant operational challenges. Reports and audits in recent years have identified thousands of incidences involving children missing from placement within the DCF system. These concerns highlight the importance of focusing legislation attention on strengthening services for children already in the state care rather than expanding oversight into families who are lawfully educating their children at home. There is also a longstanding constitutional principle at stake. The United States Supreme Court has repeatedly affirmed the fundamental role of parents as directing their children in education. In cases such as Meyer versus Nebraska, Pierce versus Society of the Sisters, and Wisconsin versus Yoder, the court made clear that the child is not the mere creature of the state, that parents retain primary responsibility for their children's upbringing and education. Strong families are a foundation of strong communities. And I'm very happy to say that Harwinton is very strong. The role of government should be to support families, not presume they require monitoring simply for exercising their educational choices. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to reject Raise Bill 5468. Thank you.
Right on time. Right on
I
time.
timed it last night.
Did a
My
good job.
teachers taught me well. I went to a public school system. so-
Okay,
and-
okay.
And hats off to all the homeschoolers because I'm a single parent with 2 teenage boys now. I've been raising them on my own for 14 years. And let me tell you something, I would have no hair left if I was a homeschooler. So,
I hear you. Any questions for the first selectman or mayor of Harwinton? Okay. Senator Fazio.
First Selectman Chris, thank you for your testimony. It's good to hear from a municipal leader on this topic. I want to ask you quickly to expand on your testimony. What and whether you view all the homeschooling families in Harwinton as actually being a source of help and support to the public school system there, because obviously they're alleviating some of the financial pressures on the system. But also, are there mandates or requirements contemplated in this bill that you would worry would place extra burdens on your town or the Board of Education and so on?
yeah, speaking with our, I'm glad you asked it because last night we spoke with some of our members from our Board of Education. This would layer a whole nother piece of administration that they don't have in place. And they're not eager to take it on either. Talking to those Board of Ed members, they are not eager to take this type of administration on. And as they said, and as we know, that the homeschool children are very capable, very educated, and engage in members of the different things in our communities and attribute to that stuff. And we have a lot of homeschool programs catering just to homeschoolers. We have play groups, we have art classes, we have all sorts of things in Harwinton for our homeschoolers to participate in if they want to get that social experiment. But the reality is that not a lot of these kids, not a lot of kids, including myself, really enjoy public school, whether you're nervous about public school, whether you were bullied in public school, no matter what the reasoning is, that's our right. And that's a parent's right. And that should be their choice to do that. Layering this administrative cost is going to really put a burden on the town of Harwinton, the town of Burlington, because we share the regional school district together.
Thank you, Mr. First Selectman. Thank you,
Thank you.
Senator.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next up, we have Brittany Titlebaum.
So I would read off the list because we use the same email address. So I spoke earlier and they said that we could share the time. That's okay.
Okay. I give you an extra minute. How about that?
Hello, my name is Brittany Tutterbaum, and I am 11 years old and I've homeschooled for the past 4 years. I enjoy homeschooling because it is one big community where everyone trusts each other and feels safe. One of my public school friends asked me how many bites a day are in my co-op. She was surprised when I said 0. Another one of my friends told me a boy punched a girl in the face for no reason. Last week, I don't have to be afraid while I learn. Stanford Public Schools have 36% proficiency in reading and 32 can perform math at grade level. State testing doesn't help you learn. In Hartford, a student graduated without being able to read. The state testing didn't help her. It won't help us either. I'm able to learn at my own pace and go back on things I forgot. We go to school all year round and can take breaks whenever we need to. We learn all the time at the bank, on countless field trips to the United Nations, helping my Nana, writing a card for my neighbor whose dog died, or making a meal for a friend who had a baby. We focus on not just schoolwork, but on how to be a good person. I'm happy. I don't need your regulation to change what isn't broken. I urge you to come see a day in the life of a homeschooler before you judge us.
So I'm a proud mom. I'm really proud of an 11-year-old who's able to come forward and speak to you. I'm a lifelong Democrat as well, and I am for homeschooling. We've homeschooled for 4 years after COVID when my children were not succeeding in school because they couldn't still use a paintbrush 2 years after COVID. And also due to the vaccine bill when my third child was not able to be educated in the school system. One of the flaws in your bill is that you're also asking for a health form. That health form is an issue because, as you know, vaccine, if you're not exempt, if you're exempt from vaccines, a lot of medical providers have kicked you out of the office. So that happened to us, and we have to drive 45 minutes to go see a doctor, which I know a lot of people who passed that law, that was unintended. As I'm sure you know, 2 teachers in Fairfield County this past month was accused of sexually assaulting students. I do not go around assuming all teachers are predators and that all districts are complicit in fostering this environment. The tragedy that happened with Matthew Trudeau and Mimi and the boy in Waterbury are horrendous. And as a mother, especially of someone who's the child's age of Mimi, I am heartbroken. But these cases will not be solved by this law. DCF needs to be held accountable and DCS needs to be evaluated for what they are doing and how these kids are falling through the systems. There are 1,400 students that are chronically truant in the town of Stamford, Connecticut. Just last year, nobody is looking for them. Nobody's trying to find them. The teachers and staff and the administration do not have that infrastructure in place. That is where we need to focus our energy, not on homeschooling. The current bill, the public school students can opt out of state testing as well. So now are we forcing everybody to do state testing, including public school students? Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I think my co-chair just want to clarify something real quick.
I just wanted to clarify, there's no health form requirement in here. That only is for the provision if students wanted to return for courses or extracurriculars, that you would have to comply with the public school health form requirement, but no health form requirement for being a homeschooled child. And similarly, no requirement that children are taking the standardized assessments, which is just one of the choices that's available for families. Representative Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today and coming in to testify. And thank you, young lady. You did a very nice job. Just a quick question. What was the process that you had to go through to withdraw your daughter from school, if you would?
So when I withdrew her, I withdrew my, she's an older sibling as well. I was very active. I was PTA mom, everything. So I knew everybody in the school. So I just said verbally that I was going to be homeschooling. I waited to see where their placement was because I was still on the fence, but the administration pulled them from the records before I actually gave them the letter of withdrawal. So that was against actually what you have in place for your laws, and that administration, that principal should not have done that. Subsequently, I gave my letter of withdrawal. I did a certified copy to the superintendent, and I also did a copy to the principal of that school. And that was the documentation I needed to do. Since the legislation last year, all the because I have 3 sister-in-laws who are teachers in the public school system. So I found out that they have actually had a professional development day on what are the proper procedures to withdraw. And people who leave to go to different towns, they actually have to submit now a form, which is a printed document from that new district to say that they're currently enrolled. They will not accept your word, which again is an issue because parents are busy. So if they move to New London and then they have to drive to Stamford, that is an extra burden on them. And that does happen where that's an issue. I had one friend who's the child in the class moved to Mexico. She knew that her stats as a teacher were going to be off for attendance. So she had the social worker involved trying to get the new paperwork, because to transfer schools to Mexico is a big leap, because how are you going to get that paperwork? It's in another language. So she worked with a social worker to get that process in. So they have since changed and enforced the laws that were already on the books. So when I withdrew, the laws were not enforced, even though they should have been.
Thank you for that. Just one second question, if you will, Madam Chair.
Yes, you can have one.
So you mentioned you and your other daughter are homeschooled. Are you still in touch with the school to align the curriculum you're using at home, or are you following up with the school at all?
The school has not followed up with me at all. But I, as a parent, I can go on to the Stamford government website to see what milestones they're supposed to hit and when they're supposed to hit them. As somebody whose daughter, she was in kindergarten when COVID happened, part of the issue with the school system was, poof, you're in 3rd grade and you should be able to read, and everyone wore masks and nobody knew how to sound out a word. So that was a part of the issue, and now they have done retrospective studies of why kids in high school are performing so poorly. In Stamford Public Schools, there's 32% in proficient in math and 36 proficient in reading. So they've done retrospective studies and said it's coming from the years where they missed during COVID, where everybody was in mass. So imagine kindergarten, 1st, 2nd grade, everyone in mass, and then they're saying, okay, now let's do standardized testing in 3rd grade and see how well you can do everything.
Thank you for your answers, and thank you for coming out to testify today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think we had another question for Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Brittany, for your testimony. It was very, very eloquent. And thank you, Alicia, for being here to testify. I had the privilege of visiting your homeschool pod in Stamford, where you deliver all the electives to so many kids who are so impressive and so engaged. And so it was such a treat for me to see it firsthand last year. I wanted to ask, what type of I think Brittany touched upon it in her testimony. What type of behavioral problems, fighting in schools do you see in your homeschool pod in comparison to what has become, unfortunately and sadly, more prevalent in the public schools in the area?
So in public schools, I feel like everyone gets more stressed out because of the amount of they have 2 hours of homework at night, and they have the school for the day. So they get stressed out because of that, or they could just be on just be more mad. They could take it out on other kids. But at homeschooling, everyone's just happier. Everyone has a connection. Everyone's friends with each other. And it's one big community where everyone can trust each other.
That's wonderful.
So to expand on that, last year in Stamford's a city, and I totally understand that different towns in Connecticut are different. there was a group of 8th grade girls who beat up a teacher in front of a 6th grade classroom. That would have been my daughter's classroom. So to understand that you cannot get back that trauma that those kids are around, you cannot get back kids who are ODing in the bathrooms in schools, the kids who are behavior is abhorrent and they're not having repercussions. My daughter was sexually harassed in 4th grade and the school did nothing about it except remove her seat in the classroom. And it just taught her that she shouldn't have said anything, nothing was going to happen anyway, and it made her feel uncomfortable when the teacher berated the whole class about the situation, and the principal did nothing about it, and the mother of the boy was actually a teacher in another school district. So it's fostering an environment where you're not, like Brittany said, raising kind humans. You're not going to quantitate Brittany volunteering at her Nana's house to go help her wash her curtains. So that's not quantitative in an education system, but I can tell you as a human perspective, we need to bring our humanity back, especially in young adults, where they are kind to each other. They open the doors for each other. They help somebody when groceries fall. And you see on the news nonstop how these kids are growing up without morality and without consciousness to be a good citizen. And there's no quantitative measure that you're supposing with school. When I went to school, we had Saturdays where every month where we had to clean the school. So you're scraping gum off the bottom of the desk, you are not going to be likely to start putting gum on the bottom of the desk. There's not that basis in schools anymore. And you can see it by the way that all these kids who came up who homeschool are so eloquent and they're respectful and they're civically engaged. And Brittany was at a town hall with Corey Paris and spoke about things that she wanted in what our district is. And they're involved, they're engaged, they are going to be active voters and they are seeing what's happening in our freedoms that are being taken away and they will remember it. She has 7 years till she votes and she'll be voting in every election.
Thank you, Alicia, for your testimony. You know, a couple of years ago, the Senate passed a bill that imposed new mandates on our local school districts, which reduce the standard of behavior and the standard of discipline in our traditional public schools, which I thought was very unfortunate. I spent 7 years volunteering as a tutor in schools in the Bronx. And one of the main reasons I heard, actually the main reason I heard from parents as to why they left some of the traditional public schools and entered alternative education, parochial schools, and charter schools was actually the behavior and the safety. And I think we should have high standards for all our schools. We should expect nothing but the best for all our students, regardless of their background, whether it's in Stanford or any other town or city in the state. But in the process, we should also be giving parents and children as much optionality and choice in the process rather than hamstringing homeschool families, even while things get more and more challenging in our traditional public school system. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
You guys did a great job. Up next, we have Maeve Snyder, followed by Jonathan Bennett. And I just want to remind my colleagues, we've been here for 2 hours and we're on number 16. So I will ask that you have questions for the individuals come up. Please ask a question. And let's keep this public hearing moving. Thank you. Maeve, you're up.
My name is Maeve, and I am a 15-year-old resident of Connecticut, a small business owner. Fun fact, the reigning state quilting champion, and most importantly, a future voter. I oppose Bill HB 5468 for many reasons, two of which I will expand on today. The term equivalent instruction and the anxiety this is causing in the children who are homeschooled right now. We do not live in a bubble. We are watching this legislative process. The first reason I oppose HB 5468 concerns the phrase demonstrate equivalent instruction. My siblings and I are taught individually each day by someone who is deeply invested in our education, our mom. She also happens to have a bachelor's in childhood education as well as a master's degree in childhood literacy. How equivalent is that to children attending public school? How can my educational experience be measured up to a peer with a vastly different experience? The second reason I oppose HB 5468 is that this will only cause harm to children. You say this bill will protect children, but it will not. The amount of anxiety that this bill has already caused in the homes of homeschoolers is unmeasurable. Many homeschooled children have never been in a public school setting and don't want to be. The thought of having to go and take a test to prove equivalent instruction, a phrase that is not even defined, is extremely stressful for children. Therefore, I urge you, do not try and fix something that is not broken. Fix the broken things first. I have been homeschooled all my life, and not once would I choose otherwise. Leave educational choice up to parents who know their children better and vote no to Bill HB 5468.
Thank you, Maeve. You did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
How old are you, Maeve?
I just turned 15.
15? Okay. All right. And what town do you live in?
Madison.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next up,
Thank you.
we have Jonathan Bennett. Followed by Rebecca Califf.
Good afternoon, Education Committee members. My name is Jonathan, and I am 9 years old. I am in 4th grade and have been homeschooled my whole life. I am speaking to you today to tell you how this bill will impact my personal studies. At home this year, I am studying math, literature, history, spelling, reading, and writing. Within a weekly homeschool co-op, I also study science and about countries around the world. It's not just my mom that teaches me. I learn from other moms, older experts in their fields, and various field trip opportunities. Currently, my favorite subject is history. I can use my imagination to picture what living in the past would be like. I also like to learn about science topics like ecosystems, chemical reactions, simple machines, and how inventions came to be. I enjoy homeschooling because it allows me to study at my own pace and gives me extra free time to read, play with my siblings, and build with supplies that my mom's find for us. I also participate in swim lessons and often play with friends. I love to read. I read whatever I can get my hands on. My favorite books are about history. Since it is the 250th anniversary of our country, I especially liked reading about the American Revolution. I also read the Little House books and the Chronicles of Narnia. Once I finish my work, I am able to read and learn about whatever I want and have time to do that. From reading about Henry Knox, I learned that if I can read well, I can learn anything. New England is a great place to homeschool because there are so many museums that I can visit and learn from. Just in the last year, I've been able to go to the Submarine Museum, Eastern Connecticut Railway Museum, Old Sturbridge Village, the Slater Museum, the Boston Museum of Fine Arts, the Boston Museum of Science, the Mystic Seaport, the Mystic Aquarium, the Norman Rockwell Museum, and more. I'm able to learn by doing because my mom has a flexible plan for our studies to fit my interest. I've been learning about this proposed bill from my parents. My understanding is that eventually curriculum guidance will be given. I am concerned about that because it would dominate what we do in my studies. It wouldn't be any better than what is done in public school. I also understand that some people want this because it will protect kids like me. However, it does not do that. Instead, it hurts my education and my enjoyment to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, and did a great job. Any questions for this young man? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. All right. Rebecca Califf, followed by Beatrix Tyson.
Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. My name is Rebecca Califf. I am 13 years old, the oldest of 10 children, and I live in Lebanon, Connecticut. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am here to ask you to please oppose HB 5468. I have been homeschooled my entire life, and it has been a very positive experience for me. Homeschooling allows my parents to tailor my education to my learning style and interests. Because of this, I am able to learn at my own pace, spend more time on subjects I find challenging, and go deeper into subjects I love. Homeschooling also gives me opportunities to learn outside of a traditional classroom. I participate in activities in my church and homeschool co-op. I also spend time learning practical skills, crocheting and working with my hands, and exploring topics that interest me. These experiences have helped me grow not only academically, but also personally. My parents care deeply about my education and work hard to make sure I am learning and prepared for the future. Like many homeschool parents in Connecticut, they take their responsibility very seriously. I am concerned that HB 5468 could make homeschooling more difficult for families who are simply trying to do what is best for their children. For students like me, that can mean losing the freedom to learn in the way that helps us succeed. Families choose homeschooling for many different reasons, but they all share the goal of helping their children succeed. As a student, I am very grateful for the freedom my family has to choose the type of education that works best for me. I hope you will consider the impact this bill could have on students like me. Thank you for listening to my testimony and for your time today.
Thank you. Another great job. Any questions? Senator Fazio.
Young lady, thank you for your testimony. You're extraordinarily poised and well-spoken. I'm wondering if you happen to have any relation to any elected officials who have taught you so well.
Well, I'm related to Mark DiCaprio,
Well,
my grandpa.
well, I think you did your family very proud and spoke very well. So thank you for your testimony.
Great job. Next up, we have who's that? Beatrix Tyson, followed by Julia Dindovin.
Hi, I am Beatrix Tyson, and I am a 10-year-old homeschooler. I just finished reading Oliver Twist. I'm starting to learn advanced algebra. I was the lead in a play. I'm in the middle of a play, and I learned sailing this last year. I've been learning French since I was 3. I travel New England with my co-op, and the USA with my family, help on our family farm, and more. I read real books written by authors who care deeply about their subjects, and some of the letters, journals, and writings from the people who actually lived the history. I really like that. I've seen textbooks. I don't want them. I'm here today because I oppose HB 5468. I would like to give the rest of my time to my dad. He works 2 jobs to support our family and can't testify in his slot because he needs to sleep before he gets up to milk the cows at 5 a.m.
All right, thank you, Beatrix. My name is Brian Tyson. I live in Waterford, Connecticut, and I oppose HB 5468. I'm an engineer for a major defense contractor and a dairy farmer, as Bea mentioned, of a small herd of Jersey cows. First, I'd like to thank you all for taking part in my daughter's civics lesson for the day. You all are doing a wonderful job of creating a new generation of people who are very knowledgeable and parents who know how to make their voices heard. Now, as Beatrix so aptly segued, we do live on a farm. It's a small farm, 3 cows, some chickens for eggs, a garden, and some fruit trees. In many ways, a small farm is like homeschooling, in the same way that a public school is like a big farm, a real farm, if you will. On our small farm, I know my cows by sight, and I know their names. I know when one is hurt or getting bullied, and when a chicken breaks its leg, it lives in the house for a month and earns the name Broken Chicken. The eggs that we produce are different colors, different sizes. The squashes are sometimes too big, and the corn is a heritage variety of tiny purple popcorn because the kids thought it would be cool. Each cow, chicken, and squash plant is given individualized care that benefits it. Each variety of plant is chosen for its real flavor. On a real farm, however, regulations are so costly that every decision drives towards efficiency and consistency. A cow that doesn't produce is given up on and gets sold off. Varieties of plants that ship well, are chosen even though they taste like cardboard. In homeschooling, each child gets individualized attention from the people that care most about them. When they struggle to learn in one way, their parents get creative and change how they teach. This is in direct contrast to public schooling, where teachers can't and teach to the average, and they teach to the test. The intelligent are left bored and underutilized, while those who think differently struggle along behind. There are many parts of this bill that I disagree with, but I'll leave you with this application. A child's advocate is their most powerful asset, and having that advocate as their teacher will grant them success. There is no need or reason to change the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the witness here? I got a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead, you go first.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for your testimony. Can you just, I want to make sure I heard you correct, because I'm older than you and my hearing isn't that good. First of all, how old are you?
10.
You're 10. And did you say that you were doing advanced algebra?
Yes.
Did I hear you correctly? And you're 10.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You know what, that's the same question I was gonna ask you. So you're telling me A squared plus B squared equals C squared? All right, you get there. All right, thank you again for your testimony. Julia's online?
Yes, I'm online. Can you all hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sounds good. Hi, my name is Julia Dendoven Bueno, and thank you members of the committee for the opportunity to speak today. As I mentioned last week, I was invited to the United Nations Biodiversity Conference of the Parties during my senior year, and Darien High School made the attendance portion of my educational record look as if I had gone on vacation. 13 months ago, my mother had to become an advocate for me, a straight A student with a 1550 SAT. With no previous knowledge of the internal operation of school laws, she innocently jumped in with her broken English, thinking it was a matter of correcting an error. Up to that moment, she had mistakenly believed that Darien School District cared about all students equally. She was a vocal advocate for the schools, always fighting to increase their budget. In the last year, I have learned that there are school districts where administrators are intentionally harming Black and Hispanic students and setting them back. Regardless of motivation, these actions constitute racism. I believe that as long as Connecticut public schools are failing minority students, the state should support diversifying a student's options in their education. I wish that I had had more options as a high schooler. I was a Hispanic student with a strong academic standing, experiencing discrimination when I could have been in another school or homeschooled. There are many, many students losing opportunities because they go to a school that puts them at a disadvantage. Those students should have had more options to homeschool and to attend other schools. Families should have the ability to choose the educational environment that respects and supports their children, whether that is homeschooling, a faith-based education, or just another school where they can escape discrimination. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Julia. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again, too.
I don't see any questions for you. Have a great afternoon.
All right, you too.
Next, we have Owen Brennan.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, and respective members of the committee. My name is Owen Brennan. I live in Sellington, Connecticut. I am homeschooled and in 3rd grade. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I oppose HB 5468. These are my concerns. I'm concerned for some of my friends that homeschool because they are autistic or have learning disabilities. They will test under grade level or their portfolio may not be according to their age level. I am concerned that we won't be able to learn about God in our curriculum. I do not want the government telling us what we can and can't learn in science about creation versus evolution. I know that I have religious freedoms and the government can't take that away. I'm also concerned about standardized testing. Some kids do not test well. This shouldn't be used as a measurement of learning. My younger sister is very smart, but I don't think she would do well under the pressure of a test. Knowing that you could see testing as a basis for whether or not your mom is doing a good job of teaching me is scary. This puts a lot of pressure on me and my siblings. It's not a full picture what we are learning in our home. Our subjects this year include math, language, reading, spelling, science, history, geography, art, handwriting, read alouds, vocabulary, and Bible. I take piano lessons and play roller hockey. We cover everything that the Connecticut Constitution states. I go to 2 co-ops every week and learn with other friends in a group setting. I ask you to vote no to HB 5468. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Owen. You did an awesome job. Thanks for being with us. And just because I can feel that the fear is very real for everyone, there's nothing in here about any curriculum requirements or restrictions, and also not requiring any standardized assessments, just one of the choices that would be available. Representative Poulos.
Hi, Owen. Great job with your testimony. Very impressed. I'm glad you made it here today. You listed a lot of different classes in your testimony, and I'm just curious. I'm a teacher. I'm not going to tell you what subject, but I'm just curious what your favorite class is.
I like history.
History is a good class. Great. Well, I appreciate you coming here and engaging civically today. Thank you for being here.
Next, we have Adonis Webster.
Hello, chairpersons and members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here to oppose Bill HB 5468. I'm 15 years old. I live in Middletown, Connecticut, and I'm going to return to homeschooling in a few weeks after being in public school for 9th grade and most of 10th grade. I was homeschooled before in 7th and 8th grade, and I went back to public school, but now I want to be homeschooled mainly because of its flexibility, and I want to be able to make my own schedule and work at my own pace. And I also want to have dual enrollment with Liberty University so I can take college classes while I'm 16 and 17 years old so I can graduate with an associate's degree. I also want to learn what I want to learn without being regulated by the government. Raised Bill 5468 makes me worried because it could make it more difficult for me to learn and more difficult for my parents to teach me. What we are trying to tell you is one size doesn't fit all. This bill honestly makes me uncomfortable because this feels like an invasion of privacy. I don't want the government constantly watching over me, and that doesn't sound like the freedom that this country is known for. I went to homeschooling for 7th and 8th grade, and the whole reason why is so that I don't have to be forced to do pointless work, take tests I don't want to take anymore, and I dealt with lots of bullying. I'm worried that if this bill passes, I'll have to take standardized testing while homeschooled, and I really don't want that to happen. We understand that you're trying to protect kids from abuse, and we respect that, but this is not the way to do it. Us homeschool families are worried about unnecessary regulation and being forced to teach kids in ways that our parents don't want to. We don't want this bill because me, as well as many other homeschool kids, want to learn in a way that will help them thrive, and this bill is making that a lot more difficult. To conclude, I want you to think about these homeschool kids and their future. I'm sure lots of these kids here have passions and goals and want to excel in them in the way that they want to, not how the government wants to. Everyone here simply wants to learn and teach in ways that are right for these kids. So please, Connecticut, let us learn in a way that will help us thrive, not overregulated. Thank you for listening.
Adonis, you did a great job. Thanks so much for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Luke Turner.
Hello, my name is Luke Turner. I'm 17 years old, and I'm a homeschooled student from East Hampton. I oppose HB 5468. I went to public school from kindergarten to 6th grade, and I faced challenges that showed me a traditional classroom wasn't the best fit for me. In fourth grade, testing showed I was reading well above my grade level. I was discouraged from reading the books on the shelf that challenged me because our class was not reading them yet. I excelled in reading but needed extra help in math, and in a classroom moving at one pace, I couldn't get the challenge or the support I needed. I stayed in public school until middle school when my faith convictions weren't respected. During a non-core class activity, I asked to be excused because participating would have violated my faith. The adults dismissed my request and pressured me to participate, leaving me feeling unsupported. After that, my parents and I decided to homeschool, and it changed my life. Homeschooling let me learn at the pace that fit me. I could take extra time to improve in math and move quickly through subjects where I excelled. I was able to grow in every subject at my own pace. Homeschooling gave me incredible opportunities to learn and grow. In our co-op, students of all ages studied subjects like carpentry, public speaking, and high school science labs, taught by adults with real-world experience such as military members, police officers, lawyers, scientists, and nurses. We also took educational field trips across New England, and I was able to perform in plays, submit artwork to art shows, volunteer in my community, and even attend prom. One of my favorite moments was realizing younger students looked up to me as an example. Being able to work with other homeschoolers in a multi-age environment has been one of the most beautiful and meaningful parts of my education, and has prepared me to apply those leadership and collaboration skills in future work and life opportunities. Homeschool gave me opportunities to participate in music internships and play in multiple bands. I now perform alongside talented musicians who have worked on Disney scores and published their own music. Next week, I will perform on Capitol grounds, which makes this building feel like a place of opportunity for me, beyond just the civics lesson. Because of homeschooling, I'm prepared for my future. I plan to take classes at community college to finish general education requirements, then transfer to a college in Virginia to study music production with a business minor. Homeschooling helped me grow academically, personally, and creatively in ways traditional school could not. While this bill aims to create an equivalent form of education, it could limit a homeschool community that is already thriving. Our nation's Constitution begins with "We the people," reminding us that government exists to serve the people. Thousands of Connecticut families have spoken because homeschooling works for their children, and I hope that their voices are heard. I'm 17 and I will soon be voting. My friends and I are paying attention to how our leaders listen to the people they represent. I ask you to protect the freedom that allowed me and many other students to thrive by opposing HB 5468. Thank you for your time and listening today.
Luke, you did an awesome job. Thanks so much. Sounds like you're having an incredible experience, and every kid would be lucky to have an experience like what you're having. I don't see any questions for you. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
being here. Next, we have Kay Petzold. Kay? She's remote. Not on. Morella Farazaj? We can come back.
Good afternoon, representatives. My name is Benjamin Farizai, and I am a junior in high school whose academic and social life was saved by homeschooling. During my freshman year in public school, my life went downhill fast. My grades had dropped, I was getting into trouble almost daily, and I began spending time with the wrong crowd. By the end of the year, my parents and I knew that something had to change and that it had to change fast. That summer, I transitioned into a homeschool program and co-op. At first, I was skeptical, but within months, everything began to change. My grades improved dramatically, my social life became healthier, and my mental health improved. None of that would have happened if it had been difficult for my family to move me out of the traditional school system and into homeschooling. One of the biggest reasons homeschooling worked for me was that it was very flexible. Every student learns differently, and the rigid structure of a traditional system simply did not work for me. The ability to adapt curriculum, pacing, and structure to fit my needs is what allowed me to succeed academically and personally. Mandating specific structural requirements for homeschool curriculum would make it much harder for families to create the kind of learning environment that actually works for their children. Students like me benefit from the freedom to learn in ways that fit our strengths and challenges, rather than being forced into a structure that just does not work for us. Bill 5468 risks limiting that flexibility and making alternative education harder to access. For some students, homeschooling isn't just another option, it's the option that allows them to succeed. I'm here to advocate for the students who are struggling in a system that doesn't work for them. They deserve the same chance that I had. I respectfully urge the members of this committee to vote no on Bill 5468 and to protect families' abilities to choose the best educational path that supports their children. Thank you for your time.
Benjamin, thanks so much for your testimony. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Noah McCaslin.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Noah McCaslin. I am 16 years old, and I am here to respectfully oppose HB 5468. This bill is built on the idea that homeschooled students must demonstrate equivalent instruction to public schools. But my experience shows why that is a misunderstanding of what homeschooling actually is. If my education had been required to mirror a traditional classroom, many of the opportunities that shaped my learning simply would not have been possible. In the second grade, I spent time in a field building and launching a rocket with a NASA scientist. I presented at my first science fair the following year. I have taken courses in logic, electronics, improv, and line dancing. Those kinds of experiences are possible because homeschooling allows curiosity, flexibility, and hands-on learning. I have also been able to study through the summer on subjects that interest me the most. Because of that, by the end of this semester, I will have taken my first year of college credit. I will have completed my first year of college credits. Over the last 3 years, I have taken 7 history courses simply because I love history. And as a sophomore in high school, I am already halfway through my first pre-med college science course. None of that would have happened if my education had to follow an equivalent instruction model. Homeschooling also helped me succeed despite challenges, including dyslexia and dysgraphia. Daily one-on-one instruction, curriculum chosen for how I learn, and the flexibility to spend extra time where I needed extra help made a difference. That level of individualized learning would have been difficult to achieve in a traditional classroom. My twin brother, who is severely autistic, was homeschooled for many years as well. With the support of extremely engaged parents who refused to give up on him, he learned to read, to do math, and to communicate. Now he is struggling in public schools because of limited resources for special needs kids and excessive bureaucracy. And he is not the only one struggling. Across the country, students face serious challenges in schools, including bullying, physical harm, and even sexual abuse. There was also a recent study showing that
Noah, please summarize.
Yeah, 1 second, please. For many families, homeschooling provides a safer and healthier environment where students can thrive academically and personally. When I consider my future, in light of my experience today, I wonder if I might serve as a representative one day. If I ever held that role, I would make sure I listen to all my constituents, including minority groups who may not have the political power of the majority. In a state where one party holds all of the power, that responsibility becomes even more important. If I heard hours upon hours of testimony opposing a bill, I would not move it forward simply because I had the votes. I would remember that my responsibility is to represent everyone affected by my decisions. So today, I ask that you remember that responsibility. Homeschooling in Connecticut is working. Students are learning. Families are engaged. Kids are happy, healthy, and thriving. Please do not fix something that is not broken. And don't report happy, healthy families to DCF. Thank you for your time and for listening today.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I don't see any questions for you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bryce Farrington.
Co-Chair Douglas McCrory and Co-Chair Jennifer Lieber, and all members of the Education Committee. My name is Bryce Farrington, and I am a homeschool student in my sophomore year of high school. I strongly oppose HB 5468 for many reasons. The first and foremost of which being the infringement on our God-given freedom to homeschool by the Education Committee. It is extremely offensive for homeschool students like me to have to report to the Department of Education when homeschool students at large perform at higher levels than students in the public school system. It is most alarming to me that we as homeschoolers would have to report to an agency who is already overworked, understaffed, and does not need responsible parents like mine reporting to them. DCF was never designed to monitor healthy families who are doing a way better job at raising their children and educating them better than the public schools. We don't want or need more monitoring. We need freedom and the right to homeschool how we want. The Department of Education and DCF already have way too much on their plate and do not need even one, not to mention hundreds more families to start reporting to them. HB 5468 is unconstitutional and is a violation of the freedom we currently have to homeschool in Connecticut. We the people have a voice, and we need to be heard. I, as a proud American, along with countless others here, urge you to listen to our voice. Vote no on HB 5468. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryce. Who's about to get sent to the principal's office? You don't know nothing about that, huh? All right. Yes, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, and to everybody. I can't comment on everybody, but great job. And one of the concerns I have is what you brought up about DCF and the education department being, they don't have enough staff and work to do as to what we give them to do anyway. So thank you for bringing that point up because it is a big concern with other things, but thank you.
All right. Thank you again. Thank you for your testimony. Abby, you're up next, followed by Elizabeth Grissom.
Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. My name is Abby Naparata, and I'm here today to oppose House Bill number 5468. I have been homeschooled since I was 5 years old and am now a junior in high school. Over the last few years, I have started to deeply appreciate the educational freedoms we have in this state. Through my homeschooling years and numerous learning opportunities, I have received a dynamic, hands-on education filled with core American values. As much as I appreciate the committee's desire to care for children throughout the state, I believe that this bill will create more problems than solutions. Under Connecticut's state constitution, parents have the ultimate authority to educate their children. Homeschool families should not be put under government surveillance. A parent deciding to homeschool their child is not a privilege granted to them by the government, but a fundamental right. So the question is, who has the final say over a child's education, the parents or the state? Is homeschooling a fundamental parental right, or is it a request that the government has to sign off on? Therefore, I urge the committee to allow Connecticut to continue its homeschool legacy of freedom. Please oppose HB 5468. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Abby. You did a great job. Any questions for Abby? All right, Abby. Great job in civics today. Next up, Elizabeth, followed by Samuel Turner.
Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. My name is Elizabeth Grissom. I'm 16 years old, and I am I am here to speak against the HB 5468 bill. I haven't always been homeschooled. I actually started off in public school, and I was in public school until 5th grade. While there, I actually didn't have a very rough time. I had a handful of good friends, no bullies, amazing teachers, and I really loved to learn. But my experience was not perfect. I had a hard time focusing, and as I got older, I became extremely anxious and shy. Plus, I wasn't challenged. The one advanced math class wasn't enough, so I was often bored or dozing off in class. Homeschooling has changed my life. For the past 5 years, I have been learning things at my own pace while avoiding the problems in public school. The classes I and my brothers are taking have been fantastic. We have incredible teachers, but we are also becoming our own people. Homeschooling has allowed me to have a flexible schedule so I can volunteer within the community. Just this past Monday, I got the opportunity to play my violin at an old person's home, and on Saturday, I had an interview in front of 200 other youths. Homeschoolers learn things just as, if not more important than math and history, we are learning how to engage and live within our communities. I have a real problem with this bill. If you look around, all of these kids and their guardians will be in their records, but do you really think any abusers will be caught? This law will affect me and my friends and not the abusers you're trying to expose. By passing these laws, you are overreaching your power. My parents and those of my peers are now assumed to have done something wrong. In the United States, we are not assumed guilty until proven innocent. Can you consider the parents of the kids in the public schools? Can you consider that some kids in these public schools may be begging their parents to be pulled out so that they can succeed? And before I close, there's one thing I would like to say. So I emailed all my teachers telling them that I would not be able to make it today, and my science teacher emailed back with something she said to her husband when she and her husband came to this building for this very reason a few years ago. She said that she never realized that the freedoms we have are the ones the legislators have not taken from us, and those freedoms can disappear in an instant when the people in power decide to take them away. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Any questions? Excellent. Thank you, Abby. Samuel Turner, followed by John Bazzuto.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm sincerely thankful that you have given me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Samuel. I have been raised in Connecticut all the 15 years of my life by my wonderful parents. My mom's right over there. When I was 4, my parents decided to homeschool me instead of sending me to public school. I can testify from my own experience that it has not only been a beneficial decision for me and my 3 brothers, it has been one that has truly blessed us in every comprehensible way. I've been able to spend immeasurably more time with my brothers, parents, grandparents, and friends than I would have if my parents had sent me to conventional school. Also, my parents have provided me and my brothers with a truly wonderful education. Some of the prominent projects that my schoolwork has entailed are a science fair, a mock trial, and a policy debate. My parents have never failed to give their all to provide for our every need. They have never maliciously hurt us, wounded us, left us, or done any other reprehensible deed to us. I am truly thankful to God for my wonderful parents. I oppose House Bill 5468 for 3 main reasons. First of all, God gave me to my parents and not to the state. God gave me to my parents, and thus my parents have the authority to school me and raise me. For Connecticut families, homeschooling is an act of love to invest in their children. It is my parents' God-given right to raise me, and not the state's. Second, I believe House Bill 5468 opens the door for the state to force future unwanted agendas upon children, encroaching upon the God-given rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, not to mention freedom of religion. Students of any kind must be trained to think for themselves and not to have a state agenda mercilessly imposed upon them. And this leads me to the last reason that I oppose this bill. Why are homeschoolers being targeted? We all know, no matter what party we come from, that homeschoolers are a threat to an extremist agenda. We do. Does it seem strange to you that homeschoolers are being targeted? It shouldn't. This bill is a power play. If the homeschoolers are controlled, power is secured for those who desire to rule the state and families. I want to leave you today with this question. Who has more power, the state or the people? Perhaps the best way to answer this question is to quote Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people shall not perish from the earth. Representatives, you must obey the voice of your people, or you will have neglected the purpose for which you were elected. Therefore, today, I and my fellow homeschoolers stand to testify against House Bill 5468, exercising our constitutional rights. Connecticut representatives, I urge you to reject this bill for the reasons before stated. I urge you to remember the testimonies given and to reject House Bill 5468, thus obeying the voice of the people. Thank you very much, and God bless.
All right. Samuel. I have a couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
What town do you live in?
We're Farmington.
Well, whoever's the representative for Farmington, you better be prepared, because this man's gonna come your job in about 4 more years. He's gonna take somebody's position. You did a wonderful job, young man.
Thank you, sir.
Wonderful job. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I know we have a long list, but have you ever testified up here before?
I have not.
You have not. Well, that was remarkable. I mean, you did a better job than probably, I know I do sometimes. Like, very articulate, and really thank you for sharing some very salient points with us. Really appreciate you being here today. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions for Samuel? I mean, you look perfect.
Thank you.
From the tie, the blazer. Be careful, Representative, whoever from Farmington. Representative, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you for coming here today to testify, and you are truly a credit to your parents' homeschooling.
Thank you very much. Yeah, they did a great job.
Thank you. Great. All right. Next up, we have John. Is he online?
Yeah, I'm here.
There he is. John, you're up next, followed by Stacy. Uh-oh, where did you go?
My name is John. I'm a 13-year-old homeschooler. And before I get down to business, I'd like to thank the Education Committee for allowing me to exercise my first right to the freedom of speech. I strongly oppose House Bill 5468 for 2 reasons. First of all, it's the parents' duty and right to educate their children, and the government should not be interfering. And second, I don't think homeschool instruction is equivalent to public school. I think it's superior. Homeschool is highly adaptive, and it's very easy to meet the child's educational needs. Roughly 50% of children in school cannot read or do math at grade level. In homeschool, I'm reading classic novels like Macbeth, Peter Pan, Animal Farm. I'm excelling in 9th grade classes, and I'm writing a novel which I plan to one day publish. As a matter of fact, I did go to public school for a time, and they didn't understand me. Homeschooling is much more adaptable, and I can thrive at home much better than I did in public school. So I would like the committee to shut down this bill, because it will do much more harm than good if it passes. Thank you for your time.
Great job, young man. Great job. Any questions for this young man? Where do you go? Okay. No, seeing no questions. Next up, we have Stacy Caruso, followed by Courtney, and I'm butchering your last name, Courtney. Stacy? No, Stacy Kraus. Courtney? Samaras?
Yes, I'm here. Shumi last, thank you.
You are Stacy or Courtney?
I'm Courtney.
All right, Courtney.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Courtney Shimilas. I'm a resident of Wallingford, and I homeschool my 2 children. I'd like to express my sincere objection to the bill, HB 5468. The bill relentlessly targets alternative learning structures like homeschool and private schools, while ignoring the true problems that children face. I removed my 2 children this year from public school after battling for additional services for my youngest daughter. She was given various tiers of intervention, special education for only a half hour daily, while remaining lost in class for the rest of her school day. When we asked for additional help for our struggling daughter, we were told that she did not qualify for more than a half hour daily in math and reading. This was unacceptable. Her confidence, her personality changed, and she faced relentless bullying from the other children. We knew we had to remove her from school. As a parent, we know best for our children. We know what curriculums will work. They may have to try several until we find one that fits our child, but that's the beauty of homeschool. You work with the student and their needs to fit them, not force the student to fit into the tiny mold that is common core curriculum. Putting further regulations on what is taught in the home will only inhibit the natural and individualized growth of their brilliant young minds. Homeschool is not meant to mirror public school. It's a unique and separate entity. I would also like to add that there is already financial strain and burden on the public school administrators and staff. They cannot give more than a half hour daily to students in need for intervention and special education sessions. So what makes you think that they will have the capacity to do portfolio reviews and all the additional administrative tasks for all of the homeschool students in the town? This regulation will cause increased pressure and further failure for those who are in public school system and already so far behind. With additional regulatory responsibilities, additional funding is necessary to support more jobs, meaning that our town's tax burdens will increase. I implore you to think about what the catalyst of this bill actually was. If we look at the cases of abuse cited as suitable reasons for increased bureaucracy and homeschooling regulations, we must look at the actual issue at hand. In the Waterbury case, DCF was contacted by the public school administrators multiple times regarding suspected child abuse. This is clearly not an issue of homeschooling, but rather of DCF's failure to act. In the New Britain case, the child's mother was given custody in spite of knowledge of a family member living in the home with felony child abuse charges. This was a failure of the judicial system and not a homeschooling issue. Parents are the first educators and know their own children's unique needs which cannot be regulated. Parents should have the right to choose what is best for their children without government overlording. Passing this bill will cause town tax burden increase and pressure on already exhausted public school administrators whose resources are stretched so thin. In future, I will only vote
Courtney,
for
will you please
legislators.
summarize?
All set. In future, I will only vote for legislators who object this bill. I thank you for your time.
Any questions for Courtney? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for testifying today. If I heard correctly, you said that you withdrew your youngest child from the public school this year. Can you tell me what that process was like, and then how were you able to access homeschool resources?
So I had to submit to the school one paper form that said that I had the intent to withdraw. That went to the superintendent for signature, and that was it. I did, out of courtesy, discuss this with the school administration as well, because we had met with the administrators about putting my daughter into special education. So I wanted to let them know that as courtesy. It was a very easy process. As far as resources for homeschool, I fortunately had my sister's family who was already in a wonderful co-op. And then there's a lot of resources online, and we have been picking and choosing curriculum based off of our co-op and then our children's individual needs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you for your testimony. Next up, Elizabeth Holmes, followed by Elise Pegues.
Hi, we're a little challenged this morning. I apologize.
Good morning.
She's made it this far, so we'll see. My name is Elizabeth Holmes, and unlike everyone else, I'm not here because of homeschooling. I want to thank particularly all of the young people that are here and on Zoom. You have contributed more to our communities and democracy than most adults do by having been here today. I also want to note that I firmly oppose this bill. It's somewhat surreal to see many state representatives that I've had this exact conversation with over the years. Representative Leeper, Representative DeFennis, Senator Winfield, Representative Rader, Representative Wielander, and many others. If you remember me, you know I've come to this legislature for years asking for accountability within the Connecticut Department of Children and Families. In 2019, my son was harmed by his father. In response, DCF placed him in his father's care, and I was isolated from my son. Knowing these conversations have happened and reading this bill that places additional oversight on homeschooling families, I'll be honest, I was shocked. The tragic cases of children harmed or killed in situations described as homeschooling over the past decade were never the result of homeschooling. These cases were failures of DCF. Given the experiences of my own children and the many families whose stories I have personally shared with legislators, you should know these failures are not rare. They are predictable. And when these failures are predictable, expanding the authority of that same system without first fixing it should concern every member of this legislature. My children's stories are not mine to tell publicly, but I'll tell you mine. At 12 days postpartum, I was accused by a DCF worker of potentially having bipolar disorder, not by a physician, but by an advanced social worker within DCF. As a result, I lost custody of my newborn. Before removal even occurred, 4 therapists from over a decade had already provided letters stating I did not have bipolar disorder. Releases were signed so DCF could speak with them directly. They ignored those professionals. They ignored my child's pediatrician and a mental health evaluation at Wheeler Clinic as well. My postpartum period became 10 months of fighting to bring my child home and prove something medical professionals had already confirmed. The dysfunction I have witnessed within DCF still terrifies me every day. I have watched workers install a car seat without securing it to a vehicle. I have been told domestic violence cannot exist between people who don't live together. I was forced to coach my child's foster parent to care for my newborn while she was clearly too overwhelmed to do so without the support that she had. The failures of DCF are not isolated problems, they are systemic. And you have been informed of them, not just by myself, but by many others. I know this because I sat across from Senator Winfield while working on Public Act 21-78. I read from an assessment by domestic violence expert Lundy Bancroft warning that DCF, in Connecticut specifically, lacked a basic understanding of domestic violence and that families were at risk because of it.
Listen,
And yet,
please summarize.
very quickly, I will summarize. Yet the response to repeated headlines about DCF failure is not reforming DCF. Instead, the response has been this bill. The role DCF has played in these tragedies is very clear, and I've been asking for the conversation around DCF accountability to happen for years. That is the conversation we should be having. And if we truly cared about protecting children in Connecticut, we would be honest and have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Representative Welander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's afternoon now. Good afternoon, Elizabeth. It's nice to see you in person.
Yes.
We have spoken many times, and I just want to, I'm glad that you gave me the opportunity to respond to this, because this is a concern that we've heard from a number of
I
people.
know I'm
who-
not alone.
I know, no, you're not. And I want to remind everyone who's listening and who has testified already that our agencies are assigned to certain committees. And so this bill was looking at the educational track for this particular focus for the equivalent instruction. 5004, HB 5004 is a House priority bill in the Children's Committee. And that is, it's starting to lay the groundwork, the foundation for a revamping, reworking a lot of what is happening at DCF, because the Children's Committee is the committee of cognizance over that
Very
agency.
aware.
Yes, I know you are, but some people may not be, and I just want to make sure that just because there may not be some particular proposals in this bill or this concept, doesn't mean that they aren't being addressed in a different piece of legislation. And if you have any feedback on that bill, I'd be happy to have a conversation about
I
that as well.
understand that, but if we're going to bring DCF into this conversation, we need to fix it first. And I am living proof that we have not done that. Living proof.
Well,
You know how recently my child was returned to me and that it took over a month after the psych eval for my child to be returned, despite adamant, immediate return being suggested and recommended.
I'm not here to make any excuses for that agency. I know that there are things that we need to do to make it better. I acknowledge that. So
Then this bill should not include DCF.
I appreciate you sharing that feedback. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Through me? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. I'm
Thank you.
very emotional. I was just looking, I don't see that you submitted your testimony in writing. Could you do that?
Anonymously, and I
Oh,
have
okay.
plans to email every individual one of you as I have in the past.
All right.
So
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Have a
you're
good day.
welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can see how upset you are. And my question really has to do with the impetus of this bill. And does it concern you that this bill is crafted based on cases that have yet got to go through the judicial system?
there is a lot that concerns me about this bill as someone who has been within this judicial system, inside the juvenile court system, very intimately. I have spent years inside juvenile court with dysfunction, utter dysfunction with 2 children, not just 1, but 2. It is very concerning. Parents and children alike will suffer. I lost the entire postpartum period with my daughter. That has astronomical consequences.
Yes, and I'm very sorry for what you have had to go through. And I certainly would not wish this on anyone else. So with that concern, I echo your concerns that this truly is a case where people are looked at as guilty until proven innocent.
100%.
Thank you.
In juvenile court, it is very clear that you need to present yourself as you are broken and DCF saved you. And if you don't, your child will be adopted out. That is a very consistent pattern that I have seen after case after case after case. I have consulted on close to about 2,000 at this point around domestic violence.
And a very, very scary thought.
Yeah.
To extend this to homeschool. Thank you.
100%.
Thank you. Representative Corpus online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much to the witness. I found your testimony very compelling and your story very heartbreaking. If you are engaging the services of Lundy Bancroft, who is a world-known expert in child abuse, then you are highlighting the fact that our system in Connecticut has failed you. And if just analyzing your testimony, I personally believe that if we don't have a judicial system that protects protective parents, and if we don't have an educational system that's providing an adequate education to our kids, this bill has no reason to exist until those 2 things are fixed, because that is where the real problems are. And so I think the testimony we're hearing today is highly relevant to this bill, because to say this is the tail wagging the dog is an understatement. The dog has serious problems, and that is in our educational and judicial system. So I wanted to really commend the witness for being here with us today and apologize on behalf of the state of Connecticut for how it has failed you and your family, and tell you that we have a lot of work in the Judiciary Committee and in the Education Committee that is much bigger than the issues of homeschooling, and I think we need to address that first. I would love to, if you have any comments, I would love to have you respond. Otherwise, it's just a thank you for being here.
I have brought to the attention of many, many state reps, I believe from the period of 2018 until 2021, there was well over 600 plus emails to every state rep and senator combined. And a lot of the emails went through a domestic violence assessment process that a woman from Lundy Bancroft's office had done with me that should be instituted within family court. I have not gotten any traction around that, which is very disappointing because, again, I hear all the time our systems are broken, yet I don't often see the radical change that we really need. We're not at a place where Band-Aids will fix the oozing wound that is family court and juvenile court.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Elise Police, followed by Michael Terwheeler. Michael Terwheeler.
Hello, everybody. I'm Elise Puglisi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, loud and
Hello?
clear.
Yes. Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. I oppose HB 5468. Before discussing oversight and DCF tracking, it's important to understand what equivalent list or box for schools to approve. It's a flexible, mastery-based, individualized learning that meets children where they are. Children learn at their own pace, using all different ways and materials that fit their strengths and needs, sometimes adjusting mid-year when it isn't working. This especially is critical for children with special needs, many of who are underserved in the public school system and have left for a reason, like myself. This bill would add regulations and reporting requirements for homeschool and private school families, assuming that parents cannot provide effective instruction. Nothing in the bill addresses children with disabilities who cannot simply opt out, flexible options. These children need individual support from their parents and maybe want to seek additional third party. And those proposed rules will create requirements that physically, emotionally, and mentally impossible. I speak from experience. My daughter had an IEP. After moving districts, she began to regress. The school proposed removing her IEP entirely after 6 months because she met her score cutoff. That's what the state requires. Even while private therapies were completely in opposition. When I advocated for her to stay back a grade, I was dismissed. The No Child Left Behind Act. That was the moment I realized homeschooling was the only way that she could thrive. Homeschooling allows children to learn safely, grow confidently, and excel academically. I know many parents listening will agree with me. There is nothing quite like watching your child's eyes light up when they're truly understanding something for the first time, hearing them say, "Mom, I get it. This is easy." Or seeing them dive into a topic they are fascinated with pure joy. As parents, we also feel that spark too. Oh my gosh, I actually get it now. I never understood this in school. These moments are heartwarming and unforgettable. And even more heartwarming, this is very touching for me, when a disabled child who struggles with speaking suddenly speaks for the first time. When being told he would not progress, saying, "Mommy, I love you." Homeschooling children engage co-ops, support local businesses for classes, attend science labs at museums, aquariums, participate in music, debate, athletics, and dual enrollment options from private Christian schools all the way to college partial and dual enrollment. We follow strengths, mastery, and not grade levels. Sometimes curriculum must change mid-year and better fit for that child. Our parents are expected to submit forms for adjustments in our curriculum every year. It's not a one box size curriculum. We need to define what curriculum is. In the
Elise, can you
homeschool,
please summarize?
Yep. So I want to say that debating a bill on the floor based on assumptions rather than experience does nothing to create a mold of harm. So when legislators make decisions about homeschooling without understanding how homeschooling feelings actually teach and learn at their own pace, we must also think about the special needs children that thrive outside of the rigid system. So I oppose this, and I could take some questions regarding IEP and my personal experience as a child as well.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions?
You're welcome.
Seeing none online. Again, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have
Thank you.
Michael.
Have a good
Michael Terwilger, followed by Christopher Bytel, followed by Natasha N. Good morning. That too. Oh, okay.
It was good attempt. Good morning, Senator, Representative, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Michael Terwilliger, and I am a resident of New Hartford, Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding HB 5468. I actually have a very brief prepared statement. However, I couldn't help but notice how incredible the young people and the very young people were with their testimonials. It just astounded me. And I know from the committee's reaction that it astounded you as well. They're absolutely amazing. I wish I had been homeschooled. They're a tough act to follow, to say the least. They've been truly amazing. I also noticed that the tenor, the overall tenor of what's been said here today has been of a very personal nature. And then why wouldn't it be? It's parents and their children and their education. And also underneath it all, it hasn't been addressed too much, although briefly, a lot of home parenting or homeschooling has a lot to do with biblical precepts. Hasn't been spoken too much about, but I know a lot of it has to do with that. It's personal for me as well. Even though I'm old, I'm a grandfather, I'm a great-grandfather, which tells you I have grandchildren and great-grandchildren who are being homeschooled. I also am friends with people in my church who are homeschooling their kids, and they're all doing a terrific job. So I think there's, you know, there's an elephant in the room maybe where people don't want to talk too much about that, but it's real. Anyway, there's probably a lot more I should say and could say, but I'll stick to my prepared statement at this point. As I reviewed this bill, it raised several questions for me regarding the constitutional and legal implications of the proposed changes. Also, perhaps an elephant in the room. The United States Supreme Court has long recognized that parents have a fundamental right to direct the education and upbringing of their children. With that in mind, I would respectfully ask how HB 5468 has been evaluated in light of those protections. Connecticut law has historically allowed parents to provide equivalent instruction under Section 10-184 of the Connecticut General Statutes. What legal analysis has been done to determine whether expanding state authority in this area could conflict with those long-standing parental rights? I would also ask how the bill ensures that families who are already providing effective equivalent instruction will not be subjected to unnecessarily or potentially unconstitutional regulation. Before making changes to a framework that has existed for generations, I hope the committee will carefully consider these constitutional and legal questions. For these reasons, I respectfully urge caution and opposition to HB 5468. And one additional thing, I couldn't help but wonder with the articulate testimony and poise and conviction of the young children, if that might be a product of homeschooling.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Duffy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, sir.
Michael.
Sorry.
Michael.
Good afternoon. Thank you for testifying today. Thank you for being here, and you brought up a lot of good points. One is you kind of read what the law says, that a parent has the right to direct the education of their child, and I'm glad you reminded us of that. Do you think that this bill is an interference of their ability to direct it in the way that they see fit, whatever that is?
It's absolutely an interference. There's no question about it. What states do, and we're talking about our state, is that they tend to mask what they're doing with something that sounds good. First of all, you can't punish the majority for a minority indiscretion. But, you know, it's just like getting an injection for COVID. They're masking it as something good, but are we told what's in the injection? We don't know what's in it. You know, we don't know what the agenda is behind the scenes, and oftentimes we're subjected to that. It sounds good. It sounds like they have the right thing in mind, and really it's a ploy to get at something else, to, I guess, to control us, put it simply. Yes, it goes without saying, in answer to your question.
Thank you for your testimony today. Just wanted to remind everybody that this is not a Republican bill, and we had no seat at the table with discussion with regard to it. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any other questions? Seeing none, Michael, thank you for your testimony once again. Next up, we had Christopher Bytel, followed by Natasha N., followed by Christopher Day. Michael? Do we have a Michael online? No. Okay, Christopher Bytel? Christopher? Christopher online? No? Okay. Natasha N. Natasha N. No Natasha? Okay. Christopher Day. Christopher Day. Christopher online? No Christopher. Devinny Wardsdale? Devinny Wardsdale? No. Uh-oh. Next up, Gabrielle. Gabrielle? Solani? Gabrielle? No Gabrielle? Ooh. Someone skipping school. Crystal Bailey. Crystal. Got a Crystal online? No Crystal. Stacy. Hebler. Stacy Hebler. Online, Stacy? Gabrielle. Gabrielle, almost missed your time. I was going to put you at the back of the line. You're up, Gabrielle. Followed by Stacy, and then Luz. Bueno. Luz Bueno. Go ahead, Stacy.
Good afternoon. My name
Gabrielle.
is Gabrielle Solari, and I'm here from Shelton, Connecticut. I'm here to strongly oppose HB 5468. I come before you as a former special education teacher with certifications in elementary ed, special ed, and school administration. My background has given me firsthand experience with both the strengths and shortcomings of our educational system. Despite my background, 4 years ago, I decided to homeschool my children, and I can confidently say that they are not only doing well, they are flourishing. The existing Connecticut law already requires parents who homeschool to provide equivalent education, and I can confidently say that my children are receiving not only a rigorous but individualized education that the school system cannot provide. Let me share a little bit of personal experience as to how I got here. When my husband and I were first considering public school for our older son, he had more than 30 life-threatening food allergies. His first instance of anaphylaxis was due to a high five and residue exposure. So I naturally contacted our local school district to establish a 504 plan. My only request was hand washing for students and staff upon arrival in his classroom and after eating, and for my son, additionally, before meals. I was told that this was absolutely not possible and an unreasonable request. In that moment, as a parent and former educator, I can tell you that the public school system lost my confidence before my son even started kindergarten. We chose a private school for several years and later transitioned to homeschooling. We need to stop pretending as though public school is a perfect and ideal fit for all children. No educational setting is perfect, and every system, public, private, and homeschooling, has its challenges. Despite their best efforts, though, schools cannot always protect our children. Your bill raises concerns because it inappropriately brings DCF into education decisions. It suggests that families who choose any alternative to the traditional public school model should be viewed with suspicion and administrative scrutiny that is not applied to families who choose to send their kids to public school, and that is inherently prejudicial. With all due respect to DCF and the educational system, have you considered fixing the flaws within these agencies before interfering with the lives and decisions of homeschoolers? Families who choose to homeschool are not asking for special treatment, but rather just equal treatment and respect for their parental decisions. I respectfully urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Maxey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, thanks for being here today. Glad to see you. You make some really, really good points. I was thinking that this bill would require the school system to notify SDE, the State Department of Education, and the Department of Children and Families with the names of those parents that withdraw children from the school system. And they would be following up to see if they're on a list, and then there'd be more steps to take. I wondered if you had any thoughts about all of the children in the public school from day to day. Do their names get notified to the DCF? Do they get checked on to see if they're on a list? Maybe they could be have a better watchful eye in the school system, because God knows there's a lot of abuse, and we heard some testimony here in this building about some abuse with special needs child, by the way, with regard to the school system and her lack of ability to get even some help with that. So would you be able to comment on that?
I mean, I've seen that firsthand. You know, people that go into education because they want to make a difference. People homeschool because they want to make a difference. We are on the same page, just choosing different paths to get there. So assuming that one is superior to the other, or assuming that one set of individuals should be placed on a list and not another. I mean, to be quite frank, we do have individuals that work in schools, whether it's anywhere from the teachers to janitors to principals and everything in between, who are not doing what is in the best interest of children. So to assume that, I heard someone say earlier that, you know, teachers are the first line that they see. Don't get me wrong. When I was a teacher, yes, I saw things that were happening, but our hands are still tied. We can make a DCF referral. We can do whatever is within our ability, but it doesn't mean that anything is going to change. We've had some phenomenal parents in the school district be scrutinized by DCF, and some parents who really needed support get denied those services. But it's still just this blanket thing where, because you've chosen an alternative, because you've chosen something different, you should be placed on a list. We are going to determine what is in your best interest, and that's not acceptable. There's flaws everywhere, but we cannot assume that this is going to fix anything other than the inherent nature of it being prejudicial towards an entire group of people.
Thank you for that answer. And through you, Mr. Chair, if I could follow up, just, you know, with regard to someone who's done nothing wrong, they're following the legal system, they can withdraw their child from public school, send them to private school, homeschool, whatever, but they're kind of presumed guilty before they're proven innocent. Are you able to speak to that? Because that must be quite daunting and scary for a lot of the homeschool parents, I'm assuming.
Absolutely. So I have a beautiful community of over 30 kids, 18 families in total, and all of these bills, they're scary for the adults, they're scary for the kids that hear about them. For children anywhere to hear that someone has the ability to make a decision. Every year we decide as a family, we say, it's our job to decide what's best for the kids in this house. It is not my job to say what anybody else should do. My kids have friends that homeschool, private school, public school, and everything in between. And it's not my job to decide what is in anybody else's best interest, but, you know, to have kids be scared and nervous that what is working for them is now potentially going to be taken because for any reason, I am going to be deemed as not capable, or it's not okay for me to do. It's not acceptable. It's absolutely not acceptable. I can have a raisin on my floor and that's a choking hazard for a small child. I mean, the scenarios are crazy, but they're realistic. So we can pretend, you know, that these things don't happen, but they do.
Thank you for that. I think those that develop the bill will tell you they're not taking your choices away. You just have to check in with the government.
I mean,
when
sadly,
you make those.
we've heard that many times before, and then the continued restrictions continue to happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Comey.
I just want to acknowledge that the work that you were doing advocating for your child with the food allergies. I too, you know, began my work here advocating on behalf of my child with food allergies, life-threatening food allergies, and it was very difficult. And I recognize the frustration you must have had to experience to be able to get to the point where you had to pull your child, you felt for his safety or her safety. So thank you so much. And thanks for coming here today.
Representative Leeper, want to make a clarifying statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify. I think there's some confusion between what was put forward in SB 6 and what is here before us today. We have no provision to contact SDE, have SDE contact DCF to put anybody on a list. That's not a part of this proposal whatsoever. And I know that is a big source of concern, understandably. That's not included in here. What is included in here is that the district calls to see if the parent has an open case, because we know have a capital full of wonderful homeschoolers who are doing incredible work for children. We are not trying to interrupt that, but who is not here are the kids whose parents maybe did have a case, had substantiated child abuse, and also exited their child, and now that child is isolated at home. There's no insight to there's any learning happening in that household. So we are just trying to have one tiny layer to check so that children don't have such an easy pathway into being hidden when there are already known cases of abuse or neglect and engagement with a family. The SDE system and the DCF system, they don't talk to each other. So we're trying to find some path where we could know for those children that we already are most worried about, how can we provide some additional layer of safety? If there's no involvement, there's no record kept, there's no list maintained that you are now a homeschooling parent and you are exiting your child and you are on your merry way. And so I just wanted to clarify, because this is distinct from what was proposed in another bill and had a separate public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
May I respond?
Any other questions, comments?
May I respond?
Briefly.
Sure. So my concern is likewise, you know, I think about the homeschool community and the number of mandated reporters that already exist within our community. My homeschool groups alone over the years have had police officers, doctors, dentists, pediatricians, teachers, social workers, everything. So to presume that, so I guess it stands the same. So we want them under the watchful eye of mandated reporters, because in the schools, they're under the watchful eye of mandated reporters should something be suspicious. It's the same thing in many of these homeschool communities. These mandated reporters are already there, you know, coaches and different people. So I just think it's important to note that it's just not as black and white as it seems of, you know, these people are going to be looked into in any way versus people that are in the school. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have one more comment from Representative Zumpkis.
Thank you. I did just want to comment that I do know in this piece of legislation, it does say, I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if you have to come in annually and be evaluated and you don't up to 3 times, then DCF is contacted. So is that correct?
Is
To the proponent of the bill.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is not included in this legislation.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And just a message to those who are may be in the overflow room. We do have space here, and if you're coming up on the list, please come to this hearing room. If you're coming up on the list, please come to this hearing room. We do have space available. Next up, Luz Bueno. Luz Bueno.
Yeah, I'm here. Hi, sorry.
Oh,
Um,
1 second, man.
Hi, my name is Luz Elena Bueno. Thank you for providing the opportunity to speak today. As a mom and the daughter of a teacher, I truly appreciate the concern with the safety of the children. While I support the intent behind this bill, the solution should not be to impose more restrictions on dedicated parents who cannot send their children to public schools because the system may fail them. My daughter was honored with an invitation to attend the United Nations Biodiversity Conference. Despite having obtained authorization from the district, Darien High School chose to treat this extraordinary educational opportunity as a disciplinary issue, altering her educational records negatively on her senior year. After 13 months advocating for my daughter, a 7-hour FERPA hearing 2 weeks ago uncovered violations of both my daughter's and my own civil rights, along with clear retaliatory behavior from the district and Darien High School administration. The district's team of lawyers sought to mislead and confuse us with technicalities, showing a complete disregard for my daughter's emotional well-being. Her life was thoroughly disrupted. Hearing Officer Patrick Kennedy limited the scope of the hearing to protect the district, rather than address the errors in my daughter's records. He suggested it was merely unfortunate the student had encountered bureaucracy. My husband and I worked diligently to purchase our home in Darien so our daughters could benefit from quality public education. We're not the typical Hispanic family in Connecticut, which makes our experience even more troubling. If discrimination can happen to Hispanic families in a town with resources, what is happening to others? Last week, we heard African American students testify about being suspended for incidents that did not lead to suspension for other students. Connecticut ranks second to worst in this nation for racial inequality in educational outcomes. There's only one worse than us. Families need greater access to educational options, not more restrictions. Reducing limitations will allow families to find the best education environment for their children. I will always regret not having removed my daughter from Darien schools when I had the chance. The sense of betrayal she experienced from teachers and administrators has had a profound emotional impact on her. I truly admire parents who have the courage to homeschool their children and keep them safe. I would like to respectfully ask you to keep as many options open and easy accessible to families who are simply trying to protect their children from what the kid who spoke earlier called evil teachers, and I will add evil administrators. Until equal educational opportunities are offered to every child and Connecticut eliminates discrimination in education, it is absurd to impose further restrictions on parents, and instead more
Please
options should be
summarize.
granted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
We have a comment. Representative Zuppes?
Thank you. I did just want to correct my statement. I was wrong. It does say within the 3 attempts. It's not DCF, it's the State Board of Education. So my apologies for the mistake.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna go back to Natasha N. Natasha N. I think Natasha's online. She dropped again? All right, Natasha, you're going to the back of the line. Next up, okay, Crystal, you're up. Followed by Stacy. And again, if you're in the overflow room and you're coming up, please come in. We have room for you.
Hello. Thank you, members of the Education Committee. I'm here today to strongly oppose HB 5468. My name is Crystal Bale Alfredo from Branford, Connecticut. I'm a decades-long homeschool parent whom has also had children over 30 years in all schooling environments, vocational, parochial, private, and public. This bill places an unnecessary and intrusive burden on families who choose, quote, equivalent instruction, homeschooling or private schooling for their children by requiring in-person registration and submission of private educational portfolios to state-funded entities or NGOs. This legislation infringes upon the rights of a parent to educate their child. This bill allows local boards to share private student records with the State Education Resource Center or for subjective evaluation. This opens the door to mandated curriculum and can and will stand against a parent and child's constitutional right to religious freedom and autonomy as it comes to the state and their education. This bill creates a layer of bureaucracy that most towns will, with already taxed personnel, cannot handle. Many superintendents have stated this bill creates a convoluted mess for all involved as the child has a foot in both doors in school and out of school instruction. This bill also requires parents annually to appear in person at district offices to file, quote, intent to educate forms. This is an outdated requirement that burdens working families. How, may I ask the committee, is a 9-to-5 family supposed to appear in person during office hours, as well as burdening administrative staff with hundreds, if not thousands of families to now file for? This bill also creates a direct pipeline of reporting to the Department of Children and Families for just exerting their discretion and right as a parent to choose what educational environment is best for their child. Our state's own Commissioner of Education has spoken against this, and it breaks federal law. This also is an egregious government infringement of rights of the child and parent. This is also an unequal application of the law, as it applies to only a certain population of students and not all students, along with the stated response time requirement, quite honestly, is unreasonable and illogical. There is no way to meet stated timelines of 2 days, as towns and DCF do not have the staffing to execute this. This will leave children in a bureaucratic limbo and cause them undue harm, as paperwork may get in the way of a timely educational need for a different educational environment. Current Connecticut law already ensures that children receive a sufficient education. These new mandates and proposed legislation are a solution in search of a problem. I strongly urge the committee to vote no on HB 5468 to preserve the educational freedom and privacy of all Connecticut families. Thank you today for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Thank you for your testimony today, and thank you for talking about the inability to get to the school to check in. I've heard from dozens of parents who are telling me that to homeschool, many of them have put their careers on hold and or given up their career to homeschool, and that has put a financial burden on their family, and they've done things to downsize, like to one car. So many of them don't even have a car to get to the school, and that was another challenge by this bill. Do you have any comments on that?
Yes, many families that I know that homeschool are one-income families, so it's tight. The purse straps are very tight. Again, to save, to be able to do the things we need to do homeschooling, we give up many things. I myself, I have my bachelor's degree in business. I gave that up to homeschool. The one car, I have families, in communities where one parent has to switch off to the car to be able to come to the next event. How do you expect these people that work 9 to 5 to get to, during banking hours or during business hours, to get there to do this reporting? And if they don't, and they're contacted again, now there's an open case file on them. That's truly unfair to those families.
Thank you for highlighting that. I appreciate you today.
Thank you. Representative Comey.
Thank you. Hello, Crystal. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Thank you for coming out today. I was wondering, you said you've experienced a lot of different types of schooling environments, and I appreciate your experience with that. And I was wondering, when you pulled the child out, your child out of the public schools, did you have to go to the central office and fill out a form? Because I had to do that when I put my kid in a magnet school. So I'm just wondering if it was the same with you.
So what's required is the paperwork submitted to the superintendent. Those paperwork could be submitted in person or they could be mailed in. Also, it's sent certified mail so that, everything is accounted for, and seen on both sides.
Okay, so yeah, that was my experience as well. And I think that's what we're talking about here. Just wanted to thank you for coming out and thank you for what you and your family do for the community. Appreciate you.
Thank you for supporting us, Senator Comey.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just want to clarify, there's nowhere in here requiring families to appear in person for any of the demonstration of equivalent instruction. Current law says when you register your child for the first time, you must appear in person, and that is consistent with current law. That's the only time a parent is ever asked to be seen in person, and nowhere in this bill do we request seeing a child in person, just to clarify. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, Stacy.
My name is Stacy Hebler and I live in Hebron. I am writing in opposition of HB 5468, an act concerning the provision of equivalent instruction. I am an RN of 16 years, currently working as a school nurse for a DCF licensed agency and a homeschool mom to an 8-year-old. After the removal of the religious exemption, I, at the time, was forced to homeschool as I could no longer enroll my son into a public school system. As sad and frustrated and frankly appalled as I was, it was a secret blessing for my family. It forced me to step out of my comfort zone and start networking and meeting homeschool families. We quickly realized that homeschooling was amazing, and the families we met were loving and caring and devoted to doing what was best for their children. We are now 2+ years in, and I feel so fortunate that my husband and I are able to work alternate schedules to educate our child. Homeschool for us is very different than public school. Homeschooling for us includes plenty of practical and hands-on learning activities such as baking, budgeting, spending lots of time outside learning about the environment, native plant species, bugs, and wildlife. These are to name just a few of our daily routines. We have spent a lot of time learning about our government firsthand with repeated field trips to the LOB. I don't believe in or agree with standardized testing. We incorporate learning into almost every activity that we do in life. I don't believe one size fits all. Our community holds a bunch of colorful kids whom all have different strengths and desires and all learn in different ways. I know my son better than anyone, and I am very capable of giving him everything he needs, educationally, emotionally, and socially. Let me be clear, I want nothing in return. I do not want a tax credit. I do not want sports available through the public school. I do not want my son to be able to take classes at a public school. We have everything we need exactly how it is currently. The homeschooling community fundamentally has the best interests of our children in mind at all times, and directing the upbringing and education of our children is within our constitutional right. Furthermore, regulation does not eliminate criminals. Additional oversight doesn't change the fact that people will break the law. I promise you that a child being in public school does not decrease the likelihood for abuse and neglect. I see it daily. I make frequent reports to DCF, filing 136s for suspected abuse and neglect. My role as a mandated reporter doesn't stop when I leave work. Homeschoolers are surrounded by folks who deeply care about child welfare. We are all working tirelessly to provide our kids with the best possible education. We are deeply rooted in ensuring they are all well-rounded. Please focus your time and funds on fixing the root cause, which I assure you is not providing more regulation to the homeschool community. Connecticut General Statute 10-184 covers the necessary provisions and requires no further modification or oversight. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Any questions for Stacy? Stacy, Representative Massifico.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
definitely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you for coming to testify today. And I know you were in the public school system as a nurse. And if I read this bill correctly, if your child is bullied or anything happens in the school and you withdraw the child, according to this bill, you can't, your child would be had to kind of wait to get permission to make sure that they're cleared, and you would have to keep your child in the public school system. So for example, if you had an open case, which is not a substantiated case, that would be the case. Can you speak to that? Because I'm sure you saw children bullied, abused, different things happening in the school.
So working for a DCF licensed agency, I actually see a lot of abuse and neglect. Not really related per se to educational, but I would say 50% of the school has DCF involvement in their life. We're a nonprofit agency. I see kids come in who are in foster care, who have been adopted, who have open cases, and have been removed from their home. So I can't really speak to that anymore. I wasn't in public school, so it's a little bit different for me, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you so much for coming in today. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you. Again, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Rachel Paz, followed by Michael Murphy. Rachel?
Yes, I'm here online.
Okay, you're up next.
Great, thank you. Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, and distinguished members of the Education Committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Rachel Paz. I'm a lifelong Connecticut resident. I'm currently in Branford and a parent of 3 boys, 7 and under. And I'm here to voice my objection to HB 5468. It's been a gift as a parent to watch my children thrive in various educational settings. And in the last year, it's been an absolute joy to choose homeschool. But more than that, it's been my constitutionally protected right to choose an education system that's best suited for my children at each stage of their development. And HB 5468 flies in the face of that. The proposed bill compromises the constitutionally protected rights of parents to direct their children's education. It disproportionately penalizes children in lower performing districts by making it more difficult for parents to seek out alternative education. And it uses devastating, horrific, but isolated tragedies to unconstitutionally expand state power over all Connecticut families. It treats parents withdrawing their children from public school for any reason as worthy of suspicion and investigation. And it does all of this without any evidence that there is widespread abuse or failure in homeschool. Parents, not the state, have the right to choose an education for their children, whether that's public, private, or otherwise, without seeking out the permission of the government. Public schools in DCF have failed the children of Connecticut on countless occasions. Since 2009, when I graduated from a wealthy, high-performing Fairfield County district, multiple teachers from my one high school have been arrested, tried, and convicted of sexual assault. Yet these are the systems to which this bill is proposing we hand over our rights as parents. This is not just about homeschooling. It's about upholding the rights that we have as parents to protect and to educate our children. And stripping that right in the name of child safety and neglecting to address the systems that have actually failed our children is not child advocacy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? You did such a great job. No one has a question for you. Next up, we have Michael Murphy. No Michael. Liz. Liz Nufora. Tess Ruley. Tess.
Hi, I'm Mike. I've had some issues.
Michael,
here,
you're up.
sorry. Hi. My name is Mike Murphy. I'm a chiropractor in Brookfield. I'm a proud homeschooling parent. I've just listening. I had a bunch of things written down here, but I'm just going to speak off from what other people are saying. I'm actually a former Board of Ed member from Brookfield. So when I hear that the Board of Ed actually does not set education standards, the school does. The Board of Ed does vote on things like policy, and they do vote on things such as controlling. We're essentially the board, and our only employee is the superintendent. And it's my understanding that there is a superintendent's letter telling most of all, you hear that this is a little bit untainable as far as resources are concerned, taking care of these homeschool children. That's pretty much the one case. The rest of what I have to say has already been said many times. On top of giving undue burden on all the families, it's undue burden on the schools as well. I don't know if that's as discussed as much as it should be, but again, that's more about where I come from. And apologize for being late here.
No problem. Thank you for your testimony, Michael. Any questions for Michael? Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. You kind of described it really well, because the Democrats here will argue that they're not trying to take your rights away, but I think you described it really well in saying an undue burden for people that have done nothing wrong except for decide to pull their children out of public school. So thank you, very well said.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony, Michael. Next up, Liz.
Thank you very much.
Tess.
Hello, committee members. Thank you for having me here. I'm Tess Alry. I'm the Executive Director for the Coalition for Responsible Home Education. And we are a homeschool, I need to get closer, sorry. We are a homeschool alumni founded and powered organization. We work across research, programming, and advocacy to support safe and responsible homeschooling. We're a national organization, but we're very proud of the over 300 Connecticut homeschool alumni who are part of our work in board, staff, and volunteer capacities. Informed by our lived experience with homeschooling, we firmly support HB 5468. Review, records, and resources are all included, and we support every component of this bill. I myself am a homeschool graduate from a state with identical regulations. As an adult, I'm an executive director. I'm an elected official in my community. I coach Girls on the Run, and I have 2 children that are excelling academically. I would argue I'm a homeschool success story. I am so glad that there are experiences like mine, but I am also realistic that there are bad outcomes. I take my role representing homeschool alumni across a spectrum of experiences very seriously, and we have a duty to ensure that we take every legislative step possible to ensure that there are outcomes like mine, but not outcomes like the homeschool alumni who reach out to us needing critical support because homeschool education and safety standards failed them. Lived experience needs to be critical when you are considering policy decisions. We are the first generation of alumni from widespread homeschooling that happened in the 90s. I thank the committee for including homeschool alumni in this conversation because we are the adults who benefited from these systems, and we are the adults who were victimized by these systems. We see this effort by the committee to ensure homeschooling remains an option for children who need it, and we see it beginning a critical conversation of supporting children outside the walls of school. The children here will reflect on their experiences as adults, and I hope the legislators will listen to them then, too. Beyond lived experience, there are cases we can point to that will guide the Connecticut legislature. Notably, the Pierce and Meyer cases cited before me make clear that while the state cannot prohibit parents from choosing certain educational approaches, those choices can be reasonably regulated. The Wisconsin versus Yoder Supreme case actually addressed homeschooling head-on and calls for a balancing of parental rights against other interests. It did not hold that parents' interests were absolute or could not be regulated. CRHE believes Connecticut's current approach to homeschooling leaves a gap of misunderstanding and hostility, and without a framework, everyone loses. Non-purposeful homeschoolers, those who use loopholes like these to cover abuse and neglect, have no distinction from the purposeful homeschoolers seated behind me. Hands-off homeschooling may work for families in this room, but it will not protect Connecticut's vulnerable children. Those children are not here at the Capitol. Their parents did not bring them to testify. They are the victims of hands-off homeschooling, and it is irresponsible as parents, as educators, and Connecticut citizens to decide these children don't matter in these conversations. Like Representative Leeper said, the child welfare system was created in connection with the school system. The school system is not working for everyone, but homeschooling is working for a lot of people, so it's time to update our welfare system too. The safety net that Ms. Gio described is a right for homeschooled children too. The minimal standards of reporting and accountability start to provide the rights of access to homeschooled children. Abuse happens in public schools, abuse happens in homeschooling. This is not an either/or
Tess,
question.
please summarize.
Yep, it is a both and. At the core of this, lax homeschool oversight, like in Connecticut, diminishes true homeschooling.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Tess. Any questions for Tess? Rep. Welander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today, Tess. And I had a question because what you said at the beginning, I think, is something it's important to remember that you are part of the first generation of adults that have homeschooled, and that the process of homeschooling has gone through a bit of an evolution, and there's different types of homeschooling. Speaking specifically to the proposal in front of us, are there components of this bill that would allow for homeschooling to continue, but with just a smidgen of accountability and responsibility on the parents?
Yeah. First and foremost,
Excuse me, I'm speaking to the person on the bed. Thank you.
First and foremost, I think that provision of notice of intent is critical in this conversation, because right now we don't even know how many children in Connecticut are homeschooled. So we are coming from a fundamentally difficult place in this conversation, because nobody in this room right now can tell you how many children in this state are homeschooled. We can give you a good estimate. We can't even start a productive conversation at this current juncture. Some of the provisions in here, especially surrounding assessment, are so appealing to an alumni as well. I understand there can be pushback about that, but alumni, once they are separated from their experience and they've had an opportunity to be in the real world, we know that we would welcome those assessments. The fact you're looking at a mechanism to put in place portfolio review is absolutely incredible. I credit my homeschooling background with where I am right now. I also know that might not exactly have been measured in a public school setting, but had I had some of the ability to provide those portfolio pieces, it would have helped me understand where I measured up with my peers.
Thank you for that. And if I could have just one quick follow-up?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything in this provision, though, that would prevent homeschooling from continuing the way that a parent is choosing to exercise how they educate their child, whether it is through more hands-on or trips or a curriculum that's online or a combination thereof, and probably even more things that I'm not aware of? Is there anything in this proposal that is preventing a parent from choosing how to educate their child?
It does not. And I think an important distinction of that is thinking about what makes purposeful versus non-purposeful homeschooling. Purposeful homeschooling families, like the ones that are here today, are seriously invested in those curriculums and all of those decision-making powers. But what this does do is it halts that non-purposeful homeschooling when, even in quotations at this point, right? Homeschooling is being used to cover abuse and neglect.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. Brief question, given your experience personally and the work that you do, is there anything in this legislation that you would change or add?
I understand that the resources conversation is a tricky one to navigate between school systems and the homeschooling community. I would encourage everyone, especially with a laddered approach like the bill has as it is, to keep some of those resource pieces in. I will tell you that across all the states I work with, Connecticut is a well-resourced state. You guys have things, you have homeschool co-ops, you have sports, you have all of these things, but that is not going to fit for every single child. And so I think it truly is important to make sure the resources stay a part of this conversation. We also know now more than ever, homeschoolers move in and out of the school system. They may homeschool for a year, they go back to the school system. So if you're able to keep those resources and that productive conversation happening between families and school systems, I see a massive benefit to it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, and thank you for being here today. I just wanted to say that I just wanted to make a correction in this bill that you stated that parents wouldn't be prevented from homeschooling, and that is just not true. According to this bill, there's an open case with DCF. That parent would be on hold until the investigation was done and they wouldn't be able to homeschool. So the scenario would be A child is bullied in school. The parent decides to pull them out immediately because they're being bullied. We had a parent, actually a legislator that came in on behalf of a parent telling the testimony about a child, a special needs child that was abused in school. And I look at that case, they pull them out. There might be an open case. They have to wait for DCF to give them permission to homeschool. So that's not really true. If there's a substantiated case, they're not allowed to homeschool per this bill. You didn't state any case at all in which you were referring to when you said there were abuse going on in the homes of homeschoolers and you wanted to be sure that they were identified. I would argue that the oversight of this would be once a year somebody comes in and reports, but what about when the public school kids get out of school? There's nobody looking at them then. What about on the weekends? What about during the summer? Are we going to have DCF police watching the kids with oversight to make sure that they're not harmed or injured? I think the people in this room are pretty upset about being monitored and the accusations or the premise that they might be guilty until proven innocent. So I would argue differently with what you're saying, and I would argue that in the public school.
Get your question,
okay.
please.
Can you comment on the abuse that's going on in the public school? We know that there's bullying. We know that there's sexual assault. We know that there's shooters. We know that there's drunk bus drivers. I can go on and on and on. Can you comment to that? Because there's oversight in the school with mandated reporters all day long.
Yes, the majority of perpetrators of abuse and neglect are parents. When you look across child abuse, the majority of perpetrators are parents. So I'm truly not sure how that's relevant.
Well, you're suggesting that children in school and homeschool need to have oversight, but the children in public school have oversight every day. We had a child last year that went home from school in Branford and was beat to death by his father with a bat. I'm just suggesting to you that kids are in school all day long. Things happen in school. The legislator that came in and gave the testimony for the poor child that was abused in school, these things happen all day long and there's oversight every day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tess, you'll have to respond because you're not from here. You wouldn't know that information. Any other question? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Heather Fowler. Heather? Michael Edwards?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, Michael, you're up.
Thank you, sir. I'm pretty alarmed, actually. Thank you, Rep. I'm gonna mess up your name, but Defius. She just pointed to that point in the summer that kids in public school are not under watch of the school or mandated reporters, but yet we act as if that's fine. It's the same thing with kids in school. There's a 2-month gap in summer. Who's checking in on the kids in public school? Nobody. Same thing with kids, babies to toddler aged who aren't enrolling preschool yet. Are we going to have DCF checking in on a 12-month-old? We don't do that. It sounds a little bit unreasonable. Further, I think it's like the co-chair. I don't remember her name. It was said earlier that what would happen if you can't get in touch, if the school district can't get in touch with somebody that's withdrawn and is homeschooling and they haven't filled out the proper form or done the checkup. It's right in the bill that you guys are proposing that you don't even know the details. It says if the board is unable to make such contact with such parent or guardian by October 1st, after 3 attempts to contact the parent, the board shall notify the Department of Education that the board has not received the continuation of equivalent instruction form from such parent or guardian. I mean, you don't even know what you're proposing. It says right there, if the person doesn't cooperate, they're going to report it to Department of Education, who's going to report it to DCF. So just read the bill before you're going to pass it. As to what I came to say, I'm opposed to this bill. The original stated intent by the agencies and legislators for pushing this oversight of homeschooling was always said to be safety for the last couple of years. But if you read the proposed bill, you could see there's ulterior motives and they've been lying. If it was about safety, the legislation proposed would make no mention of proving on an annual basis homeschoolers receiving their education, their curriculum, their testing. That was never a part of this. Was supposed to be always about safety. Out of the two tragedies that happened, that have nothing to do with homeschooling. It was supposed to be about safety, but now we're slipping in educational requirements. So all along, there's been ulterior motives. The supermajority party is deceitful. This comes down to individual liberty versus government overreach. The beautiful thing about today's hearing is if you took a poll of everybody that's giving testimony, that's opposed to this bill, it'd probably be close to a 50-50 split with how they're registered, Republican, Independent, Democrat. But yet you have thousands in opposition to this bill and a few minority that came out to support it. This is the perfect example of how a Republican democracy works. If the supermajority passes this bill with such an alarming amount of people on record opposing the bill from different parties, you are not acting in good faith the way the Constitution was set up. Let me say
Michael,
that.
will you please summarize?
Yes. Okay. I was going to summarize by saying this is how the Constitution was written. You have thousands of people that wrote testimony and are showing up from all different sides of the political spectrum. People of all different colors, shapes, sizes do homeschooling for all different reasons. And they agree that this is a bad bill. So for the supermajority party that's in control of the legislature, do the right thing and discard this bill. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. Just to clarify, the prior assertion was this bill required reporting to DCF if a parent failed to have their child evaluated after 3 attempts at outreach. That's what I clarified. This bill does not do that.
Can I reply to that?
I don't think there's a
please?
need. Just clarifying statement that was.
Well, it's a little bit of a what's the word? We're apples to oranges here. If you report it to the Department of Education, they're going to report it to DCF.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative for the last time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, thank you for your testimony today. And I think you described very well that this is the tyranny of the majority, right? The majority are large and in charge. They're pushing this bill through. We have literally thousands of people that are testifying or have submitted testifying that they're not in favor of this. Thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
We're going to go back to, I think it was 49, Heather.
Hello.
Hello. You're up, Heather.
So, how are you?
Wonderful.
Thanks for giving me the chance to speak. As a mother and a Norwich Board of Ed member, I am here to state my strong opposition to House Bill 5468, which encroaches on the educational freedom of our Connecticut families. This bill is a massive overreach of government into family life, threatening to undermine the constitutional rights of parents to educate their children. My son Jacob will start middle school next year, and I'm now choosing to homeschool him. My decision to educate outside the public system is based on finding the best environment for my child. My child's gifted, and there's nothing in my Norwich School District for him to challenge himself. So I'm choosing to educate him at home. Sorry, I'm getting a little... This legislation imposes unnecessary surveillance and bureaucracy on that choice. Please direct your attention on the failing public school system and DCF failures rather than penalizing those who have chosen a different and successful path for our families. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony, Heather. Any questions for Heather? Seeing none, we're going to continue on. Next up, we have Aaron McDonald, followed by Kaylee Mead, followed by Timothy O'Rourke. Aaron McDonald.
Yes, hi, thank you, I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you for
Aaron,
sorry, did you say something?
your turn.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I oppose this bill. At its core, this bill places the state in a position of defining and evaluating what constitutes an equivalent education. While that may sound reasonable at first, it assumes that meaningful learning must resemble the structure, pacing, and metrics of the public school system. But education is far more diverse than that. Children learn in different ways and at different developmental timelines. Across Connecticut, families pursue a wide range of thoughtful educational approaches, including experiential learning, classical education, apprenticeships, community-based programs, and developmentally grounded models that may look very different from traditional classroom instruction. These approaches are not lesser forms of education. In many cases, they are intentionally designed around how children actually learn and develop. When the state requires families to repeatedly demonstrate that their children's learning meets a state-defined standard of equivalency, it risks narrowing the definition of legitimate education to what can be easily measured through paperwork, testing, or administrative review. Education, however, is not linear or standardized. Growth can look very different from child to child. Parents have historically been entrusted with directing their children's upbringing and education because they know their children best. They see their strengths, their struggles, and the environments in which they thrive. Public policy should be careful not to replace that parental discretion with a framework that assumes the state is better positioned to determine what meaningful learning must look like for every child. This bill also creates new administrative responsibilities for school districts and involves DCF in certain withdrawal decisions. At a time when DCF is already managing extremely heavy caseloads of children who may be facing serious abuse or neglect, expanding its role to educational compliance raises legitimate concerns about priorities and capacity. I think everyone here shares the same goal, that children in Connecticut are safe and receiving a meaningful education. But policies that respond to rare tragedies by creating broad new regulatory structures risk adding bureaucracy without addressing the underlying issues. Connecticut has long allowed space for educational diversity. That flexibility has allowed many children to flourish in learning environments that do not fit into neatly standardized models. I respectfully urge you all to oppose this bill. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you for testifying today. I just wondered what you thought of the quote unquote equivalent of education, because it's not a high mark if you compare it to public school, I suppose. And I'm assuming that your goals for your children are much higher standard than putting on the families that they can't read and write by the 3rd grade, or perhaps even graduating without being able to read and write. Can you just speak to that, please?
That's exactly right. And I think I spoke to that in my statement. I think that placing the standard as equivalent to what is in public schools is really not the goal of many homeschool families. They're reaching for different standards. Some are much above that of the grade level their children might be in the public schools, and also take many forms. They might take different educational paths or pursue different interests than would be offered in the public schools.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Kaylee Mead, followed by Timothy O'Rourke, followed by Sarah Biskupski.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. My name is Kaylee Mead, and I grew up here in Connecticut and was homeschooled in Connecticut during the 1980s and 90s, alongside my 5 siblings, during the early years when homeschooling was still relatively uncommon. Because of that unique upbringing, I have been part of Connecticut homeschool community for my entire life, so 45 years. Today, I'm also a homeschooling parent in Stafford with 4 children aged between 19 and 8. And I serve as the founder and administrator of Connecticut Homeschool Co-ops and Education Resources, a statewide online homeschool community of nearly 9,000 Connecticut families. For 45 years, I have watched homeschool families in this state quietly and faithfully educate their children. As a trained mandated reporter who has served in multiple volunteer leadership roles, I want to state something plainly for the record. In 4 decades of active engagement in this community, I have not encountered a single homeschooling family showing evidence of educational neglect or abuse. 4 decades, thousands of families I've interacted with, not one situation has caused me concern. That doesn't mean that abuse doesn't exist. It does in this fallen world. Sadly, it does, and it always will. No legislation can make wicked people stop doing wicked things. We see that reality all around us in a society that already has more laws than ever, and yet evil still exists. Many of you on this committee and several experts who have testified today have acknowledged that fact. Thankfully, cases that even remotely involve homeschool communities are extraordinarily rare. So rare, in fact, that the state has struggled to find even a handful of cases from the past 20 years to justify this proposal. And in most of those cases, additional homeschool regulation would not have prevented the tragedy. Rare tragedies are heartbreaking. They are not sufficient reason to treat the other 99.99% of families as suspects who must repeatedly prove their innocence while raising their own children. Homeschool families faithfully pay the same taxes that fund the public education system while fully funding our own children's education out of pocket. We are not asking the state to fund our choices. We are simply insisting on our right to opt out of that system and to be left in peace to carry out the responsibility that belongs to families. Ultimately, this debate comes down to a simple question: who does a child belong to? In the Gospels, Jesus was once asked whether it was lawful to pay taxes to Caesar. He asked whose image was on the coin. Caesar's, they answered. And he replied, render to Caesar's the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's. The coin bore Caesar's image, so it belonged to Caesar. Our children do not bear Caesar's image. They bear the image of God. We faithfully render to Caesar when we pay the taxes that support these public institutions. But children were not given to the state. They were entrusted to families, and we will answer to God for how we raise them, educate them, and prepare them for life. Homeschool families are not asking the state for permission to educate our children. The state does not possess the authority to grant or deny responsibilities that were never delegated to it in the first place. The founders of this nation understood that clearly. Thomas
Would you
Jefferson.
please summarize?
Yes, sir. Thomas Jefferson wrote that all people are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among those rights is the freedom to raise our children according to the dictates of our conscience. We're not asking for anything. We are simply insisting that the state does not interfere in the important work we are doing of fulfilling the duty God has given to us as parents, unless there is a reasonable cause for the state to intervene in a specific family. This bill crosses that boundary, and I want to state for the record, I will not comply with demands that force innocent parents to repeatedly prove that they are not abusing or neglecting their own children. And as an administrator and a mentor in this community, I will encourage other families in this state to stand peacefully and firmly in the same conviction. The state does not own our children. And finally, I would like to remind the members of this committee of something that we all know to be true. One day, each of us will stand before the same judge, and on that day, I will answer for how I raised my children that were entrusted to me. By His grace, my hands and my conscience will be clean, and I sincerely hope that yours will be as well. And I urge you to reject this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kaylee. Thank you for your testimony and all the years of service in the homeschooling community. Any questions for Kaylee? Seeing none, thank you once again.
Thank you.
Next up, Timothy O'Rourke, followed by Sarah Biskupski.
Hello, everybody. My name is Timothy O'Rourke, and I'm from Naugatuck, Connecticut. I thank you for granting me the opportunity to speak here today. By the current laws of the state of Connecticut, I have been granted the liberty to homeschool my children for 16 years, of which I am the sole educator. It takes no leap of logic to see that this bill is nothing but a desperate power grab to buttress what remains of the crumbling, failed public school system in Connecticut. Moreover, this bill creates a direct transmission line for party payouts. It is a cynical attempt to fund teachers' retirement plans by coercing homeschooling parents to dumb down their curricula. The public school teachers in Connecticut have failed. Teacher unions are therefore afraid of losing their jobs, and now everybody is projecting their failures onto good homeschooling parents. Governments are established to protect families. Parents have the right to choose the educational and moral curricula for their children, time and time again, reaffirmed by the Supreme Court just recently, legislators. Do you want to provoke federal compliance? It seems that that's where this is heading. In addition to my children having been taught according to the requirements of the current law, they have also been taught classical studies, including the Progymnastica, which has produced some of the greatest writers in Western civilization. Not only is this pedagogy foreign to practically all public school educators, but the writers themselves are largely unfamiliar to their own students. It is unethical to force an equivalent education when my children have chosen a higher proficiency than their own school district can provide. And what exactly are the guidances anyways? What are the standards? What is this equivalent education of which we'll be forced to dumb down for our own kids? Okay? It is punitive and intrusive in the highest degree for this legislative body to try to punish my children who have been tracked in advanced curricula by wasting their critical time attempting to indoctrinate them with ideas they can already academically refute, like critical race theory, gender studies, and Marxist ideologies which push victim oppressor narratives which are psychologically damaging to kids. Okay? The state of Connecticut's own Department of Education has stated that your proposed legislation is illegal. It is obvious that this proposed legislation would only further alienate parents and their homeschooled, educated children from their school boards. And in closing, I would like to further state that the child advocate stated today that children would need to be interviewed. I am glad that Representative Lepper said that that will not be part of this bill, nor any amendment. Therefore, I would sure hope. Also, we need to have these guidance. What exactly is this equivalent education which you are asking us to participate in?
Assembly, will
You are quite
please
welcome, and
summarize?
I am done. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yes.
Any questions?
And God save Mimi Torres from you guys.
Next up, we have Sarah Biskupski. Sarah? Sarah? No Sarah? Rebecca. Rebecca. Okay, Rebecca's here.
Hello?
So we have, wait a minute, Rebecca. Who's online?
Hi, this is Sarah Biskupski.
All right, Sarah's up.
I just want to start by saying that I was at the Capitol this morning and to hear the testimonies of all these homeschool students just literally brought tears to my eyes. And it was just so powerful. And I truly think that their testimonies could be all we need because they just spoke for themselves. The bravery and the courage to get up there, something I've been struggling with all morning. I hate public speaking. And, just to see those kiddos so strong, I was like, I have to do this and show up for this amazing community. I strongly oppose this bill. I think that, requiring standardized testing and everything for homeschool students, it's a huge reason why my family chose to homeschool because I do not believe in that. I don't believe in one shoe fits all and that everybody learns the same. Our family chooses to focus on our kiddos' strengths. And, my daughter, she loves math and art and she's thriving in them. And, to just put that pressure and anxiety for testing just does not sit well with me at all. I feel like this is so incredibly silly that we have to do this in the beginning, just to start with, because it's just such a beautiful life. I wish that the people that are, putting forth these bills could just see these kiddos in action, just being free and happy and safe. And, homeschooling gives us the ability to not only know our kiddos' friends, but to know the families and the parents. And I mean, what an incredibly beautiful thing. I had wrote up a whole testimony that I was going to share, but I'm just speaking from the heart. And, I just, I couldn't love this community anymore. Thank you so much for everyone who showed up today. It's so important to be a voice for our kids. And yeah, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Sarah? Seeing none? Oh, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you for your testimony today. You mentioned a lot of things, and I think that the party that wants this bill to be passed will argue they're not taking away your rights to homeschool. So can you expand a little bit on where you're at with regard to the impact of this bill and to your family specifically, and perhaps a fear of where this is going?
Yeah, definitely. I just think, that having to go by, the state guidelines of education is just, infringing on our rights. And, that would be detrimental to my family and our beliefs. And I just, I don't feel, that is fair. And the standardized testing alone, I don't believe in it. And the anxiety that it provokes in kids, it did great deal of anxiety to me growing up. And, so I just think that these bills are completely unnecessary and that they should truly put the focus where it needs to be. With DCF, it's, completely overwhelmed. And this is not the problem. Homeschool families are not the problem.
Thank you for your testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, once again, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Rebecca. And after Rebecca, we have Thomas Bono.
My name is Rebecca, and I'm a resident of the 43rd District. The proposed House Bill 5468 is a horrifying and violent attack on parental rights in the state. Home educating families are not a problem. The equivalent education bill is nothing more than a power grab and a major violation of constitutional rights. In other states, homeschool regulations are being scaled back because they are ineffective. This is the land of the free, isn't it? Recently, it sure doesn't feel like it. I, along with my 9 siblings, was homeschooled my entire life by a father who has been a public school teacher since 1991. I loved the flexibility of my education, and I'm so thankful that my parents directed my schooling hands-on. The Supreme Court just ruled last week that parents have the right over their child's education, not the state. Apparently, Connecticut legislators think that they're above the Supreme Court of the United States. I urge you to vote no on House Bill 5468. Those who vote yes are violating the very Constitution that they swore to uphold, and that is an action I take very seriously.
Well, thank you for your testimony. You got some more time. You got anything else to say? You sure?
I don't like to speak in public.
Tell me. You know, I'm not speaking. You did a great job.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Next up, we have Thomas Panano.
Good afternoon.
All right. Good afternoon, Thomas.
I would like to thank the chair, the ranking member, and the distinguished committee members for allowing me to speak. My name is Thomas Bonanno, and I reside in Norwich. And I'm going to forego my prepared testimony, as previous testimonies as well as written testimonies have already pretty much covered my opposition to HB 5468. And I don't want to be redundant and waste a lot of time. I would like, however, to ask the committee to consider that if this bill goes forward and is passed by a veto-proof General Assembly and enacted into law, if they have considered the prospects of litigation regarding this legislation, which could conceivably go all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. And let's face it, the taxpayers in this state are already encumbered enough. We don't need any frivolous litigation expenses. So in that spirit, I would like to encourage this committee to let this legislation die in this committee and move on and take care of business that will enhance the educational system in the state and raise the level of reading and math abilities throughout our student population. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service, because I see your hat. Any questions?
Thank you.
Oh, wait, Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First and foremost, I want to thank you for your service to our country. And I'm assuming that one of the reasons why you joined the military was to protect us from the very freedoms that we're talking about today and the infringement on that freedom, right? Could you speak to that a little bit?
Well, ma'am, I enlisted out of high school. I went to Vietnam. I saw how the communists acted with the elderly and children, what they would do to them if things didn't go their way. It prompted me to serve a second tour in the Republic of Vietnam, of which I am very proud.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming to testify today. I think many of the people that are here today and testifying and listening believe this is a complete encroachment and overreach of the government, and we want to thank you for being out there to protect us from just that. Thank you.
My pleasure, ma'am.
Well, don't go anywhere. Representative Redding Hughes. Oh, you didn't have it? Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Thank you for your testimony once again. Next up, we have Mark Brault, followed by Jonathan Johnson and Chris Petadina. Mark, are you there? No Mark. Jonathan Johnson. Chris Patanella. All right.
You got a stuck chair there. I think that's what I'm with. Good afternoon, committee. Chris Benell from Trumbull, Connecticut. And today, coming to you strongly opposing House Bill 5468. Listen, it's all about choice, right? I don't know if I want to have my kids go through public schools. I don't know if my grandkids have to get forced to go through public schools. Parents should have a choice. I wasn't homeschooled, so I can't attest to that. I don't have any grit in the game. Nothing I'm gaining from this. I'm not an expert, but I could tell you my story simply. And that's my story with public schools. So it started in middle school. It was during COVID. I was in middle school during COVID my last year. And listen, even as a middle schooler, I knew it was crazy to defund the police, right? So I wore a blue line mask. Well, I was ostracized by teachers. I was ostracized by students. I had threats. I had death threats. It was the whole 9 yards. In Trumbull, a town like Trumbull, right? And frankly, my grade reflected that. And then I got to high school. I figured it can't be any worse. How wrong was I? Well, listen, the school was missing about every single historic day you can think of. There was no D-Day. There was no 9/11, and I like the explanation they gave. That no 9/11, they said it was triggering, and to many it is. It was a horrible tragedy. But just 2 towns over, they mentioned the horrible tragedy of Sandy Hook, which is another reason why probably these people are here today. They might not feel safe going to public schools. But that's not triggering. And Pearl Harbor, amongst others. So I wanted to start a patriotic kind of society club there that would give the kids at least an option and to learn about everything that the school was missing. I needed 15 signatures to get the club started. I got 150. We couldn't meet with the Dean of Students, Dennis McLaughlin of Trumbull High. Made every excuse in the book how we couldn't meet. We couldn't meet about this club. 2 years later, finally, with millions of Board of Education meetings, we got the club. And it took me another 2 years to get a bulletin board for the club. It went through everything from how the dean wanted, I'd have to pay. Okay, it was $1,000. Okay, I'd have to pay $1,000 to get the bulletin board, which is no problem. We could fundraise that. But then the dean said I'd have to pay him directly, which I wasn't really comfortable with. He went as far as to pull me out of one of my classes, and I got framed for having a gun on me. It was my glasses case. And through this, it was still threatening suspensions and detentions for having a gun. It was clearly my glasses case. It was a black object in my right hand. To wrap this up, listen, it took 4 years of discrimination to get a club in the high school, right? Now, I don't think anybody on this committee can condone that. I sure hope not. And what I went through sounds like abuse and neglect like you guys are mentioning today. I don't think homeschooling is the problem. I think it's abuse. And punishing thousands for a few bad apples is just as silly as saying, let's defund the police for a few bad cops. Listen, parents are sacrificing their jobs, their living, money, obviously, to help their kids. Let them. That's admirable, right? So it's an election year. Don't do this. Everybody in this room will actively campaign against you. We won't elect you. We'll campaign against you, and as will many. Everybody in this room, everybody you see testifying who put in written testimonies, believe me. This supermajority, I'm not done. This supermajority says everyone here is guaranteed personal freedoms. This is a promise from the governor, right? Let's not forget that promise. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, and Christopher, and thank you for your testimony. Any question? Seeing none. Next up, Heidi. Heidi, followed by Candy. Bruce says, yes, that's you, Heidi. How you doing today? Wonderful.
My name is Heidi Rusas. I currently live in Willimantic, Connecticut. I'm a mom of actually 12 children. I grew up in the system in foster care in Massachusetts and went on to have my children where I was terrorized by the Department of Children and Families in the state of Connecticut. DCF filed a perjured neglect petition against me in the year 2018-19, and I had to sue them in federal court. My son, Noah Rusas, has autism and attended Waterbury Public Schools, where I had to withdraw him because he was constantly bullied, kicked, punched, humiliated. Okay? I was falsely arrested in Waterbury, Connecticut. Later on, DCF did that mess with me and apologized. They just unsubstantiated me after trying to bribe me. This is the history of DCF. We all know DCF was under federal oversight due to the WANF case, but they continue to fail kids, as in Mimi Garcia, Jacqueline Garcia, the child in Waterbury. And then I feel that this bill is covering up DCF, where they should take accountability and placing oversight on these homeschoolers that do not need it. It's unconstitutional. It cannot happen, and it's unfair. DCF can't even control the foster kids that they have in the system. How are they going to oversee all these kids? How are they going to oversee safely? Absolutely not. It can't happen. They can't run an honest agency. They're corrupt, point blank. They lie up a storm. Their records are inaccurate. So I'm asking legislation, how are they going to oversee the homeschooling community? I'm baffled. How are they going to when they're always in federal court because they're hurting families? How? How are they going to watch? How are they going to oversee these people that are doing their jobs as parents, that get up every morning and homeschool their kids? How is DCF that hurts kids going to help anybody sitting in this room or in the state of Connecticut? They need oversight. They need a body cam so they can tell the truth. I grew up in the system. I was sexually assaulted in the system. I was bullied in the system. I have PTSD because of the system. How is DCF going to oversee these homeschooling? I think that this bill was written to cover up DCF flaws and lies. That's what I think. I oppose this bill. It shouldn't happen. Nobody should have brought it to the table because it's unconstitutional. It's unacceptable, period. That's what I have to say.
Thank you, Heidi, for your testimony.
Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it.
No problem. And I want to also thank the people in the room for being responsive and being respectful to those who's come up and showing your support by doing this. Thank you for that.
I'm a traumatized woman.
Thank you.
Traffic through the system because DCF can't tell the truth.
Gotcha. Next up, we have Candy Muris, followed by Connie Sharp, followed by Glenn Larson. Candy? Is the Candy online? Candy, you're online. I think you're up next. When we come back to her? Okay, we're gonna come back to Candy. Connie? Connie Shop? Connie Shop? No Connie online? Continue on. Glenn Larson? Glenn Larson.
How you doing? I'm here.
How you doing today?
All right, not too bad.
You're up.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As you noted, my name is Glenn Larson, and I am a resident of Ellington, Connecticut, where my wife and I homeschool our two boys. I am adamantly opposed to House Bill 5468, and I am finding it increasingly difficult to follow what problem the Democrats on the Education Committee are trying to solve exactly. The better part of last year, I attended public forums. My wife came to the Capitol twice, and we've spoken ad nauseum with our local rep, Jamie Foster, and have had much debate with Representative Patrick Biggins. Last year, Mr. Biggins was vehemently beating the drum regarding the need for increased child safety and a very far-fetched argument that lax homeschool laws in the state were the issue. But after all the debate and discussion with Mr. Biggins and others over the last year, predominantly focused on child safety, now it's my understanding your committee is not focused on safety. And Representative Leeper has now executed a sudden about-face, and the focus is on equivalent education. So now the plan, I think, is to regulate homeschoolers because this body wants to make sure homeschoolers have equivalent education, whatever that means. But if education standards are now the flavor of the month for the Democrats on this committee to go after the homeschooling community, I would strongly suggest your colleagues fix the standards in public schools before you come looking to apply those same abysmal standards to homeschoolers, as has been notably pointed out throughout the day today. And I know this statistic has been shared, but I'll say it again. The National Assessment of Educational Progress in its 2024 report noted Connecticut's fourth grade reading proficiency at 36%. Said another way, 2/3 of fourth graders in this state cannot read at grade level. That's staggering. Let that sink in. That's not a standard that I would like my whole homeschooling curriculum to be equivalent to. And I've heard Ms. Leeper chime in throughout the day today that this bill is not saying that you can't maintain your curriculum, to which I retort, then what does the bill say? And this is where we're growing very frustrated, because it's like innuendo and hemming and hawing, and it doesn't include this and it doesn't include that. Then what's the point of the bill to begin with? Either go for it or don't go for it. So you can tell I'm growingly frustrated. And you can see how homeschool families have a high degree of trepidation if the state wants to come in and play standard bearer for homeschoolers.
Glenn, can you please summarize?
Sure, I'm wrapping up. Why would homeschooling families want to now have to report to some state or local school administration where the standard is so low to begin with? This, to me, reeks of you all having a solution in dire search of a problem. Come hell or high water, you appear determined to rein in homeschool families. You just haven't quite landed on the winning formula yet. I've yet to see any data that indicates there's an issue with homeschooling in the state as it relates to education standards. All evidence I've seen, albeit anecdotal, indicates quite the contrary. So why are we trying to enact laws around homeschooling? Just simply on the basis that the law hasn't been touched in a while, or on the basis that Connecticut has the most lax homeschooling laws in the country? Homeschooling in Connecticut is flourishing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Janelyn Bailey? Janelyn Bailey? Okay. After Janelyn, we're gonna go with Lynn Jones and then Jeffrey Paz. How you doing?
From, what?
Speaking to that mic.
Into the mic.
Yeah. There you.
Hi, I'm Jana. I'm from the Pequannock neighborhood of Windsor. I'm a former homeschooled student and public school graduate of Connecticut. I hold a BFA and an MFA in fine art. I'm now a third-year homeschool mom, small business owner, homesteader, and practicing artist. I oppose HB 5468 because it introduces unwarranted surveillance and data collection. We already have too much of this going on in tech. It reverses the presumption of innocence and expands state surveillance without cause. Yes, I have read 1984. Annual intent filing and academic demonstration are both logistic burdens and to already busy homeschool parents. This law would complicate homeschooling and make it easier to remove our rights to homeschool in the future. I'm extremely worried and alarmed that the state has turned its eye to homeschoolers, the overwhelming majority of whom are good, stable households. As a parent, I exercise the right to homeschool, to school my child how I see fit, and I owe zero sort of reporting to the state. In fact, I find the very thought outrageous. The state is not the parent, and I refuse to co-parent with the government. This overreaction to a few tragic events of the past shouldn't set precedent for government overreach into our homes. It was a failure of DCF, not the fault of homeschooling itself. If we give an inch, the state will take a mile. We homeschool for a variety of reasons, including but not limited to the rejection of standardized testing and enforced grade level accomplishments, fraternizing with students solely your own age, an entirely unrealistic model for adulthood, the ungodly hours away from home, breaking down the child-parent relationship, the lack of freedom to explore subjects that claim more interest, and last, but probably the most important, the medical tyranny that this state has implemented when they removed all exemptions for childhood vaccines, the most egregious thing Connecticut has done in my lifetime. Please vote no in HB 5468. Prevent the witch hunt. Help us maintain our freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your, wait, you might have a question. Thank you for your testimony. See, got a question. Representative.
Well, first I would like to say thank you for coming in here today and also giving us some information on just what kind of sacrifices a homeschool family does make. Many times people will say it's really not a school choice, it's a life choice. So with that in mind, with this bill, what kind of implications do you feel that this is going to have on the children that they are going to be, quote, monitoring?
Well, I guess overall, I am not interested in reporting or filing about, what goes on in our home, what curriculum we decide to use, extracurriculars, what have you. I think, I don't know if I was prepared for questions. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, and many times the, test results and other things indicate that the homeschool children do perform better than the public school children. Are there any recommendations that you might give to the public schools?
Well, I performed, I think, pretty poorly with standardized testing, the whole idea that kids are supposed to all fit the same puzzle piece is just, it's really unfortunate that the system is like that. I think that it's really impossible to, I wish that all kids could be homeschooled, I resented being homeschooled at the time. And I did go to public school as well. And I didn't have a bad experience in public school. But the standardized testing and just you have to stick to this. And if you don't fall into the categories that you're expected to fall into, that you're flagged in some way.
Well, I just want to say thank you to your commitment to homeschooling and also your commitment to allowing for the freedom to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we're gonna go back to 661. We found Candy. Candy?
Hi, I apologize. I was having some issues with audio. Good afternoon. My name is Candy, and I am a resident of Woodbury, Connecticut, and a mother of 3 young children. I'm also a licensed clinical social worker with over 10 years of experience working with children and families in outpatient, virtual, and in-home settings. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am here to express my concerns regarding Connecticut House Bill 5468. I currently homeschool one of my children, and I'm very connected to the homeschool community. Educational freedom is something I care about deeply. I am here to echo many of the other testimonies that have been highlighting some of the concerns around the language about homeschools receiving equivalent instruction to public school students. That phrase is unclear and undefined, and I worry what it could eventually mean in practice. Earlier today, we heard the testimony from Office of the Child Advocate suggesting recommendations such as standardized testing requirements or mandated curriculum for homeschool students. Policies like these could fundamentally change the nature of homeschool in Connecticut. I have also concerns about the language in the bill that could expand the role of DCF as it relates to homeschool oversight. As a clinical social worker, I strongly support protecting vulnerable children. However, I worry that introducing DCF more directly into the homeschool space could create unnecessary investigations or fear for families who are simply choosing a different educational path for their children. One of the greatest strengths for homeschool is the flexibility it gives families to meet children where they're at developmentally and emotionally. For example, my 5-year-old daughter, much of her learning happens through everyday experiences. When we cook, for example, we talk about measurements, introducing early math concepts. We discuss the different roles of ingredients, which introduces science. And at the same time, she's building independence, curiosity, and confidence. As a clinical social worker, I have also seen a concerning trend over the past decade. I regularly work with children as young as, and I have children as young as 10 or 11 who have experienced significant anxiety, depression, and pressure related to academic expectations. Many feel constant stress to perform, achieve high scores, and keep up with the rigid academic pacing, even when they do not fully understand the material. I have some parents that I'm friends with from the Newtown, Connecticut schools, for example, who talk about elementary school children having 2 hours and more of homework each evening. I worried that policies requiring homeschool education to mirror public school systems could unintentionally introduce these same pressures into learning environments that currently allow children to thrive in different ways. I understand this bill comes from a desire to protect our vulnerable children. However, the vast majority of homeschool parents are deeply invested in their children's well-being and education. Like all parents, they simply want the ability to choose the learning environment that best supports their child. As both a parent and a social worker, I believe children thrive when adults who know and love them best are trusted to guide their development. I respectfully urge the committee to oppose HB 5468 and preserve the freedom for Connecticut families to choose the educational path that best supports their children's growth, well-being, and future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony, Candy. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you once again. Next, we're gonna go to, I think I'm at Lynn Jones. No? Nailed it. Lynn Jones.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you for this opportunity. I just want you all to imagine being a 50-pound petite kindergarten girl who musters up the courage to say goodbye to mommy, her safe place, every morning, to board the bus in faith, believing that the adults and children you will encounter shortly at school will have your best interest. Your developing mind believes that everyone will be kind and safe. The thought of harm is the furthest from your innocent thoughts and imagination. You're just grasping the fact that despite your angst and challenges you faced with separating from mommy, your safe place, you did it. The day begins, and the unfamiliar faces of peers and adults that are supposed to keep you safe begin to dim. Your unexposed mind has now begun to shift. You hope in the kindness and your hope in the kindness and safety of others is starting to fade, and your safe place is so distant and far away. You try to make sense of what you're experiencing and understand these now lonely feelings of abandonment and seclusion. You're being called names that don't feel nice, although you're the victim. Victimizer sets atop your forehead. None of it makes sense. Now this label is placed on you. You're special indeed, but the system lacks in meeting your needs. Now this label warrants permissible, inappropriate physical contact. Restraint? 2 adults, a 50-pound, 5-year-old kindergarten girl? You mean to tell me that 2 grown adults had to place their hands on my child to restrain her, and you didn't bother to call me first or try another form of de-escalation? My 5-year-old, 50-pound baby girl didn't and still doesn't have an aggressive bone in her body. Who would have thought that being subject to bullying and adjusting to a new environment would invite such trauma-causing harm without documented nor clearly explainable reasons? What happened to protocol or contacting parents before a situation escalates? They could have seriously hurt my child physically, but they certainly hurt her mentally, without a shadow of a doubt. The system is broken, the staff is ill-equipped and undertrained. The work is plenty, but the laborers are few, and certainly not vetted enough. Public school staff needs to be under scrutiny and additional regulation. Over the past 3 years, the Connecticut State Department of Education reported more than 1,313 incidents of children being injured during restraint alone. This number does not include the sexual misconduct cases that seem to run unchecked on repeat. According to centralized data, hundreds to thousands of incidents of sexual misconduct has been reported annually. There's clearly not enough DCF workers to labor in the sector of public school safety alone. What makes you think DCF will have the wherewithal to presume homeschoolers guilty until proven innocent when public schools have more than enough issues that DCF needs to address?
Lynn, can you please summarize?
Yes, I'm almost done. According to data, there is no single case of any abuse or sexual misconduct of any homeschooler except the late headlines, which neglected the truth about 2 unfortunate situations where the victims were depicted as homeschooled children, yet neither were actually homeschooled. One child was categorized as a homeschooler, but was actually already deceased at the point when she was pulled and documented a homeschooler. Both unfortunate and sad situations were not due to homeschool issues. They are evidence that the CT-DCF system is a failing and broken system. Hands, minds, and lives off homeschoolers, please and thank you.
Thank you, Lynn, for your testimony. Any questions for Lynn? Lynn, is your child homeschooled or your?
All my children are homeschooled.
Okay, and what district do you live in?
I live in South Windsor.
Okay. Good job. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, Jeffrey Paz. Followed by Christina Dunstan and Bethany Miller.
Good afternoon. Chairs, ranking members, members of the committee, neighbors, and incredible homeschoolers. My name is Jeff Paz. I have been a Fairfield County resident for over 30 years with extensive experience in the Westport public school system and alternative school options for my children, for my grandchildren, and I respectfully submit this testimony in opposition to HB 5468. Now, why would that be? HB 5468 raises significant concerns regarding parental rights. The United States Supreme Court has repeatedly affirmed that parents, not the state, possesses a fundamental right to direct the upbringing and education of their children, specifically referred to Wisconsin v. Yoder, 1972. What this bill does, number one, introduces new mechanisms for monitoring and intervention that infringe on parents' rights. Number two, HB 5468 proposes a significant expansion of state authority over families who have chosen to educate their children outside of the public school system, which is their right and their freedom. HB 5468 introduces additional reporting and compliance requirements despite the clear lack of evidence demonstrating systemic problems within Connecticut's home schooling. So there's constitutionality arguments that can be made here quite simply by a really astute lawyer. And I'm not a lawyer, I'm an engineer, and I really like to solve problems. So what's the problem? If the legislation believes improvements are necessary to address specific problems of neglect or abuse and neglect that is not in the homeschooling system, neither is there causation or correlation there. Our problem is in DCF. These concerns should be addressed through the child welfare enforcement and procedural improvements. If you like numbers, let's talk about numbers for a moment. Let's understand the magnitude of this problem. In 2023, based on my research, DCF had 32,000 accepted reports. These are things that need intervention and follow-up. So what's on the input side of that? Over 32,000. In fact, if you look at DCF's care line, they received 111,000 calls in 2023 alone. So are you telling the public that we need to add more volume to DCF, more volume that's totally unrelated to abuse? This is the definition of a needle in a haystack. Why have we created this? In closing, I urge respectfully that this committee preserve parental responsibility, reject HB 5468. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Christina.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. To the Education Committee, my name is Christina Dustin. I have degrees in education, special education, and psychology. I know how to read bills and what it means if something is broad rather than narrow. The Connecticut Democrat majority takes an inch and runs with it. With that said, what the governor and Senate Democrats have put into the public school curriculum is grossly inappropriate, which is why some families flee, while test scores and reading is beyond poor. In addition, their policies that embolden criminals make parents remove their children for safety reasons inside and outside the school. The stress is too much. Dem policies are pushing kids out. Very few schools are keeping the politics out and teaching actual education. I am grateful for the ones that do. Furthermore, between poor scores and reading issues, curriculum issues, and abuse from teachers that have late or no consequences, makes me embarrassed to say that I'm a teacher. Even background checks are not working. Why? Some teachers who have been reported to have abused children, we find out that they have been transferred to other schools instead of being prosecuted and causing more harm. We have been hearing about more oversight today and how the system is lacking. DCF is the system. It lacks help and they are overwhelmed, but those arguments cannot be used for the Waterbury case or Mimi case, as they had many eyes and calls made on them and tragedies still happened. DCF needs help. Hold DCF accountable. Is there going to be a third-party review not within the system? Mandated reporters don't take this lightly and don't report or notify for no abuse, and the districts agree. In addition, the Waterbury man is now suing DCF for failure. The public schools need to be cleaned up. In addition, the Yukon statistics paper said that the OCA's report is unusable, and you cannot make laws during active investigations. So vote no to HB 5468, no oversight on homeschoolers for no reason other than control, no to removing the whole statute from 1650 that says duty of the parent. That needs to be put back in. No to every overreach to this bill regulating everyone who chooses anything but public school. You have also erased the special needs and disabled children from the bill. We are the Constitution state, and all of you and your higher ups work for us, and you forget that. The Connecticut parents are not the minority, and everyone will be voted out. We're watching who pushed through unconstitutional bills. Let's see.
Thank you, Christina, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, we're gonna move along to, I lost my track. Bethany Miller, followed by Casey Nash, followed by Aaron Boxer.
Hi. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Bethany Miller, and I am a Connecticut parent, a physician assistant, a mental health advocate, and a homeschooling mother. I want to be very clear about something. Homeschooling was not our first plan. Like many families, we believed the traditional school system would work for our children. But as a parent of neurodivergent children, I watched them struggle in an environment that wasn't simply built for them. I watched my child come home every day completely dysregulated and overwhelmed, sometimes unable to even talk about their day because their nervous system had been pushed past its limits. Eventually, every parent reaches the same conclusion: your child's well-being has to come first. So we made the decision to homeschool, not because it was easier and not to avoid accountability, but because it was the best way to protect our child's safety, mental health, and ability to learn. That's why legislation like HB 5468 is so concerning to families like mine. I know everyone here cares about protecting children, but many of us choose homeschooling precisely because we are protecting our children. I also want to address the tragic cases that seem to be driving this legislation. Every parent grieves for those children, but those tragedies were not caused by homeschooling. In both situations, systems already had eyes on those children. There were reports, there were warning signs. Those children were not invisible. The system failed them. The question before this committee should not be how to monitor thousands of responsible homeschooling families. The real question is, where did the existing systems fail those children, and how do we fix them? Another concern is the concept of equivalent education. The premise seems to be that homeschool education must mirror the structure of public schools, but that raises an important question: equivalent by whose definition? For many families, especially those with neurodivergent children, education cannot look standardized. Parents often spend years fighting for support through IEPs and 504 plans because children learn differently. And perhaps the reason homeschooling works so well is because it does not look the same as traditional schooling. Families like mine didn't choose homeschooling to escape responsibility. We chose it because we refused to outsource our children's well-being. Parents across Connecticut are watching this debate closely, and in an election year, they will remember who stood with families and who did not. I urge you to oppose HB 5468 and instead focus your efforts on fixing the systemic failures that allowed these tragedies to occur. Protecting children means strengthening the systems responsible for their safety, not placing
Casey,
new
will you
burdens.
please summarize?
Correct, yes, not placing new burdens on families who are doing everything they can to care for their children. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Casey? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony, ma'am. Just out of curiosity, what that you're teaching now would you not be able to teach based on this bill?
Please, audience.
Want it? It's right here.
Okay,
Sir, please, will you please?
there's not anything
the
necessarily.
pad.
Sorry, there's not anything necessarily that I wouldn't be able to teach. I am the blessed mother of an I do not comply child. I have an oppositional defiant child. I have a child who has mood disorder, anxiety, depression, and all of the things. So she could not function in traditional school system, but often even in that system, they couldn't define what equivalent instruction could look like for my child. And that's not new. As a mental health advocate, somebody as physician assistant, we are seeing growing rates of oppositional defiant disorder, DMDD, which is a new diagnosis. We are seeing anxiety. We have an epidemic of mental health issues and concerns with our children. And a standard school does not fit that. So when you pull your child out of that school system, I had to have a lot of flexibility. Let me tell you, I had to set a lot of different expectations around what my child could learn. There's something that we say in the mental health field. Kids will do well if they can do well. And so that was really a very individualized program that I had to work with my daughter to get past math anxiety. And that can't look like a standardized program. My daughter is behind in math potentially if you put her on a scale and you decided to grade her, which actually I don't think any child should be graded and put against each other. So my child would probably not be equivalent in math. She's reading 2 grade levels ahead of most adults actually, right? So we actually even would talk about kids, but most adults are reading at a 7th, 8th grade level. So public schools have something that lack to be desired anyway. But in any case, she's reading two years ahead of that. We've been able to focus on her art, which is her passion. She's writing a novel at 15. You know, that's not something that is she, you know, doing social studies and certain things, right? So it's really asking what is the framework? And unfortunately, it's not clear in any way about what equivalent instruction. And unfortunately for us, that lack of clarity is rather concerning because that means it could go in so many different directions. And that can impact how I show up for my family and protect her mental health, because we have a mental health curriculum above everything in our household. And then we work on the science and the math and all of that thing where she can rise up to meet that challenge, because her default is no. So if I gave her a worksheet that meant to hit any standards that you guys think, her default is no, okay? So I as a parent, and I'm not alone in this because we do have a whole neurodivergent population that we have to meet with their needs, not your needs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just one more question, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for the
Yeah.
delay. Do you find it difficult to get the resources that you need for your children, or is it are those readily available for you?
No, let me tell you, they're actually rather robust. In fact, almost too robust, right? Because I think every parent in this room who has homeschooled has probably tried at least 5 different curriculums at least, right? So there are so many robust resources. I've never seen, I know we talk about safety and community. This homeschool community is the best reflection of that. And we all really lock arms. It's been the most beautiful things where I was not able to get resources from my medical providers, despite the fact that my kid had multiple diagnoses. Those resources didn't come from the medical community. They did not come from my government. They certainly didn't come from the public school system, who couldn't even meet basic demands for my children's safety. They came from these people. Okay, so these are the people, right? And they're rallying they're rallying with you as a community. So it's amazing. I've never had any concerns. I've never thought in my whole existence as a homeschool parent, we've been doing this for 6 years now, to go to a government building to ask for resources. It's actually it's the opposite of where I would go.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Very
Yeah.
informative. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Aaron Boxer, followed by Erica Bazuto, I'm sorry.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
I believe you had the wrong name. My name is Casey Nash.
Am I up or
Okay,
no?
I'm sorry. All right, the real Casey.
Yeah.
Nash. The AI one was just here and she's
Yeah.
really good.
I'm sorry. Am I up?
Well, you're next.
Aaron Boxer. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Aaron, you're gonna be after Casey,
Oh, okay.
the real Casey.
Yes.
All right.
All right. My name is Casey Nash, and I am here to express my support of House Bill 5468. Like many of the families that are here today to oppose this bill, my family chose to homeschool my 5 siblings and me from kindergarten to the 12th grade. My experiences throughout my childhood led me to believe strongly that there must be basic measures to protect the children of families who choose to homeschool. My parents homeschooled for 30 years, starting in a state with no homeschooling regulations, which is similar to how Connecticut exists today. I can say with absolute certainty that my and my siblings' education and well-being improved once my family moved to California, where regulations are similar to what is being proposed today. It was the first time in my childhood that I received an education remotely equivalent to those of my non-homeschooled peers. Before moving, my parents were free from any scrutiny on how and whether they were educating my siblings and me, and we were invisible to the mandated reporters that exist to discover parents who are abusing their children. Without any regulation, my parents were free to abuse and neglect us without any witnesses. The crimes that they committed might have been unearthed if laws existed to protect us, their children. The laws in California are considered low and minimally invasive regulation. It was not a complete cure to the neglect and abuse that we experienced. My mother got very creative when she submitted our transcripts to the state. So trips to Disneyland, attending a flat earth convention, and doubling ingredients when cooking our dinner were represented as education. But even that minimal regulation made a profound impact on my childhood, and my youngest siblings were not subjected to the same level of neglect and abuse as those of us born before those regulations existed. I would like to acknowledge the many homeschooled children in this room who have been brought here today by their parents to oppose this bill. My family would also respond to the aggressive calls to action by the HSLDA to oppose every law that would enact minimal regulation of homeschooling. 20 years ago, I was one of the children testifying in opposition to bills like this. 20 years from now, if you ask these same children whether they wish there had been some protections in place, their testimony will be different, as mine is now. So I support House Bill 5468 because without the most minimal oversight, there is no way to tell the good homeschoolers from those who use homeschooling as a shield to hide their crimes. Parents who are not abusing or neglecting their children should not oppose any measure that would discover those that are. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Leeper.
I just want to say thanks. I know it's really not easy to stand up in a room like this and represent the kids that we'll never hear from. And I think we've been trying to say we've agreed the vast majority of homeschoolers are doing a wonderful job. It's not actually, as I started this day with, about homeschoolers. It's just that our laws have a total gap here. So if you want to hide your children, you can use this law to do that. And what I hear from so many other voices is here that they're not hiding their children. They're doing incredible things. And so actually should have no difficulty with these very modest steps to ensure children can't be hidden away. And I just want to say, I think you're really brave. I can imagine this is very scary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Any other questions, comments? Thank you again, the real case.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Aaron Boxer. Aaron online.
All right. Thank you,
Followed by
Chair.
Erica, followed by Maria McNamara.
Okay. Thank you, Chair and members of the Education Committee for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Aaron Boxer, and I'm representing my company, which is Diversified Education Services, which is an executive function and tutoring company based out of Greenwich. Also, as a Connecticut certified special educator, I strongly oppose HB 5468. This is a bill that's not just misguided, it's a blatant attack on the freedoms that have allowed homeschooling to flourish in Connecticut for over 2 centuries. And I have to ask, why now? After 200 years of families successfully educating their children at home without government meddling, why are we suddenly scrutinizing homeschooling? Well, I'm going to answer my own question using 3 words: big, beautiful bill. Not every policy pushed forward by the supermajority of Democrats is bad, but behind most of the bad policy is the inane mindset of opposing anything that Donald Trump is behind. And for those who don't know, the Triple B was signed into law last year, and it will empower families across the nation to opt out of failing government schools if they choose. The Triple B also aims to empower families with tax-free funds and scholarships for homeschool expenses worth thousands more. And it's a game changer. It allows parents to flee systems riddled with bureaucracy and bias, but that's exactly what bills like HB 5468 will do. More bureaucratic overreach masked as virtue. It's not about protecting kids from abusive parents as it has been positioned. It's to claw back control. It's a way to target good-natured and well-intentioned parents who want nothing more than to protect and educate their kids. And why would parents want to send their kids to public schools where the NAEP scores show that 1 out of 3 kids is behind in reading and math? And we all watch the news. And some of our government schools have become more about activism than academics. So it's no wonder that our public schools in Connecticut are failing our kids with a push towards ideological indoctrination. ICE protests during school hours, violence against classmates with opposing views, rather than focusing on what schools are supposed to be about, which is about learning how to learn. Make no mistake, while 5468 might not include the language that puts homeschool families on a list, that's semantics. It's designed to scare families and disincentivize homeschooling. And Connecticut has trusted homeschoolers for generations, and those kids are thriving. Higher test scores, better college readiness, real-world skills without distractions of overcrowded classrooms or agenda-driven curricula. And why fix what isn't broken? This is not about child protection, it's about control. And we know that school unions, they are powerful, and their lobby, which helps elect some of the members that are here today, they won't stop pushing for this overreach because every child who leaves public school means less funding and influence for them. In closing, HB 5468 is government overreach disguised as virtue, and it's an attempt to stem the tide of educational freedom. Protect parental rights, reject this bill, and let families choose what's best for their kids. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Aaron? Seeing none, thank you again, Aaron. Next up, Erica. Erica?
I'm here online.
All right, Erica. It's your turn.
Thank you all for having me here today. I never wanted to homeschool. I'm a Connecticut certified public educator with over a decade of experience in the classroom. And homeschooling chose us when the public system failed to meet the needs of my oldest child. This was a severe system failure that left my child traumatized. When this happened, maybe 10 years ago now, the homeschool community welcomed us, accepted us, loved us. People from all races, religions, abilities, political affiliations, they held us up when the school put us down. Now, both of my children continue to thrive at home. And I know that the education they're getting in our home and in our community could never be considered equivalent to what they would get in the failing system. It's far superior. In regards to Bill 5468, I oppose it in its entirety. My biggest concerns are that this bill leaves kids no escape from the abuse and failing educational practices within the school system. This leaves families who are in crisis waiting for bureaucratic approval to remove their child from an unsafe or unhealthy situation within the school environment. And just hearing the stories from people like Lynn Jones, who just spoke, and Abby's mom, who spoke earlier, this bill would require those parents to seek approval to homeschool and to be evaluated by the very people who failed them and pushed them out of the system in the first place. In some cases, children are going back to their very abusers to gain approval. Homeschoolers are bipartisan, and I want to urge everyone on the Education Committee to consider the vast opposition to this bill from homeschoolers, public schoolers, private schoolers, teachers, superintendents, Democrats, and Republicans. Please vote no on this bill. I'd be happy to take any questions, but I should say that My son's story is not my story, so I won't share personal details of his based on his experience in the public system.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Thank you, and thank you for your service as educator.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Maria McNamara. Maria, followed by Jessica Lima, followed by Courtney Tyson. Maria? Maria once, twice. So Jessica Lima, followed by Courtney Tyson, followed by David Bruno. We're gonna get there. Jessica? All right, Courtney, you're up. Followed by David Bruno, followed by Kate Diaz.
Can you hear me? Thank you. Hi, my name is Courtney Tyson. I am a Waterford parent of 4 children. One of them spoke to you today. She shared her advanced algebra skills at age 10. You also heard from my husband, who took some of her time, which she so graciously offered to him, not against her will, nor was she forced to be here. She actually signed up before I had the guts to face you all. I'm here as an art educator. I hold a college degree in art education. I spent time working in the school system before I became a homeschool parent. That experience opened my eyes. I watched many children slowly lose their love of learning as they tried to fit into systems and reforms that required them to learn in very narrow ways. I saw bright, creative kids begin to believe they were failing simply because they didn't learn in the right way. For many of them, art class was the only place where they could finally breathe and feel successful. Yet even there, math, language arts, and science needed to be folded in to justify my existence in their classroom. That experience is why I chose to allow my $120,000 teaching certificate degree to lapse. I didn't want to be a part of that system, and that is why my husband and I have chosen a different path for our family. We homeschool on our farm with our chickens, cows, and vegetables. Our children, beyond the school classroom, study agriculture firsthand. They help milk the cows because they want to. They raise animals that they name because they want to. They witness the birth and the creation of life, and we have a calf that could be on the ground when we get back home today. They chose to miss that, to be here, to talk to you today. They understand the responsibility that comes with caring for land and livestock. Just this week in the beautiful Monday weather, while I was emailing all of you and calling my town first selectmen, they were outside building a terrarium together, using the field guides that fill our home to identify the insects that they filled it with. They are learning how to love not just facts, but how to observe, question, and pursue knowledge deeply. They are learning to love learning. That is why House Bill 5468 concerns me. This ambiguous standard of equivalent instruction leaves us uncertain about how our education will be judged. I quit that system. I don't need its approval to educate my children. Why should a lawful educational choice trigger a child welfare review when no other educational choice in Connecticut does? The bill expands government oversight of homeschooling while creating new administrative burdens. You've heard that for our overworked school systems and overworked DCF department. Yet there's been no evidence presented that the current homeschool system as it stands is failing. We all know that there were open cases against both the man who was found in Branford and poor Minnie Torres. None of us want these kids to go uncared for. But why then is this buck not being passed to DCF and the school districts right now? Why are we on trial defending our rights here? We don't want government resources. Families like mine already privately fund our children's education while continuing to pay the same taxes that support the public school system.
Courtney, will you please summarize?
Absolutely. My family lives very simply and buys used where we can so we can educate our children this way. We harvest much of our own food so we can afford to pay our electric bill. We work hard for this freedom because we believe it is worth it. We are not asking you to educate our children. We are doing that work already.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
Do I have any questions?
Any questions? Seeing none, well, you represent.
I just have a comment. Just choosing to homeschool your child would not trigger a DCF referral. That's not what the law says, or that's not what this bill says.
It says my name would be sent. to DCF and
It-
they would have to approve whether or not I can withdraw my child to private school, DCF or
And all
otherwise.
it is, it's only reviewing whether or not you have an open case.
Who
That's it.
says they have the right to do that?
Thank
Why should they? I'm innocent.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
For your
You don't have an
clarification.
answer?
Any other questions?
Okay, guess not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Was there a question?
No. Next up, you have, who's next? David Bruno.
Hello.
David Bruno, followed by Kate Diaz, followed by Brandon Sabag.
Hello.
David, oh, there he is.
Yep.
You're up.
I'm up. Cool. Can you hear me there?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Yeah. Hello. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share today. My name is David Bruno. I was born and raised here in Connecticut. I'm a second-generation homeschool parent, and I'm also a mandated reporter. Someone who has been shared today already is legally responsible to report concerns about child welfare when I see them. I care deeply about the safety of children and the health of our communities, and I'm invested in the successful education of my children. And I'm here today, like many others, to strongly oppose House Bill 5468. Connecticut is known as the Constitution State. That identity reflects a long history of valuing individual liberty and the role of families in shaping their own lives. For decades, homeschooling has existed in Connecticut with a simple understanding. Parents are primarily responsible for their children's education, and families who choose this path should be trusted to act in the best interest of their children, and that approach has worked. Homeschooling in Connecticut has a long and successful track record, as we've heard today, and today there are thousands across the state educating their children at home. In my networks alone, I know hundreds of families raising thoughtful, capable, well-educated young people who go on to colleges, careers, and successful service in their communities. This bill changes that relationship in a fundamental way and shifts the burden onto families to continually prove themselves to the state. Instead of assuming parents are acting responsibly in the best interest of their children, this bill presumes that families must demonstrate their legitimacy and presupposes malintent without just cause. This bill will also have real consequences for our towns and school districts, as it creates a new administrative burden that has already been publicly opposed by many Connecticut school districts and superintendents, as we have heard today. This will result in additional bureaucracy and burden that affects not just homeschool families, but also our friends and our neighbors whose children attend these schools. This makes it not just a homeschooling issue, but a community issue. Lastly, this proposal moves Connecticut in the wrong direction compared to the broader trend throughout New England. Across our region, there is a growing recognition that educational flexibility and parental choice can coexist with child protection without creating sweeping new regulatory systems. Vermont has recently reduced reporting requirements for homeschool families, and earlier this year, New Hampshire lawmakers advanced a bill removing multiple oversight provisions entirely, while Maine continues to operate under a simple parent-directed system. This trend underscores that Connecticut's proposed regulations are not only unnecessary, but they are also out of step with the broader direction of education policy in our region. To conclude, homeschooling has a long and effective track record in Connecticut, and this bill not only disrupts that success, but also places undue suspicion on dedicated parents and overburdens our school systems. So I urge the committee to reject this bill and uphold our educational freedoms that have made Connecticut a model of successful education liberty. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for your testimony. Any questions for David? Seeing none, we'll move right along to Kate Diaz.
Good afternoon. I'm Kate Diaz. I'm the president of the Connecticut Education Association. And we don't often find ourselves in a space to offer testimony for or against homeschooling. Often we stand as educators recognizing the importance of parental choice. And we do still stand in that place. I want to offer up that we are absolutely clear that parents make choices for their children as they should. It makes sense. We are recognizing that homeschooling does have a track record of success. Absolutely, there are children who have thrived, and we wouldn't hate to see parents taking the assumption that that is not what we want. But I think what we are looking at is how are we keeping track of our children? There is a statutory obligation that we as a community have to ensure that every single child has access to a high quality education. And for me, I absolutely believe that homeschooling can be that for our children. But I also recognize that in the past few years, we've seen people just disappear off the rosters. So this idea of acknowledging to your school districts that you are going to homeschool your child for some purposes is really just to kind of clean the slate to understand where are the children. And I don't think that's a crazy thing for us to want to contemplate as a state. Given some of the challenges that have faced our children in the past few years. And I think we can't act like those things haven't happened. And so this idea that we just want to understand who is in what places with no judgment. There is no statement that you cannot homeschool a child. It's just the acknowledgement that please let us know that this is what you're doing so that we can differentiate between people who are being homeschooled and children who are not actually being engaged in education in a formal manner of any kind. We want to know that so that we can outreach and work with families to get a child into an appropriate educational experience. So for us, that is really what we see this sort of the priority of this legislation is understanding where the children are. Secondarily, I have to actually support that if we have an ongoing investigation of a child's health and well-being, if the request is that the school district just notify DCF that there's been a change in circumstances, that's fine. I think that's just a normal practice of carrying that information forward, a change in status. That's it. We as teachers, as educators, are not interested in policing families, but we have an understandable responsibility to communicate changes that go on within our school district. And to me, that's what that is a requirement of. And I know that there's been questions, but to be honest, it's just assisting in making sure accurate information is shared with DCF so that things can move forward, and hopefully we find that children are safe, everything is great, and we move on from that situation. But I really think that those two things are really important. I will say it's interesting. I would reiterate some of the things that people prior to me, I think there's an opportunity for us to think about what are the restrictive policies that are driving families out of public education. Maybe there's an opportunity for us to rethink some of those practices. But ultimately, I think that we're moving in the right direction. I think Connecticut lives in a land of very few regulations in this space, and small changes, I think, make us a little bit more responsible. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? Yes, Representative.
Thank you. Hi, Kate. I apologize because I just walked in, but I've been wanting to ask this question. You were just talking about, I believe, the communication between DCF and SDE. And in this bill, it goes from SDE calls and sees if there's a case or whatever. What about the opposite? What about if there's children in our school systems that have a substantiated case? To me, it seems like there should be communication between DCF and the school, because if Leslie is not participating in class or Leslie's really acting out in class, that may be because of what's happening at home. So to me, if there's a substantiated case, shouldn't DCF be in touch with the school? I know right now they can't do that unless the school reports something. It kind of is that way. But what about the opposite way?
So I think for the most part, my experience has been that the school initiates the communication. The school initiates that process of, hey, we are concerned there's an issue. Often, to be fair, I think DCF probably would love to do more proactive. And I know we've had those conversations with the DCF commissioners in the past about what's a proactive, positive way that we could engage with families so that it is not always sort of this attack culture, but rather we feel that there's a challenge. And I know that there were conversations with how to adapt some of the DCF practices to be a more proactive kind of engaged. And in some cases, we have school districts that have relationships with different DCF investigators that allow for a little bit more of a flow of communication that feels hopefully, in the grand scheme of things, more supportive.
And
I
do
think
know that right now, the DCF cannot tell the school what children have or in care have cases. I was just thinking it really kind of would help even the children that are in our school systems now, the opposite, that if there is a DCF case, even though the school doesn't know about it, maybe they should know about it. And maybe they should know why Leslie is, as I said, misbehaving or not participating. So I was just kind of thinking the opposite of what happens now and how that would be effective.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that obviously we have privacy rules that we want to always follow. But as an educator, I will tell you that more information is always helpful, right? The more I know about a child, the better I can serve them. So I think it's a good question. It's something for us to contemplate about, where do we protect families' privacy? And, how do we make sure that teachers have what they need to really serve the children well?
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Hughes.
Thank you. My question has to do, walking it back to the statutory
With the bar that's at the bottom. There we go. Okay, start.
Donna, you might want to mute. We have a question for Kate Diaz.
Are you there?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I'm just walking back to the statutory obligation to keep an eye on the children. And what does this look like? I mean, I would like to know in both the private school, the public school setting, and the homeschool setting, when you have children that might be in high school, they're an exchange student, you have families that are going to be spending, 8 weeks in another country at times. I mean, is all of this going to be recorded? Because it's really unclear.
So all of those things are recorded, actually. When students take a leave, those are recorded. As far as those are things that are on a regular basis recorded in our school attendance offices. So anyone who's engaged with a system, we actually do take and track their attendance, make sure that we know where our children who are enrolled in the systems. Private schools similarly have to report out on attendance and things like that, as do charter schools, magnet schools. We all have an obligation with respect to the students that are enrolled in our programs. I think the difference here, where this sort of becomes a different question, is that when we have children who are not enrolled in any organized education, either public or private or parochial, or to your point, exchange programs, we don't know where they are. And so often it's just sort of assumed that there's a homeschool experience happening. But the problem is we don't know that. And so the question becomes, which children are being served great by their parents, having these great experiences, and which aren't? And that's where I think the question for us has come up, is that we know where almost 500,000 students are currently engaged in some form of education. And then we have thousands that we don't know where they are. And I think that's where the concern lies, is ensuring that all of our children have this access to a positive educational experience.
So we're not talking about like the school vacations and, we're not talking about having locations of people at all times.
Oh gosh, no, nobody has time for that. This is truly about enrollment. This is in my head, in my understanding of the intention of this legislation. It's not, listen, nobody has any desire to do the tracking that our cell phones, by the way, already do for us. But I think from our organizational standpoint, what we're really interested in is just who's enrolled where. And making sure we can answer, like, we don't even actually have an accurate number of how many children are effectively being homeschooled in the state of Connecticut. If you ask that question, we don't know. And I think there's a challenge for us as responsible kind of protectors of education, is to say, well, don't we want to ensure that every child is being educated? And I have no interest in digging into the minutia of what children are doing in the homeschool experience. I don't think anybody does. And I certainly don't think anybody is looking at, a day by day, you have to register your attendance with anyone. I think the interest is basically a statement, we are homeschooling our children. So we know where the children are being educated. So I don't think it's down, what we do at the school-based level in terms of monitoring student attendance is not something I think we're seeking to have replicated out in a homeschool environment.
So at a public school, if you were enrolling a student, okay, would they be, do you feel that they should be under these same guidelines, that they should determine if this family is under any type of protective supervision or, because we're talking about being concerned about children, all children, not just homeschool children.
So I think
does
that,
want to be something implemented?
well, it's interesting because and that brings up a really good question. Like for us, it's really about the change in status, right? If a child moves from one district to another, and is also engaged with a DCF, then it would make sense to continue the communication. I think any child who's currently engaged in a DCF situation, we should be able to, I would not personally have a problem with us saying, yes, this student is moved from one district to another, because you're absolutely correct. Under the spirit of safety and security, we're really talking about making sure we don't lose track of kids. And so, probably Fran Rabinowitz can answer more directly about what the practice at the administrative level is with that sort of transfer of information. But I certainly would not have a question about that if, there's an active investigation that we would want to ensure that that is communicated to where the child is and who is serving them.
Yeah. I'm just concerned because it seems pretty targeted. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to say, sir, this public hearing is going on very well, and everybody are paying attention and following the rules. Your outburst has been many. I'm going to ask you to please be silent during these conversations. If not, I'm going to have to ask you to be removed, because everyone's following the rules. We all say if you agree to something, we show it this way. The extra conversation. Let me ask you, you know what? Get security, he's gone. I think I've been very fair with this public hearing. I think people have been satisfied with it. Well, that's my opinion. Thank you. Thank you. Next up, we have, who's Brandon? Okay, Brandon Sabat. Brandon? No Brandon. Oh, I'm sorry. Brandon, come on up. Oh, got your name. Brandon Sabat.
Appreciate the opportunity to speak to this committee here. Thank you guys for taking the time and extending us as long as we will to be here today. I do speak, like many, in opposition to this bill. Behind the two co-chairs here, we see two flags. We see the flag of the United States of America and the flag of our state of Connecticut, the Constitution state. I believe, I had an opportunity recently to meet with about 2,000 different residents at their homes when I ran a campaign to sit in one of the seats that you guys are in today. Affordability was the number one thing that people talked about when I was meeting them at their doors. And Connecticut has an affordability crisis. $20,000 is the approximate number across the state of Connecticut that it costs to educate one child in our school system. In Ledyard, where I live, we have a $74 million budget that our mayor just proposed, of which 40 million of it is the school system, is the Board of Education. Every time one of these parents that have courageously come out here today that homeschool their children take a child out of our schools, they're saving that $20,000 from our taxpayers. Now, there's legislation up here that we talk about. We're trying to give in the Republican caucus $1,000 tax credit to property owners. once a year. We're talking, I think there's bipartisan support for some child tax credits. That might be a couple $1,000s. When a homeschool family decides to homeschool their child, it saves $20,000 to our folks. And I was surprised actually in learning at the doors that besides affordability, homeschooling was one of the #1 issues that came up in my particular district. And I asked them, I thought maybe they would need something, maybe because they're saving us so much money, maybe we should give them a credit, maybe we should do something for them. The majority of the homeschool families that I talked to didn't want anything from government. They wanted the opportunity to express the freedom to have their parental rights, to teach the children the things that are important to them. Like many in the room, I'm a believer in God. I'm a Christian. The Bible says in Proverbs, train a child up in the way in which he will go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. I've taken the opportunity to teach my son, Anthony, over here, a business lesson every day since he was young. I share custody with his mom, so he actually goes to the public schools. And I recently asked him about the Pledge of Allegiance. When I was younger, we used to say the pledge to that flag every day. Many of us did, I'm sure, in our schools. In his school, they don't require that anymore. You could be silent if you want. Just to summarize here, there's a couple things I'm going to say in the next 20 seconds, if I can have it, that are reasons that parents take their kids out of school. #1 is it's not challenging enough for some of our gifted children with disabilities, mental health concerns, bullying, school shootings, vaccine mandates, religious exemption removed in 2021, God no longer welcome in schools, the Pledge of Allegiance we mentioned, men and girls bathrooms, tampons now in bathrooms in our state, in men's bathrooms. Thank you guys for letting me talk. I just think with Democrats and Republicans both here, there's not a lot of opportunities in Hartford that we can agree on something, and we have some bipartisan support from the public, and I hope we can have that here. Look at this again, pass this for now. Don't take it out of committee. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Wait, you might have any questions for Brandon? Thank you for your passionate testimony. Appreciate you. Next up, Karen Rodriguez, followed by Erica Bensavinji. I know I butchered that name. And then Fran Barrett. Karen, is there a Karen online? No Karen. Erica. Followed by Fran.
Good afternoon. My name is Erica Bensavenga. I'm a doctor of nursing practice, a family nurse practitioner, and a veteran of the United States Navy Nurse Corps. I am a lifelong resident of Cheshire, Connecticut, and I greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today in opposition of HB 5468. I hope to provide to you today a clinician's view on homeschooling. In my role as a primary care provider, I have the privilege of caring for hundreds of families across Connecticut. I see patients from newborns through adulthood, though much of my practice focuses on pediatrics. Because of this, I have a unique window into the daily lives, health, and well-being of children in many different educational settings. In my experience, homeschool families are deeply engaged in their children's development and education. The children that I meet are thoughtful, confident, comfortable speaking for themselves in doctor's appointments. They frequently describe busy days filled with academics, creative activities, outdoor time, and meaningful family responsibilities. As a clinician, I also pay close attention to the mental health of the children I see. In my practice, I regularly hear from students who experience anxiety, stress, or physical symptoms related to public school pressures. While every child's experience is unique, I have observed that homeschool children often report fewer school-related stressors and often benefit from the individualized pace and attention that homeschooling can provide. Throughout my career, both in civilian healthcare and during my time serving military families, I have learned how vital strong family units are to the health and development of children. Families make educational choices for many different reasons. In every case, those decisions are rooted in a sincere desire to provide the best possible environment for for their children to grow and thrive. Research consistently shows that homeschool students perform well academically and often score above national averages on standardized assessments. This suggests that homeschooling is a successful educational model for many families. What I see every day in my exam room, homeschooling is a thoughtful and intentional choice made by parents who are deeply invested in their child's well-being. As you consider this piece of legislation, I respectfully ask that you recognize the many families across Connecticut who are quietly and faithfully educating their children well. The existing statute has been working well for decades, and no reform is needed. Thank you for your time and your service to our families.
Thank you. You nailed it.
Thank you.
Any questions? Any questions for the doctor? We got a comment for you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. And I really appreciate your comment about family unit. I always think of all these things, whether kids, wherever, public schools or not, or outside, and you peel back the onion, and it always, the issue comes down to lack of a family unit. And every family looks different. Your family may not look like my family, and that's all okay, but it's the lack of the family unit. So I just really want to say thank you, because strong family units, we should be promoting that all the time.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Fran?
Good afternoon, Education Committee, and many thanks to Chairpeople Senator McCrory and Jen Leeper, and to all of you for listening so carefully today to many, many different perspectives. I appreciate it. I'm Fran Rabinowitz. I'm the Executive Director for the Connecticut Association of Public School Superintendents. I spent the morning in the chamber, and I was incredibly impressed by many of the homeschooled children and their articulation and poise and confidence. And I want to begin that way because I want to say to all of you that superintendents are not in any way, shape, or form opposed to homeschooling. We do believe that every parent, every family has the right to educate their children in the way that they see fit. However, what I would say is, as wonderful as it was, and I had a hard time pulling out of the chamber, as wonderful as it was to hear the testimony of the students in front of us, I realized that that does not speak for every child who is supposedly being homeschooled. And we can't, not any of you there today or myself, we can't attest to the fact that every child who is withdrawn and for homeschooling is in fact being educated. And that's why I am in favor of having parents, families register the students for that will be homeschooled. Right now, it's just guidance, it's just recommended. And I can tell you, as a former superintendent, many parents and families did not register. So I am saying that, I'm saying that if it is done at the school level, which I think probably makes the most sense, although we wouldn't mind having a state portal to do it. But if it's done at the school level, we will do it. But we will need resources to make it happen. There's in some districts up to 200 homeschooled children and maybe more. So we will need resources for that. In terms of checking in once a year, I could see that as an amazing time. I mean, I usually see the cup half full. I would say to you at that time, it would be wonderful for us to learn from each other. It would be great to have homeschool parents and families show off the great work that you're doing. We're not there to determine your curriculum. We're not there to determine your certification or your attendance. We're just there to ensure that every child in Connecticut, according to the state constitution, is receiving an education. So Again, if we are going to do it at the district level, we will do it, but we will ask that there be resources made available. It is
Fran, will you
incredibly
please
important.
summarize?
Yes. And the last part of the bill, I would just ask that we do more study on the membership in courses and in athletics, et cetera, to determine equity, both for public school students and homeschool students at this time. So I thank you for listening, and again, thank you to the Education Committee for pursuing this. And I'm open for any questions.
Representative Reading, you.
Thank you. A couple questions. As far as the superintendents that I've spoken with, they're like very concerned about that membership in the courses and also the after-school sports. After a lengthy talk, I mean, they absolutely believe that the students at that point would be considered part-time students because otherwise they wouldn't have the insurance liabilities for them to really be allowing them on the school grounds, which would translate into counting them within the school system itself. So the negative things that this would have as far as the taxes are concerned on these towns with an influx of people, children that are coming into those schools, if this were to go forward, could potentially be devastating to the taxpayers. Have you heard anything on that?
I have just heard from superintendents that it just needs more study, because if they come into our school districts, they would, in our opinion, be considered public school students if they come and take courses. And we also have a lot of standards for after extracurricular activities and after school athletics, mainly attendance and GPAs. And I would say, how do we determine that with homeschool children versus public school children? I just think it needs more study before we say we're in favor of that.
Yeah, and I've also heard that in relation to the FCIAC and the other, SEAC, that the sports teams, this may not even be allowed.
Right now, it is not allowed by CIAC. Anything is possible. But what I'm saying to you is, I think this would be a rush. I think we need to step back and take a look at it.
And my other question from many of the people that I've spoken with is also in the event that these, obviously if these classes or these abilities to participate in sports were offered, then it would also be under the guideline of full vaccination and everything else that you would have to do to be a
Correct.
public school student. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Oh, thank you.
That is correct.
Representative Anderson.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Fran, you're given the position of the school superintendents, but I don't know if you polled them. I mean, the ones I've heard from are very much against the bill as written, that it's administrative overload. So I don't know what the feeling is, if you've taken a formal poll of your members.
I have not taken a formal poll, but I have certainly met with a number of superintendents who feel very strongly that we do need to have some type of accountability for the homeschooled students. We need to know who is homeschooled. I can't even give you a number right now of students being homeschooled across the state. I think if superintendents had their way, we want to play a part in this. We want to do what we need to do, but we feel very strongly, to be honest with you, that there could be a state portal where homeschool children could register, and it could be taken from there. I also feel, and superintendents feel, that the RESCs could handle the portfolios. And there's only 6 RESCs, and I think you'd get a lot of continuity and correlation among them. So if we had our druthers, that's what we would prefer. Yes, it is administrative overload, and I can tell you that it can't be done without significant resources being given to the school districts. But if we could, we don't want to shirk our duty in any way, but if we could, we would love to look at a state portal, and we would love to have the portfolios looked at by the RESCs. Of course, they would need resources as well.
Regarding the resources, wouldn't the data requirements, how we track the population of schools, would increase if the homeschoolers are taking some classes? Would that result in more resources?
Absolutely, we would need. They're added to the roles. I believe the bill does speak to partial ECS. I have not heard that as the issue. What I have heard is liability. How do we determine if they want to come in for an AP course? How do we determine the prerequisites, et cetera? And certainly with the sports and the extracurricular.
So another question, how are our public schools dealing with truancy?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
How are our public schools doing in dealing with truancy?
Listen, habitual truancy chronic truancy is a real issue. I was superintendent in Bridgeport. It certainly was an issue for me. It has decreased since a couple of years after COVID, and it's continuing to decrease. There are lots of issues, lots of programs. The LEAP program has done a great job. Districts have found very creative ways to try to lessen the chronic truancy, but I would say to you, truancy continues to be an issue. And it was very difficult as a superintendent when a child was chronically absent, and my staff would call and say, how can we help to get the child here? And then the staff would be told, well, we're homeschooling. It was kind of like the child fell off the radar screen. We never knew what happened after that.
The way I read what I read about the last school year is we had 17% truancy rate. Those who met 83,000 students missed more than 10% of the school year. It seems like this bill would put more of a burden managing new students and take away from managing the currently truant students. Just a comment, but if you want to respond,
I will respond. I would say to you, this can't be done by the districts without significant resources. Again, it would be wonderful if we could find a way to do a state portal, and if we could involve the RESCs in the review of portfolios.
Thank you, Fran. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Reddington Hughes for the second time. Okay, I'm sorry. I just forgot one more question that I had.
Sure.
Now, this bill, it does require the assessment of homeschool academics. And I'm wondering, how would this be done, assessing these academics if they are different, due to the homeschool materials, when the school system that is assessing them may not be familiar with that curricula?
That's a really good question, and I think we would, really have to look at that. But I'm telling you, in my opinion right now, it is really to ensure that children are being educated. And I have no desire, nor do the superintendents, to curb the curriculum that the homeschoolers are using. Perhaps they're teaching about Connecticut in third grade, where we teach it in fourth grade. I don't have any compunction to say it must be done this way. I will say that if the child portfolio is being reviewed and it's a sixth grade child and the child appears to be doing first grade work, I think we would look at that and offer and hopefully offer support and resources, which is why I push for the RESCs, because I feel that in 6 RESCs, we could offer that support and those resources and cover the entire state and, help homeschoolers out if in fact they need some additional resources or, names for tutoring or whatever. But I don't see it as a judgment on, are you following the district curriculum?
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And just for clarification, the language says that a parent or guardian shall show. It doesn't require that the districts analyze it. Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Fran, you had mentioned a few times now additional resources. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, I think that if we are going to follow up, number one, up to 3 times on every child, if in fact we don't hear from the homeschooled families, that takes time, and it takes time on some staff person, which takes away from other things. And to be frank with you, we're not perfect in the public schools, but we work hard. And I would say to you that we're stretched. And so adding additional students to follow up on, and we want to do a good job. It's not just check the box, I called. It's I really want to know that the child is registered to be homeschooled, whatever it is, whether we're looking at the portfolio or whatever. We want to do the best job possible. That is going to require additional personnel, which is going to require significant resources.
Okay, thank you for that. And you kind of got to the point that that I was going to make regarding, staff being stretched thin. And to me, instead of putting resources to this, because obviously there is strong opposition to this, adding resources to the children that are already in school and, possibly not doing well or are missing a lot of classes seems a lot more reasonable than adding resources to this for people who don't want it. Representative Anderson asked a question that I was going to ask regarding polling for superintendents. I have not heard from any of my 3 superintendents about this at all. And knowing them, and I don't want to speak for them, I don't think they would support this or really honestly want to have one additional thing on their plate that they don't need to have. So I thanks for your testimony, but I do think that, I don't agree with you. So thanks.
It's okay. You don't have to agree. I would say to you that the superintendents, the legislative committee, which is made up of about 60 superintendents, as well as the area chairs and the board, included this in our priorities for the 26th legislative session. And that was in the document that we sent to you early on. They felt very strongly that accountability for homeschooling was incredibly important. I'm not sure that we thought that everything for following up on this would rest with the school districts. We were hoping that we could find other creative ways to ensure that the accountability is there, that we know who is registered, but perhaps not do it at the school district level.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Johnson?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. As Is Rabinowitz still there?
Yep,
Did you go?
I'm
Oh, there you
here.
are. Hi, good to see you. Thank you so much for your amazing work and all the things that you do to address the needs of the students throughout the state of Connecticut. I like your idea about the RESCs because originally they were created for special needs students and that sort of thing, and they've kind of gone on to do other types of things in addition to being available for special needs students. You kind of got me to think about a question to ask you when you remarked about how if there was a discussion regarding the student, say they're in a sixth grade age group, but reading at a first grade level, that perhaps they have a special need of some sort. In terms
Sure.
of how we would address those types of situations, because I do have some homeschooled students who are special needs and have tried to work with the school system. I'm just wondering, through the RESCs, or what other suggestions would you have about special needs students in homeschooled situations, not to remove them, but to, say, assist the family?
Well, Representative Johnson, it's hard to talk about it on a general level. It would be specifically in the context, but I do think having that discussion, having the child there, having an interview with the child, talking to the child, seeing the portfolio, talking to the families, and talking about what resources could be available, whether that be programs or computer programs or tutors that would be available. I just see it as at the RESCs, I see being able to offer support. I know that homeschool networks offer those supports as well. And, I'd like to envision that being done at the RESC level.
Mhm. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Fran, I think you have no more questions. Thanks for being
Okay.
here.
All right. Thank you all very, very much.
Next, we have Jessica Imshinov. Oh, you know what? I don't see Jessica here, and I think we need to go back. Number 62, Connie Sharp, are you on?
Yes, I am.
Thanks for your patience.
So I have a couple concerns about this bill. I am a public school teacher. And I know we've all seen in the news some of the latest headlines about students actually suing the school system for graduating with honors and different things, when they weren't on par, I guess you could say. And so my concern is that as a public educator, we do have a great deal, the school system at every level has a great deal on their plate. And we kind of have enough to worry about in the public school setting, rather than adding an additional thing and worrying about homeschoolers. I do this school season alone, and we're not even at the end of the year, and we're a very, very small district that I work in. We've had 3 students already this year in our grade level leave either to switch districts, homeschool, whatever. And, it is very troubling to me, the fact that these names of these students might get sent off as like a flag for DCF to check up on. Again, DCF has a lot on its plate and has a hard time managing the cases that they have without additional cases coming in. So I'm not sure if this is a question or just a thought that I'm having, but I see a lot more problems with this bill than I see solutions.
Thank you, Connie, for your testimony. I don't see any questions for you.
Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Amy Monticello.
Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. My name is Amy Monticello, and I am a resident of West Hartford. I am here today to testify in opposition of HB 5468. Before starting the testimony I brought with me, I want to address a comment made by Kate Diaz of CEA. She wants to know where the children are. And I would like to ask that, why doesn't she focus her attention on the 90,000 students roughly that have been truant the past several years? I am also very upset to hear Fran Rabinowitz's frequent mention of needing more resources to follow through on this bill. I certainly do not need my tax dollars to go up to fund the activities of a bill that I am not in support of. My opposition to the bill is based in 4 areas. Our country has a long history of people being innocent until proven guilty. The first part of this bill goes against that idea. Asking any family that decides to withdraw their child from school to submit their name and have school records sent to the Department of Children and Families is saying, we don't trust you to have your children's best interests at heart. The schools should be aware of the children that are at risk, whose families are in a time of crisis and involved with DCF. It is when those families decide to withdraw from school that a flag should be raised out of concern. Which brings me to my second problem. Sharing a family's name with the Department of Children and Families is a violation of privacy. It can be stated that the record of the family's name will be removed from records after confirming that they don't have an open case. But that does not ring true. There are record retention laws, and there is the fact that life with computers does not allow things to just disappear. Nothing that is deleted is actually totally deleted. That is one reason we tell our children to be wary of posting on social media, because just because you delete something, it does not make it go away. There are backup systems that run and are retained. So there is no guarantee that a family's name will be fully removed from the system. My third issue is about the database the state keeps on all of its students. Asking everyone to fill out paperwork with the school district gives the district the opportunity to add homeschool students to the database. And we heard Fran talk about wanting to have a statewide database for homeschoolers to register in. The Department of Education does not need the names of homeschool children. They are not part of the public school system and are not the responsibility of the department or any government agency. My final reason for opposing this bill is that it is asking for oversight on how homeschool children are educated without understanding that many homeschool families educate in ways that can't be measured by the same metrics used in public schools. There is not always a curriculum. Not all homeschool families focus rigidly on timelines for learning skills, and not all subject matter has written work. Two of my children.
Please summarize.
Okay, I just want to say that there are a variety of reasons this bill is not right. It's not constitutional. I don't think that I want my tax dollars supporting it, and I can't imagine many other citizens in our state do. And I would hope that you vote against HB 5468. Thank you again.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Next, we have Gail Shanley.
Good afternoon. My name is Gail Shanley, and I am opposed to raised bill 5468 primarily for 2 reasons. So first, this bill would deny parents fundamental responsibility and right to educate their own children and would instead treat children as mere creatures of the state and force parents to be at the whim of the state. Second, in practical terms, this bill's requirements in Section 2 that homeschooling families must demonstrate equivalent instruction in the studies taught in the public schools would severely inhibit my own and many other homeschooling parents' ability to give our children a quality education and would add daily stress to my life. The stated goal of this bill exposes a faulty understanding of what homeschooling is and how it works. I assume you're all familiar with some of the many studies showing the superior academic achievements of homeschooled students. Why does homeschooling work so well, you might ask? it is not by attempting to mimic public school as closely as possible. I have homeschooled my 5 children since the beginning and taught math and Shakespeare classes to hundreds of homeschooling students for more than 20 years. I will share 6 reasons why I believe homeschooling is as effective as it is. Relationships first. Whole family learning, flexibility, nimbleness, being able to add or drop something when it's working or not working in the moment, immediately. 5, more organic learning and fewer artifacts of learning. And 6, more learning, less tracking of learning. So especially those last 2 would really be undermined by any type of, say, portfolio evaluation, where instead of being able to focus my attention on what my children best need and on their education, I will always be thinking, how will this look in a portfolio? Or what would be measured on a test? Do I need to do something different? It completely replaces my focus from the best education for my children to always double thinking, what will look good in a portfolio? How will this be on a test? And then trying to fight that impulse to actually help my children. So I will also say the wording of this bill is extremely vague. What is equivalent instruction? If it stays this vague, then evaluation of whether or not a family meets this requirement would be subjective, and we would be at the whim of the state. On the other hand, if the equivalent instruction is laid out in great detail and with great specificity, then this bill would be even more intrusive, undermining and even destroying all of those strengths of homeschooling I mentioned. For example, the whole family learning, teaching all 5 of my children a certain bit of history at the same time, and maybe now I have to demonstrate 5 times at once. All right, as well as the daily anxiety about whether or not I was meeting an unknowable or impossibly specific standard, the increased regulation would cause
Please
me.
summarize, Gail.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say that my husband and I moved to Connecticut 15 years ago because of the exceptional homeschool freedom. So this is an asset that we have. So we have some of the most freedom in this area, and it's a real draw to families, young families, families with children, families who care about education and will sacrifice leisure time and income for it. So this is an asset. This is a draw. The very fact that we're surrounded by the most highly restricted homeschool states, the foremost in the nation, means that this is an especially good thing for us to keep in our state. So yes, if you care about educational success, about thriving families, and about the future of our state, please vote against Raise Bill number 5468. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Gail. I don't see any questions for you. Next, we have Jacqueline M.
Hello, members of the committee. My name is Jacqueline Mumford from Manchester, and I'm speaking in strong opposition of House Bill 5468, an act concerning the provision of equivalent instruction. I would like to note I am here to testify today instead of taking my children to Old Sturbridge Village for their homeschool classes they offer. HB 5468 as written will replace the current state statute section 10-184. The current law is beautiful in its simplistic flexibility. As a parent or caregiver of children, I shall bring them up in some lawful and honest employment and instruct them or cause them to be instructed in reading, writing, and other required subjects. And I, as a parent, can choose to fulfill this duty by sending a child to public school, non-public school, or with equivalent instruction, aka homeschool. It is my prerogative, not anyone else's, to choose for my children how they are educated. While I find any change to the existing homeschool provision disagreeable, the proposed changes go even further and show a lack of regard and disrespect for the critical choice that many parents have made in your community to homeschool their children. You are making homeschool a subordinate of public school. Instead of allowing my husband and I full flexibility to educate our children how we see fit, you propose we spend additional time, energy, and resources to mimic the studies of the public schools and get our educational material and our instructional success reviewed and approved by them. The same public ed system we find lacking in its duty to educate the children in their control now gets to tell me if I am doing my job right. The current law maintains a flexible, high standard to allow for parental values and accommodation of a child's needs, especially those who are advanced in one skill and delayed in another. But if I'm now not teaching first grade reading to my 7-year-old, am I in violation of this? I also then get the same say as a public education parent on what studies are taught in the schools because my kids are now learning them. And review of portfolios. Who is paying for this process? As homeschool parents, we have received 0 financial benefits, but now you are providing me with a stipend to produce these reports and get testing, to pay someone for childcare so I can produce them for you. Teachers in public ed get in-service days that they are paid for, so I would assume I could get the same. And now that you are treating me like a teacher, I can get a tax credit for all my out-of-pocket expenses for education. Materials are also going to be provided by the schools now, and they will provide testing for any learning disability I think a child of mine might have. All of these implications surround just the small section of your bill where you outline that homeschool must be to the studies taught in schools and that a homeschool parent must submit to reviews and approvals. The current law perfectly sets a high standard of what is expected for a parent in their duty to educate. Amending it as you do changes
summarize.
homeschooling. Yes. Changes homeschooling from an independent, viable option for families to just another flavor of public education. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just say the definition of equivalent instruction is the same from the existing law and don't require any approval or evaluation of any curriculum in this proposal.
May I rebut?
Sure.
Hold on one moment, please. I believe you talk about, it added to the equivalent, section number 3, receive equivalent instruction in the studies taught in the public schools. It used to say just receive equivalent instruction, but now you require that it be matching to the studies in the public schools.
That actually is an existing law. You can see if you go in the current 184, it says the parent or person having control of such child is able to show that the child is elsewhere receiving equivalent instruction in the studies taught in the public schools.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Brandy Minter.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Brandy Minter. I live in Norwich and I have homeschooled my 4 children, K through 8. At that point, my kids get to choose what they want to do for high school. And so far, all of them have chosen public high school and have done well. Actually, my 8th grader is over there. He's still picking which school he's going to. I am also a homeschool alumni. I was raised in Texas and my homeschool experience was not good. It was a cautionary tale on homeschooling, unfortunately. And so I understand the instinct to want to regulate homeschooling, to want to check up on these kids, make sure they're okay, make sure they're actually getting educated. I get that at a core level. I really do. I also oppose this bill. It is too much. It's too far. The unintended consequences are going all the wrong ways. And there are so many people who are homeschooling for different reasons than my parents were, that this would impact in really negative ways. It would take away so many freedoms from so many people. And the biggest problem I have is that if this legislation had been in place when I was a child, it would not have helped me. It would not have helped my siblings. So it would have taken freedoms away from other people in really important ways without any benefit. It was wonderful getting to hear from Katie and Fran. They both seem like awesome people and I would love to chat education with them at any time. Also, I felt like they had read a different bill than I did. They feel like this is very reasonable and like it's a small change. Does not feel small to us. Now, my kids are about to all go off to high school. This isn't going to personally affect me. But it's still, education choice for parents is so important. Being able to pick what works for your kids is so important. And Katie and Fran both spoke about their intent with this law. Like, we don't want to try to enforce the public school curriculum on you. We just want to make sure we know where everybody is, all the kids are okay, and everybody's actually getting an education. And that's lovely. But intent is not the same thing as what the law allows. The people in charge right this moment that are in those positions of power over families and their kids might have wonderful intent. They might be lovely to work with and super supportive. But if we set into place legislation that allows less open-minded and less friendly people to different educational choices in the future, it could do intense harm to a lot of kids. That's basically what I needed to share. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. I hope this bill gets scrapped. I think it's really bad for the children of Connecticut. In the future, when you want to legislate on homeschooling, please include homeschooled kids, include the alumni, include the people who have been in it. Find a workshop where they can come together and talk to you about what would have made their experience better, what would actually fix the problems that we're seeing and that we want to solve. Not security theater, but real solutions. We need to hear from them.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thanks for sharing your own experience. I really appreciate the nuance that you provided. I will say we did work with homeschool families and alumni to create this. And I actually am also experiencing very much like people read a different bill than I have before me. And so I'm wondering if you could share specifically what you think is in this that would destroy the freedom to choose how you educate your child that's in this proposal.
Okay, great question. So I'll pick on one part. The coming in, I believe, annually to prove education.
We don't require children to come in. It's just you have to submit like a portfolio review, and we try to provide options.
Okay, when I read the text, it said something about, like, it was still very vague. It wasn't clear yet exactly how this would be done. And one of the options was, I believe, standardized testing. So at the bill, as I read it just yesterday, like, it didn't say portfolio review that I remember seeing. Is that what it says?
So we provide 5 options. It's modeled after Vermont and New Hampshire. And believe me, I know reading this legal stuff is terrible. So I don't say it's any sort of judgment, and I'm just grateful for an opportunity to have a little discourse. So thank you. We've said SD will provide some more guidance for families, and the options were a portfolio review, the state mastery assessment, a nationally normed assessment, because we know, so we included the state assessment because we heard from families, actually they want their child to go to college and they'd like to know if their child was on grade level for people to make that choice, but it's not required. We included the portfolio review specifically to have the flexibility because we know there's a very large unschooling movement. They wouldn't have a curriculum to provide us. We also know a lot of children pull their families out because of learning disabilities and different disabilities so that they could have the flexibility to show what their child was working on. The 4th option was any online transcripts, because we know a lot of homeschool students are participating in online coursework.
We did that here.
And then the last one was the GED, because that was sort of like the exit out of any sort of involvement in this process. I don't want to put you on the spot. I'm really grateful that you provided testimony. And if you have other thoughts, like reach out anytime, because we aren't trying to punish anybody. We have been engaged for a year with homeschool families and the really wide breadth of what homeschool families are doing. And I said last year, and I tried to say again today, like, I think it's such a gift you guys are giving your children to do this. Like a one-on-one or a 1-on-5 experience is magical. And we know what homeschooling is often pods and people working together and experiential learning and out in the community. And we're not trying to stifle any of that. And also recognizing that the way our law exists right now, people are claiming homeschooling who are not homeschooling because they know once they do that, there's no more eyes on the children. And yes, DCF was involved in those really horrific cases. And then once the children are pulled out and no longer in front of any other people, DCF can't access them. They're not banging down people's doors, right? Everybody has some rights to privacy. And so you can refuse if there's not an imminent threat. Anyways, I'm really grateful And you're welcome to respond. I've said a lot now.
I'm gonna loop back. So for my kids, a lot of dyslexia at my house, a lot of ADHD, dysgraphia, all the fun stuff. Standardized testing would have been horrible looking for my kids. They were not reading on grade level for a long time. Didn't mean they weren't trying. We were working on it, but it took a long time to get there. Portfolio review would have been the only viable option for us. Also, imagine what it feels like to get called into the principal's office. And that's kind of how it feels for a homeschool kid to be asked to come in and do a portfolio review. So it's emotional.
I totally understand that. And we are not asking for kids to come and do that.
Yeah.
It's for just parents to submit. And I think we were trying to be really careful with the language so that I think it is, sorry, it's in section 2, if anyone else is like following along. Show and provide are the two verbs that we use for that work. Again, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I really appreciated your willingness to engage.
Well, thank you for hearing us. We appreciate it.
Representative Wieelander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering, when you just said that the only option that would actually be viable and probably beneficial in any way for your family would have been the portfolio review, is there another way that your family, like that you could demonstrate, like how you are educating your family that would actually be accessible? And again, I'm putting you on the spot. If you want to come back after thinking about it, it's totally fine.
It is not obvious to me how, in a brief snapshot, I could communicate to a public educator what we're doing at our house. Or like I'm thinking back to when they were younger. My question back would be, why should we have to prove it? There are a lot of public schoolers. Like I actually drove a school bus for a year and homeschooled in between. Whew, that was a lot. A lot of illiterate 4th and 5th graders on my bus. So why should we have to prove it? And because it is so hard to prove. Education looks so different for each individual child. So how do you effectively do it? I don't know the answer to that. I know like my kids couldn't have read well enough to do a standardized test. A portfolio review would have been pretty scary for them. So those aren't ideal. It puts an extra burden on, homeschooling is already hard. I don't have a good answer. There's a feeling amongst homeschoolers of like, why should we have to prove ourselves to you?
I appreciate that. And if I may just respond real quick. Thank you, Madam Chair. When we were having conversations early about, it is hard sometimes to take broad ideas and put them into legal jargon. So the idea of trying to take one word, portfolio, that might capture our intent, which was to allow for a broad demonstration of knowledge and understanding. So if you have a child who is a visual learner, or they were super, like one of a previous testimony, really into music, a young student, actually he was an older student, testified. If you wanted to say, demonstrate that you understood history by reenacting with, Legos and filming it, type of something, I'm not, that's just throwing it out there. I know SDE would provide guidance, but I think there are ways that we can find demonstration. And I would just say that there is never going to be a method of educating any of our kids that is going to be 100% foolproof.
Agreed.
Whether it's private school, parochial, charter, neighborhood public school, homeschooling, whatever it is, it's never going to it's never going to get to everybody. But our job is to try to move the state closer to making sure that every student, every child in Connecticut meets their constitutional right to an education. And this right now is the biggest gap that we are seeing. So that does not mean that we will not continue to focus on our traditional education and making sure that our teachers are supported, our students are supported. I also, and people on this committee have heard this, cannot stand standardized testing. I would much rather give the teachers the ability to do the curriculum in the classroom.
Yeah.
I love that we've started doing play-based learning for kindergarten again and earlier grades. But so I just want to say that if there anything does come to mind, we would definitely welcome constructive feedback. So thank you.
appreciate
Thank you,
that.
Madam Chair.
Brandy, you've been really kind. Thank you. Thanks. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you for being here today. We appreciate it. I just wanted to highlight a couple things that were said. Each child needs their a right to an education, I think, which was just said by my colleague, and we're trying to fill the gap. Do you think there's a gap here? We have failing kids in the public school, kids that can't read and write in third grade, kids that are graduating that can't read and write. I don't know. Do you see the gap? Maybe you can explain it to me because I'm not seeing the gap they're trying to fill. I would mention oversight too. These kids are seen in the public school and we still have kids harmed and abused. Where's the gap? I'm trying to figure out the gap. Can you share that with me, please?
I would interpret the gap as the feeling of not knowing who's being homeschooled and if they're okay. I think that's where the gap is for a lot of people that are wanting to get that registration in process, which I oppose, but I understand. I don't think there's an actual gap in homeschooling kids not getting what they need. Now, granted, not all homeschooling is awesome. Like that's definitely been my personal experience. And I could even say with my own kids, as hard as I've tried, sure, there is somebody out there that could have done a better job than I did. But we were doing our best. And I'm also quite confident they wouldn't have been better off in my local public school. I did have a kid try it for half a year and it was awful. Granted, it was the middle of COVID, so it was rough for everybody, but still, it was bad.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's how to interpret it.
And if I may, through you, Madam Chair, a follow-up. I know that the most recent impetus to this bill was Mimi Torres, who was in the public school with oversight until June 11th. And the judicial website says that she passed away on June 19th. Now, there's been people who have testified differently to that, some reporters and her parents and the boyfriend and so on and so forth. But we know that she was starved to death and beaten during the summer, maybe during that 1 week or maybe throughout the summer. I'm just wondering, do you think we should have DCF police over the public school kids during the summer for oversight? Do you think that would be a good idea?
It's a great question. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for coming today.
Thanks again, Brandy. Next, we have Whitney Rogers.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Greetings, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Whitney Rogers, and I'm providing testimony in opposition of the Raised House Bill 5468. I know many of the testimonies you've heard today reference points of the bill being unconstitutional, lack of planning and agency buy-in for implementation of the many proposed aspects of regulation and tracking, students and equivalency, among other areas of the bill that we feel are undefined. I just want to spend a short time of today to present myself as another face of the homeschool community, sharing our family's experience. Ironically, my husband and I moved to Glastonbury, Connecticut when we were expecting our first child because we read it was one of the best public school systems. As our first child began to grow, we quickly saw she was advancing beyond the standard grade level expectations for public school. But beyond that, I realized as a mother that time is so precious. And if we could spend our time together as much as possible, learning and loving as a family, truly nothing was of higher value. I left my corporate career of almost 15 years upon the birth of our third child, and it was truly off to the races as a new homeschool family. When I first inquired regarding homeschooling, I was afraid it would be a lonely, isolated, or challenging option to navigate. Boy, was I wrong. This community is alive, thriving, diverse, supportive, effective, and expanding as we speak today. I'm here today to reiterate to you that the homeschool community represents every corner of Connecticut, every demographic, background, belief system, every political party, and we all align on these values: love for our children and individualized, exciting, effective learning for our children. To be clear and to be stated without offense, these are not people hiding their kids from the world. To be clear and to be stated without offense, the children sitting for 8 hours in your public schools are more hidden from the world. our story gets more interesting. This year, we wanted to give our oldest daughter, Juliet, the opportunity to try 3rd grade in the Glastonbury Public Schools. She's 8 years old now, has 4+ years homeschool experience, and is able to make that personal assessment. We felt it was a perfect time to see what the environment had to offer her, if she would thrive, which approach she would prefer. While it's not all bad, as most things aren't, she's already opted to return home for 4th grade. She has a thirst for learning and for life, and has had to try and keep up her zest for learning while kids physically harass her on the bus, pour garbage in her lunch, along with the consistent reports of students not listening in class, making it difficult to enjoy, lack of time outdoors, and an overall lack of being challenged academically. I share this not to bash public school. Every parent deserves the right to choose the educational path for their children, and every parent deserves to do that without a presumption of guilt. If this is truly about child safety, should we follow every new mother and father home from the hospital? Should we check in with all the families over the public school summer break? The 2 horrific abuse cases used as catalysts to draft this bill both had extensive DCF attention, and unfortunately, DCF and the public school system failed the children and families involved. These were not homeschooling families. The people in the room and over Zoom today are homeschooling families, and we love our kids, and make no mistake, they are our kids. In summary, every child deserves to be safe, loved, and educated. I urge this committee to execute a complete overhaul of this bill and find a streamlined way to achieve this, rather than looking for a needle in a haystack full of law-abiding citizens and families. Please place resources and energy towards correcting issues already existing in DCF and the public school system. And I do appreciate your time today. And I also just want to reference lines 164 through 192 of the bill, where it does talk about DCF notification in detail. But I keep hearing it being brought up by a couple members of the committee that we are not being involved with DCF. So I just want to bring that up. And I do thank you for your time today and your attention to please either voting no or executing a complete overhaul on HB 5468.
Thank you, Whitney. Yeah, there is a reference, you're right, to DCF, and it's specifically for kids exiting to confirm that their parents are not DCF involved.
Right, and just to confirm, there's not any current definition regarding where our names go, where the family's names go. Can you clarify that?
They're not sharing any records. So we've charged districts to contact DCF. They look in their database. It's a yes, no, either DCF involved or not. That's it. No sharing of records. Thank you. Next, we have Donna Person.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, are you seeing me? Okay.
We don't
see you. Well, the video stopped, but I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, so my name is Donna Person. Thank you, dear members of the Education Committee, for your patience and giving us this opportunity to speak. I am speaking in opposition, strong opposition to HB 5468. As a retired home educator and homeschool leader of 25 years, I think it's no exaggeration to say that this is one of the worst assaults on our homeschool freedoms I've seen in all that time. The provisions in HB 5468 would move us from being one of the freest states in the country for homeschooling to one of the most restricted, even as our New England neighbors of New Hampshire and Vermont have recently moved away from homeschool regulation to complete freedom. In fact, no other state in our nation places the conditions that this bill does on a parent's right to remove their child from school, essentially turning the long-held and fundamental protection of the right of parents to direct their children's upbringing into a mere privilege. And privileges, much like driver's licenses and other permits, can be granted or taken away at will. Not to mention the DCF investigation that would immediately follow every request to withdraw a child from school. Time does not permit for me to speculate on what could possibly go wrong with that. And I just want to take a moment here, if any good legislator after would like to ask me what I mean by that, I'd be glad to elaborate. I don't want to use up my time, but I know another legislator had mentioned that. So if they want to ask me that, or if they want to ask me about my confusion about whether this is child safety, this bill, or assessment, or educational proficiency, kind of like a multi-tool, except it doesn't work for any of it. You could ask me that too, but anyway, moving on. And to expose what it's really about. Complete control over what every child is taught, period. This is what those pursuing this regulatory legislation have always wanted. And although I have seen it cloaked in many clever disguises over the years, most recently child safety, the end goal is always the same. Elimination of all worldviews except the reproved ones. And that is why any attempt to compromise or find middle ground here is pointless. That would be nothing more than speed bumps along the way. So lest you think I'm inventing straw men regarding this desire to control worldviews, I'd like to share the thinking of some elites in our institutions of higher learning. James Dwyer is a law professor at College of William and Mary. He believes, these aren't exact quotes, but close, believes no parental rights are inherent former president at University of Pennsylvania. The state has a legitimate and equal duty to shape the education and moral foundation of children, regardless of parental wishes. Elizabeth Bartlett, not too long ago, famously proposed a presumptive ban on homeschooling for all but a selected few approved parents. Keep in mind, these are the same people who have been shaping the ideas of our lawyers, teachers, and policymakers for many years, long enough for some of them to be shaping the views of the people sitting in this committee. So no, I don't think it's hard to believe that there's an agenda, that there's nothing to do with protecting children. Last and probably most egregious, I'll wrap it up, is that nothing in this legislation would do anything to protect children. And that is the most heartbreaking.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll
Representative
take questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Thank you, Donna, today for your testimony. I know there were a few other things you said to ask you about, maybe to elaborate on. I know you have great expertise. I know you've put several children through homeschool and are now retired, but if you could speak to some of those things, that would be appreciated. It occurred to me that children in the public school, their names won't be sent to DCF to see if they're on the roster and to make sure they're being followed. So I just wondered too, maybe you could speak to both those things. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Regarding the DCF, I've heard a couple times, well, it's only to check if there's open cases. That's not true necessarily. That there are many, DCF is an agency like any other. It's run by people who are fallible and make mistakes, and they're sometimes biased. And it's well documented that minority children tend to be overrepresented in DCF, and they've been looked at. In many ways, they could be flagged and somebody wouldn't even necessarily know it. So I'm not an expert in DCF, but I can certainly see how there could be things that could go wrong here because we're just people. And then once you get a record going, it would be nearly impossible to rectify, as we've heard earlier by other testimony. So there's that, plus the fact that the commissioner of DCF back in the previous hearing, she made a point of saying that this is only about open cases, and if there's an open case, DCF would already know about it. Exactly, and we have no problem if in all those cases that you're pointing to of child, the abuse cases. If they want to look into those, they can. There's nothing stopping them. Homeschooling does not stop in any of those cases. So if they have open cases, okay, great. Then they should be able to follow through. And if the school wants to let them know they're being taken out, I have no problem with that. None of us do. So I don't see why it can't be handled that. Why do you have to check everybody? Potentially opening them up. So, and then it just keeps jumping around. There's the other thing is sometimes we're talking about child safety. Sometimes we're talking about assessment. Sometimes we're talking about educational proficiency. It changes every 10 minutes. It's like, what is this about? It doesn't seem to address any of them. So I don't know if you could help with that, Representative Delphinais, or.
Thank you for that. And if I may follow up, Madam Chair, through you.
You may.
Okay. I guess I found it interesting that if there's an open case that's noted, the child wouldn't be able to be homeschooled until they were unsubstantiated, I guess. I mean, not that they were substantiated, but I know I've heard many homeschoolers say that they're a moving target because some people don't like homeschoolers. They don't like the idea that parents homeschool. So neighbors might look for any reason to report them, and then they're reported, and that's an open case that hasn't been substantiated, and those children would be on hold to be withdrawn from school. That child could have been bullied in school, abused in school, but they have to stay in the public school until proven that they didn't do anything wrong. I don't, maybe you can comment on that.
Who are you asking?
I was asking you.
Yeah, I mean, that would be, obviously not a good situation where if they're going to be, having been flagged or, I don't know, the unsubstantiated case. Here's a really good example, when children are trying to be withdrawn. What I hear, because I answer the phone, I've answered the phone for many years for people who have issues, and what I hear when I answer the phone is, I don't know anything about homeschooling, but I know I can't put my child back into the school next week. And I've got to try to talk them down off that ledge, and we do, and it's fine. And we get them all squared away. But it's very easy when you have a child who's like struggling, if they have anxiety issues, if they have any number of issues, where they quickly cross that 10-day truancy threshold, where they're absent, unexcused, supposedly, because of the struggles they're having. And now that automatically could trigger an open DCF case or allegation because they've crossed a truancy threshold through no fault of their own. And so that's an issue,
Thank you. Thank you, Donna. Thank you for being here today to testify.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Just for clarification, truancy doesn't trigger an automatic DCF referral. All right, next we have Nina Lukens.
It has.
Thank you.
Sorry, is this better? My name is Nina Lukens. I oppose House Bill 5468. I'm another homeschooling alum. So I also was a former public school teacher. I've been teaching my own kids for 20 years now, since my oldest was born. So I've thought about this a lot. I have a lot of experience, and I had a beautiful speech that I'm not going to give you because I was also here at 10. And thank you very much for listening to all of us. I'm not going to repeat things that other people have said. But there are a few things that I think people haven't talked about quite enough, or that I would like to highlight. One of those things is our child advocate today suggested changing the bill to require mandatory interviews for children. I know this is not in the bill right now. I would urge you not to do this. Anyone who's a parent in the room can imagine that a 7-year-old going to a new school and having to prove his parents' teaching is not, it could be traumatic, and I don't think it's appropriate. I think it's interesting that Fran Rabinowitz, who I know has a lot of very kind feelings towards homeschoolers, was suggesting that a child might be in the interview when she was reviewing their portfolio. I know the bill doesn't require this, but it does leave guidance to be developed by the Department of Education. So I would suggest, if you want safeguards to keep children from having to come in, that you include that. We need safeguards because right now the guidance is fairly vague. So one of the concerns that I have is, who decides what is an acceptable homeschool program. Obviously, every year we're supposed to be checking in some way with a portfolio review or a standardized test. So the question is, what is too low of a score? What is not a good enough portfolio? And that's very unclear in this bill. So I know that, it seems maybe strange that we're saying we don't have homeschool freedoms in this bill, and you're saying, yes, you do, we love you, we want you to have freedom, but this is a part of the bill that I think is too vague. Fran Rabinowitz last May, during the informational hearing on home education, stated that she thought that if public school students were expected to read by the end of a particular grade, homeschoolers should as well. So that was at least her first thought, and I think it would be the first thought of many public school administrators. We don't know when we're going to a district who we're going to be seeing. So are we going to be seeing someone who has an open mind, or are we seeing someone who expects us to fit into a particular box, which I think many homeschoolers have sort of explained why it is that we might not fit in a box. And I know you appreciate what we do. So if you want to keep that freedom, I suggest, this is why it's a concern to us. This is why so many of us showed up today. And in fact, I recently read a story about an account of a family in New York State. They had their home education plan rejected. And the reason for that was because they were teaching world history in 4th grade rather than 5th grade. So this is not like a theoretical concern. This is a concern that has happened. And I know New York State is held up as one of the higher regulation states that that maybe we could follow. Yeah.
Please summarize.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm actually very.
So yes, the bill concerns me because it defers the questions to public school administrators, and it doesn't have enough clear guidelines on how we're going to satisfy their requirement. And I'd be happy to talk. I know I'm very thankful that you're willing to have dialogue.
Really grateful for your comments. And I know I've said it a few times, and I think it is a point of consternation. I honestly also for folks who really care about, where students are performing, that we don't actually require any evaluation or assessment of the portfolio review. It's just a requirement that it is provided. In the same way that, we're not kicking kids out of public school if they're not meeting a certain standard either. We're just saying there has to be some demonstration that something was taught. And I recognize how vague it is. And also we were trying to allow for the flexibility in knowing that many homeschoolers are not following what public schools think of as age appropriate or, developmentally appropriate curriculum. You're going, again, if by either student led or, lots of varieties of teaching and learning.
Would you mind if I
I would
respond?
love for you to respond.
Right. So the fact that it doesn't say in the bill that there is a consequence doesn't necessarily mean that there wouldn't be a consequence for a homeschool family. Obviously, if we're dealing with the public school system, and Fran Rabinowitz said, well, we'll give you resources. Well, the question is, what if we don't want those resources? Particularly, what if we want to use our own resources? Would this become an issue? I know in some other states that do have high regulations, some of these things have had to end up in court. None of us want to end up in court because, a public school administrator thinks that it isn't good enough. So that would be one of my big concerns. And, I think one of the other homeschool alum said, it's hard for us to, we don't think that we should have to be evaluated every year by the public school system. But those particular things are of concern to me because there can be consequences, and we don't want to have to see it something that's that ends up in court. If you mean for it to be open, then we need to be open to if we have to give something to a public school administrator, then we are being judged. That's why. Otherwise, why would we be doing it, right? Because we want to differentiate between purposeful and non-purposeful homeschooling. But the question is, the person who gets to decide that is, maybe different in every district, and doesn't have guidelines that that are in this bill. They're guidelines that are going to be drafted by an unelected body. So these are things that are of a concern to us.
I really appreciate that. And I think I'll just share my own insight of the distinction between purposeful and non-purposeful would be you submitted it and you've met the criteria for purposeful. If you do not submit it, you have not met the criteria for purposeful. And that is actually the threshold. It's actually a very low threshold, just to share a little insight. But I appreciate you sharing the concerns, and I think you're representing many people in this room and beyond concerns. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you for being here today. I just wanted to remind everybody that when my colleagues are talking about we, it's not the Republicans on this side. We had nothing to do with this bill. We weren't invited to the table to sit and discuss. And when they're talking about homeschoolers being part of that, that was a very small amount of homeschoolers, and none of which are against this bill that are here today and have testified. I just wanted to make that really, really clear. They didn't have a seat at the table either. So there wasn't a give and take. There wasn't a side that said, oh, we want this, and a side that said they don't. But I just wondered, what part of this bill do you find most egregious?
Well, I think I said this before, having to submit our test scores or portfolios to the school district. That concerns me because I'm not sure how they will judge them and what decisions they might make outside of the intentions of this bill. So, I mean, I understand you have good intentions, but obviously there are many different people who are going to be involved in this system. So now all of us homeschoolers have to deal with this, and it's not clear.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, just one more follow-up is, I would say that the presumption of guilt before you're proven innocent to me is just very egregious. And the idea that you have to prove that you're doing, I guess, everything right. I don't think the public school proves that, but you do. Thank you.
It does sometimes mean that homeschoolers are going to be held by a double standard. Like when I mentioned, Fran Rabinowitz's testimony last year, she thought that a homeschooler might not be doing their job if they weren't meeting reading standards that, of course, we know public school students aren't. So now today she gave a different standard, first to sixth grade. But we can imagine that many people will interpret this in many different ways.
I'll just remind Fran's not a legislator, but yes, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Josh Nickel.
Good afternoon, Representative Leeper, vice chairs, and members of this committee. I really appreciate the dialogue on this issue that I've heard so far, and I'm glad there's at least some back and forth here. My name is Josh Nickel, and I'm here to oppose Bill 5468. I am a Connecticut constituent from the great town of Vernon. My homeschool journey started in Massachusetts, where I lived for my entire academic life prior to attending college. During that time, I had the opportunity to participate in public school athletics, playing on both the junior varsity and varsity baseball teams at my local high school. Being a team captain for 2 years of my time there, I was additionally able to have a wide variety of experiences within both the homeschooling and public school communities. Today, my wife and I are homeschooling our 3 children here in Connecticut with the goal of giving them similar opportunities that we had to learn, grow, and explore their interests. Even in these early years into this journey with homeschooling our children, it has been a joy to watch them ask questions, learn, and develop a love for education. Because of these experiences, as both a former homeschool student and now homeschool parent, I care deeply about the success of homeschooling families and safety and well-being of children in our state. It is apparent to me that everyone here cares deeply about protecting children as well and helping them succeed. And one of my biggest concerns with this bill is that it's a very broad mandate, as discussed, based on the tragic DCF-related cases, which should require a more specific outline solution that is not as broad in scope. In these cases, the DCF or other mandated reporters were already involved, and if the agencies responsible for child protection were already aware of these situations, the question to clearly prove is, would this proposal that applies to all homeschooling families be effective in preventing these outcomes? If that connection cannot be clearly demonstrated, there should be much more consideration on whether creating new monitoring systems for thousands of homeschool families is the right solution. In regard to the DCF-related language, I implore this committee to consider the proposal from the Children's Committee for a working group that could more carefully examine how DCF and school systems can better coordinate to protect specific vulnerable children while still respecting parental rights. I'm also concerned about the portfolio review section about equivalent instruction, and as recent speakers have talked about, the vagueness and not clearly defining the boundaries against future additions that could restrict parents' free choices, and how disagreements would be resolved would be my concern. And I know the previous speakers have talked about that. So without crystal clear boundaries, this could lead to inconsistent interpretations between school districts and create uncertainty for families who are simply trying to educate their children responsibly. Homeschooling parents in Connecticut are already deeply invested in their children's education and well-being.
Please summarize.
To summarize, parents carry the primary responsibility to raise and educate their children, and I have seen parents take this responsibility seriously in a vast variety of ways throughout our great state. I respectfully urge the committee to oppose HB 5468 and reconsider this approach. ensuring that any changes truly address the failures that harm children rather than placing new burdens on families who are responsibly educating their children. I really appreciate your time and consideration, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Josh.
Yeah.
Rep. Welander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering if you could explain a little bit more about how there was a partnership when you were in high school with the local public school and homeschooling community or your
Like
family?
with the baseball team?
Yeah, that would be great to hear.
Yeah, it's not an experience that I've heard other homeschoolers have, just because, like, especially in this state, it's not because of the law. But it was nice in Massachusetts because, like, one, it helped me as a person. I wanted to do it, like, and that it didn't seem very many strings attached to it, not like we're talking about today. And obviously, it was very difficult because I had to kind of overcome some stigmas too. I think I was the only one that I can know of that was on team that was homeschooled in many years. Well, I was aware, but it was. I'm trying to go back to your question. The community aspect of it, I got to know, like, some of the kids I played with, I already knew through playing in the public sports, so that was helpful. But I got to know a lot of other people, and I was able to get invited to different things with the public school system a little bit. It wasn't like I was taking classes with the public school system in that case or anything of that nature, but I got to see a different perspective, and as a homeschool student at least, and kind of see the differences between, like, my education, their education a little bit, our shared experiences, and then also the experiences where we would differ. So, I mean, it was nice to do it in Massachusetts. I don't know if my children really wanted to do that and the rules allowed it here, I would say that I'd go for it. But it seems like it would be very difficult to do that even under the new rule if that passes in the proposal. So does
Thank
that
you.
answer your question?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, the
Okay.
information. Thank you very
Sure,
much.
yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Daphne?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, and thank you for testifying today. Do you have any concerns about the transparency of government and the fact that, you're being told that the portfolios won't really matter what's in them, they just want to have them on file? Is that something that concerns you?
I think, like we've talked about, the intent, it feels like the intent is valid from everyone who've talked about it. I think, again, and it's been reiterated many times, the boundaries and how it's being interpreted, if it's too broad, I can see it being very harmful in individual cases across the state, depending on who's applying it. If the proposed rules are too broad, I think that would be a really big concern for me. With multiple areas of the bill, I think the DCF piece, like I had mentioned, it seems more broad, and I understand there's legal hardships either way when sharing information between departments. So that's already a difficulty. But I think if it can be mitigated to very specific situations like that, seems more reasonable to me, like as a constituent taxpayer, homeschooler, also familiar with the public school in a little bit. And then the other piece of it, which I'm the portfolio review, I think I can understand the ask, and I think with it, again, being broad and the boundaries very unclear, that's really the biggest concern for me. And like, I would have no problem doing it, like, as in I could put it together. I'm sure it would be a little more stressful than not having to do it, obviously. And being a little worried about how people would think of it. Not that I would second guess what I'm doing, but there's still that concern in the back of everyone's mind, like, oh, is this good enough? Am I going to be having to prove it? So I think that kind of outlines my biggest concerns. And again, I understand the intent of it very clearly, and I appreciate the dialogue to help the public understand, because I think that was honestly something that's frustrated me about the process so far. If some of these things were communicated clearly, in advance, and I don't know the logistics of things, that I think that would help, especially homeschoolers understand at least where those of you who are writing the bill are coming from. One other thing that, well, that's on my mind, I would say I think Rep. Doffinus, I think you mentioned it. It definitely concerns me that it would be good to have different homeschooling perspectives when it comes to these bills. And I don't know if that is particularly, if that's true or not, if you got enough wide variety of views, but you need to hear the hard stuff too. You need to hear like what everyone is concerned about in all the groups. And homeschoolers are very broad. So again, that's very difficult. I understand that, but I think more effort there would go a long way. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I can tell you that it is the truth that none of us were included and had a seat at the table. So there was a one-sided bill made and didn't include us. I think many parents have expressed the concerns about oversight and the vagueness of the bill and where it's going and the interpretation of it. So anyway, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Representative Haynes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned that you'd be concerned with submitting your portfolio because you'd be, I guess if I could characterize what you said, you're probably looking at that they would be judging it, right? That they would be looking at the portfolio and saying whether it's good enough or not good enough. From what our chair has said, they're not going to look at it. So what's the problem?
I mean, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but does it specifically say that no one can look at it?
It does not.
So
you are right.
Again, that would be my concern. Like the vagueness part, it goes back to that. Like if it says in there, like it's documented, no one can look at it, there's a fine. Like, it's something harder than like, oh yeah, just don't do it. I think, again, like well-intentioned public school, wherever these are going, well-intentioned people will follow the law. Obviously, that's who are following the law. Like people who maybe have too involved intention, or I don't know, whatever, bad intentions won't follow the law. And if there is no penalty for it, there's not really any reason to follow it for those type of people. So that would be where my concern is. Like again, like I have a hard time imagining me sending in like all the hard work that my kids have done, and then not knowing who's going to specifically look at it, like what their background is, like all those things. I think that's just difficult for me. And again, I understand that viewpoint, and it is something. But I also don't know, like I know a couple other people, it doesn't seem like it would satisfy a checkbox, but it wouldn't necessarily protect children. I'm having a hard time, maybe you could speak to that, like how you would view these things protecting the children outside of like it just being submitted. You see the work, maybe they made it up, maybe you know what I mean? Like how would it be evaluated? I mean, it's not going to be evaluated according to the law, or the bill. But I'm having a hard time understanding how it could help with some of these situations that have come up that are really tragic, that might exist already out there. Like it's just going to be another thing for families to do, but I'm having a hard time making that connection, if that makes sense.
It absolutely does. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, but you are
Feel
sitting
free,
in the chair.
go do it.
But I do think, to this whole point is if they're asking to see your curriculum or they're asking to see your portfolio, then they should look at it. And if they're not going to look at it, then why are they asking for it in the first place? And that's the biggest thing for me is that they're asking you to do something. You guys and all of you people that are homeschooling your children are painstakingly doing the work necessary to make sure that your children get the best education that you all can do. And for you to put that work together and put it into something where you have to submit it to the school and them not even looking at it, but checking a box is not only criminal, but it's embarrassing. I just don't understand why they're even asking for it. So forgive me for putting you on the spot a little bit there, but I kind of wanted to get around to the fact that it's insulting that
they're asking you for this, yet they're not gonna look at it. Like, what's the
Representative, I
point?
don't know that that is something he can, a member of the public, respond to. If
You're
you want to ask the
absolutely
proponent a question, I'm happy to answer that.
Okay, well, if you'd like to answer, I'd love to hear it. Thank you.
So if you're proposing more stringent regulation, then I think we might have a challenge on our hands, but I'm happy to consider it. Right now, there is no distinction between purposeful and non-purposeful homeschooling under our law. So anyone who claims to be homeschooling is under the same umbrella. We are trying to have just the absolute bare minimum so we can distinguish somebody who we think is actually not educating their child, neglecting and abusing their child. We are thinking are much less likely to be able to meet this very low hurdle. And if you do not submit anything, that's where the distinction comes in. That's the opportunity for someone to see if there's educational neglect happening. That's the purpose. Hopefully not insulting. Thank you very much, Josh. You've got more than probably you bargained
I
for.
appreciate that. No.
Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Josh, I can't help but listen to you're not certain how to answer some of these questions because you're a pretty nice guy and you don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I don't mind hurting people's feelings, especially when process is compromised. So, knowing that this bill has been under development and quite a lot of work seems to have gone into it since 2025, would you find it to be surprising that the entire Republican caucus would be excluded from seeing it until 24 hours before a committee meeting?
Am I surprised by it? Did you say am I surprised by it?
Yes. Does it seem to you that something of this magnitude would be kept secret until 24 hours before we're to vote on it?
With the, and I'm not always in the know about the political nature of the state, but from what I know of it and the things I follow, I would say I'm not surprised because, it's the super majority piece of things. And, that I think it's a shame because I think it's very important to have opposing viewpoints included in language. I think the value of diversity in thought can't be understated. And trying to, I was surprised to hear that it was in development this long, just because we had our own, which I was very grateful for the representatives of my surrounding area. We had a meeting about homeschool regulations in, I think it was November, and I appreciate that, Representative Brown. And while I appreciate it, there wasn't anything tangible, and I'd imagine there was at least something. And I understand there's things that go into it. I'm sure it wasn't in its final form, but those are the kind of things that, if there's even a little bit of transparency, that really helps, especially in any community. Transparency is amazing. It gives us the feeling that we're being in the know, that there's nothing a secret, there's no ill intent. I think when you do this type of thing, if you're crafting something for so long that will have an impact to we'll say, sensitive population, and you spring it up and you do something quick like this, it really, it really causes my faith in the system to decrease. I do appreciate, this is my first time testifying, so I think it's a really cool experience. I don't know if I would prefer to be here or not, but.
Oh, I don't mean to make you regret being here, but you know what, it's, I call that, I call that with myself, I call that my little voice. When something looks like a dog.
Representative, do you have a question?
I'm speaking.
Through your chair, you can ask a follow-up if you have a question.
Do you trust when something is happening with zero transparency?
I would say, like I had mentioned before, I don't know if I would say it goes down to zero trust, but it would certainly decrease it. And I'll reiterate, more transparency is always beneficial for the public because, I mean, as you all know, you're serving the constituents of Connecticut, obviously individual locations, but the responsibility is to be as transparent as possible with the public. And I think this is a time that is a negative. And I think like this type of bill needs to be talked out more and more thoroughly with all sides, because I think there's a lot that can be done to improve things without having to overburden homeschool parents who like trying to imagine to do another thing, because I have a single income household doing a lot. I walked over here from my work many times to be here. So it's important to be involved, but it makes it more difficult, less time to prepare and all that. So it definitely makes it harder. I don't know if I go to zero transparency. I would at least say heavy decrease maybe.
For the record,
Thank you,
this was
Madam Chair.
posted
Thank
more
you,
than
Madam
24
Chair. I'm
hours.
finished.
1 week before the public hearing, which is the standard for every bill we have that receives a public hearing. So this was posted last week. And also, we did actually meet with our colleagues across the aisle for many, many weeks this summer, trying to see if there was some common ground we could find. And after 5 or 6 weeks, it was clear that wasn't going to be possible.
Sure.
Representative Brown, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Josh, for coming in today. This is clearly a polarizing issue, right? And people feel strongly on either side of it and places in between. And I just wanted to reiterate the importance of being able to listen to each other. And I will say, not that we've met each other many times, but that the willingness to enter into conversation with an open mind and to listen to each other is important to this process, whether we come to an agreement or not. So I want to say that and remind folks that, I think we should, on all sides, assume the best intentions in people and be willing to listen. And they may not be well-intended, they may be, but at least be willing to have the conversation. So I appreciate that from you. And I appreciate and I'm willing to continue to have dialogue on this, even if we don't ultimately agree on the final outcome. I appreciate that. And I hope that more folks can approach it in that same way. So thank you for being here today and for taking that approach.
Yes, thank you. I do hope to continue dialogue with you for sure. So,
Josh, thanks so much.
of course.
Really appreciate it. Next, we have Jackie Locke.
Hi, I'm Jackie Latch. I'm a homeschool mom from Hebron, Connecticut. I'm here in opposition of HB 5468. With my religious beliefs, my children are not allowed in public school in Connecticut. That right has been removed. So I have embraced homeschooling, and it has been an amazing blessing. It has been beyond my beliefs of what could possibly come for my family. Parents here in Connecticut have the rights to direct their children's education without government overstep. I will not change or reduce my expectations of education to become equivalent to schools. Don't punish and restrict the innocent homeschool families for a few awful situations. Vote no to HB 5468. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Seeing no questions, next we have Bita Harrison. Number 91, Bita. All right, next we have Heather McKeon.
Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. I ask that you please oppose HB 5468. I am a homeschooling mother in Connecticut to 5 children. We withdrew our children from the public school system 6 years ago, and they have thrived ever since. The Connecticut General Statutes 10-184 states all parents and those who have the care of children shall bring them up in some lawful and honest employment and instruct them or cause them to be instructed in reading, writing, spelling, English grammar, geography, arithmetic, United States history, and in citizenship, including the study of the town, state, and federal governments. This is exactly what we are striving to do, taking 4 children out of the public school system and finding the various methods and curricula that would work best for them, and also starting our 5th child from the beginning as he came of age to start pre-K and kindergarten wasn't an easy task. It took some trial, error, and time. I can't imagine the stress it would have put on our family of being investigated or our names being sent to DCF at the same time and having to have their permission. As we were figuring all of that out when we weren't doing anything wrong. We have 2 children with various learning disabilities. Bringing them in for testing would be unfair. They are progressing and doing better at home than they were while they were in the public school system the entire time. We also had an IEP for one of our children while they were in the school system, and that still wasn't helping them progress. Parents know best. The public school system is what needs to be fixed. The people who already knew about the 2 abuse cases in Connecticut were the public school systems and DCF. There were already open cases, and those 2 particular cases weren't being handled in a manner that helped them. There is no evidence that treating families like my own as if we are criminals from the beginning will help any child. There are currently over 97,000 children in Connecticut who are chronically truant. Where are these children? Why aren't they in school? Why aren't legislators worrying more about the truant children than the ones that are being withdrawn by their loving families for homeschooling, moving to private schools, or to another district? I urge you to vote no on HB 5468 and find other ways to protect children that doesn't criminalize homeschooling families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Heather. Representative Dauphiné?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you so much for your testimony. You nailed it. You nailed it. Making people feel like they're guilty before proven innocent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Representative Mark DiCaprio. Thanks for being with us. We did have the privilege of seeing, I believe, your granddaughter earlier, too. That's right. Extremely impressive.
Now let me settle in here, get my seatbelt on. Co-chairs McCrory and Leeper, ranking members Berthel and Zupkis, and the Education Committee. It's an honor and a privilege for me to be here to testify and to share a little bit about HB 5468. My name is Mark DiCaprio, and I'm the state representative in the 48th House District, and that includes the towns of Basra, Colchester, Franklin, and part of Lebanon. And let me start off with my perspective on this. I've listened to testimony through the day here on and off when I could. I was involved in another hearing, and there's a lot of concern, and basically I've received many emails and many calls from constituents about this legislation that they're very concerned about it, and should be no surprise to anyone in the room, right? Just from basically what we've heard, just since I've been there just the last half hour. Parents are very worried, concerned, and some are frightened about, these restrictions that might be coming, in the wake of the bill we're talking about. The common theme that I've heard is that constituents and people, they just want to leave the existing law alone. Leave it alone. We don't need to change anything about this. We don't see a need. And which is basically my opinion, that this law has served well at least from my experience. I'm a homeschooling father myself, and I have my bride in the back on this side of the room here. And we've had 2 grandchildren, and we've been homeschooling. We started homeschooling in 1993 for just a short 25 years. All right. And so we have a lot, between us, we have, I'm not gonna say, we don't know everything, but we have significant experience, at least with the 7 children we put through school from basically K to through high school graduation. And, the experience for me personally was challenging. And, I learned a lot about it. I grew up in Branford. I went to the public schools in Branford, and basically I was strong in science, but very weak in some other subjects. We have, you guys know more about it than I do, but very weak in history and some of the other things. So I learned a lot, from the last 25 years of being a homeschool dad. As far as the bill, looking at the bill, one of my things, and one of the things I even ran for office on, is to try to protect the rights of parents, and this proposal, in my opinion, and everybody has an opinion, is undermines, some of that authority in parents. There's an example, there's a mandate that families demonstrate educational equivalency through state prescribed portfolios and standardized tests, which it questions folks, are we doing the right thing? Is it that we don't trust what we're doing? The tone of the bill, again, it's questionable, it questions trust to me. Personally, I believe the state should not interfere with parents and families who have already made that lawful choice to opt out of the struggling public school system. It is also my understanding, and you'll hear from testimony later on, I think maybe late tonight. I don't know how late you guys are going to be here, but it could be later on. There's a case in California that the Supreme Court has ruled on, which basically concluded parents and not the state have primary authority regarding the care and education of their minor children. So again, the bill creates government reporting and data sharing systems for families, and I know people are concerned about it. I have heard many people say it more eloquently than myself. Requires parents to personally appear in school district to sign intent forms, and adds, in my opinion, adds government, burdensome government oversight. These new monitoring structures are duplicative and wasteful expansion of state power.
Representative,
Yes.
I gave you a few extra minutes, but please summarize.
Okay. Let me summarize. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the public school. I know a lot of people in the district that serve in the public school system, and they're fine people, and they're trying to do the best they can for the children under their charge. But, again, we hear about this, and I don't know the exact numbers. There's 500,000 students in the public school system, and, whether it's 17% or 18% that are truant, I just think that we really, as a state, we should really look at trying to help the public school system to address, this problem with the students that you have already, to bring them back to school, and to work to reduce the problems of some of the challenges in school, the bullying, the behavior problems, abuse, all those kind of things. Let's work together to do that. And let's get, and the DCF, let's give them the tools and the staff they need to protect the vulnerable children. So in conclusion, the state's duty is to provide good public education, but not to impede homeschooling parents and families who are already working hard to ensure their children succeed. For these reasons, I believe this bill should be rejected, and I had offered to work with the committee to help at least from my 25 years of experience, with homeschooling. So anyway, thank you for the opportunity to share. Thank you, chairs and ranking members and committee. And I'm open for any questions if anybody has a question.
Representative Zepkis?
Thank you. Thank you, Representative, for coming. And I know you're so proud of your granddaughter that was here. Well, all of your grandkids, but we heard from one of them,
Yeah.
and she was super. So thank you. I know it's a very important issue to you and your family and to all of us, quite honestly. So I just want to say thank you. And I know that you offered to do some help, and I hope that that is taken up. And I hope that they will heed some advice from you.
Okay, and I do offer to help if I can. All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Representative. First, Representative Foncello?
Thank you. We heard you had family members here today. You've already stated that. How many total children and or grandchildren have gone through the homeschooling process?
Well, we've home educated, there's seven children.
7?
And then there's grandchildren obviously enrolled right now. So basically 5 of our children are homeschooling. So it's very near and dear to our family. So,
Have you and they been happy with the experience?
well, it's funny you should ask that. I mean, we are happy with that experience, and it's not just to get out of public school. It was something to, I mean, my wife can probably articulate better than myself, but one of the things that, and you've heard this already, one of the things is that the homeschooling, it's not the typical, you're in class from 9 to 10. It's basically students, you do the core subjects and students, but then there's some areas of topics that are of interest to different ones. And, you know, I can go through the list of, you know, what some of the children have gone through. They kind of, there's diverse, you know, vocations that they got involved with. You know, 4 of them went to higher education from basically their training. So, I don't know if that answers that question.
Yeah.
But
So if you had to do it again, would you and they do it again?
absolutely, absolutely, Representative. Absolutely.
So you are our local subject matter expert, our SME in this area here. And you've already mentioned that we hope we take advantage of your expertise to
And
make any improvements that the program needs to see and keep the good stuff.
Thank you. And I don't know if there's anyone else in the assembly that does. I know there's one other individual, and I think you'll be hearing from a little bit later. But thank you for the opportunity to share, and good to be with you.
I think you have one more question.
Oh.
Representative Biggins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to say, we kind of met over this issue at an event, and I've appreciated your voice in that, and I appreciated our conversation since. So I just want to say thank you for coming today. Thank you for testifying.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Representative. One more, it seems. I'm sorry. One more. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you, Representative DiCaprio, for being here. I know that you've had a great experience homeschooling, and I know that you've spoken highly of it. I know that you have strong Christian beliefs, and I know that many of the homeschoolers are concerned about the vagueness of the bill, what kind of subject matter will be required going forward that might come out of this bill with regard to what our children are taught. Can you speak to any of that at all?
Well, I think if a program, a learning program is based around, you know, Christian principles, you know, the biblical principles, we'll say, it may not really align with equivalent education. So it might be hard for those that are looking at it to sort of figure that out. But that's one of the things, because the program we use was based on biblical principles. So, and basically one of the things we tried to stress was to encourage good character in our children, because that's something I think it's very important. It's not just in the heart, the head, it has to be in the heart too. So.
And a follow-up, if I may, through you?
You may.
Thank you. And I just wanted to speak to historically in particular, this session, do you have concerns that this bill will be pushed through anyway because we're so outnumbered here?
Well,
I'll put you on the spot
That's-
there,
that's-
but I just historically, what's been going on? I just wanted to.
My hope is that people will listen to, you've only been through 1/3 of the folks today so far, and I'll say a prayer for all of you anyway, but that you basically listen to the people that have come out because this is a very important issue. And so I just hope that we can all listen and do the right thing.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Representative.
Keep saying one more, and then
Just-
my good
just-
colleagues keep having one more question for you. Senator Berthel?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I'm the only senator in the room, so I
couldn't get the seatbelt off anyway.
Yeah, well, that's right. I'm compelled to ask you a question either way, but I'm wondering if, to the extent that you'd like to share. You said that you and your bride homeschooled your 7 children. Are they all adults now, or are they?
They are.
Okay, can you just tell us very quickly, without a whole tremendous amount of detail, what happened to them after they were done with being homeschooled by you and your wife? What are they doing today? I'm just curious.
You know,
'cause
it's funny
I think
'cause-
a lot of people are probably wondering.
Well, I got a call from the IRS and they said, what's their birthdays? I said, let me get my card out, you know? And you don't know your kid's birthdays. I said, well, there's 7 of them. I don't want to give you the wrong information, but our oldest is actually here with her family, the one you saw 2 of the daughters
Yeah, and your
earlier
beautiful
today.
granddaughter.
And she was a CNA. And she basically has a music studio teaching harp and piano. And so that's one of the things. The next one down runs a cabinet business, and makes custom cabinets. He's a carpenter. And the next one down is a professional student. He started off in UConn and then went to Yale School of Music, Eastman, and then he's got his doctorate from Juilliard. So he's a cello performance. Actually has a website, and you could look him up. He does stuff here in Connecticut too. And I have another son that was in the Marines after high school, and he studied criminal justice, and he's in law enforcement right now in Connecticut. And then after that, there's one, the next daughter down was basically she would help tutoring neighbors and friends. And she ended up going for a year in Haiti to be on teaching in an orphanage, teaching school in an orphanage, which was I was a little worried about that one. The next one down is one that played in the Hartford Symphony as a sub for a while, and she got married. She's married to an officer in the Air Force right now who's going to be deployed, and the last one is going to music school up in Hartford. So after high school. So that's our story. Just a quick highlight.
Madam Chair, through you, thank you, Representative, and God bless you for all of that, you and your wife for, that's some amazing stories and some, I think if you said they all went to Yale and Harvard or something, I would have been like, all right, whatever, and what have you. But it just shows that there's some depth to what can happen in that homeschool environment. Some of them went on for college, some went and did other things. One of your oldest went to 2 or 3 different schools, it sounds like. And I think that's it just speaks volumes to the quality and the authenticity of what is going on in the homeschool environment here in Connecticut. So I thank you very much. I know that's a lot of personal information you shared, but thank you for that. And thank you for waiting all day to speak with us.
All right, Senator, thank you. And
Thank
thank
you
you
very
all
much.
again.
Thank you, Senator. Representative, I think you're finally free now. Thank you so much.
Take the seatbelt off.
Next, we have James Townsley.
Thanks. Put your microphone on.
We good? All right. I'd just like to address, first of all, something that I'm not entirely sure if this is actually an addition. I think the language is slightly unclear, but it seems that the private schools may be catching a little bit of a stray. There's a couple of sections of the bill where it seems that they have to notify the district education authorities that they're taking their kids out and putting them in whatever non-public school. I went to a private school. It's my history. I went to private school. I was homeschooled for a couple of years, but I don't tell people about that if I can help it. Not that I don't love you. You're just a little weird. And no, I have friends that are homeschooled. They turned out great. But I went to private school. I referee basketball in private schools, public schools, all sorts of high schools across the state. And there's a reason why people put their kids in private schools. I know equivalent education, I think, has been a little bit misunderstood for the most part today. And so if I can misuse it again, I think typically people take their kids out of the public school because they don't want equivalent education, which I know is, I'm misusing that a little bit again. But they're putting their school in there, nobody's paying thousands of dollars a year to put their kid in a school to get a worse education. And so I think to hassle these people kind of on their way out, assuming that's the case, I tried to find exactly what the process is. And it was my understanding that you just have to enroll in the other school, and they already have enrollment, and all non-public schools, well, if they don't have to keep enrollment logs with the current state authorities, then they automatically follow under the umbrella of alternative education or equivalent education. And so it just seems like an unnecessary hassle on their way out. Other than that, that was my primary concern. Obviously people, they're paying thousands. Why hassle them on the way out? Even though we have consistently one of the best public education systems in the country, our private schools are even better, which is a great thing for Connecticut. Other than that, I think just a lot of the people's concerns could be cleaned up by just extending some of the language. We've kind of all agreed, I think overall throughout the day, that some of the language is somewhat vague, and people have concerns on exactly what's happening with people's information, that sort of thing. So I think some language, I realize the bill is already almost 20 pages long. So exactly how much longer do you want that to keep going? But I think some extended language on exactly what's done, where the information is kept, and specifics for the bureaucracy. Everybody hates the bureaucracy, I think, for the most part. You don't know what's going on there, even legislators. So that's all my concerns. Thank you so much.
Perfect timing. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for being with us. Next, we have Shelley Linden. Lauren Bennett.
Good evening, House Education Committee members. I want to thank you for your time today. My name is Lauren Bennett, and I do strongly oppose HB 5468. I have a master's degree in elementary education and am a former 3rd and 4th grade teacher. But currently, I am home educating my 4 children and have done so since they were little. After my experience teaching in public school, I knew that once my children reached school age, I would not be sending them there. I saw firsthand how little focus each child was given, and that growing confident and competent communicators and thinkers became a low priority due to the amount of time I, as a classroom teacher, would spend dealing with negative behavior. After reading and analyzing this bill, there are many sections that concern me. What I find alarming is that the Department of Education is given the power to determine what equivalent education instruction is. And these standards have not yet been created. There do not appear to be any meaningful limitations placed in Section 3 of this bill. So I ask you, what will happen if the department guidance indicates that I'm required to instruct my children in topics that run counter to the dictates of my conscience or my religious beliefs? This is especially timely in light of the Supreme Court's decision last week in Mirabelli versus Bonte, which reaffirmed, and I quote, the rights of parents to guide the religious development of their children. And I quote, the long established precedent that parents, not the state, have primary authority with respect to the upbringing and education of children. Will there be exceptions offered for such things? This bill as written invests unbounded discretion in the department to develop their guidance however they see fit. Another concern I see is that the state, primarily through DCF, now essentially has the right of first refusal to determine whether or not a child can be withdrawn from public school. This process applies to every parent, regardless of whether they've ever had any negative history with DCF. This really usurps the fundamental right of all parents to decide how to educate their children. I realize most of this bill was brought forward because of the widely publicized and tragic cases recently in the news. But this bill casts too wide of a net for a problem that is the exception rather than the norm. As a former educator and now mother, I do want all children in Connecticut to thrive and be safe at home, but not at the expense of all the parent fundamental rights. So I'm asking you to protect parental rights and allow for exceptional education within the home by stopping this bill in committee today. Thank you for your time.
Perfect timing. Thank you very much. I think Shelley Linden is back online.
Hi, yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Shelley, 1 second. And Lauren, I'm sorry, I missed a question from a colleague. Representative Haynes.
I have a quick question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you expound just a little bit on that case that you were talking about? What happened?
So in Mirabelli versus Bonte, which I haven't read the full, Supreme Court decision on it. It was issued on March 2nd, so that's just about a week ago.
Yeah.
And in the Supreme Court case, the issue was coming forward whether California could allow children to go ahead with gender identity changes without informing their parents, is my understanding. And the Supreme Court really reaffirmed that no, it is the parents that have that precedent, not the state, and the authority respecting to how they upbring and educate their children, specifically in regard to changes of transgenderism.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard it and I didn't hear enough of it, so.
You're welcome, Representative. I think it looks like you have one more, Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, and thank you for testifying today. Is it your belief that your concern with a case such as that might be unclear here where they're going with the vagueness of this bill? I mean, we're talking about equivalent education. We don't really know what that is. Is that equivalent to what they're doing in public school with regard to children graduating without being unable to read and write? I don't know. Is that the standard? We don't know what that standard is. And we also don't, it's very subjective, right? Unless it's very, very clear, it'll be very subjective depending on who's looking at it. So from school to school.
Yeah, I know in line, I think it's 221, it just says guidance will be developed by the Department of Education. So to me, that they could dictate whatever they want. I know states as New Jersey have tried to dictate exactly what is taught in home. And if it goes against my religious beliefs, then what then is the reviewer of my portfolio or standardized testing going to say about that? Does that mean I'm not following guidance because I'm not teaching how it is, but religiously or just my conscience, I don't agree with that. So why do I have to teach my child X, Y, or Z?
And thank you for that. We know that many parents homeschool their children for those very reasons. So there's a lot of concern about where that's going to go. Thank you so much for your testimony today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome, Representative. Just for clarification, equivalent instruction is the current law. The definition in this bill is the current law. And the SDE guidance is specifically around the portfolio review of what could be included or not included, not about what curriculum anybody is offering. But through you.
I understand that it's not about the curriculum because there's so many curriculums that are offered to homeschool students. And we get the privilege to pick what fits our child's learning style and needs the best. But you are kind of sending the Department of Education a blank check to say, guess what? You can develop this however you want because it is vague. I mean, the original language lists every single subject, but I fear that you might not have the intention that it's going to be more than this X, Y, and Z, but they could add in, oh, we need to teach about this. We need to teach about this. We need to teach about this.
I understand that concern. Thank you for sharing it.
Clarity is.
I think you have one more question. I was just to say, specifically in this bill, this language around guidance is not about any curriculum. It's specifically tasking SDE for guidance on the demonstration of equivalent instruction. Through you, to you, Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really respect your conviction, and I want so badly to protect your ability to choose. But how long has it been since you had been teaching before you made the decision to homeschool your own children?
It's been about 11 years. My oldest is 9, and I left teaching before I had him. So it's been a few years. I taught in an inner city school in Washington, D.C. And it's funny because my child is now that age, and to see how much not equivalent I'm able to provide for him, and the education I'm able to give my son at home is far superior to the education I was able to provide the 26 students I had in my classroom. I was not able to meet their interests. I was not able to help kids who didn't know English and didn't know how to read to kids who are excellent readers in a 26 room all by myself. That's school teachers, my hat is off to them. That job left me anxious every single morning because I never knew if I was going to be breaking up a fight or I was going to be doing something crazy. You never knew what you were going to do when you were a public school teacher. And if someone was like, oh, now you had a little bit more work to your plate, I would have probably walked out even quicker than I did.
It's an interesting observation because we've burdened our teachers with so many mandates at this point that we need paras in our classrooms, and even that's not covering the holes. Plus, the paras are very undercompensated. But when you were actively teaching, were you aware of, or was there ever any situation where it was suggested to you or given to you as curricula to teach anything about gender transformation?
It was just coming into the public's knowledge. The focus was still more on racial tensions within our school. And that was still the focus, where gender transformation and gender, that was not in the questions of, 12 years ago. But it was definitely more of the race piece was.
Thank you very much for your answers and your insight and for your conviction.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. All right, sorry, Shelley. Thanks for your patience. I hope you're
Not a problem.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
I sure can.
Awesome. My name is Shelley Linden, and I'm a homeschooling mom. I'm here to express my opposition to HB 5468. This legislation is an intrusive overreach into the lives of families who have sought refuge from a broken public school system to protect our children. This is poor legislation with no basis for need. Many of us fled the public school system to protect our children from bullying, the threats of school shootings, and even physical and sexual assault from staff. In my own home, I have a neurodivergent child. The public school system failed her. It was a chronically overstimulating environment where she was expected to fit into a mold that was not built for her or other neurodivergent kids. It was actually the school social worker who secretly recommended to me to take her out and homeschool her. I'm speaking today as a Democrat who feels deeply betrayed by the party. This party has chosen to abandon the principles of choice and parental rights. And because of the persistent push for control over families, I will be changing my affiliation, and I will no longer be voting for Democrats in Connecticut. Depending on how my own representative votes on this issue, I'm already researching and will seriously consider running for state representative myself to advocate for families and ensure that our voices are never silenced again. Don't ignore the thousands of written testimonies and the emails from your own constituents and the massive crowd that gathered there today to protest the overreach. By moving forward, you are actively eroding the fundamental rights of parents to direct the upbringing and education of their children provided by the Constitution. You're treating it as a privilege that requires your state-sanctioned permission. This bill is not about protecting kids. Nothing in this legislation would have made any difference for S or Mimi or puts eyes on children. The state claims to be addressing educational neglect, yet look at the public school system. It's the height of hypocrisy for you to ask towns to spend money on oversight for public schools being sued by their own graduates who cannot read. In Connecticut, nearly 50% of students are failing to meet grade level proficiency standards. If your standard is a system that allows students to graduate without basic literacy, the state has no standing demanding oversight of a successful personalized education we provide at home. Our public schools are already underfunded, and this bill creates a massive administrative burden requiring local districts to manage intent to educate forms and conduct annual portfolio reviews. This is an unfunded mandate that diverts taxpayer money away from classrooms and into a new layer of useless government bureaucracy. Ultimately, it comes down to this simple truth. This is my child, not yours. Homeschooling is a right, and we made the choice to leave a system that could not protect or educate our child. Please stop chasing us. And remember, this is the Constitution state, and it's time that you started acting like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Rep. Dauphiné?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. And thank you for your testimony today. I'm sorry, did you say what town you're from?
I'm in Branford.
Branford, okay. Well, we appreciate you testifying today, and I couldn't agree with you more on your assessment of what this bill is and what it'll do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Adam Goetz. Apologies if it's Getz. Sorry.
Happens all the time. Good evening. My name's Adam. I'm here on behalf of the New England National Project to oppose HB 5468. Before I read our remarks, I want to share a note that 12-year-old Cassidy gave me today. I promised her mother I would get this to the committee. You may think that homeschoolers just sit around all day, but my family and I are almost never at home. Just a few opportunities my siblings and I have access to are craft and chess club, a wilderness school, skiing, CAD, computer-aided design, astronomy class, and my robotics team. I also love reading, and I have tons of amazing friends. Again, please vote no to Bill HB 5468. This little girl is afraid because her government hates her for being different. Let me preface these remarks with a thank you to the Republicans on the committee who have spoken against this bill. To the members of the Education Committee, perhaps you all remember last May when thousands of homeschooling families descended on this building to voice their opposition towards government interference with their children's education. This committee was prudent then and declined to press the issue. In this session, though, it seems you cannot resist the enmity you seem to have for the citizenry and are once again endeavoring to reach the long arm of the state into our households. Many here today have attributed legislation such as HB 5468 to well-meaning ignorance and have presented the various facts and data which prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that homeschooling provides a superior education to Connecticut public schooling. Our public schools churn out thousands of young men and women yearly who lack basic proficiency in the necessary skills of life, much less competency to participate in our representative democracy. A prudent and honest state government would not seek to meddle with homeschooling, but would address the spectacular failure that is the public education system in Connecticut. All this being as it is, we're not here today to recite dull statistics for you to disregard, but to speak the plain truth. We, the people, believe that HB 5468 is motivated not by well-meaning ignorance, but by this government's hatred, malice, and even will to dominate Connecticut families. This is evident when you examine the full body of work undertaken by our legislature this session, such as HB 5396, which pursues a creative method of replacing the disagreeable native population with more malleable foreigners, although that specific matter is for another committee. Homeschooling families in particular have a certain petulance that tyranny despises, and we are well aware now of the hatred this legislature cloaks with concern. We, the people, call on this committee to prove to us that you do not operate out of malice.
Please summarize.
By terminating this atrocious House Bill 5468 and never resurrecting this issue again. Leave us alone. It's a very simple request.
Representative Dauphiné?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, and thank you for your testimony today. It was very powerful. I call it the tyranny of the majority. I would be very curious if you could tell us a little bit about the New England National Project, because I'm not familiar. You mentioned it when you first started, so I thought it might be.
Yeah, we're a new organization. Right now, we're just a private club. We're going to be forming a 501c4 to participate for the
the working class, the citizenry to participate in politics like this.
So thank you. And if I may, through you, Madam Chair, I just was curious, will you organize to come out and unseat some of the people that are trying to take your freedoms away? Is that an initiative that you might get behind?
Absolutely. We are watching. We have more participants watching this hearing right now, and we appreciate the representatives that defend us, and we've noticed the malice of the representatives that oppose us.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Representative Valinsky?
Adam, wow. Thank you for coming. I actually was going to ask the same question that Rep. Dauphiné did, but I didn't also get, what is your relationship to homeschooling? Are you a homeschool graduate?
I was homeschooled myself up to high school, and my father was a public school teacher, so he was quite familiar with the, what was it I said, disaster of the Connecticut public education system. And my children are homeschooled as well.
Thank you for speaking, and you know, thank you for being an advocate for, you know, those things that are constitutional. It's refreshing to see.
Thank you, sir.
Really appreciate you.
Thank you, Representative. Thanks, Adam. Next, we have Jennifer Willett.
Hi. My name is Jennifer Ouellette, and I am representing Torrington, Connecticut. I'm a homeschooling parent, and I never saw myself as becoming a homeschooling, excuse me, I'm nervous, a homeschooling parent. I am a product of the public school. Some of the things I faced was intense bullying. I don't think I walked away understanding exactly how our government works or how to get involved in the engagement that we as citizens should do, engaging things like this today. So I'm raising 4 boys with my husband, and I am trying to teach them that. For more than 350 years, Connecticut has trusted parents to educate their children. I'm asking you to uphold that tradition and oppose this bill. My husband and I wanted to homeschool because we want to provide an education that reflects our family's values while meeting our children's individual needs. I used to be a career mama. I never saw myself as being a stay-at-home mom who homeschooled, but I was surrounded by families who did that, and they constantly encouraged me that homeschooling was working great for them. I was pregnant with my second when Sandy Hook happened, and I lost all faith in the safety of the public school system at that point. We want to teach our kids about God. We want to give our children a well-rounded understanding of the world. We don't try to shield them and keep them hidden away. We follow a Charlotte Mason style of education. We've tried a few different things. We didn't land on this first. We found resources easily with networking with friends or searching it up on the internet. There's so many options out there. My children are active in their community. We go to a homeschool karate class twice a week. We go to church. They have many friendships and social connections. They see their barber, their dentist, they receive medical care, and they interact with many trusted adults who are mandated reporters. I've been bringing my children here since 2019 to oppose several bills that have come up. And like many that are here today, my heart breaks for the stories that brought this to light. The sad case of Mimi and the man in Waterbury, we're not saying that victims of abuse and neglect don't matter. They do matter. In both cases, though, they were not being homeschooled. We are saying that you can't apply a blanket one-size-fits-all, punishing the majority for a small portion. These tragedies were not a failure of homeschooling law. They were failures of systems that already had the ability to intervene. This bill, our concern, can lay the groundwork to add more restrictions while you sound so well-meaning. There may not be people after you that do. Passing new regulations on thousands of responsible homeschooling families will not prevent these types of tragedies. It risks diverting resources from agencies like DCF and the already struggling public schools that are under strain. We are not the problem. We're deeply committed to our children's education, safety, and future. So I ask you to oppose this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Rep. Dauphiné?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you so much for your heartwarming, heartfelt testimony today. It was very powerful. I couldn't help but think about, I think you mentioned the shooting, the fear of the shooting.
Yes, ma'am.
If a child has an open case with DCF, and earlier we talked about how easy that could happen. If a child has an open case with DCF and there's a shooting in the school and the parents decide they don't want their child in for whatever reason, maybe it's the shooting or bullying or any other reason, they would have to wait to get like the approval of DCF. And they'd have to keep their child in the very school that they were fearful that might harm them. Can you speak more to that? Because that must weigh on you very heavy to have to do, have families do that.
It does. I live in Torrington, and just a few weeks ago, I saw going around in the chatter pages on social media that there was a lockdown that was happening. Parents were confused. They weren't getting good communications, and this is a frequent thing. I know years before that, there was some bullying cases in Torrington where there was a high schooler who was like, there was a bunch of students who kind of ganged up on them and assaulted him. And I can't say I really see anything comforting that would make me want to put my children, and I would feel safe about putting them in the school system.
Thank you for that. And through you, I know the state is also trying to pass a law, bell-to-bell removal of cell phones in the schools. So now, if something like that happened that you described, they wouldn't be able to contact you, which is, to me, equally scary as a parent that would be worried about their child. You said there was no communication and you had no idea what was going on. And rather than having towns make that decision, the state is now pushing that through as well. Do you want to comment on that?
I feel like what I'm hearing is the heart or concern. It's coming out that way, that your concern is to reach those students who, like you said, are not being represented today. Their parents didn't bring them here, but I think that is such a small amount of what's representative, and generally those kids are already in the system in some way. So I'm sorry, what was your question again?
I was just talking about, we continue to put more and more controls in, right? And now it's the removal of the cell phone, which, none of us want our kids using the cell phone during the day.
Yeah.
But I certainly wouldn't be opposed to a parent wanting their child to have a cell phone for an emergency.
Yes.
And so while I think there should be, consequences for having the cell phone and using it in school, you had mentioned you had no communication.
Well, the
with-
people in the chatter pages were saying, I have a child going to the school and we don't know what's going on. I
Yeah.
was just reading that, sitting back as a parent
Yeah.
at home, thankful that I'm homeschooling my children and I'm not in that situation, but
Thank you. I was just thinking it was another reason why parents might be afraid. but Thank you.
absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To my members, I'll just remind everybody, we still have 190 folks to go, and we are excited to hear from everyone. So let's keep our questions to what is germane before us. Next we have, and thanks, Jennifer. Thanks for your testimony. Amy Johnson. Amanda Kiello.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can see me or not. Are you able to see me?
Not able to see you, but we can hear you.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, and members of the, oh, never mind. All right, can you see me now?
We can see you now.
All right, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. First, I apologize for my location. I'm sitting in my car, but not driving, so nobody called DCF on me because my husband is working as a first responder and my children are at a birthday party right now. So I'm sitting in a trampoline parking lot while I'm doing this. I'm speaking today to strongly oppose HB 5468. The red flags across the board in this bill are astounding to me. I understand this bill makes people angry, but it makes me deeply sad. Even worse, it makes my children sad. Homeschool parents do not shield their children from the real world. We live it every day. When I told my children what this bill entails, they were devastated that a government that is supposed to serve the people could profile and chastise parents who are doing everything they can for their children at no cost to taxpayers. As homeschoolers, we already face challenges in our communities. Public libraries flag our groups for reserving community rooms too often. For my group, that means just 3 times per year. Community centers require umbrella insurance policies of $1 million for simple activities like poetry recitals and Valentine's exchange parties. Homeschool families are not trying to take away anything from public school families. We are not asking to join plays or sports teams. We can and do build those opportunities on our own. What we are asking for is simple, that the government treats us with kindness and respect. Just like public school families, the vast majority of homeschooling parents are dedicated and deeply devoted to their children. If the top leaders in government embraced homeschoolers instead of profiling them by sending our names to DCF or forcing us to jump through hoops to defend our constitutional right to educate our children, then perhaps local libraries, park and recreation departments, and community centers would feel encouraged to support our families and provide safe spaces where our children can gather. Respectfully, if you support this bill that profiles innocent families, I urge you to personally reach out to homeschool families and explain to their children why their parents, who sacrifice so much to provide an individualized education, are not considered good enough in the eyes of the Connecticut legislature. And I respectfully sign that, a former public school teacher turned homeschool parent. I also noticed that you talked about when you were drafting this bill, there was some confusion if the Republicans were included on it. I don't know if Diane Connors or Attorney Stevenson were brought in. I never saw anything reaching out to homeschoolers. And nobody, I don't think, ever focuses on public school teachers that homeschool their children. That to me would be a huge red flag that maybe people should start asking why so many people are giving the testimony and so many people across not just Connecticut, but the United States that our public school teachers no longer do that and decided to homeschool their families. So thank you for letting me speak. And if anybody has any questions.
Thank you very much, Amanda. I don't see any questions for you.
Thank you.
For stepping out from the trampoline park to join us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Carl Cecil? Caroline Bennett?
Good evening, members of the Education Committee. My name is Carolyn Bennett, and I'm testifying in strong opposition to HB 5468. There's a famous quote that says, "Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction." This quote comes to mind as I recall sitting in an overflow room in the LOB when I was little, watching my dad fight for my family's freedom to homeschool. And now I'm here today fighting for freedom for my little nieces and nephews. I'd like to begin by making an observation on the originally scheduled ending time for this hearing. The choice to limit the opportunity for citizens to testify against the unwarranted disruption of their lives is an action taken only by cowards who do not have any real interest in hearing from the people whose lives they're planning to turn upside down. Parents have the right and responsibility to make educational decisions for their children without the government's permission, oversight, direction, or restriction. In Connecticut, while the government does have the legal obligation to provide free public education, it does not have the right or responsibility to oversee or ensure the education of children whose parents have chosen not to take advantage of that option. The statement was made earlier today that homeschooling only became legal in the 1980s. So the question is, when and why did it become illegal before then? Parents have always been responsible for the education of their children. It was not until the late 1800s to early 1900s that it became mainstream in America for parents to give that responsibility over to the government. So to clarify, in the 1980s, the government did not create or confer a right to homeschool. The government got itself back in line with the historic principle of humanity. The public school system is actually the new kid on the block. My parents began homeschooling in a decade when it was not popular, well-known, or understood. the 1980s. An era not too long after a time when parents could be criminally charged just for homeschooling. An era when DCF could take your children away from you just because you chose to take personal responsibility for your children's education by homeschooling. The hoops my parents had to jump through were burdensome not only for them, but for the public school officials they dealt with, some of whom had no idea what they were supposed to do with these homeschoolers, some of whom were openly hostile to the very idea of homeschooling. This bill takes us back to that time and worse. Homeschoolers will be forced under the oversight of public school officials steeped in an entirely different way of thinking about education. Allowing government officials to determine whether or not a family's educational approach is satisfactory weakens the flexibility that helps make homeschooling so effective and attempts to force homeschoolers into the only mold accepted by the government's way of thinking. This bill is unnecessary, unwarranted, and a clear
Please
violation
summarize.
of freedom and parental responsibility. I ask you to please vote no on this terrible bill. Thank you.
Thanks, Carolyn. I don't see any questions for you. Have a nice evening. Next, we have Rachel Ott. Lori Forget. Jennifer Reinflesh. Jamie Torrance. M. Gerber.
Yes, I'm here.
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Thank you to the esteemed chairpersons, vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Manju Gerber, and I'm a citizen and parent in Connecticut. I am submitting my testimony today in strong opposition to Race Bill 5468, which would dramatically expand state control over families who provide homeschool instruction. This bill represents the most sweeping rollback of parental rights in Connecticut's modern history. Connecticut law has long recognized that parents may educate their children at home if they're able to show that the child is elsewhere receiving equivalent instruction. This bill repeals this protection entirely. And it's not a modest update. It is actually a fundamental shift of authority from parents to the state. The bill also subjects parents to DCF screening before they can withdraw their child from public school. Section 1E2 requires school districts to request a DCF review before a parent can withdraw a child to receive equivalent instruction. No other educational choice, such as public school, private school, magnet, or charter, requires DCF clearance. Only parents who choose to homeschool are treated as presumptive risks. This bill forces parents to submit their children's academic work also to the government. Section 2 requires parents to submit a demonstration of equivalent instruction. This transforms home education into a regulated, state-evaluated program, something that Connecticut has never done before or ever had. It also creates a state registry of homeschoolers. Registries are a precursor to increased regulation, enforcement, and surveillance. The U.S. Supreme Court has repeatedly affirmed that parents and not the state hold the primary authority to direct the upbringing and education of their children. They have recognized parental rights as fundamental liberty interest. This bill entirely violates parents and even a child's due process and their constitutional 14th Amendment. I urge this committee to reject this bill and to preserve Connecticut's long-standing respect for parental authority, educational freedom, and constitutional rights. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jean Gibbs. I think 103, Rachel Ott is back on. she off now? Okay. Zuleka Farrell?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can.
Great. Good evening, Chair and committee members. My name is Zuleika Farrell, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. I am kindly asking that you reject House Bill 5468. Although I taught in public school before having children, my husband and I decided to homeschool our 3 children. We wanted a different model of education on a different schedule. Much of my husband's work is on evenings and weekends. Homeschooling allows us to spend time with our children during the day together. I speak Spanish with our children, and homeschooling lets us incorporate bilingualism into our children's education. Furthermore, homeschooling gives us the opportunity to teach our children from a Christian biblical perspective. The state of Connecticut currently provides great freedom in homeschooling and allows for a diversity of educational models. Parents can tailor programs for their children's aptitudes and needs without undue burdens. In our case, we use a program that is classical and Christian. Our children read great literature on paper, not Chromebooks from cover to cover. They read Shakespeare and Dickens and Frederick Douglass. They study the philosophy of Plato and Descartes and Locke. They read Julius Caesar and Cicero in Latin. They learn calculus. They study the Bible every day. They meet with our homeschooled students weekly and do science experiments and formal debates and poetry recitations. House Bill 5468 purportedly is intended to protect children from abuse and neglect. How? Bafflingly, by supervising homeschoolers. However, anecdotal and statistical evidence locate the problems more in the public education system and in DCF rather than in the homeschool community. In the past week, I spoke with a college freshman who is struggling because her public school did not teach her how to write an essay. I also heard from a mom whose son was assaulted in public school and the perpetrator is being allowed to continue attending school. House Bill 5468 does nothing to address such problems and instead places an unnecessary burden on homeschool families. The idea that this same public school system should supervise our homeschool is preposterous. The primary responsibility for education lies not with the state, but with parents. The state must not infringe on our freedom to educate our children because, as you have agreed during this hearing, no one cares for children more than their own parents. We respectfully urge you to oppose House Bill 5468. I appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Have a nice evening. I think 101, Carl Cecil, you're back with us?
Yes. Hi, my name is Carl Cecil. I'm from the quiet corner of Connecticut, known as Woodstock. And I'm here to oppose this bill, HB 5468. And I'm basically against it for a number of reasons, but it violates my constitutional rights. And most importantly, it violates my daughter's constitutional rights as she is homeschooling her 3 children. So I'm the grandfather, and I'll be assisting in the homeschooling. And so some of the things that the authors of this bill ought to know is that, you know, you are charged with upholding your constitutional duties. And by passing this sort of bill, you are, you know, laying open yourself to potential, litigation, for violating constitutional rights. So for instance, I think a lot of these things have been brought up, and I might add the testimony that I've observed throughout the day has been pretty amazing, the opposition. but parental authority. Parents are not obligated to co-parent with the government. The National Constitution, Ninth Amendment, the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage other retained by the people. So that's in the National Constitution. The Connecticut Constitution, Article 1st, Section 1, all men, when they form a social contract, are equal in rights, and no man or set of men are entitled to exclusive public emoluments or private privileges from the community. So what this is basically saying is the Connecticut General Assembly does not have the authority to violate the rights of Connecticutans by raising and passing bills that violate the national Constitution and the Connecticut Constitution. Parents, not the state, have the primary authority with respect to upbringing the children, the education of children, and that was recently verified by the Supreme Court Justice judgment, Maribel versus Bonita, in March 2nd of this year. Continuing on, equal protection under the National Constitution, Article 4, Section 2, Clause 1, citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of the citizens of the several states. In the Connecticut Constitution, Article 1st, Section 1 and 20, all men, when they form a social contract, are equal in rights, and no man or set of men are entitled to exclusive public emoluments and privileges from the community. I'm going to go down to due process. National Constitution, Fifth Amendment. No person shall be deprived.
Please summarize.
Yes. Okay. So in summary, many people have said it. I'm going to reinforce the fact that do not violate our constitutional rights. There will be litigation against the state, but potentially against the state representatives that are bringing this sort of legislation. So I would have you strongly consider the legislation you're bringing, and make sure that you keep this legislation in mind as you go forward. I thank you for your time. I am strongly opposed to HB 5468, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Carl. I don't see any questions for you. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Have we received either Rachel Ott, Lori Forget, Jennifer Rhineflesh, Jean Gibbs, Amy Arroyo?
Good evening. My name is Amy Arroyo. I'm a homeschooling mother currently living and paying taxes here in Connecticut. I strongly oppose HB 5468 and any legislation that increases unnecessary government oversight of homeschooling families. My husband, a now 26-year veteran teacher, was the first to identify that we would be homeschooling our children. At the time, he had only been teaching for 12 years and we were not yet even parents. I pushed back and asked if he would be the one staying home to teach our children, as I loved my job in social work, specifically within empowerment programming and nonprofit organizations. He remained firm and responded that if that's what it would take, he would certainly do it. Now I know they refer to teachers like him as the canaries in the coal mine, teachers who, seeing the failures of the school system growing increasingly worse each year, are choosing to keep their own children out of that failing system. At the time, I thought he was being ridiculous. Then I transitioned out of social work and spent 3 years substitute teaching. This experience quickly converted me to the fact that we would indeed be educating our children at home, where we would cater to their strengths, bolster their weaknesses, and curate the environment we wanted them to grow and develop in. Homeschooling has been one of the best decisions of my life. My two beautiful children have vastly different personalities and learning styles. Homeschooling has allowed their creativity to bloom, their identities to develop authentically, and their special gifts to thrive. They deserve to continue learning the way they have been, alongside a mom who knows them well enough to know that the same curriculum we used for one child will not work for the other. with the freedom to determine how many hours a day we will do school and how many hours a day they can pursue their passions. They're becoming well-rounded, kind, engaged, and educated citizens of this planet, learning through their school books and through life. The worst part of homeschooling in Connecticut is that we have to keep coming back here to defend our constitutional right to educate our children as we see fit. We had to miss forest school today to be here for this hearing. But there were important lessons they needed to learn. When something is wrong, you should speak up. You must show up to fight against government overreach. Freedom isn't free, and this is our battlefield. Homeschoolers do not deserve to pay the price for DCF sins. The Department of Children and Families should be held accountable for their failures in the cases that have launched this witch hunt against homeschoolers. Oppose HB 5468 and attack the problem where the real failures are. Leave homeschoolers alone. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation today. Any questions for Amy? Seeing none. Thank you, Amy, once again. Next up, we got Michelle Jordan, followed by Brittany West, followed by Aaron Scalia. I know I butchered your name, Aaron. Scarella.
Good evening, Madam.
Michelle.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Michelle Jordan. I'm a Mansfield resident, a registered Democrat, and a homeschooling parent. I hold a master's degree in education and have also worked in the public school system. I am here today to oppose HB 5468. I want to begin by saying that I know everyone in this room cares about protecting children. That is something that we all share. Yesterday, I spent hours drafting a more traditional testimony. In it, I outlined many of the points that you've already heard today, that policies meant to protect children should be evidence-based and targeted, that in a free society, we do not investigate entire groups of law-abiding families in the hope of finding a problem, that requiring permission from a child protection agency to make an educational decision is an extraordinary overreach. I wrote about Supreme Court decisions affirming parents' right to direct their children's education, the administrative and legal burdens this bill creates for school districts, the concerns raised by Connecticut superintendents, the risks for children with disabilities, the equity concerns for families of color and lower income families, and the fact that independent statisticians at UConn found a report used to justify these proposals lacking the statistical analysis needed to support its conclusions. Instead, I want to ask a simple question. How did homeschooling become a partisan issue? Democrats in this room, many of us who homeschool are also Democrats. We share many of the same values that brought us to this party in the first place: fairness, civil liberties, and evidence-based policy. But right now, many of us feel like our concerns and those of your constituents are being dismissed and that the outcome has already been decided along party lines. This is not the Democratic Party I joined years ago. I watched the recent Children's Committee vote of the proposed amendment to Section 5 of SB 6 with absolute horror. It felt as though serious constitutional and legal questions were brushed aside, and the voices of families affected by these proposals were not being seen, heard, or valued, same as right now. Homeschool families are not a political monolith. We come from many different backgrounds and communities, and we choose this path for many different reasons. I'm asking you to take a step back and really consider what this bill would do. Look at the evidence. Listen to the people you represent and to the Commissioner of Education and the many superintendents who have raised concerns about these proposals. Ask yourself whether expanding government oversight of law-abiding families is truly the best way to protect children. Public policy should be built on evidence, not assumptions. If our goal is truly child safety, we should focus on DCF's ability to respond to children who are actually at risk. Expanding DCF oversight to thousands of families diverts time and resources away from the very children the system is meant to protect. Connecticut can protect children without treating law-abiding families as suspects, overburdening school districts, or expanding onto unnecessary oversight. For these reasons, I urge you to reject HB 5468. And I know I'm out of time, but I also want to note that both of my kids previously attended private Montessori school, and even if they were still enrolled, I would still be adamantly opposed to this bill. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Michelle? Michelle, thank you once again. Next up, we have Brittany West.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, see you.
Okay, I'm Brittany West. I'm from the 48th District. I just want to start with a thank you to Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, committee members for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here in opposition to Bill HB 5468. As written, this bill represents a significant overreach that threatens parental rights and freedoms that allow all families the ability to choose the educational venue that best suits their children's needs, be it public, private, homeschool, or parochial schools. It's notable, as has been said previously by other speakers, the timing of this bill in light of the recent U.S. Supreme Court decision in Marabili versus Bonta, which reaffirmed a longstanding legal principle that parents, not the state, have primary authority in their children's upbringing and education. It is clear that parents have the fundamental right to guide their children's education and development. Several sections of this bill raise some serious concern. Section 1 transfers authority to withdraw a child from the public school from the parents to the state. Parents wouldn't be able to withdraw their child, regardless of the need, without DCF review and approval. DCF has already failed over and over again with regards to children being abused. Mimi is just one example. In Section 2 and 3, it gives the Department of Education broad authority to determine what homeschool families must teach and how parents need to demonstrate their ability to provide that instruction, thus stripping parents of their right to incorporate their moral, religious, or philosophical values into their children's education and upbringing. This raises additional concerns for homeschool families, especially those with chronically ill children, neurodivergence, and other special needs. In addition to mention those who have already suffered as a result of the current public school atmosphere, including, but not limited to, bullying, sexual assault, and other traumatic events. The U.S. Supreme Court has consistently recognized that parents, not state agencies, are the primary protectors of their children's best interests. For many families, especially those raising chronically ill children or those with special education needs, this freedom is essential. I respectfully urge each of you to reject HB 5468 and to protect the long-standing rights of parents to guide their children's education. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Actually, right on time. Any questions for Brittany? Any questions for Brittany West? Seeing none. Thank you again, Brittany. Next up, we got Aaron Scarella. Aaron, followed by Virginia Dugan. Aaron, oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Senators, Representatives, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Erin Scalera, and I serve as a Board of Education member in Brookfield, and I'm a parent of school-aged children. I'm here today to respectfully oppose House Bill 5468. Protecting children is critically important. However, this bill creates serious legal and operational challenges for school districts and risks penalizing families who are lawfully educating their children. First, the requirement that districts report homeschool enrollments, student transfers, and withdrawals and share student information with Department of Children and Families raises significant concerns regarding FERPA compliance. Releasing student records without any allegation of abuse or neglect places districts, I just lost my place. Places districts in a legally uncertain position and risks violating federal privacy protections. Second, this bill creates a new unfunded mandate, tracking withdrawals, managing notifications, offering 2 classes per year, and reviewing homeschool portfolios requires time, staffing, and administrative capacity that many districts simply do not have. particularly while operating under already extremely tight budgets. During a Senate hearing last week, the Connecticut Commissioner of Education stated that her department could not comply with the reporting requirements outlined in this bill. If a state agency responsible for education cannot comply with these mandates, it raises serious questions about the practicality of imposing them on local districts. We must also remember that real children's lives have been affected. The tragic case of Mimi, an 11-year-old child who was murdered after being withdrawn from New Britain schools, has understandably brought attention to this issue. It has been widely reported that DCF had prior involvement with this family on multiple occasions. This heartbreaking crime represents the failure of individuals and a state agency that already had oversight, not failure of a homeschooling community. Mimi's legacy should be about strengthening protections within DCF, not placing new burdens on families who are responsibly educating their children. A supermajority on one side or the other should not push through rushed legislation without the time and care necessary to get it right. Connecticut families deserve laws that are equitable, practical, and enforceable. As a parent and a board member, I want to acknowledge the many dedicated families who choose homeschooling. Academic freedom matters, and every child deserves access to a quality education, regardless of how it's delivered. Legislation like House Bill 5468 could unintentionally signal distrust towards families who are educating their children responsibly. For
Erin,
these
can you please
reasons,
summarize?
Yep. For these reasons, I urge you to vote no on House Bill 5468. If the goal is to protect children, our focus should be on strengthening and overhauling DCF so children who have already been identified at risk are properly protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Any questions for Aaron? Yes, well, I got two. Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Aaron, thank you so much for being here. I specifically want to ask you a little bit about the Board of Ed in your town. I forget what town you said.
I'm in Brookfield.
Thank you. Could you tell me a little bit more about the struggle that a Board of Ed for a town would have with this particular bill and language?
Yeah, I mean, you know, first, we've been discussing it as a board. I mean, there's huge financial implications. I mean, I'm actually late for a Board of Finance, Board of Ed meeting where our budget's likely going to get cut, and I don't know how we're going to deliver services, you know, and deliver education that, you know, is legally required to our children. So I don't know where these resources are going to come from. You know, we would need people to oversee portfolios. We would need, you know, if we're going to take children into our school system and give them these 2 classes, you know, that are suggested, you know, we need teachers to do that. Then, you know, vaccination status comes into play. You know, how, you know, can we welcome them in the school? Can we segregate them? Can we keep, you know, them separate? How does CIA see sports? All this costs money, and we're not adequately funded right now. So the implications are huge, and it's just another unfunded mandate that I don't see how we can meet.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. And if it's okay, Chair, just a follow-up?
Sure.
Thank you. The other thing I was thinking about was insurance. Like, how do you, is there insurance implications when you take in, for example, you had mentioned that, you know, 2 classes or sports teams and things like that. Like, how would this be a problem that we're adding more students to the classroom or more students to a sports team? Again, these are issues that I would imagine that the Board of Ed would be, you know, discussing.
I mean, I would assume, you know, it's capacity too. I mean, where are we going to put them? I mean, we're already, you know, faced having to cut teachers and increase class sizes to stay within a budget parameter. So I don't know how we would, you know, I mean, although, you know, it's our right to educate children and we'll welcome any child, right, that we can educate, but we can't do it with lack of funds. I would assume insurance would go up. I would assume, you know, the biggest implication right now is legal fees. I mean, are we going to get sued for giving out somebody's information? It's not just homeschool students. I mean, we have students that move into our district. We have students that are leaving district. We have students going to private school. Some kids are being homeschooled. They're going out and we have to report this information with absolutely no, thought that there's or allegation that there's abuse or neglect. It just seems like, we have personally protected information for a reason. I have children who were subject to, their rights being violated by information going out through FERPA. And I mean, that alone is terrifying for a school district.
Yeah, and I have to agree. The FERPA is a huge issue, and it's always something that are on the top of mind as far as boards of ed and schools and districts and things like that. And another issue I would think would be transportation. So that's another issue that we didn't bother to talk about, but that's certainly going to, wreck the fiscal budget there. So thank you
Yeah.
so much. I appreciate you being here, Erin. Thanks so much.
No,
Get
and
to
I
meet-
really appreciate all that you guys do, taking your time to service the students and families of Connecticut. I would ask you to, dig deeper, come together in a more transparent, collaborative way, and, do it in a bipartisan way where everybody can walk away feeling good about this bill.
Thank
We're
you.
we're in it for the kids. So, we have to do what's best for them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Redding Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to circle back to what you had said before about the insurance liability and other things that are involved with the students that would be perhaps taking 2 classes or participating in sports. I've spoken with other superintendents, and they seem to think that they would then be categorized as part-time, matriculating students, which absolutely would have an impact on the taxpayers of whatever town that would be. Have you had any discussions on the school board about this?
We've not, unfortunately, the insurance conversations right now is our insurance went up 13%, as of yesterday. So we're still working on that. But I would imagine, there will be implications, like I said, if we have to welcome students, we'll happily welcome them, but, at what cost? Right now we're trying to do more with less, and there's not much more we can do with the money we have.
And I'd like to go back to something that you had mentioned about Mimi's legacy, that it really should be about strengthening DCF, not punishing homeschool families who really had nothing to do with this to begin with. How would you recommend that, the DCF might bolster their part in this rather than having it be a bill that is really penalizing the homeschool families?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to say. It's an agency that we've seen struggle. I've been in Connecticut my whole life. I have friends who work for DCF. Their caseloads are, enormous. They're out there, in the trenches, doing the work, but there's not enough manpower. I don't know if there's not enough regulatory oversight. I don't know if there's not enough support. But when you have a family identified, and in her case, based on what I've read, there were multiple instances from birth to death that there were, they were involved. So, I mean, there needs to be strict parameters on following up to our identified at-risk of abuse students.
In essence, do you feel that this would have been a better opportunity to perhaps re-examine DCF, see if perhaps getting them staffed up and having the caliber of people there be very qualified for whatever area it is, would this have been an opportunity for them to do that?
I think in order for, I think what's happening is, we come up with new legislation or unfunded mandates that we're putting out to these schools with, all good intention as they're written. But as they come down, it's not a well thought out process. You know, we saw not that long ago, we put more on the Department of Special Education and they have 60-day reporting and they can't report on complaints, right? But we're giving them more work. So DCF struggling with caseloads, we're struggling with, you know, unfortunate tragedies in this state, and we're going to give them more work. So I think at this juncture, the first step in any legislation that's going to put this agency in charge we need to firm up what's going on with them. We need to give them the support, the training, more staff, more resources. I don't know what they need, right? But that needs to be a start, because you can't give them more and expect them to succeed. So there's just so many. I just think you guys need to take time and really digest this and figure out how we can make it equitable and, you know, make it work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Next up, we have Virginia Dugan.
Hello, greetings. Thank you for being here. My name is Virginia Dugan. I've been home educating since 1993, which is 33 years. I'm the mother of 8. I'm the mother of 8. 7 have already grown up until adulthood. Asking about my grandchildren, I have 11, and I'm currently finishing up schooling for my last child, whose testimony she wanted me to bring before you. So I will be citing some of the bill language that concerns me that many people have already mentioned. Withdrawal for the public school can be made with approval from Board of Education, Department of Education, and that changes the wording of acknowledgement of and changes the parental authority and parental responsibility of the Connecticut statutes, and it effectively kind of makes all children wards of the state. The most egregious change is the requirement, and also the most heartbreaking, because I had no idea so many horrible things were going on within DCF. And I think the answer there is reform, new leadership. But the creation of files might be necessitated if you have a requirement for DCF to review files, to see permission, to give to the board, to give us approval. You got a whole bunch of people with a lot of power, could have a lot of bias, very vague language of what that is, that could really render to a lot of corruption. And the committee's already recognized that there's questionable constitutionality with this, and there's no due process or guilt. Just the mere association with DCF will be misconstrued and identify us as inherently suspicious of neglect or abuse. The collaboration of BOE and DCF and other entities through a linked database that could be shared without knowledge of file contents or consent of sharing said files would certainly be unwarranted surveillance without legitimate causation. As a mom who's raised many children, giving birth, living life, the idea of a required yearly standardized testing is problematic because it would force you to conform to what we already know is a failed system of teaching to the test. It doesn't really ensure that children are getting a well-rounded education, and it doesn't work well for homeschoolers who might, for me, for example, have a baby in the beginning of September, and your years need to fluctuate. So homeschooling isn't going to be, as they're saying, exactly like public schooling, but we can come to the same successful end. So that needs to be recognized. It is an admirable goal that you have after hearing all these things that I've heard to protect neglect and abuse, but it would not be accomplished through this passing of this bill. Simply attending public school does not ensure an excellent educational outcome, and it certainly does not ensure emotional or physical safety. We have only to look to the staggering amount of statistic and incident evidence within our public school system to confirm the said fact. Well, placing children in public school systems while continuing to leave them in known circumstances of neglect will not reduce in protection of the child, and it would only infringe on the rights of innocent families and impede our efforts to raise healthy, productive, happy citizens. And I think it would be detrimental to the whole society And I do wonder that perhaps that these homeschooling children rising up in the future might be the hope for a change in our culture.
Thank you, Virginia. Any questions for Virginia? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Lisa Bethke, followed by Andrea Shorey.
Hello? Yes.
Yes, Lisa.
Hi, thank you for having me on. I appreciate the opportunity to share my voice. I strongly oppose this bill, HB 5468. Like I said, my name is Lisa. I live in Southington. We have a great school district in Southington. However, my son, who is 6, he was diagnosed with apraxia of speech, which is speech disorder. He was in the school system for pre-K for a little bit, but it seemed as the time went on for the next year of pre-K, he wasn't getting the help that I felt that he needed. And so I took him out, and I have been homeschooling him ever since. Our family is very pro-education. My husband is pursuing his PhD. We understand the value of education, and we just felt that he could benefit better from a one-on-one than a 12-to-1 student ratio that is in our school district. Another concern was also with his speech delay and challenges that he would get bullied, and he just wasn't able to communicate like we would have liked. Our homeschooling community has been amazing. Went to public school, so I had no idea what to look for, and they have stepped up and helped me, and made me feel even more confident and being able to take on his education, and he's been doing amazing. We meet with all families like 3 times a week with different activities. And I just think that it's the best thing for him. And I just think that having somebody come in that we have to report to show that we're taking care of our children it's just not right. I just don't feel that it's necessary, and that we don't need to be monitored because we're not doing anything wrong. Also, I just think that homeschooling produces high-performing students that benefits this great state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Any questions for Lisa? Representative Poole is online.
Hi, Lisa. Thank you so much for your testimony. And it seems that the work you're doing in your homeschool community is really benefiting your child. So congratulations. I guess my question for you is, I heard your concerns about submitting, evidence of instruction. Is there any piece of the bill, let's just say, notifying the school district, for example, that you're continuing to homeschool, that you think would not be onerous, that would work for you and your community?
I just don't see why I would need to report that I'm homeschooling him. I don't care for having to bring in to show, especially because they're not even meeting him. But also we're all on a different path. So I just don't feel like having him tested in a way that is to this equivalent to what the school standards. I just wouldn't want somebody to be involved in that.
Yeah, so let's put testing aside, like the evidence of testing and instruction. Do you think, I have no doubt that you're doing your due diligence and you're in a very positive community based on what you've explained. I'm wondering though, if you think that, say you were to log on to the Power School or the Southington online system in August and say, my plan is to homeschool my child for another year. Do you think that would impact what you're doing in a negative way? And I guess a follow-up to that is, do you think that that would help protect kids that don't have, that they may not have a homeschool situation like yours? Like they may have one that where there might be issues.
I'm not sure that even, I mean, if there's somebody that is trying to hide what they are doing, I feel they will find a way to do it no matter what. So coming after the homeschool community to have to go on and do that, it just seems pointless. It just seems like if they were going to do something, they could just go on there and say that they're homeschooling. So who's like, I don't understand that one. Like, I just don't think that it's something that everybody should have to do when we haven't done anything wrong.
Okay. I thank you for your testimony, and I appreciate you waiting out so long to get to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you for your response. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. Thank you again, Lisa, for your testimony. Andrea Shori. Andrea?
Hi, thank you.
Online.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to speak out against Bill 5468. Please vote no on this bill. I've listened to a lot of the testimony all day today, and I'd like to, instead of reading a prepared statement, I'd like to push back on some of the ideas that I've heard that this bill will do anything for at-risk kids. In regards to the safety of students, DCF had a case on Matthew Tirado, the Waterbury Man, and Mimi Torres. In every instance, DCF knew of the issues. They spoke with the children and still failed to protect them. None of the text in this bill, I have been pouring through this bill, and none of this is aimed at DCF that failed these children. It's all pointing at homeschooling or anything that's not public school. But it's DCF that missed it. It's DCF that saw the lock on the man's door and still failed to take any action. These children weren't just missing equivalent instruction. DCF failed to do their job, and in 2 cases, children died because of this. This is serious, and this falls squarely on that office. You cannot claim that DCF can't get eyes on kids just because they're homeschooled. The homeschool community is filled with stories of families who are regularly harassed by DCF pushing open doors and trying to investigate them because the school reported them for withdrawing from public school. For merely the act of withdrawing from public school, which is pretty much what this bill is already trying to do, except you're going to make it legal. This bill isn't one tiny layer to get eyes on kids who are in abusive homes. This is massive government overreach. DCF already had eyes on them and lost those kids. Changing the policy for families who withdraw from the public school is not going to improve the results of a deficient state agency. The CGS 1084 already outlines the duties of parents. Additional laws are not necessary and will not do anything to prevent the abuse of children. You mentioned copying the law, or earlier, Ms. Lepper mentioned copying the law from New Hampshire and Vermont. While Connecticut students and residents and people today are fighting to defend their rights, New Hampshire today just voted to remove nearly all state requirements and homeschool oversight. All of it. Abuse and neglect are already illegal. Imposing more laws and restrictions upon law-abiding citizens has never and will never make them safer. The founding fathers and the farmers and their sons didn't fight in a war 200 years ago so that parents 200 years later would have to beg and plead the government to prove their right to educate their children. The Constitution, both federal and state, does not grant freedoms to citizens, but rather it limits the powers of the government. The Constitution, as it is written, enshrines parents' rights to direct their child's education. This bill undermines that with vague language and vague requirements. The law requires parents to personally appear at a school district office and sign an intent to homeschool, and then they must wait for the overworked, poorly functioning DCF to investigate them before they can withdraw their children. My questions to you are, what provisions are in place to ensure that DCF conducts their investigation and review in a timely manner before bullied children are killed by their peers like the 12-year-old girl in Georgia last week? What safeguards are in place to ensure that DCF agents will be honest and objective with their investigation? We've already heard testimony from multiple people who had terrible experiences. Thank you. I'll wrap it up. We already know that all of these things are
posing stress and problems for homeschoolers, and I strongly recommend that you vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again. Up next, we have Stephanie O'Brien, followed by Laura DiDomenzo, followed by Brooke Cheney.
Hello, my name is Stephanie O'Brien. The last time I was here, I was here to oppose the repeal of the religious exemption for mandatory school vaccinations. During that fight, I made it very clear that my children were being stripped of their right to a free and public education afforded to them under our state constitution. Ironically enough, that same right was undermined then, and that was undermined then is now being weaponized to turn our right to homeschool into something we will have to ask permission from the state to do. While I'm not surprised by any of the tactics we are seeing here today, I am appalled. You have once again ripped my family and many others out of our homes to defend our rights against multiple attacks today. Having public hearings simultaneously to defend our rights to bear arms, our rights to homeschool, and our right to a body autonomy is a sad attempt to divide our efforts in fighting against the tyrannical control the Democrats continuously demonstrate in our state. You hope to spread us thin, confuse us, and wear us down into compliance. That will not happen. When the religious exemption was removed, it ripped my family literally apart. I felt my world destroyed because I believed in the public education system. Apparently, my two older children posed zero safety risk to their peers and were allowed to stay in school while my younger children were banned. We know that isn't going to be most of your interpretations of the situation, and you are entitled to your opinion, but it crosses the line when those opinions start to create laws that promote discrimination. We also know that grandfathering, the religious exemption, the grandfathering that happened with that bill, was to help the lawmakers who removed it sleep better at night. The state hoped we would lay down and comply in order to receive that constitutional right of a public education for my younger children. You all had eyes on my children, and I would have never, ever pulled them if you hadn't segregated my family. I made a conscious and lawful decision to home educate my children. I obey our current statute 10-184 that states all parents and those who have care of children shall bring them up in some lawful and honest employment and instruction. Am I over already? Am I?
Well, you have the opportunity to summarize.
Oof. That's going to be tricky. Went way faster when I was at home. You know, I'm a loving parent. I was forced to pull my kids with other legislation, and there are a lot of people here today that are trying to do what is best for their children, and we're feeling attacked constantly, okay? If anybody wants to ask me about my my daughter that I had to pull that was entering 3rd grade and was reading at a first grade reading level before I pulled her, I would like to tell you about it.
I think I'm gonna ask Representative Kennedy to ask you that question.
Hello, and thank you for being
Thank you,
here.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for being here. And it is, I'm sorry, it's been a really long day. So you didn't quite finish, and you're talking about your 2 children. Were they both 2 girls? And can you tell us what happened with your daughter, please? Thank
Yes,
you.
sure. So my younger, I have 2 children that were grandfathered in. I had at the time 2 boys, one that would have been ready for preschool, but because of the removal of the religious exemption, I couldn't send him, right? Can I keep going? Yeah, okay. So at that time, I was bringing my kids to school every day, and he was crying every day in the car because he wanted to go to school with them. So instead of seeing him upset every day, I had to pull my other children out of school to unite us all and not be living two separate lives, right? At that time, it took me from pre-K 3, from literally the first day that I sent my daughter to school until the middle of, probably around the middle of first grade, pleading, asking for help because I knew from the beginning that she needed help, okay? It wasn't until a friend of mine who is a public school teacher said, you have to call for a PPT meeting. I said, I don't even know what that is. I did it, and within a few days, they were, on it, because I guess at that point, it was a legal obligation that they had to me. And then she started getting services, okay? So when I ended up pulling her, I pulled her when she would be entering third grade. When we did our assessments to figure out what curriculum to use, she was reading at or below a first grade reading level. At the time, I had complete faith in the public school system. We were getting her tutoring on the side, but I really thought they were doing what she needed, and that wasn't the case. Not saying that they weren't trying their best, and but she wasn't. She was getting left behind. So we are currently, if you could say, catching up, right? But I heard Fran earlier say about something about a sixth grader, if they're working on first grade, then we might need to, ask if they need help. What are they going to help me with? Are they going to come into my home and say, well, why isn't she reading at a fourth grade level now? We need to put her back in, and get her the help she needs. And I'm sure there are people that want to are genuine with that. But being that we don't vaccinate, that's another, bullseye on my family's back. And are they gonna hold that against us too when they come and they say, well, she's not up to date? I have a pediatrician. There's lots of people that can't find pediatricians to take their children. And so what if, they're not up to date on a health form or something because they can't find care? What happens, we're scared, but we will not lay that, I'm here, I'm not leaving the state, so.
Thank you for explaining that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, number 118, Laura DiMendanzo. Did I tear that last name up?
It's DiDomenzio. It's phonetic. We learn it in school. Or if you're homeschooled. My name is Laura DiDomenzio. I'm from Waterbury, Connecticut. I have a master's in education. I'm a CT certified Spanish teacher. My husband has his 092 and his 6th year, and he is a high school administrator. I am deeply familiar with the bureaucracy of the system, and I just don't see how any of this is feasible or meaningful. Withdrawing children from the schools, I have questions for you guys. I know you can't answer them, so they'll all be rhetorical. Who in the district will carry the responsibility of recording the families that apply to withdraw and subsequently send their names to the Department of Education? How many extra hours will this take? Will new staff need to be hired? In my city, in Waterbury, we can't afford it. We pay a gajillion dollars in taxes. I don't even get to use the public school system. I'm not paying more. Getting records back, reviewing the names at DCF. Who at DCF will do this? How many extra hours will it take? What is the rubric for deciding if a family will be allowed to homeschool? Getting records back to families. Who will be in charge of that? A central office, the school secretaries? Standardized testing. Who's going to fund it? If you want the families to fund it, now you're putting an unfair financial burden on the families. And we have to be really real, again, in a city like Waterbury, socioeconomic status and race frequently intersect meaning that our Black and brown constituents, they are going to be at an unfair advantage. They're going to have unequal access to homeschooling, to the homeschooling choice. If you want the school district to pay for it, you guys need to remember that the general statutes of our state already say that legislators have no authority to spend money outside of the school fund for anyone outside of public schools. So again, how are we funding it? Portfolios, what's the rubric? Who will review them? Is this a school level thing, district level, state level? Are you going to pay for more training to do these reviews? 2 classes per year, how? Do you even understand an elementary school daily schedule? Schools are already overcrowded and districts are already facing teacher shortages. My own city in Waterbury, I think we are lacking 100 teachers at least. Our special education kids don't even get their services, and the only reason it hasn't been a problem is because the parents have not band together yet to sue the city. And so the city's lucky because there's a lot of kids not getting services. How will you handle and find space and personnel to handle these new students? Joining sports and extracurriculars. CIAC is already against this. And honestly, I will summarize, but hold on. Have you ever met a sports parent whose kid already doesn't get enough playing time? Good luck when a homeschooler takes their kid's spot on the field. Christina Gio from the Office of from the Childhood Advocate added, they would like check-ins with the child. Again, who's doing this? How much is it going to cost the cities, the towns, the districts, and the state at large? I also have a list of mandated reporters if anyone would like to ask me to read it. Otherwise, I'm done.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Laura?
Too bad.
We have a comment.
A comment.
From
Thank you.
Representative.
Thank you. Hi, thanks for coming. I represent part of Waterbury.
I know who you are and I love you.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Not many people do. Anyway, thank you. And what you said about Waterbury is 100% right. It is such high taxes, all of those things, and your points, I think about it all the time. How are the towns going to pay for all of this? All the agencies are against this because they understand, they may not be against the principle or the intent, but they understand it's not feasible. The process is all wrong. So I just want to say thank you because you bring up valid points that all these towns have and that they're going to have with the cost of this. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I like you too.
Representative Howard.
Thank you. Good evening. How are you? Your last name and being from Waterbury, I've practiced the name DJ Van Carlo for the last 5 years here. So I'm getting good at this stuff, being from the other end of the state. But thank you for being here. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions because your background's applicable. Your husband is an administrator now in a public school?
He was in 2 public schools. He was in Manchester and then Southington, and now he's the dean of academic life at St. Paul in Bristol.
And you have made a family decision to homeschool, is that right?
Yes.
Do you mind sharing with us what brought you to that decision?
Sure. So my children in 2020 were my 2 oldest. I have 5. My 2 eldest were in Maloney Magnet School in Waterbury. The way that they chose to handle the pandemic, I didn't want them to go back in, so we stayed home. I didn't want them to wear masks. And the way that Waterbury handled it, because again, funding, was the teachers had to teach to the students in their classroom and online at the same time. It was horrible. I had a 1st grader and a 2nd grader at the time, plus 2 toddlers. And we were like all crying every day. So by October, my husband and I finally made the decision. It was a really hard one to pull out of a magnet school. Maloney is excellent. And I said, we can't do this anymore. So we pulled them out. It was rocky. It was rough. And then in 21, we lost the religious exemption. And so while my 2 oldest children were grandfathered, my younger 2 at the time, and then I have a 16-month-old, I have 3 children who are not grandfathered. So we continue to homeschool right now because like my friend Stephanie, we don't want to split our family. That being said, my oldest 2 being grandfathered, my oldest son is planning to go to high school. So he's going to go, like God willing that it all works out, to St. Paul.
So what is your opinion So you referenced the equivalency that, you know, who do I show it to? Right? And that's a great question, but it's going to be somebody, and it's going to be somebody involved in public education. We agree on that, right? It's either going to be the Board of Ed or the principal or the superintendent or the SDE.
The Board of Ed, who not everyone on the Board of Ed has to have a master's degree in education.
Right. So, but the point is, it's somebody who is involved or overseeing public schools somewhere, right? Definitely. Do you know what the literacy rate and whatnot is in the state of Connecticut for public school kids now?
I'm pretty sure it's something like 50% of kids can't read at grade level.
Yeah. So you find some irony in that whoever it is that's going to review what you're doing is performing at that level. Do you want to comment on that?
I absolutely do. I mean, if you're not even trusting those of us who went through the school system to educate our kids, you're going to trust these people that don't have any background in education, except maybe they got elected to their Board of Education to look at a portfolio and grade it? That doesn't make any sense. And I've been in the classroom. I've done data walls. I have set goals for students, and we all know how to finagle data.
Yeah, well, that happens here too. But so, you know, I gotta say that I have great respect for the commissioner. I work well with her. I have teachers in my family. I had a teacher here today who's from my district who's amazing. But I think your point is that, and you correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to put words in your mouth, is that the public education system is already in some degree failing. I use that cautiously, our kids because they're overburdened. You pointed out that in your city, they're failing the kids because they're overburdened and can't keep up with the needs of special ed kids. And now we're going to add this new thing to them, a group of people who are generally performing fairly well. Is that essentially your testimony?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chair.
Representative.
Hi, Laura. I just wanted to say hi and
Trick.
say hi to Mark for me.
I will.
All right, thanks.
Thank you for your. We love you, Patrick. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, Brooke Cheney, followed by Jocelyn Delancey.
Hi, my name is Brooke Cheney. I'm from Harwington, Connecticut. I'm a mom. I don't homeschool my own children, but my family does. I also helped out in my church and helped run a homeschool system as well. When my kid was 5 years old, he went to school every day and he came home crying. We took him out. I was actually so thrilled that all I had to do was sign a piece of paper saying he's not going to attend kindergarten this year. It was lovely not to have the added stress of having an unhappy toddler at home. He went back to public school after that. However, I'm that child who needed protection when I was a child. I was in public school and I was getting bullied mercilessly, 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade. I finally begged my parents to send me away to private school. Well, little did I know at 14 that I was going from the frying pan into the fire. When I arrived at private school, I was then sexually abused by my upperclassmen over and over. And the irony of that is it was the child of the superintendent of the school. Experiences like this taught me that one size never fits all. And we want to protect our children as best as we can. Regulations are not it. Strong community, conversations, understanding are really what we need within our society. When it comes to every child we're talking about every family that's going to be affected by these changes you wish to put in, no two children get the same results out of a public school system. No two kids get the same results out of a magnet school. No two kids are going to be the same when it comes to homeschooling. To try to create cookie cutter ideas as far as how children should be taught and by how the families are supposed to do things is not what America was brought up on. I'm a firearms instructor. I'm a mom. I'm a kid. I take care of my mom who's got Alzheimer's right now. And I got a lot on my plate. And I spent all day here to try to talk about freedom in America and to ask you guys to stop regulating things. The tragedies that have happened to children, the abuse, It happens all the time, all across America. We need to come together to save the children. And that's not through regulation. That's by having a kinder, better, nicer society that we live in, where we're not being judged just because we don't agree on the same thing. And I'm not going my full 3 minutes because that's about as much as I got today.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Brooke? We have a comment for you. Representative Davis.
Hi, Brooke. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you and appreciate all that you've been through and what you've done and where you are now in life. And it looks like you're in a great place. So I wish you the very best. And you're right. We all do care about kids. We all want to be in the best place together. And I hope someday we'll get there. But really, truly, thank you so much for coming, and God love you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am so saddened by your story, and I am so sorry for all of the things that you've had to survive. But I'm so happy that you're here to speak for others and give us all the warning that's necessary about one size doesn't fit all. And sometimes we can make choices that work out poorly. Takes a special individual to pick themselves back up from that kind of stuff and be here to fight with all of these other people that believe what you believe. So I'm going to second the God bless you part and thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you very much. And yes, the tragedies in our life that are hard and difficult are the things that make us stronger and more resilient, but only if we have people around us who will support us in the things that we choose to do. And the horrible things that happened to me as a child are why I am the compassionate, caring person that I am, and that understand that as long as we start having an us versus them conversation, there will never be a we the people. And the only way that we can overcome these issues is by talking to one another, understanding, and not thinking that I am right and you are wrong, but there is a middle ground somewhere, and we have to actually be seen, heard, and felt. Every Saturday nights, I do a YouTube channel, Suicide Prevention Saturday, because I was also suicidal as a teen from all of these things that have occurred to me. I have overcome them, but I didn't do it alone. And it's one of those things that everybody needs a hand out, and sometimes we need a hand up, and we need to be here for one another. So thank you for your time today.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your kind words, and continue to persevere, sister. You're gonna be all right. All right. Next up, Jocelyn. 120, Jocelyn. Who's next? Alyssa Banger, number 121. Alyssa? Okay. Ashley, 122. She is. Ashley, you're up. We can't hear you. Ashley, we're going to come back to you. We have some technical difficulties. We can't hear you. Kimberly, Audette? Kimberly?
Good evening, distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Kimberly Audette, and I'm a resident of East Windsor. I respectfully urge you to oppose HB 5468. I have been in the field of education for 21 years. I'm a certified teacher in Connecticut. I also hold my Doctorate of Education in Curriculum and Instruction, a Master's of Arts in Teaching, and a Master's of Arts in Education, and Master's of Education in Educational Leadership. I am also a homeschool mom. I homeschool because I love my children. I homeschool because I want to protect them from school violence, bullying, and being forced to grow up too quickly because of their experiences in a public school setting. I also homeschool because I provide my children personalized instruction where we work towards mastery on everything we do. Child safety and learning is of the utmost importance, but what is proposed is complete government overreach. That is why I am advocating for an end to HB 5468. Connecticut doesn't need to regulate homeschoolers. First, the state needs to investigate what happened with the agencies that are designed to protect kids instead of treating homeschoolers guilty until proven innocent. Connecticut already has child protection laws, mandatory reporters, courts, and agencies that are supposed to address any abuse or neglect. Any examination of those systems that have worked or not worked in the past needs to happen before creating laws that become an overreach and are onerous on the citizens of Connecticut, including homeschoolers, boards of education, and state agencies. Not to mention, this bill places tremendous oversight and administrative responsibilities on public schools, another unfunded mandate. I would like to share that as homeschoolers, we do not live in a vacuum. By making homeschooling parents appear face-to-face with public school staff is a strain and depletion of already limited district resources. Personally, we as a homeschool family are out in our community throughout the week, every week. We go to the library. My children participate in extracurricular activities. We attend church and related events, as well as are active in our community through our interaction with neighbors and participation in town meetings and events. Mandated reporters are all around us. We interact with them all the time. HB 5468 will not save children's lives or tell you how they're being educated. This bill will only create more work for boards of education and state agencies. The time and resources used to track individuals could be spent in the field saving children. But if this bill were to move forward, their time will be spent following up on paperwork and tracking families that are Connecticut citizens who are making a lawful choice to homeschool their children. Thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Kimberly. Any questions for Kimberly? Representative Howard.
Thank you, Kimberly. So there's two speakers in a row that were upstairs with me most of the day as well. So great to see you sticking it out on this long Wednesday up here at the LOB. You talked about having people around you. Do homeschoolers, because my family, we don't homeschool, but do you have there's like a homeschool network where you kind of socialize together or do things together? Those exist?
Absolutely. So many homeschooling families that I know are a part of co-ops. We are a part of a co-op. We are part of the different homeschooling organizations where they advertise and post activities that are happening across the state that are designed for homeschoolers during the day, focused on science, focused on nature. Windsor does a great program for homeschoolers. So we see each other all the time. It's been great to be here because I've seen people that I recognize from other homeschool events that we attend.
And generally speaking, if you could, explain to us in your words how this bill is an infringement on your freedom or your rights as a parent, or just sort of philosophically, why you're opposed to the state being involved in you homeschooling your kids. Please.
First off, I think that this bill has lacked transparency. I feel that this whole process has not been transparent. To ask homeschool parents to go to a district every year face-to-face, that seems very onerous, and I don't understand how that's going to protect kids. I also feel that submitting any sort of portfolio is honestly a waste of time. I have friends in the co-op that we're in who live in Massachusetts, and one of the options is for them to submit a portfolio. And they submit the appropriate paperwork, but their response when they talk about the option to additionally submit a portfolio is, why would I do that? Nobody at the district reads it anyways. So I feel like that so much of what is in here just becomes busy work and a waste of personal resources and people's time.
So the bill requires that the academic records, the equivalent instruction, the education records for your child, if this bill were to pass, you need to keep those for at least 3 years. Now, why do you think you might need to keep those for 3 years?
I have no idea. I don't understand why it's 3, why it's not 7, why it's not my child's entire time going through to graduating high school. The 3 years doesn't make any sense to me. Honestly, I would err on the side of keeping them until my child graduates and completes high school, because I would worry that something legislatively were to happen where I would have to go back and prove something that maybe I had destroyed or gotten rid of.
You keep your tax records?
Yes,
Why?
because I want to show that I did the right thing, and I don't want to get in trouble.
Because you could get audited, right?
Absolutely.
So do you think that, do you think that perhaps that this legislation is having you keep your records because the next step is they're gonna come into your house and come look at them or make you present them?
Absolutely. I wouldn't put it past it to, that somebody would not come to my house and ask to see those. I believe that if this law were to be in place, that is something that could happen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Kimberly. And I want to remind my colleagues, we're at number 124. And we have 287 more individuals who would like to have their time up in front of it. So limit our questions so that everyone have an opportunity to present their case. Rep. Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep it quick. My wife has the entire K through 12 record, every report card and every drawing and every part and everything in plastic totes in the basement. And last time I moved them, I almost lost a limb. So your instinct to keep them in perpetuity is, that's called the maternal instinct. It's pretty simple stuff. But you were talking before about the burden of a parent having to go in and stump for their child every year. Did this strike you as unusual that there's no requirement for the child to go?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because if we're looking at for the welfare of a child, why wouldn't we want to put eyes on that child?
Yes, I completely agree. It doesn't make sense to me. And so that's one of my bigger questions about this bill. How is this helping to keep kids safe?
I have the same question. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. Thomas Greco, number 124. We want to go back to Ashley.
Good evening. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Wonderful. Good evening, committee members. Thank you for staying and listening. I'm here to oppose HB 5468. My child was severely bullied, physically harmed, and emotionally damaged from the public school system. The administration was not very helpful, and unfortunately, teachers were scrolling on their phones and did not pay attention to my child. We now homeschool because she's terrified of the public school system and what she went through. My child is now thriving in a co-op and making friends. She's no longer scared that kids will bully her, call her names, or push her to the ground. Parents should retain the freedom to homeschool without worrying about DCF involvement or that we are being treated as suspects for homeschooling. This freedom is critical, and parents know their children best. I'd also like to speak on behalf of active military in Connecticut. They cannot speak because they're active military. And so there are many people in Groton and other areas of Connecticut, and they specifically choose orders in Connecticut because of the freedom to homeschool. And if this was to become a law, this would really affect them and trigger DCF, and that would harm them, and they would less likely be to choose Connecticut for orders. And we really appreciate our military here. So I just wanted to bring that up as well, and that would affect them. Thank you so much for your time and hearing us. I know it's been a long day, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashley, for your testimony. Any questions for Ashley? Seeing none, we'll move on to Thomas Greco. Not Thomas. We'll go to Elizabeth Morin, followed by Connie Cope.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening, committee members. My name is Elizabeth Morin, and I live in Tolland. I'm very concerned about the raised bill HB 5468, and I'm testifying to vehemently oppose the bill. While the parts of it that run afoul of our constitutional rights have been mentioned many times by other testimonies, I would like to focus on the verbiage or lack thereof about equivalent instruction, in quotes. Codifying something into law that has a wait and see aspect to it, like Section 3, seems like really bad practice, especially because people do not know what to prepare for. Also, it really begs the question, and other people have asked as well, equivalent to what? Should I teach my children up to only 50% of reading level, as up to 50% public school students, depending on how the stats are skewed, are reading below grade level? Should I educate them to Bridgeport standards or Simsbury's or maybe Darien? Or on days I'm feeling lazy, maybe I'll be equivalent to Hartford standards. There is really no single standard that you can hold homeschool students to because you don't even hold your own public schools to any single standard. More specifically, I am concerned that I may not meet your standards of equivalency because there are certain things that I just cannot offer my children. I do not have bulletproof windows and doors on my home like the public primary school in my town. I do not have metal detectors at the entrances to my home. There are no bullies in my home. I cannot offer a one-size-fits-all curriculum and force my children to learn at the pace of the most behind student. As a family, we do not fight, so how will my kids learn to throw a punch? I cannot provide my children a 9.6% sexual abuse rate by teachers or other professionals. We are a drug-free home. As we move through our lives, I cannot enforce that my children socialize only with children of their exact same age. They will be exposed to friendships and meaningful relationships with people of all ages through our church, various learning and play groups, and community groups. My children will never be in a situation where the whole class needs to be evacuated due to another student's emotional or behavioral dysregulation. I do not have a revolving door of disgruntled staff members. So you can see my plight. You have failed to define equivalency or to demonstrate what parts of this bill would have actually made a difference in the tragic cases of S from Waterbury or the beautiful Mimi in New Britain. Those horrible tragedies are cases of DCF failure, and no amount of, quote, equivalency to public schools will keep children safer. They are already safer in their home with the families that love them. I would also like to add quickly that I was homeschooled as a child in Plainville, and I went on to get a master's degree in addition to attending business school at UConn. I'm now a public librarian in the state. My lived experience is that it was a positive and nurturing experience where education was tailored to me. Thank you, and please vote no on HB 5468.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you once again.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Connie Cope.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Connie Culp. I live in Manchester, Connecticut. I am a homeschool mom of 3. I am opposed to HB, and I can't remember. I'm dealing with the beginning of a migraine, so please give me a little bit of grace. HB I'm sorry, guys. You know what the number is? The bill we're talking about right now. I've been on the screen a lot today and my head isn't appreciating that. I've been watching the day. I wanted to speak more to my kids' experiences in the public school system before I pulled them out, as opposed to the bill itself, because it's part of why I pulled the kids out of school. We started in school from kindergarten, and my daughter moved into first grade right away because she taught herself to read all by herself, and I didn't know that. I loved the teachers. The teachers were phenomenal, but the environment was bad. Kids were throwing chairs, and the good kids were getting pulled out of class because the kids were throwing chairs. She was regularly harassed by another child, and it was under the radar, so it was not being caught. And then we had to process that out at home, and there was really no recourse for that. When my son started school, who's 2 years younger than her, he had a very difficult time, and we're coming to find in him that he had mental health struggles that weren't showing up when he was really, really young. And he just had a terrible time processing. He learned, he had a fantastic teacher, but he didn't have a good environment. And the payback at home was brutal, and he wasn't learning. He was behaving so well at school, and he was putting all of his energy into doing the right thing that he wasn't able to put energy into learning anything. When COVID happened and we had to do distance learning, it was an abject disaster. It was very difficult for all of my kids, even my little guy who wasn't in school yet. He lost mom. He lost mom to being the IT person for the big kids. And we were learning things and we were trying to do it on Zoom, and it was so hard for my kids to do that. It was hard for me to do that. And then at the end of that quarter, when we went to get our report cards from the school, we walked to the school, we had to put masks on, we were outside, we got our report cards, and there was no grade for either of my kids for any of that last quarter. They were not graded. It was gutting. We worked so hard and we did not get any recognition that we did anything. It sounds like what the portfolio review is going to be. Like, you're going to have to submit work, but we're not going to do anything with it. It doesn't matter. That's not fair. That's not good. We worked really hard. And I was like, if we can do this at home, and I'm still standing at the end of the day, we can do this my way, where I'm teaching things and I can grade things, and we can work in a way that is safe. We've homeschooled, we've shifted as we've done it, we've found things that needed changing, we've modified, we've adjusted, we've backed up, we've gone forward, we've changed the technique that we've used. It's worked a lot better than it did in the very beginning. We've had to change. In the past month at our local high school in Manchester, there has been a loaded gun in the school. That has never happened in my home. There has been a pepper spray incident with a student. That has never happened in my home. There has been a student wandering in the school that was expelled. That has never happened in my home.
Connie, can you please summarize?
We are safe. If safety is the concern, the things that are happening in the public school systems have never happened in my home. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Connie? Seeing none, thank you, Connie. Next up, we have number 127, Alexis Barletta, followed by Kim Marina. Right along. Angela Stock. Come on.
Good evening. My name's Kim Mariani. I oppose HB 5468. And I serve as the president of Redwoods Homeschool Community. For the past 10 years, I've been in leadership within the homeschooling community. I've worked with hundreds of homeschooling families. Through my role at Redwoods, I regularly meet families who are just beginning their homeschool journey. The families I meet don't start homeschooling to avoid responsibility for their children's education, but instead they take direct responsibility for it. They choose homeschooling because the system that they were in was not working for their child. I meet families whose children had IEPs, but still were not supported. Children were falling behind. Children who lost their love of learning, they lost their spark. and children experiencing bullying, both from their peers and teachers. For many of these families, homeschooling was not their first choice. It became the solution they found when other options failed. And I've had several parents over the years tell me how grateful they are to be homeschooling, even when it wasn't their first choice. They tell me they got their child got their spark back. Homeschooling is a significant sacrifice. Many parents live on one income. They dedicate hours every day to teaching, planning, guiding their children, and they spend money on curriculum, activities, supplemental classes, and they do this because they deeply want what is best for their children. Homeschooling works because it's flexible and it's individualized. Parents can tailor learning to the needs, pace, and interests of their child in ways that a traditional classroom often cannot. That's why I'm concerned about the provisions in this bill directing the Department of Education to define equivalent instruction and how it would be demonstrated. Many families are leaving the public school system because it didn't meet their child's needs, and having the same system define what education at home must look like raises serious questions. It would also create a significant burden for local boards who would be tasked with reviewing thousands of individualized programs. No clear standard for what happens if they happen to disagree with a parent's approach. Homeschooling doesn't happen in isolation. Through Redwoods, I see families deeply connected in community. Parents are supporting one another, we're sharing resources, we naturally look out for one another's children, and it's really quite beautiful. If child safety is the concern, we all share that goal, but in many tragic cases, government systems were already involved and were not able to prevent the outcome. Strengthening those systems and finding out why families are choosing methods of education other than public school and improving those public schools would be far more effective than regulating families who are already educating successfully. There's no evidence that state control of homeschooling does anything to reduce the potential for abuse, and Connecticut's current system for homeschooling has allowed families to thrive for decades. I respectfully ask you to oppose HB 5468.
Thank you. Thank you, Kim. Any questions for Kim? I see Representative Howard.
Thank you, Senator. What, Redwoods in Connecticut?
Yes,
What-
here
what-
in Bristol.
I'm sorry, Bristol?
Bristol.
And you said you have hundreds of homeschool families. Is that in the general area or?
For years, I have
Okay.
met hundreds of families because I've been in leadership for 10 years now. Our Redwoods homeschool community has 100 families right now.
So let me ask you this. Do you think that the success, well, I'm gonna be clear what I heard from you, that homeschoolers in Connecticut academically are generally very successful. Is that true?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and so do you think that that success has anything to do with the fact that the state's not involved?
Yes.
How so?
I believe that they are able to have the freedom to choose how they educate. They don't have the state to worry about what do we need to do in order to satisfy these requirements. They can choose ways to educate their children that really work for their children.
Okay, so like math, right? So I had a son who was struggling in math and I sat him down and I'm not a math teacher. I'm a policeman. That's my job. I don't, but I went to math and I learned math. And my son was struggling and I sat down and I taught him essentially a semester's worth of math because he wasn't doing well in his math class. And when he got a 90 on the midterm, and we don't homeschool, that was me sitting at him on the table. And when I went to the school, they said, well, that's because you're teaching him the old way. So he does really well if you teach him the old way, but we teach him the new way. Is it stuff like that that frustrates you?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Is that stuff like that that frustrates you?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any more questions for Kim? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Angela Stock, followed by Christine Bergen. Angela, oh, okay.
Hello. Good
Can
evening.
you hear me?
The Education Committee. My name is Angela Stock, and I'm testifying in strong opposition to HB 5468. We parents are our children's first teacher. The original Connecticut CGS 10184 recognizes that a child's education and upbringing is the duty of parents first and foremost. HB 5468 flips that upside down. Section 2 of this bill is extremely problematic for the many special needs kids in the homeschool community, with or without official diagnoses. I am a mother to a twice exceptional, that's 2E child, which means he has invisible disabilities and a high IQ. Schools, even in New Canaan, where I am, are ill-equipped to handle, let alone evaluate 2E students. They would have likely denied my child an IEP, but I essentially automatically provide one by meeting him exactly where he is. Homeschooling is a bespoke private education, not a copy of public school at home. It is an IEP, an individualized education program. If the school way of doing things was working for my son several years ago, my then 8-year-old would not have been diagnosed with a depressive disorder, and I would not have retired early to homeschool. I graduated from Yale. My husband graduated from Princeton and holds a PhD in physics from CMU. Homeschooling was not our original plan, but it was what our son needed. For 2E children, schools have difficulty recognizing their giftedness, and they have difficulty recognizing their disabilities and asynchronous development. School staff don't know what PDA profile of autism is. My son doesn't look autistic. It took thousands of dollars and 2 private evaluations to figure it out. Thanks to homeschooling, the depressive disorder is gone, and my in-laws, who were not initially in favor of homeschooling, still frequently shower me with thanks for saving their only grandchild. Kids like mine are not unique in the homeschool community. I would venture to say that the percentage of special needs kids is likely significantly higher within the homeschool population than the public school population. Are you in the school districts prepared to provide evaluations for IEPs for all of these kids? Not all homeschoolers can afford private evaluations, but one often doesn't need official diagnoses when one is able to provide real-time accommodations without district interference or oversight. If you insert the school district into what has been a private matter, how do you plan to fairly assess the work or progress of students who would have needed IEPs in the school system? It would be unfair to assess homeschool children with undiagnosed conditions and unidentified support needs against standards for non-special needs kids when special ed kids in school have IEP and 504 accommodations and modified educational goals. The current 10184 statute keeps homeschooling independent as a lawful private activity and has the built-in flexibility needed to support homeschooling as an individualized education program. Equivalent instruction for homeschool is simply teaching the listed subjects in the statute. HB 5468 leaves special needs families hanging with a great big unknown as to how we will be able to continue providing individualized education for our kids under new rules to be determined by the Department of Ed. I respectfully urge this committee to
Angela,
vote
you
no
please
on HB.
summarize.
I respectfully urge this committee to vote no on HB 5468. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Representative Howard.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. I just want to try to sum it up for my brain. So am I understanding you that your concern is that there's an equivalent instruction that you have to show basically in the bill, but in public schools, the educational goals of kids with special needs or 504s are modified to meet those particular students, but there's nothing in the bill that would account for that for you. So if your child were in public school and qualified for special education or 504, there's nothing here that when you come to show your equivalency to say to make those modifications or adjustments. Is that fair? Am I understanding that correctly?
In addition to that, my kid would probably not even have qualified for an IEP if he were in school, even though he needs one. If you're not behind, he was ahead of grade level despite the environment being a very poor fit for him. So I would not be able to get any help. And if they don't recognize his needs, I don't know how this new measure that leaves it wide open, there's nothing to address special needs kids, whether they're diagnosed or undiagnosed.
So I understand that part. So the bill before us, right? It would, if it were to pass as it's written, the State Department of Education would put out regulations or however it's worded in here of how that would be. So what you're saying is, should it pass this way, it is imperative that the State Department of Education, when they put out their guidance or guidelines for that measurement, that it accounts for kids at homeschool that would otherwise potentially qualify for 504s, et cetera, in school. Is that right?
Yes, at a minimum, that's what they would have to do.
Okay.
But right now, it's very vague. It
Yep.
leaves everything open to
To
whatever the State Department of Education
Yep,
decides.
okay,
and
well, I'll
when it
make a note of
goes.
it. I appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you again, Angela, for your testimony. Kristen?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Good evening, Education Committee, and thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak in strong opposition to House Bill 5468. And I do apologize, I'm feeling a bit under the weather. I'm a bit hoarse right now. My name is Kristen Berger, and I reside in Bristol. I have 12 years of experience in the public school system as a certified Spanish teacher, and I have extensive special education experience as well. I'm also a mandated reporter, and I don't have any children of my own. But I care deeply about the children I work with every day, and I want to leave the state of Connecticut in a better place than where it is now for the next generation. So I feel it is important to testify tonight. I left the public school system after 12 years in 2020 after the dystopian nightmare it became during COVID. I worked with children at the time with moderate to severe ASD spectrum disorders. And when I found out that mask tolerance plans and physical social distancing were going to be right up there with, life skills and, important academics, I morally just couldn't do my job anymore. So I got out, and it was very scary. But I found a lot of support in the homeschooling community. I was able to connect with parents who were not happy with what was going on in public school, and families that pulled their children out at that time. I became an instructor in several homeschool co-ops and a private tutor for homeschooling families. I worked with dozens of homeschool families in a variety of settings over the past 6 years. I've taught rigorous STEM and Spanish courses to the co-ops, and I've supported families as a tutor when a child might need more support in a certain subject or has special needs. The families I work with come from all walks of life. They are all sizes and creeds and income levels and political affiliations. And without exception, I don't believe I've ever had the privilege of working with a more selfless community. These parents sacrifice so much to give their children the best education possible. Whether they sacrifice second cars, vacations, larger homes, the list goes on and on. And the payoff, as everyone can attest to, has been worth it. Like, look at all those young people who testified earlier. Homeschooling allows families to educate their children in a manner where their children can thrive and accelerate at their own pace. And as I said, the results are undeniable. It just seems unconscionable to me to report every single family that withdraws their child from public school for any reason to DCF. Public school withdrawal happens routinely for a variety of reasons, and parents should have the ultimate say in how their child is educated. They are DCF and the Department of Education are overburdened already. Public school teachers and administrators have enough on their plates and do not need the additional burden of overseeing and grading portfolios. During COVID, there were countless thousands of children who were truant from public school who were never followed up upon, and this seems to be an issue today. So please don't cause undue burden to thousands of peaceful, law-abiding homeschool families that want to do the absolute best by their child. We all care about the safety and well-being of children. Yep, I'm almost done. But we do that through community, not through regulation. Thank you for your time. That's all I had.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move along. Lucas McCaslin.
Hello.
Megan Morgan.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening, members of the committee. My name is Luke McCaslin, and I'm a homeschool dad and an engineer. As an engineer, I think a lot about minimizing various risks given limited resources. Early in my career, I wanted to make everything completely risk-free. I quickly learned this is almost never practical and usually impossible. The fact is everything has a risk, and every engineered product has a quantifiable and often quantified risk of failure. Life is scary for engineers. Fortunately, the fact that we can quantify risk of specific failures helps us focus our efforts where they'll be most effective in preventing problems. In engineering terms, we don't want to add cost, weight, schedule, and degrade performance to decrease the rate of failure of a component that only has a 1 in a trillion chance of failing, when there are other components that have a 1 in 100 chance of failing. We need to focus our efforts where they'll be the most useful. I think you see where I'm going with this. In the abuse cases commonly discussed where children were either withdrawn from school or truant, DCF was involved because abuse was suspected. Does it make sense to continue involving DCF when a student is withdrawn from school under suspicious circumstances? Absolutely. Does it make sense to involve DCF in every case where a child is withdrawn from school? That sounds like a misappropriation of already scarce resources. Should homeschoolers be required to have some form of yearly check-in with their public school? Again, you've heard multiple times today how much public schools are already struggling to educate children under their care. The public school system does not need the additional burden of checking in on homeschoolers and should focus on their core requirements. The question we should be asking is not specifically, do homeschoolers need more oversight, but rather, how can we best allocate the resources of the public school system and DCF to ensure the best possible outcomes for as many children as possible? As I said at the beginning, I'm a father and I care deeply about the safety and well-being of not just my own children, but of all children. The resources of the state are better utilized exploring cases of suspected abuse and finding ways to better educate students in the public school system than checking out on homeschool families who are not suspected of any wrongdoing. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none? Thank you once again. Megan Morgan, followed by Sarah Fontaine, followed by Rachel Williams.
I press a little button. Oh, it's on. Okay. Good evening, Senator McCrory and distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Megan. I am co-president of Connecticut Homeschool Network, a homeschooling mother of 3, and a resident of the 43rd District. I stand in opposition to Bill 5468 as it is concerning in multiple ways. First, this bill violates our constitutional rights as parents to fully direct our child's education. The state mandating the oversight of the education of children not enrolled in their system is a clear violation of our freedom. The U.S. Supreme Court has long recognized that the parents have a fundamental right under the 14th Amendment to direct the upbringing and education of their children. I am concerned that in a state as distinguished as Connecticut, the state with the first codified law pertaining to the duties of parents, we are setting a dangerous precedent of not adhering to our own foundational rights. Codifying the word homeschool or any other words in its likeness within statute gives the government the right to define and direct homeschooling in Connecticut. This is problematic. I'm shaking really bad, guys, sorry. Second, this bill holds homeschooling students and parents to a higher standard. In the school system, teachers are given the authority to oversee the education of their students and move the students along with trust. Their student's diploma is a culmination of 4 years' worth of high school teachers making individual decisions. It's concerning that Connecticut parents, many of whom were former teachers and many of whom are degreed individuals, are not trusted to administer an education outside of the state's control. I would like to remind the distinguished members of the Education Committee that public education isn't the benchmark for educational superiority in the United States anymore. That ship sailed many moons ago. Third, this bill was crafted with the former OCA, I'm shaking so bad I can't do this with my phone, I need paper. Third, this bill was crafted with the former Office of the Child Advocate's mathematically incorrect statistics in mind. The report used unsubstantiated DCF reports to ultimately inflate their statistics. The OCA statistics can be refuted based on UConn's statistical analysis available to you via Connecticut Homeschool Network and NHELD. Fourth, the children on whom this bill is based were not homeschooled. The fact that DCF lost control of these families is not because there isn't a withdrawal flagging process in the school system. DCF was aware of the residences of these children and were able to utilize the law to reach these at-risk children. These cases highlight the clear failures of the state's child protective service agencies. And it is disingenuous to use the media to mislead citizens of Connecticut to believe these cases were homeschool related. Lastly, 100,000 or 20% of the publicly enrolled population of students in Connecticut are truant. Where are these students? My suggestion to this committee is to kill this bill and place your attention on the pervasive truancy issue within our state, as well as holding Child Protective Services accountable. I urge all members of this very important committee to take a look at the repercussions of Bill 5468 and vote no. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Any questions? Yes, Representative.
You say you came from the 43rd District?
I do.
You did an amazing job. Ladies and gentlemen, these are my people, all right?
You.
So you know.
The town of Ledger.
Yes, yes, the northern end of my district. I think you did an amazing job.
Thank
and
you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for sticking it out. Thanks for making the drive up from the 43rd District, which these guys don't understand. It's a very long ride.
It's,
But
it's
we make it.
84 at rush
Yeah,
hour.
it's fun. But my one quick question for you is, we talked with some earlier folks about the literacy rate and whatnot. You
Correct.
talked about truancy.
Correct.
Is there a truancy problem in the homeschoolers?
There is not.
No, it's not. Okay. Is there a truancy problem in the state?
Yes,
So do you think the homeschoolers are doing it better?
I do. I do
Now,
believe.
I represent you, so how should I vote on this bill?
No, please.
Okay, got it. Done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Great question. Next up, we have, that was Megan, Sarah.
Good evening. How are you?
We're wonderful. How you doing at home?
I'm okay. Thank you for having me. My name is Sarah Fontaine. I'm a family nurse practitioner, a business owner, a mother of 5, and a longtime Connecticut resident, presenting today to express my opposition to HB 5468. I am particularly concerned about the provision that would require school districts to request a review by the Department of Children and Family Services when a parent withdraws a child to place in a non-public school setting. Homeschool is a lawful, legitimate, and a legitimate educational plan and choice, not a reason to involve the child welfare system. Automatically triggering a DCF review when a family chooses to homeschool or pursue private education treats responsible parents with unnecessary suspicion and risks diverting already limited child welfare resources away from children who genuinely need protection. I believe more resources should be allocated to ensure that public school children have what they need, as homeschoolers and privately educated children tend to score much better on standardized testing and have a higher literacy rate. I am also unaware of any systemic problem in Connecticut with undereducated homeschoolers or privately educated children. I'm unsure why this bill is even suggested at all, to be honest. Furthermore, how much more money would this cost for taxpayers? Families choose homeschooling and private education for many thoughtful and positive reasons, most often because they want more for their child. Many parents are deeply committed to providing a rigorous, individualized education that supports their child's academic, emotional, and developmental needs. Exercising this lawful and responsible choice not to subject families to automatic scrutiny from the child welfare system. Policies that presume concern simply because a parent selects an alternative form of education undermines trust between families and institutions and may discourage parents from pursuing educational paths that best serve their child. I respectfully urge lawmakers to reconsider this provision and ensure Connecticut families who choose homeschooling or private education are not unfairly flagged for child welfare review. Thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate it. I know this is a long night for everyone, and I appreciate your commitment to stick it out with us and hear us.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you for being concerned for our time. Any questions for Sarah? Seeing none, thank you once again, Sarah.
Thank you.
Rachel Williams, followed by Heidi Russi. Rachel.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Tired.
I can imagine. Thank you. Thank you for your service. To the distinguished members of the Education Committee, again, thank you for your service. My name is Rachel Williams. As a resident of Connecticut, I'm asking you to oppose HB 5468 and to reconsider any provisions that would cause new regulatory burdens on families that choose homeschooling or private schools. The cases of neglect and abuse that have been discussed are tragic, but they are not homeschooling cases. Those tragedies did not happen for lack of reporting. Expanding regulations on homeschoolers that require oversight from DCF and local school districts does not fix the problem. Rather, it exacerbates the problem by putting a greater load on DCF and educational officials to monitor homeschooling families who are already self-motivated to optimize their children's education and well-being. It has been mentioned that these regulations would put us closer to those of our neighboring states, excluding Vermont and New Hampshire. To that point, my adult children are so grateful to have grown up as homeschoolers in Connecticut. The status of homeschooling laws in Connecticut allowed me to focus all my time and energy on their education and well-being without the distraction of extra paperwork and red tape. My 21-year-old daughter, who was homeschooled from preschool all the way through, earned her AP Scholar Award at the age of 15. She earned her bachelor's degree at the age of 17 and will complete her master's degree at the age of 21. My 18-year-old son is following in his own but similar path, having earned his bachelor's degree at the age of 17. And this is in addition to their achievements in music as well as community and international service. All their degrees are from accredited institutions. Our family's choice to homeschool allowed both of them to focus on pursuing their goals with both passion and efficiency. No family should be treated with suspicion simply for making this same constitutionally protected choice. Families should not be punished or discouraged from choosing to customize their children's education. We do not need a chilling effect on the exercise of this choice. Homeschooling families who statistically go above and beyond for their children should not have to take on the extra logistical burden of more paperwork and boxes to check. Abuse can happen in any people group. So does abuse and neglect not happen with children in public schools? Sadly and obviously not. So why target homeschoolers and those who choose private schools? Statistics often touted by the advocates of this law have been debunked by UConn and other studies. Public education and DCF need to focus more on their own jurisdictions and let parents focus on theirs. I'm only scratching the surface here on why you should oppose these bills, but I will conclude with this. Protecting children and respecting parental rights are not competing goals as these bills make them appear. Rather, reforms should strengthen agency performance, improve accountability, and focus on high-risk cases without placing every lawful family under suspicion or burdening them with additional logistical requirements. Please vote no on HB 5468. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Clearly, you did a great job with your children. Any
Thank
questions, Rachel? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next up, number 135, Heidi Rossi, followed by 136, Annie Palumbo. Annie, you're up.
Thank you so much. Good evening to the Honorable Chair and committee members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Good evening. All right, my name is Annie and I'm a resident of Newtown. I'm a certified public school teacher and I have taught both in the public school and alternative schools alike, including overseeing a grant to offer STEM AP courses to rural and underprivileged areas. I'm a firm advocate that all children deserve an education. I am also a homeschool mom who has a deep understanding of the homeschool community. Throughout my journey, I've come to learn that alternatives to public education offer a much needed support to students that thrive and flourish in settings outside of the public school system. As an educator, I know that no two children are alike. The public school setting is simply not the best fit for all students. This bill seeks to let the school system define what is in the best interest for the student when they simply cannot offer what is in the best interest for every student. Parents know what is best. I also am deeply concerned that officials outside the homeschool community would be overseeing something they simply do not understand. You cannot be an expert in an area that you have no experience in. Even as an educator, I did not understand homeschooling until I stepped into it for my own children. When I did, I found a supportive community, robust resources, and social events with plenty of mandated reporters that are present. Oftentimes, we label what is unfamiliar as unacceptable. This is a real risk with homeschool and alternative school settings being assessed as equivalent or not by a system that simply is grossly unfamiliar with what is offered. It also leaves a secular entity in charge of approving all Christian and private-based education in this state. What happens if Christian instruction is found not to be equivalent? This bill opens the door for religious discrimination. Other states also permit reporting to homeschool organizations, not to the public school or involving DCF. While I do not think that homeschoolers should have to report to the state at all, there are other ways that other states have gone about doing this that do not have such overreach. Private school families I've spoken to have also told me that this bill will not pass because of separation of church and state, and this all must be illegal. And therefore, they are not here to speak up tonight. There are many constituents that have no idea how this bill will impact them in the future. I have other statistics that I can offer as well, but I also want to take time to mention and respond to a question asked earlier in the hearing. That capturing a portfolio would have changed my approach to homeschooling in a very significant way. My daughter was diagnosed with convergence insufficiency, and while trying to learn how to read, she was actually seeing double. Because we were homeschooling, I had the opportunity to go ahead and get her all the vision therapy that she needed. And we also used a Charlotte Mason approach, which goes ahead and uses lots of narration in the beginning of learning how to read and write. That would have required me to have to actually take a video of my lessons to prove we were homeschooling and how we are approaching literacy lessons at that point. I also want to mention that right now, because we were able to get her the support she needed and tailor her lessons in a manner that the public school system would not have been able to do, that she is now reading 2 grades beyond grade level with fluency well beyond her years.
Summarize.
So to summarize, I just would urge the committee to oppose HB 5468, and I thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Annie? Representative Belinsky.
Annie, are you still with us?
I am, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your work as a Newtown teacher and also your advocacy for homeschooling. Did I hear you correctly? You're both a teacher and a homeschooler? Did I hear incorrectly or?
So I live in Newtown. I actually was teaching in New Canaan and Region 15, but currently I'm teaching online classes through VHS Learning, which actually offers classes to students in the state of Connecticut and beyond, all over the world, actually. So I've moved to an alternate setting for teaching, but I did teach for 8 years in the public school system in Connecticut.
That's incredible. Are you cloned? Do you have more than one of you for this?
No.
Terrific. Thank you so much for for what you do for students in New Canaan and for students around the rest of the state. And many of us on the committee have the same desires as you do. So we'll see how it all goes, but I appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. Any other questions for Annie? Seeing none, we're going to go to Jessica Dugas, followed by Elizabeth Coelho.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. To the distinguished members of the Education Committee, I just want to pause a minute and say what an absolute honor it is to speak alongside my fellow homeschool families this evening. My name is Jessica Dugas. I am a Connecticut parent of 6 homeschooled children, one of which you heard from earlier today, speaker number 6, Margine Dugas. Before homeschooling, my older children were in public school, and our family went through extremely difficult experiences there. It was those experiences that led us to choose a different path for our children. Homeschooling has allowed our family not just to survive challenging seasons of life, but to truly thrive. It has given us the flexibility to meet our children where they are, to focus on their strengths, and to lean into what they are passionate about learning. It allows us to learn at the pace that actually works for our children, not to put them at the pace of a system that has to move an entire classroom at the same time. It allows us to take breaks when our family needs them instead of being forced into a universal calendar that doesn't account for real life. It allows our children to take classes, attend programs, and participate in educational opportunities during the day, opportunities that might not be available in the evening. That flexibility is not a loophole. For many families, it is the very reason our children succeed. But I also want to speak about something that many homeschool families are afraid to talk about publicly. A few years ago, our family experienced a false report to the Department of Children and Families. What followed was a 3-month investigation that didn't even begin as a homeschooling issue, but quickly turned into what felt like a witch hunt. During this process, my children were continually pressured by our caseworker, suggesting to them that they would probably enjoy public school more. Let me be very clear about something. My children were not unsafe. They were homeschooled. And what that experience showed me is that the systems being proposed in bills like HB 5468 do not always protect families. They can also be used to pressure, intimidate, and scrutinize families who are simply exercising their rights. I also want to address some of the data being used to justify these proposals. In my work as an independent journalist, I regularly review claims and statistics that circulate the media. The numbers often cited by organizations like the Coalition for Responsible Home Education are frequently presented in ways that dramatically mislead the public. They include cases where children happen to be homeschooled, but where homeschooling itself had nothing to do with the tragedy. There is a clear distinction between a child who is homeschooled and a child who dies because of homeschooling. And if I can identify that distinction simply by reading the data carefully, then surely the policymakers of this state can as well. Since last summer, the Waterbury incident has been mentioned over and over as a reason for these regulations, yet the acting child advocate herself today said, and I quote, "I am not going to comment on the Waterbury facts. Again, it's under investigation by our office. Once we complete our report on that, I'd be happy to come back and talk about where the systemic issues were in relation to that case." So why are we using that as an example if the results are ongoing? She went
Can
on
you
to
please summarize?
I can. HB 5468 does not protect children. It burdens the very families who are already doing the work. And I would ask you to remember something as you consider legislation like this. When you write laws about homeschooling, you are not writing them about an abstract idea. You are writing them about families like mine. Like every parent that has been here today, my primary responsibility is the well-being and education of my children, and no law written in this building and no attempt to remove the words responsibility of parents from a statute will ever take that God-given responsibility away from me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you, Jessica, for your testimony today. I especially am grateful for the part you shared about being investigated by DCF and having an open investigation, because this bill would prevent any person or parents who want to pull their kids out of public school, be it for private school or homeschool or the like, who is under an open investigation. They would be on hold. So I think I've said this before earlier, that the child could be being bullied in school or sexually assaulted or for any particular reason that the parents might feel they're unsafe. They withdraw the child from school, and now they are going to be made to keep them in the very place where they believe their child is unsafe. Can you just speak to that, having been through that DCF investigation yourself? And I'm glad you mentioned OCA, because those investigations are still open. And that's one of the big problems that I've been speaking about, is we have no idea where they're at, what the information is ongoing here. So we're trying to make policy based on what? There's no facts that have been given to us, because nothing has been, if you will, open up to us. So if you could speak to that, please.
Sure. Our case ultimately, as I was sharing before, was found unsubstantiated. Excuse me. It's been a long day. I know for everybody, but the experience was traumatizing for my children. At this time, I had one of my other children was not well. And so that intrusion into our home during a time that was already really high stress is something that still sits with them today. And it's been 4 years now. And so the other thing I know about this is that I do know that even if a case is unsubstantiated, the records stay with DCF for 5 years. So even though our case is not open, I worry about that. I worry about what would happen if life changed, I had to put them in school and then pull them back out or something, because you never know where life is going to take you, right? And so if I had to take them back out, would it flag us? You could say it won't, but with everything that we've been through, I mean, you'll have to excuse me when I say I just don't believe that. And so I'm also, it's interesting to me about the OCA, how we can bring that into play, but that case is open. It's interesting to me, to say the least.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, just one follow-up, if that's okay. Do you think, can you speak to, do you think homeschoolers are a target with regard to a big misunderstanding to how their learning transpires, and many people look at them like they shouldn't be homeschooling, and if they see them in the store, for example, during the day, and they think they should be in school, or they're outside playing or doing anything at all, they might be a target for reports to DCF?
Absolutely. I've seen that for myself. Even my girls take dance class during the day, and sometimes we'll go to the store before dance class, and it's interesting the reactions that I get from people. A couple of people, they'll just look strangely, like, what are they doing outside of school? And then luckily we've had some great responses, but overall, I think people are weary, even with sort of the explosion of how many homeschool families there are today. There's still that sort of like, I'm not really sure what's happening there. And so, like I said, our case specifically was not originally about homeschooling. And even though I had given information to disprove what the original claims were, as soon as that was disproven, she said, let's talk about homeschooling now, even though that was not part of the original claim.
Thank you so much, Jessica, for your testimony today, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Next up, we have Elizabeth, followed by Nicholas Resendez, followed by Joseph Consoli.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you? I'm sure everyone's tired. Thank you for being such thoughtful and patient listeners today. I know it's been a long day, and we really appreciate the ability to be heard as parents. My name is Elizabeth Coelho. I'm a parent in Unionville, Connecticut. My kids are 23, 21, 19, and 16. I'm here today to testify in opposition to HB 5468 and to share the real world experience of my daughter, who's 16 years old, currently in her 4th year of homeschooling. We began homeschooling during COVID. At that time, Farmington's approach to social emotional learning gave some teachers excessive latitude to introduce topics that went far beyond what we believe were the school's responsibility. In our experience, subjects such as gender identity, world religions, and other sensitive issues were presented during online school in ways that did not align with our family's expectations for public school instruction. As parents, we felt that we lost the ability to guide those conversations in an age-appropriate and values-aligned way. Even though my husband and I have 4 advanced degrees between us, we were still nervous about withdrawing our daughter. Believe it or not, we almost didn't do it. And that is exactly why bills like HB 5468 concern me, because when you add more regulations, more reporting, more barriers to entry, parents are hesitant. They start to doubt themselves, even when they're fully capable of providing an excellent education. Families who are already anxious about making that transition may never take that step that transforms their child's life. When we finally made the decision to withdraw my daughter, she was a competitive gymnast, training 16 hours a week. The flexibility of homeschooling allowed her to balance rigorous academics with her athletic pursuits. And that would have been almost impossible with the school schedule. Over the last 4 years, she's flourished in ways that we could never have imagined. She's become a national level Bible quizzer, memorizing 10 books of the Bible and competing at levels that require discipline, focus, and extraordinary memory work. Homeschooling has given her time and the ability to pursue these interests deeply. Academically, she's taken full ownership of her education. She has already earned nearly 50 college credits, has taken courses at 4 different universities through dual enrollment, and will be graduating this spring with a strong academic record and clear sense of direction. She manages her own private pet sitting business and all of her school coursework independently, sets her own goals, and consistently meets and exceeds them. She's healthier, more confident, and more engaged in learning than she ever was before. As a parent, I take my responsibility for her education seriously. I plan her curriculum, track her progress, and ensure she meets or exceeds expectations for her grade level. The results speak for themselves. This is why this bill concerns me deeply. Families like mine are demonstrating success, accountability, and commitment. Yes, I will. And additional oversight or reporting requirements would not improve education for these students. That would only burden families who are already doing the hard work and doing it well. And they would discourage new families from taking the first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Elizabeth? Seeing none, Elizabeth, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you very much.
Next up, Nicholas.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So, good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Nick Resendiz, and I am a resident from Pomfret, Connecticut. I'm here today to speak in strong opposition to House Bill 5468. In listening to some of the testimony today, I've heard the argument from some of the proponents of the bill that this bill will not infringe upon the freedom to homeschool. I've heard, well, you can still homeschool, you can use whatever curriculum you want. And that may be true, but that's not really the point of why this bill should die. So imagine a bill was proposed to ensure kids are receiving adequate nutrition, and the government proposed that we wanted the parents to keep their grocery receipts and present them to the state every year and keep a record of receipts for the last 3 years in order to ensure that all kids are receiving adequate nutrition. Now, this scenario seems ridiculous because it is, because grocery receipts are not going to keep any kids safe, nor are my grocery receipts any business of the government's. Yet that's the same thing that's going on with this bill. Because again, homeschool receipts are not going to keep any kids safe, and frankly, they're none of your business. I also believe the proposed legislation violates a plain reading of Article 1, Section 7 of the Connecticut Constitution, which states the people shall be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and possessions from unreasonable searches or seizures, and no warrant to search any place or to seize any person or thing shall issue without describing them as nearly as may be, nor without probable cause supported by oath or affirmation. The proposed bill effectively authorizes a search of private citizens, specifically parents, where the sole probable cause is their decision to raise and educate their children at home. It treats homeschooling families as presumptively suspect without any specific evidence of wrongdoing. Homeschooling is an educational practice that has existed since the dawn of human civilization. This legislature should not criminalize or unduly burden what has long been a fundamental parental right and responsibility. I do fully support protecting children from abuse, as we all do. If there is reasonable suspicion of neglect or harm, the state already has both the authority and the obligation to investigate thoroughly. However, when the government begins interfering in the lives of law-abiding families who have committed no crime and simply wish to direct their own children's education, the state exceeds its legitimate role. Let me remind the committee, the state does not exist to grant rights to its citizens. Rather, we the people grant the government limited powers to secure and protect our inalienable rights, of which raising your children is one of them. This bill will not prevent the rare and tragic cases of abuses intended to address. Instead, it will only infringe upon the privacy, autonomy, and freedoms of countless responsible, law-abiding parents and families. I urge you to vote no on HB 5468. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nicholas. Any questions for Nicholas? Seeing none, Nicholas, thank you again for your testimony. Next
you.
up, Joseph. Joseph online? No? Okay. Quinn Meehan, followed by Noah Hess. No Quinn, no Noah. Catherine Boria. No. Shannon Turner. Whoop. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Noah Heft. I am the son of Crystal Heft, the vice president of the Connecticut Homeschool Network. I was homeschooled from kindergarten all the way through graduation, so my entire education. Today, we've heard a little bit about lived experiences. Some people have shared some emotional stories and argued that those experiences justify imposing new restrictions on homeschooling families across this state, but lived experiences go both ways. My lived experience is that homeschooling gave me opportunities that would not have been possible in a traditional school system. Because of the flexibility of homeschooling, I was able to pursue my career field early and became a certified professional in that field before graduating high school. I am also an entrepreneur and was able to start my own business as a teenager, which now serves customers across the state of Connecticut. I'm also now working on completing my bachelor's degree. Homeschooling is not something that isolated me, it is something that equipped me. Today, I'm also a martial arts instructor and I work with many homeschool students. Through that work, I've seen something important that gets left out of conversations like this. I've worked with students who were bullied, ignored, or simply not thriving in traditional public schools. Some had completely lost confidence in themselves. When their families chose homeschooling, it gave those students the freedom to rebuild through individualized education, mentorship, and discipline training. I've watched their confidence return, and I've watched them become stronger, more capable, and more engaged with the world around them. Those are lived experiences as well. Every education system has difficult stories, but public policy should not be built on the most negative anecdotes while ignoring the thousands of successful families quietly educating their children every day. Homeschooling works precisely because it allows parents to tailor their education to the needs of their child. My story is not unusual. It is one of thousands of success stories from across the state. So if lived experience truly matters, then the lived experiences of successful homeschool graduates, thriving students, and responsible families deserve to be heard as well. I urge you to reject this bill and protect the educational freedom that allows families like mine to exceed. Because my lived experiences is proof of something very simple. Homeschooling does not create victims, it creates the next generation of confident and competent leaders like myself. Thank you.
Thank you there, Noah. Any questions for Noah? Noah, what kind of business you have?
I do handmade leatherwork and traditionally crafted custom saddles, as well as saddle repair. I'm the only person in Connecticut who is doing any such thing.
Now, you heard that? So if you need a saddle repair, go see Noah. You can find him somewhere.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you again, Noah, for your testimony. Caitlin, you're up next. No Caitlin? Ooh. Okay, number 144 is, I would like to announce, it is 9 o'clock and we are halfway done. Shannon Turner? No Shannon? She's on?
Trying. I am trying, sorry. Oh, goodness. All right, hi. My name's Shannon Turner. I'm from East Hampton. I'm an Air Force veteran. I served for 21 years protecting others and their constitutional rights. I was also an educator for many years and mandated reporter. So I know firsthand the importance of keeping children safe. I'm now a homeschool mom, and I see both the professional and personal sides of protecting and educating children. I oppose HB 5468. Parents have the fundamental right to educate their chicken without asking the state for permission, as this bill would require. The current homeschooling statute is sufficient. Homeschooling is safe, thriving, and often well beyond equivalent. Children in homeschool are not falling through the cracks. They are part of the communities filled with neighbors, faith leaders, coaches, doctors, and friends, all mandated reporters who see and interact with them regularly. This bill imposes undefined equivalent instruction checks. It does not clearly state what qualifies as equivalent instruction, how it would be measured, or what standards would be applied. And after listening to this hearing, I'm more confused about what these requirements will actually offer. That ambiguity is concerning and suggests that the bill may be incomplete. While we see Connecticut's public schools struggle to meet grade level proficiency, families who are already achieving excellent outcomes at home should not be forced to report to the schools they avoid because they believe they can better meet their children's needs. Much of the conversations around this bill suggest that regulations on homeschooling will prevent abuse or neglect. That's naive. Children still face abuse in public schools, yet this bill treats the schools as the authority for oversight. Regulations alone cannot prevent intentional harm, which is why child safety depends on DCF, law enforcement, and trusted mandated reporters, not additional rules for homeschooling families. The problem with this bill is that it doesn't solve child safety, and abusive or neglectful parents will not suddenly choose to follow homeschool regulations. Instead, it overreaches into safe, thriving homes and subjects responsible families to unnecessary scrutiny. The purpose of the education system is education, not child protection. We do not impose this kind of oversight on children in summer or on children from birth to age 5 who are not yet in school. Using homeschooling as a justification for increased oversight is misleading. Homeschool families are deeply invested in their children's safety and education. They are creative with resources, experience, and instruction to meet their children's needs. But when curriculum reviews or portfolios loom overhead, that creativity can easily give way to conformity rather than what best serves the child. Homeschool families are not asking anything from the school system. We simply want the freedom to educate our children in the ways that help them thrive. I respectfully urge you to vote no on HB 5468. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Any questions for Shannon? Shannon, thank you again for your testimony.
Thanks.
Next up, 145, Rebecca Matter, followed by Margaret Mellett.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Rebecca Matter, and I'm a resident of Groton, Connecticut. My family came to Connecticut due to my husband's military service. I am testifying today in opposition of HB 5468. 20 years ago, I embarked on my journey to be a teacher, specializing in elementary or urban education. After completing my rigorous training at Indiana University of Pennsylvania, I was quickly employed as a teacher in the Norfolk Public Schools in Norfolk, Virginia. During my time there, I witnessed the reality of the public school system. While the lack of resources and other systematic issues were evident, the largest issue I saw was the disdain toward parents. Instead of taking responsibility for our failures as an educational system, we blamed someone else. Little did I know I was being indoctrinated in a state-driven thought process in which the state knew best and everyone else was the problem. Then I became a parent of 8 beautiful children. The switch flipped. I knew exactly what the goals and failures of the public school system were, and I adamantly refused that my children would be part of that system. As soon as my oldest was 5, we embarked on our homeschooling journey. Currently 17 years in, we have graduated 3 and will graduate another one this summer. Of those 17 years, we have been homeschooling and thriving in Connecticut. We love it here. Our adult children are a blessing to their communities. Their ability to communicate and engage far exceeds that of their peers. Instead of succumbing to a one-size-fits-all education, they were able to explore and grow in the areas that they were passionate about. Now they are confident, well-versed, thriving individuals, and their younger siblings are following in their footsteps. The bill that has been presented is a disaster on all fronts. These multiple issues have been broken down and explained by many other testimonies today. While some members of the committee have made light of the stated requirements, the truth is it's vague and a gross overreach of government control. It simply will not stand. While this bill attempts to correct systematic failures, it is missing the mark. Nothing in this bill would have prevented the horrible events that have occurred in the state. I would recommend that the legislator look critically at DCF and public schools. These problems have been ongoing for a very long time, which is why the homeschooling community is growing daily. We want the best for our children. Please hear me very clearly. Children are not the property of the state. My 8 children are not ours or yours. They are mine. The homeschooling community is large, organized, and engaged. We will not sit back and allow you to turn our beautiful community into another government disaster. In conclusion, after 28 years of educational background and 17 years in the homeschooling community, I strongly oppose HB 5468 and encourage you to kill the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Rebecca? Representative Howard.
Thank you. Thank you for your service, your family service. Is homeschooling common among military families to just as much as you all move around? I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to that. I'm just curious if you know.
Yes, actually, the Secretary of Defense has recently submitted a study group to kind of get into the nitty-gritty of homeschooling in the military community. And they find that on average, the military community homeschools at about 14.5%. So a huge amount of us homeschool. And that's actually when you look into the requirements of this bill and what they're asking for in areas of the state, such as Groton, that are heavily military, those districts are going to have a lot more on their hands dealing with the military population and the homeschooling component.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm next door. I represent Stonington North, Stonington, and Ledger. That's why I asked, and
Okay.
That's important for me to know because, as you well know, I mean, there's plenty of military folks that live in those 3 towns, and but I'm glad you shared the information. I'll speak with Rep. Baumgartner and Rep. Gasky and make sure they know that as well. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Rebecca. Next up, for those who are in the overflow room, we do have some seats available in this room. If you want to come over, there are a couple of seats available. Next up, we have Margaret Mellett, followed by Glenn from CIAC, and Jamie Jones. Margaret? No Glenn? Glenn's not here. Jamie Jones? No Jamie. Wait.
Hi, I'm Jamie Jones.
Hi, Jamie.
Hi. I'd like to give my time to, we homeschool in Norwalk, Connecticut, but I'd like to give my time to my daughters today as this bill would affect them and they really want to speak on it. So here's my youngest, Aubrey, and I'll let her go now. Hi.
Hi, Aubrey.
Hi.
You're up late tonight.
We are. We're leaving Maddie's ballet rehearsal. So we're just hanging out in the lobby for now. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Aubrey Jones and I'm 8 years old. I'm homeschooled in Connecticut and I wanted to speak today because homeschooling is really important to me. I've been homeschooled my whole life. I started reading when I was 4 years old and I love learning new things. I take ballet and aquarium classes and I get to learn about things that I'm curious about. Homeschooling helps me learn in ways that work best for me. If I had to go to regular school, the teachers wouldn't really know me or how I learn best. They might give me tests that I wouldn't understand and it might make learning harder for me. My parents work very hard to teach me and help me learn. Homeschooling makes me feel happy, safe, and excited about learning. I hope you will let families like mine keep homeschooling. Thank you for listening to me.
You did a great job. Is there
you.
someone else that want to speak?
Okay, and here's Maddie.
Hi, my name is Madison Jones, and I am a homeschooled high school student in Connecticut. I believe homeschooling should not be criminalized because of two cases that were not actually homeschooling families. For me, homeschooling was the best decision my family could have made. When I was in school, I was ahead academically and often felt like an assistant teacher in the classroom. But even so, the school would not allow me to skip a grade. At the time I was bullied badly and even jumped by a group of boys. The only consequences they received was writing a 3-sentence apology during one recess. Homeschooling changed everything for me. I'm now graduating high school with honors. I am able to pursue my passions, including psychology, culinary arts, ballet, and theater without getting burned out. Over the years, I have also made many wonderful friends through the homeschool community, and I can honestly say I've never been happier in my entire life. My point is simple. If you truly want to protect the children mentally, physically, and emotionally, please do not take our rights to homeschool in the ways that work best for us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Maddie, what you gonna do when you graduate from school?
I'm looking into culinary and psychology. Those are my top two that I was looking at.
Okay, great choices. Any questions for Maddie? Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. More of a comment. Ladies, if the intent of your testimony was to show the people of Connecticut and this committee just how successful homeschooling can be, I would say you knocked that out of the park. I'm so grateful that you testified. I'm grateful that I got opportunity to hear it. And thank you so much for being here and showing all of us exactly how powerful that can be. What an outstanding job. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Jones, you are such an incredible teacher, and you are raising the two most amazing young ladies. And I have no questions. I just am in awe.
Thank
Maybe I
you.
should ask if you'll come and teach me.
Sure. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Next
Thank
up,
you.
we have Susan Zabotsky, followed by Jennifer Naparita. Susan, thanks for hanging with us this late. Thanks for hanging in this late.
Well, I was happy I was able to make it from work. So I'm just as exhausted as you coming in to testify against reactionary legislation that prioritizes emotional appeal over effective solutions. In this committee for ending abuse, supposedly, in another today for supposedly ending gun violence, and in a third, an attempt for the state to skirt a lawsuit regarding religious exemptions, removals in the state. Our legislature is not here to write legislation based on feeling and evoking emotions. It saddens me to see all these law-abiding citizens here having to come defend themselves like they're a criminal, having to tell their personal stories of why they've chosen what they've chosen for their families, just because of why government overreach. Our government is supposed to be a limited one, and all I've seen from this legislation and all day today is growing of government and bureaucracies. I've submitted my testimony. I'll try and go over it. I might not make it. Obviously, I'm strongly opposed to HB 5468. This bill places an unnecessary and intrusive burden on families who choose equivalent instruction, home educating for their children by requiring in-person registration and the submission of private
educational portfolios to the state-funded entities. This legislation infringes upon parental rights and creates a redundant layer of bureaucracy. This bill allows local level boards to share private student records with the State Education Resource Center for subjective evaluation. Our education system in Connecticut is failing. I don't care if we're number 5 in the country or whatever we are, you know, we try to put these accolades up on how great our state is for education. But when 55% of kids come out of high school and can't read, that to me is not successful. We're just dumbing down our children. And I can understand why parents have chosen alternate education for their kids. I urge the committee to vote no on HB 5468 to preserve the educational freedom and privacy of Connecticut families. And I also urge the state to stop writing legislation just based on emotion. It's really not how our body is supposed to function. And the fact that we had 3 public hearings today all at once so that families like us have to go back and forth when we have jobs and careers and home educating our children it's just a disgrace to the process. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a question? We have a question.
Sorry, I know you've been here. We were upstairs together, and another person's been with me all day in different rooms, so.
Yeah.
Do you homeschool?
I do not. I've chosen private education for my daughter.
And so you said that the Connecticut education system is failing, which is a subjective opinion, but the real issue is, your opinion is that the Connecticut public education system is insufficient for your kid. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And who do
Yeah,
you think should make that decision?
the parent.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Jennifer, you're up next. Followed by Jonah Stewart and Rebecca Arita. Jennifer online? Jennifer? Jonah?
I'm here.
Okay.
All right, let me just turn on video here. Hello. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. Thanks, and good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around for this hearing today. My name is Jonah Stewart, and I oversee research for the Coalition for Responsible Home Education, which fights for every homeschooled kid's right to a good education in a safe home. Our organization enthusiastically supports this bill on the basis of both evidence and ethics. I want to speak to you all today primarily in my capacity as a researcher, because frankly, I'm really fed up with the constant disinformation that plagues homeschooling debates, and today's hearing is unfortunately no exception.